Today's trending topic, the World Pokémon Peak Championship, has commenced. Champion Dan defeated Cynthia, Ash, and Daigo to become the world champion. Zhang Fan suddenly found himself transported to the Pokémon world, inheriting the Fire Gym and embarking on his journey to become a Pokémon Master with his initial partner, the Shiny Torchic. Dog, how? Why do you always have to ruin my plans? Ash, Pikachu, this time I will not lose. Dan, as long as Zhang Fan is here, the Yanhuang Pokemon Alliance will always be #1. Champions, please, go find someone else to trouble. Chapter 1. The Fire Gym's Heir. Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural World Peak Championship. We are live at the finals of the World Peak Championship. We can now see the champion of the America Pokemon Alliance, Dan, with only one Charizard remaining. His opponent, the champion of the Yanhuang Pokemon Alliance, Cynthia, also has just one Pokemon left, the Garchomp. Among these two contemporary titans, who will ultimately seize the championship. As Zhang Fan watched the live broadcast from the Yanhuang Pokemon Alliance, upon witnessing Garchomp's defeat, he promptly closed the stream after Dan claimed victory in the first World Championship. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fan stepped out of his room. It had been 18 years since he arrived in this world where Pokemon and reality coexisted. In this realm, extraordinary creatures known as Pokemon wield a variety of incredible powers. Citizens of each Pokemon Alliance can choose to embark on the path of Pokemon trainers upon reaching 18, gaining the privilege to possess Pokemon. Yet, the achievements of a trainer, while accompanied by glory and status, are fraught with countless dangers. The road is far from easy. Firstly, acquiring an exceptional starter Pokemon poses a formidable challenge for many novice trainers. For instance, only those with direct ties to the Alliance can enjoy the privilege of obtaining one of the initial 3 starters, while others must navigate various connections to seek quality starter Pokemon. It is well known that the prices for the starter trio in Pokemon shops are exorbitantly high. Without significant connections and financial resources, it is nearly impossible to acquire one. Thus, many aspiring trainers from humble backgrounds can only resort to capturing common Pokemon like Caterpie and Weedle in the forests, hoping to transcend the barriers of class. Those with better circumstances may manage to acquire relatively decent Pokemon, such as Pidgey and Nidoran. Fortunately, Zhang Fan's father is the esteemed gym leader of the Fire Gym in Zhou Province, possessing considerable strength. As a mid-to-high-tier combatant within the Alliance, serving as the protector of city's gym, he can be likened to a local emperor appointed by the Pokemon Alliance, and as his only son. At the age of 15, Zhang Fan was fortunate enough to receive his first starter Pokemon, the Shiny Torchic. However, since Zhang Fan had yet to reach the age required to capture Pokemon, he was unable to claim it as his own at that time. Just half a month ago, the school announced a break, allowing the senior students to choose between the path of the Pokemon examination or the traditional college entrance examination. Zhang Fan, like many of his peers, was granted a full month of vacation to select his initial Pokemon and determine his future trajectory. The 3 Pokemon he chose were meticulously selected over the years from his father's gym, each possessing remarkable potential and strength. Consequently, once he obtained the qualification to capture Pokemon, Zhang Fan embraced the opportunity to capture each of them. Thanks to the fact that these Pokemon were either descendants of his father's elite companions or benefited from his father's status as a gym leader, Zhang Fan's starting point was significantly elevated compared to that of ordinary trainers. Indeed, being a Pokemon trainer is not a pursuit for the common folk. Even in the original narrative, characters like Ash and Gary had the esteemed Professor Oak as their backing, which afforded them the opportunity to choose from the starter Pokemon. Gazing at the 3 Pokeballs hanging from his waist, a smile crept on a Zhang Fan's face. The journey towards becoming a Pokemon Master was finally set to commence at this very moment. For instance, newly minted Pokemon trainers, upon receiving their initial Pokemon, are classified as novice-level trainers, permitted to capture a maximum of 3 Pokemon. Otherwise, they would lack sufficient Pokemon for a full 6-Sonic battle in major competitions. Novice trainers range from levels 1 to 15, holding the qualification to capture 3 Pokemon. Ordinary trainers, levels 16 to 30, can capture up to 6 Pokemon. Elite trainers, levels 31 to 45, can capture 12 Pokemon. Gym trainers, levels 46 to 60, may capture 36 Pokemon. Champion trainers, levels 76 to 90, face no restrictions on the number of Pokemon they may capture. Master trainers, levels 91 to 100, similarly have no limits on captures. It is worth noting that while gym trainers may only possess 36 Pokemon, Gyms are unique locales where numerous Pokémon of the same type reside. As long as they are not captured, the offspring of the gym leader's primary Pokémon do not count against the capture limit. Otherwise, a gym would be rather dismal, with only a handful of Pokémon. Beyond the sheer number of Pokémon one can capture, greater strength invariably leads to elevated status, wealth, and power. For instance, when a champion arrives, gym leaders across the provinces must heed their commands. In summary, a champion-level trainer is aptly described as omnipotent within the Pokémon League. This is precisely why so many aspire fervently to tread the path of a trainer is infinitely more alluring than the mundane pursuits of the past. As Zhang Fan, now possessing 3 Pokémon, stood at the novice trainer level, he naturally lacked the authority to capture additional Pokémon. However, once his Pokémon reached a sufficient level, he could participate in the trainer qualification assessments to elevate his rank and continue capturing new Pokémon. Indeed, as the son of the Fire Gym leader, Zhang Fan possesses 3 Pokémon, all of which belong to the Fire element. While he may not exclusively capture Fire-type Pokémon, he intends to have at least 6 Fire-type companions, aspiring to follow the path of a Fire Champion and ultimately become a champion himself. With the Pokémon examination looming in 6 months, which consists of 3-on-3 battles, Zhang Fan has meticulously prepared his lineup for the competition. However, given his current prowess, he can easily handle novice trainers. Yet, when faced with the offspring of other gym leaders, or even the progeny of champions and elite trainers, victory is far from guaranteed. After all, the resources and capabilities that Zhang Fan possesses are equally accessible to these rivals, and their advantages may indeed surpass his own. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I still have 6 months until the Pokémon examination at the prestigious Magic City, Pokémon University. It shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 2. The Elven College Entrance Examination, the Challenger. Within the esteemed ranks of the Yanhuang Elven League, the path to becoming a formidable trainer is predominantly characterized by a few distinct routes. The first route entails a student of respectable lineage, typically a senior in high school, who endeavors to alter their social standing through the Elven College Entrance Examination. By gaining admission to a prestigious Elven university, they seek mentorship from powerful trainers, ultimately aspiring to become a force to be reckoned with. Graduates of such institutions are generally poised to emerge as elite trainers, establishing themselves as pivotal figures within the Elven League. Some may even ascend to the ranks of gym leaders or elite trainers, transcending their previous status to become the backbone of the league. The second path is less conventional. It involves individuals who initially did not pursue a career as trainers or who faltered in their early attempts. Accumulating a wealth of experience and resources, they embark on their training journey later, often taking on apprenticeships at various gyms. Through relentless battles and competitions, they gradually rise to prominence. The third route is reserved for those born into the league's aristocracy. Typically, the offspring of gym leaders possess the potential to inherit the family gym if they attain the requisite level of expertise. In rare cases of underachievement, the gym's legacy is preferentially passed to the disciples of the gym leader. Should neither of these scenarios occur, the gym will be reassigned a new leader by the Elven League. The final option, while seldom chosen by the average individual, involves joining a nefarious organization. This path, fraught with peril and a daunting mortality rate, allows one to acquire a starting elven creature and forge their own destiny. However, those who align with such organizations often find themselves ostracized, barred from participating in official competitions, akin to being a ghost in the realm of trainers. As for Zhang Fan, his starting point already surpasses that of over 90% of trainers worldwide. His ambition is to gain admission to the Magic City Elven University, an institution heralded by the Yanhuang Elven League as a cradle of champions. The students who gain entrance to this prestigious university are exceptionally gifted, with instructors whose prowess is no less than that of peak gym leaders. Outstanding performers may even attract the attention of elite trainers or champions, who may take them under their wing. A saying goes, Southern Magic, Northern Emperor, signifying the parallel prestige of Magic City Elven University and Imperial City Elven University, both of which rank among the foremost educational establishments within the Yanhuang Elven League. Although Zhang Fan could secure a guaranteed admission to Zhe Province Elven University due to his status as the gym leader's son, his aspirations remain firmly fixed on the pinnacle of the Yanhuang Elven League. Xiao Fan, there are trainers challenging the gym today, but my master is on a mission and is unavailable. Would you like to step in for the gym qualification challenge? It could be a valuable opportunity to gain experience, suggested his senior sister, Su Wanqing. Intrigued by her proposition, Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement. While he had previously observed various matches during gym challenges alongside his father, he had never truly participated in a gym challenge himself. As the esteemed master of the fire-type gym, Zhang Fan's father not only has to oversee gym battles, but is also periodically summoned by the league, thus leaving the daily operations of the gym to the apprentices of the trainers. For instance, Challengers must first defeat the gym apprentices before they can face the gym leader. After all, the gym leader is often preoccupied, leaving little time to engage in battles with mere novices. Now that Zhang Fan has become a trainer and is also the son of the Fire-type gym leader, it would not be unreasonable for him to participate in the qualification matches of the gym challenge. With a smile towards his senior sister, Zhang Fan hurried to the battlefield. Xiao Fan. This time the challenger hails from the Cherry Blossom Pokémon League. He cannot be deemed a complete novice, so be cautious. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Soon, a familiar figure appeared before him. Are you the gym apprentice? I am Xiao Hao, a trainer from Cherry Blossom. Currently on a journey aiming for the Yanhuang Pokémon League competition. I once traveled with one of the renowned trainers from Cherry Blossom, Ash, one of the Elite Eight. This is my first gym challenge in the Yanhuang League, so I hope it does not disappoint. Xiao Hao's somewhat provocative remarks ignited a spark of indignation within Zhang Fan. Could this be the one referred to as the Pokeball Superman? This presented an opportunity for revenge. In his previous life, Zhang Fan was indeed an avid Pokémon fan, having played nearly all the games and followed the various anime series. He had often found himself exasperated by the character known as Xiao Hao, who was often associated with terms like Pokeball Superman during his journey. Now, with an opportunity to confront him, it was time to vent his frustrations for himself and countless other Pokémon enthusiasts. Unfortunately, you are not the champion of Cherry Blossom. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to battle with me, a mere gym apprentice, instead of participating in the World Championship, Zhang Fan remarked, causing Xiao Hao's expression to darken considerably. The qualification match for the Zhe Province Fire Gym is about to commence, featuring challenger Xiao Hao against gym apprentice Zhang Fan. Each trainer may use 2 Pokémon, with only the challenger allowed to switch Pokémon. Let the battle begin. As the qualification challenge commenced, Zhang Fan released his first Pokémon, a Houndour. Pokémon, Houndour level, 35 qualification, elite type, fire ability, flash fire skills, flamethrower, flame charge, fire fong, dig, bite, roar, thunder fong familiarity, 255 Houndour. Zhang Fan's second Pokémon was obtained a year ago through the influence of his father, having expended considerable contributions to acquire it from the league. After all, Houndour, its evolved form, is a rare creature of both beauty and strength, seldom found in the hands of individual trainers, as they are primarily managed by the league's police force. Zhang Fan's ability to access the Pokémon's attribute panel is naturally due to his status as a transmigrator. Although devoid of an inherent system, Zhang Fan possesses the extraordinary ability of telepathy, allowing him to converse with Pokémon and access their respective attribute panels. This can be seen as a form of divine favor bestowed upon him by the deity of transmigration. After all, as the heir to the position of gym leader within the alliance, Zhang Fan, even without a system, is destined to stand apart from the masses. Typically, gym trainers and their apprentices strive to provide challengers, even those of lesser strength, with opportunities to succeed. The existence of gyms serves the dual purpose of safeguarding the city and identifying potent contenders for the Pokémon League. However, when Dogeo approached with a dismissive attitude towards the Fire Gym, Zhang Fan felt compelled to teach him a lesson, especially given the lingering animosity from his previous life. Humph. A Houndour, is it? Go forth, my dear, and transform into a seismic lizard. Pokémon, seismic lizard level, 35 qualification, gym leader type, water ability, torrent skills, water gun, howl, water pulse, tackle, quick attack, aqua jet. Chapter 3, Ruthlessly Defeating Dogeo. Enter the shimmering Blaziken. Observing the level of Dogeo's Pokémon, Zhang Fan felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, this individual seems to rely solely on the powers of a certain Super Ball to capture various Pokémon. However, it remains uncertain whether he possesses Suicune. While in the anime, Dogeo captured Suicune, thus earning the title of the embarrassment of legendary beasts. This world does not entirely mirror the animated series. Consequently, Zhang Fan remains in the dark regarding whether Dogeo truly wields any legendary Pokémon. Should he deploy one in the gym challenge, this battle would certainly escalate. Seismic Lizard, unleash water gun. Upon receiving Dogeo's command, the Seismic Lizard's demeanor shifted instantly. It opened its mouth wide, launching a powerful jet of water towards Houndour. In a flash of lightning, as Zhang Fan issued his command, Houndour let out a fierce roar, its forelegs propelling it forward with remarkable speed, evading the Seismic Lizard's water gun attack with a glimmering white sheen. The momentum from its swift maneuver sent the Seismic Lizard careening through the air. Seismic Lizard. Watching his Pokémon being flung backwards, Dogeo's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, Zhang Fan's offensive did not waver. Armed with countless gaming experiences from his past life, coupled with practical training and an extensive observation of numerous battles in this life, Zhang Fan has developed his own strategic approach to commanding Pokémon in combat. Houndour, don't give him a chance. Utilize Thunder Fong. In terms of type advantages, challengers facing the Fire Gym typically bring along water, rock, or ground-type Pokémon, as these 3 types effectively counter fire. However, in the realm of true Pokémon battles, while type advantages certainly influence the outcome, the skills possessed by the Pokémon also play a pivotal role in determining victory or defeat. The greater the number of skills mastered and the broader the skill set, the better the Pokémon can adapt to varying situations. Indeed, the Electric-type Thunderfang proves to be exceedingly effective against Water-type Pokémon. As the anguished cries of the blazing lizard echoed, the sharp fangs of the cat-eye dog, imbued with electric energy, sank fiercely into its flesh. When the cries subsided, the blazing lizard's eyes transformed into swirling patterns. Defeated, the blazing lizard lost its ability to fight, granting victory to the cat-eye dog. Listening to the referee's voice and witnessing the almost unscathed cat-eye dog, not to mention Zhang Fan's gleeful gaze, Go-Hao's defenses crumbled instantaneously. Go forth, my ace. In the next moment, as the Pokeball flashed with red light, a majestic fire-type Pokémon appeared before the crowd. Pokémon, Flashing Flame Ace. Level, 50. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Double Kick, Quick Attack, Charged Flame Strike, Tackle, Flamethrower, Explosion. The Flashing Flame Ace, Go-Hao's initial Pokémon, had reached gym level and possessed remarkable aptitude, yet its strength was merely average. It seemed that in this realm, even Suicune might avoid bearing the shame of possessing a legendary creature. Moreover, in order to teach Go-Hao a lesson, Zhang Fan decided to intensify his efforts, especially since this lad had underestimated his fire-type gym. Thus, he produced a luxury ball, and with a flicker of red light, a humanoid Pokémon. Towering at nearly 3 meters, with a robust physique and radiating a vibrant crimson hue, materialized on the battlefield. Pokémon, Blaziken Shiny. Level, 55. Aptitude, Champion. Types, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Skills, Flamethrower, Explosion, Burnout, Blaze Kick, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Affection level, 255. This was Zhang Fan's ace, his initial Pokémon, the Shiny Blaziken. Unlike the ordinary Blaziken, whose feathers were a bright orange-red, the Shiny variant boasted feathers of a more vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood. Recalling how his father had devoted considerable effort to nurturing the starter trio in the Fire Gym, Zhang Fan felt fortunate when, after the third batch of Torchics hatched, one bore a color distinct from the norm, instantly capturing his interest. Due to a lack of Pokeballs the previous year, and being his first Pokémon, Zhang Fan had spent nearly all his time fostering a bond with the Torchic. Only when their affection reached its zenith did training commence, leading to the emergence of the currently gym-level Shiny Blaziken. Remarkably, this Shiny Blaziken possessed the hidden ability of Speed Boost, allowing its speed to increase progressively during battle. Upon the arrival of the Shiny Blaziken, the attention of the entire arena was captivated by its presence. Observing the Blaziken, which exuded an even greater aura of might and charisma than his own ace, Go-Hao, despite his bravado, recognized that he had underestimated this seemingly ordinary fire-type gym. Having yet to face the gym leader, how could a mere gym apprentice possess a Shiny Blaziken? Where could he seek justification for this? Flashing Flame Ace. Do not be intimidated by your opponent. Unleash Flamethrower. Upon hearing the command from his trainer, the blazing ace sprang into action with remarkable swiftness. The agility of the rabbit-like creature was truly impressive, and it unleashed a robust stream of flames. In the face of the onslaught from the canine foe, Zhang Fan remained composed and unperturbed. With a flash of electricity, the same command was issued, yet the speed of the fire chicken far surpassed that of the cat-eye dog. Both the canine and the blazing ace merely perceived a flash of red light, and in the next moment, the fire chicken forcefully sent the blazing ace hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, Zhang Fan's voice resonated once more, Flame Kick. Go. Not content with a single strike, the fire chicken assumed a combat stance, launching a series of relentless kicks against the blazing ace. When the assault finally ceased, the blazing ace, having lost its ability to battle, collapsed to the ground. With the blazing ace incapacitated, the fire chicken emerged victorious, thus declaring Zhang Fan, the apprentice of the dojo, as the winner of this gym qualification challenge. Following the referee's announcement of the outcome, a hearty voice echoed from the side. Chapter 4. Master of the Fire Dojo. Zhang Mujuan, III. Ha ha ha, well done, my boy. You have upheld the reputation of the Jianan Fire Dojo in your province. Your command in battle is becoming increasingly adept. It seems that in a few years, this dojo may very well be entrusted to you. At these words, a smile broke across Zhang Fan's handsome face. The speaker, sporting short black hair, exuded a unique blend of elegance and authority that was unexpectedly harmonious. Behind him trailed a massive Charizard, which greeted Zhang Fan with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, the individual was none other than the true master of the Fire Dojo and Zhang Fan's father, Zhang Mujuan, a formidable warrior standing at the pinnacle of the dojo, just a step away from being a champion. After speaking, Zhang Mujuan retrieved a Pokeball from a pouch on the Charizard and handed it to Zhang Fan. Upon seeing the Pokeball in his father's hand, Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy. However, upon closely examining the Charizard, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Hey, Charizard, you've broken through?" Hearing this, Zhang Mujuan and the Charizard exchanged knowing glances, as if it were a matter of course. Of course. Do you even know who your father is? He began, but was quickly interrupted by Zhang Fan. All right, I know, Dad. You've told me countless times. And I've memorized it. The strongest fire-type trainer in Jia province. The idol of innumerable trainers, right? Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 62. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Dragon Dive, Flamethrower, Inferno, Steel Wing, Dragon Rage, Earthquake. Affection, 200. Before him stood a Charizard, currently at the initial stage of the champion level. And it appeared that Zhang Mujuan had successfully completed his mission summoned by the League. Furthermore, the Charizard had become the third champion-level Pokémon in his father's possession, and had also helped Zhang Fan acquire the third Pokémon he had longed for. After taking the Pokéball, Zhang Fan stepped aside and opened it eagerly. Soon after, a seemingly fragile yet fiercely determined little fire dragon appeared before Zhang Fan. As for Go Hao, that fellow had long been expelled from the dojo by the staff after his defeat, leaving no more room for his involvement here. It is noteworthy that if one loses in the dojo qualification challenge, they are not permitted to challenge the dojo again within a week. Should they lose in a battle against the dojo master, they must wait a fortnight before attempting another challenge. Indeed, Zhang Fan's third Pokémon is none other than the little fire dragon. Although this is his first true third Pokémon, Zhang Fan had already meticulously curated his fire-type Pokémon roster. He has always held a fondness for Pokémon, particularly for fire types. And given that his family runs a fire-type dojo, it is only natural that he would inherit a lineage of fire-type Pokémon. After all, who could forget that Ash's main team predominantly featured fire types? Of course, unlike his father, who solely captures fire-type Pokémon, Zhang Fan is open to capturing any Pokémon that he finds appealing, provided he encounters them in the future. However, at present, he is merely a high school student without alternative means of acquiring Pokémon, so having a supportive father certainly comes in handy. Many of his classmates harbor immense envy and admiration for Zhang Fan, the son of the fire-type dojo master and half-step champion, Zhang Mujun. Gazing at the little fire dragon before him, Zhang Fan immediately activated his telepathic ability. Hello, little fire dragon. I shall be your trainer from now on. Thus, Zhang Fan's first two Pokémon were nurtured from eggs. With his telepathic ability, he naturally earned the favor and trust of the Pokémon, resulting in an intimate bond. Indeed, upon utilizing his telepathy, the little fire dragon's demeanor shifted as it regarded Zhang Fan. It is somewhat difficult to describe the sound the little fire dragon makes. Pokémon, Little Fire Dragon Level, 5 Potential, Champion Type, Fire Ability, Blaze Skills, Dragon Dive. Belly Drum, Ember, Growl, Scratch Friendship. 60 Observing the little fire dragon's attribute panel. The inherited skill Dragon Dive indicates that this little fire dragon possesses a remarkable aptitude for dragon-type skills. Not to mention, it also has the belly drum skill, a formidable technique in the game that has its own health to maximize its attack power. Although the little fire dragon's potential may not reach the champion level of Zhang Fan's initial Pokémon, the Shiny Blaziken, it certainly exhibits considerable promise. It is worth noting that Zhang Fan's father's main team boasts only elite level potential. Thus, all three of Zhang Fan's Pokémon possess at least elite level potential, with his initial Pokémon even reaching champion level, surpassing countless others. Of course, due to his father's Charizard's lineage. The highest potential he could acquire from his family's dojo is merely that of a dojo trainer, which is why Zhang Fan did not opt for a selection from his own dojo, as Zhang Fan and the little fire dragon nurture their bond. Zhang Mujun remains steadfast in his own path. Dear boy, do you have any idea how much I have endured for this little Charmander? If you lose to that girl from the Wu family in the Pokémon entrance exam, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Upon hearing his father's threat, Zhang Fan's mind conjured the image of a strikingly beautiful face. The old Wu his father referred to as none other than Wu Tian, a close friend and fierce rival of his father. Both were gym leaders, yet their battles often ended in a stalemate due to Wu Tian's expertise with water-type Pokémon. Since their predecessors had never determined a clear victor, the two gym leaders had turned their attention to their offspring once they became parents. Wu Tian, the gym leader of Ningyong, had a daughter named Wu Yang, who was the same age as Zhang Fan and equally proficient with water-type Pokémon. They had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to childhood sweethearts, yet also embodying the rivalry inherited from their fathers. They were both contenders in the provincial entrance examination. I understand, Dad. Rest assured, I will defeat Wu Yang in the exam and give you the chance to boast when you next meet Uncle Wu. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Zhang Mujun erupted into hearty laughter, clearly satisfied. At that moment, the little Charmander, responding to their mental connection, leapt into Zhang Fan's embrace, signaling its initial acceptance of him. Having acquired his third Pokémon, Zhang Fan also released his Growlithe, allowing his Pokémon to become acquainted with one another. Thus, all three Pokémon were gathered together. Chapter 5. Return to School and Our Pokémon. Before long, a month-long holiday had drawn to a close. Although he had obtained the little Charmander, Zhang Fan did not rush to incorporate it into intensive training during this period. Instead, he focused on gently enhancing its stamina. After all, The Charmander was not one he had raised from an egg, so he prioritized developing a bond with it. Do not underestimate the importance of nurturing this bond. Aside from those Pokémon that require a certain level of friendship for evolution, the profound connection between a trainer and their Pokémon, marked by maximum friendship, is essential for synergy in battle. Naturally, Zhang Fan also harbored concerns that his Charmander might undergo a drastic personality shift upon evolving into a Charmeleon, potentially becoming somewhat unruly like Ash's Pokémon, which could lead to complications. Therefore, he regarded the initial emotional cultivation as crucial. Reality is not a game. Capturing a Pokémon does not guarantee it will heed your commands. If one approaches training with a gaming mentality, their journey as a trainer remains to be refined. Hey, what are your starting Pokémon? One classmate exclaimed. My parents spent their entire life savings to get me an EV. It's just so adorable. Wow, an EV. I've heard it has numerous evolution forms and requires evolution stones, which can be quite costly. Another chimed in. My starting Pokémon is a Pidgey. I absolutely adore flying types. Sigh, mine is a Caterpie. My trainer career seems rather bleak. Listening to the conversations among his peers, Zhang Fan couldn't help but reflect. Had he been an orphan in this world, he would likely be troubled over his starting Pokémon. Just as he pondered this, a distant, melodious voice floated through the air. Zhang Fan is indeed fortunate, being the son of a gym leader and surrounded by an abundance of fire-type starter Pokémon. Unlike the rest of us, who are burdened with the worry of securing our own initial Pokémon. Upon hearing this remark, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. For the speaker was none other than the ostentatious Chen Chong, who had always been at odds with him. It is said that Chen Chong's father made his fortune in real estate alongside his competitors, only to have their properties seized by the Pokémon League due to incomplete development permits. Consequently, harboring resentment towards the Pokémon League for what he perceived as a significant financial loss, he believed that Zhang Fan's family was somehow to blame. Thus, for the first 2.5 years of high school, Chen Chong had persistently antagonized Zhang Fan. Now, with a newfound Pokémon, it seemed his wealthy father had bestowed upon him a remarkable creature. After Chen Chong's declaration, discontent murmurs arose among their classmates regarding Zhang Fan. Human nature often revels in inequity. The envy of those who are born into privilege is palpable. Indeed, one can't help but envy those who have an advantageous lineage, wishing their own father were a gym leader instead. At that moment, a timid voice piped up. But isn't Chen Chong's father wealthy as well? The conversation abruptly halted, leaving Chen Chong feeling embarrassed and furious. Zhang Fan, do you dare to duel me? Let us use the new Pokémon you just acquired. And refrain from employing your childhood companion. No sooner had Chen Chong spoken than he released his initial Pokémon from its Pokeball. A burst of crimson light heralded the appearance of a Cyndaquil, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Zhang Fan's lips curled into a smirk. This was truly amusing. To challenge the heir of a fire-type gym with a fire-type starter, did he receive such courage from Liang Jingru? Wow, a Cyndaquil, how enviable. A battle of fire types. I assume Zhang Fan's new Pokémon is also fire-type? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. It was commonly believed that the scions of affluent families could bond with their initial Pokémon from an early age. Thus, it seemed Chen Chong was setting himself up for humiliation. Chen Chong, basking in his arrogance, taunted Zhang Fan further. Hey, Zhang Fan, are you afraid? Afraid that as the fire-type gym heir, you might lose to me in a battle of fire Pokémon? In response to Chen Chong's provocations, Zhang Fan merely flicked his ear. If you seek a challenge, let us commence. I shall oblige you. Zhang Fan held little regard for Chen Chong, who was merely a nouveau riche lacking the heritage of true Pokémon trainers, particularly given Chen Chong's penchant for creating discord. Witnessing Chen Chong's insistence on his own humiliation, Zhang Fan decided not to indulge him any longer. Charmander, prepare for battle. As the two took their stances on the battlefield of Jian'an No. 1 High School, a throng of students and even teachers gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Especially as the duelists were notable figures within the school. Zhang Fan, the son of the Jian'an gym leader, naturally carried the aura of a privileged heir, inspiring high hopes from many of the faculty and school leaders. Handsome and hailing from a distinguished lineage, although possessing a somewhat aloof demeanor, he nonetheless captivates a multitude of female students at school. On the other hand, Chen Chong, with his nouveau riche temperament and background, is also a prominent figure, well known throughout the institution. The clash between these two titans is bound to create quite a stir. The Pokémon before us is a fire mouse, with a level of 7 and the potential of a gym leader. Its attributes are fire, and it possesses the ability Blaze. Its skills include Ember, Growl, Scratch, and Tackle. It seems that the fire mouse's potential is rather modest. However, for Chen Chong, it is still a rare Pokémon, for in this world, only powerful trainers hold the ultimate sway. Truly formidable Pokémon are monopolized by illustrious families, and acquiring them necessitates formidable connections. Wealth alone does not equate to omnipotence. Charmander, this is your inaugural battle in the truest sense. Give it your all. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's encouragement, Charmander brimmed with enthusiasm, its eyes sparkling with fierce determination. As a fire-type Pokémon, its spirited nature is particularly elevated, which is one of the reasons Zhang Fan holds them in such high regard. Character, potential, effort, and luck are all essential elements that determine one's future strength. Lacking any of these, one may never attain true prowess. Charmander, unleash growl. Following Zhang Fan's command, Charmander let out a resounding cry, unleashing tangible sound waves that filled the battlefield. The fire mouse, now with lowered defenses due to the growl, found itself in quite a predicament. Yet, Chinchang remained unfazed. Fire mouse, use ember. Do not succumb to him. In the next moment, the fire mouse summoned all its might, flames erupting from behind as it launched a barrage of miniature sparks towards Charmander. Charging forward, Charmander executed the powerful dragon dive. Observing Zhang Fan's instinctive use of such a formidable move, the teachers regarded him with newfound admiration. With such a gifted Pokémon and the backing of a semi-elite father, Zhang Fan's future achievements are undoubtedly promising. Perhaps he may even surpass his father one day. Yet, more than anything, envy filled the air. After all, whether one ascends to the rank of champion is the definitive factor in determining one's standing within the Pokémon aristocracy. A gym leader is merely that, a gym leader. As Zhang Fan commanded, a blue ethereal dragon materialized above Charmander, merging with it. With unparalleled speed and might, Charmander collided fiercely with the fire mouse, completely disregarding the ember attack. Chapter 6. Taking leave to prepare for training. The fire mouse was defeated, with Charmander emerging victorious. The pressure emanating from the second-generation gym leader was palpable in Zhang Fan at this moment. The stark contrast between Pokémon aristocracy and the nouveau riche lies in time, resources, and, most importantly, the inheritance of knowledge. Having not experienced many battles from a young age and only just obtaining his own Pokémon, he inevitably struggles to carve out his own path swiftly, just like Ash, who initially relied solely on brute strength. Many Pokémon under his command did not showcase their utmost potential. It was only in later stages that he truly grasped the art of leveraging each Pokémon's strengths to cultivate a unique combat style of his own. However, at this moment, Zhang Fan had already embarked on a path distinctly his own, while Chinchang remained utterly oblivious. Following the conclusion of the battle, Chinchang, engulfed in a state of silence and reeling from the defeat, was met by Zhang Fan amidst the cheers of the crowd as he entered the principal's office. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, the usually stern principal wore a broad smile and greeted him warmly. "Xiao Fan, what brings you here?" To which Zhang Fan candidly replied. Upon learning that Zhang Fan intended to request a leave of absence, the principal grew anxious. "Xiao Fan, I am aware of your family's circumstances, which differ from those of ordinary students. However, you are still a newcomer and must participate in this year's college entrance examination. The wilderness is exceedingly perilous, and should anything unfortunate occur, you know well the high casualty rate among traveling trainers." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan responded, "Principal, I assure you this will not interfere with my examination preparations. My father will undoubtedly agree, and if necessary, I can bring along one of his main Pokémon for protection. Surely, that should alleviate your concerns." Recognizing that Zhang Fan was not acting impulsively, but had thoughtfully prepared, the principal deliberated before ultimately granting the leave. Though he was a peak gym leader with connections throughout the entire Jianan city, he still held a deep respect for Zhang Mujun, the gym leader tasked with safeguarding the city. After all, Zhang Fan had asserted that his gym leader father had given his approval. There was no need for him to play the villain. Moreover, should Zhang Fan return from his training stronger and achieve better results in the entrance examination, it would reflect positively on the principal as well. Not to mention, with the protection of his father's main Pokémon, there was little cause for concern. Thus, with a flourish, the principal granted Zhang Fan a 3-month leave. "Dad, I'm planning to train in the Yanhuang Mountain for 3 months. The leave has been approved, just wanted to let you know." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mujun, who was bathing his Pokémon, was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? You intend to train in the Yanhuang Mountain Pokémon Reserve for 3 months without a word?" Seeing the disbelief on his father's face, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "What is the issue? My starter Pokémon, Blaziken, has already reached the pinnacle of gym leader level strength, and I have even defeated peak trainers before. My Arcanine has also entered the elite level. What is there to be worried about?" Faced with his son's confidence, Zhang Mujun did not wish to discourage him but ultimately remarked, "That's a solid rationale. Very well, I'll support your decision. Just lend me your Charizard. Its champion level speed is sufficient for a quick escape should danger arise." Realizing that his son was not merely being reckless, Zhang Mujun let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that Zhang Fan, out of pride, would stubbornly refuse to heed his advice, which could lead to dire consequences if danger struck. "So it's settled then. My old friend, I entrust my son to you." Upon concluding his words, Zhang Mujun patted Charizard's wings, his eyes betraying a clear concern. In response to his owner's apprehension, Charizard held its head high, glancing at Zhang Mujun, and with a thumping chest, let out a fierce roar, conveying a message of reassurance. "Do not worry, I've got this." Moreover, within the enchanting realm of Yanhuang Mountain, there exists a plethora of rare Pokémon. I am aware of your aspirations, Your journey will not be confined solely to fire-type Pokémon. Therefore, prior to your departure, ensure that you elevate your trainer rank. Otherwise, should you encounter worthy companions, you may lack the privilege to recruit them, which would be a missed opportunity. Listening to his father's advice, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. This had indeed been his intention all along. However, it was a rare moment to hear his father ramble on, so he might as well indulge him. Oh, age surely brings its own quirks. Otherwise, the old man would have likely tossed him into Yindang Mountain ages ago. To enter the Pokémon Protection Zone at Yindang Mountain, one must undergo a qualification assessment. With his father's esteemed status, Zhang Fan successfully obtained permission for entry. Naturally, prior to that, he needed to prepare a series of essential supplies: healing potions, insect repellent spray, food, tents, and other necessities. Traveling is no trivial matter. Embarking on a solitary journey with Pokémon is akin to surviving in the wilderness of a past life, albeit with Pokémon as companions and aides. Yet, encountering formidable Pokémon could lead to dire consequences. Hence, thorough preparation is imperative for longevity. This also explains why Zhang Fan was inclined to take his father's Charizard along. If he were to confront a life-threatening adversary, he certainly would not remain passive. He would command Charizard to take action. After all, the chasm between the Elite Four and gym leaders is vast, a significant transformation indeed. Moreover, it is not as if he lacked the means. If one possesses the resources, they ought to be utilized. Those who do not are truly foolish. After procuring various items and stowing them in his spatial backpack, Zhang Fan made his way to the Pokémon Center. This establishment not only serves to rejuvenate Pokémon, but also acts as a hub for registering for grand competitions and elevating trainer ranks, making it a truly multifaceted venue. Miss Joy, I am here for trainer qualification certification. Upon encountering Nurse Joy, Zhang Fan presented his novice trainer rank certificate, ready for the qualification assessment. Very well, Mr. Zhang Fan. As a novice trainer, you currently possess 3 Pokémon. Please follow me to the examination room. Zhang Fan pondered. What if I were to marry one and lose track of which one is my wife? Chapter 7. Elevating Trainer Rank and Entering Yindang Mountain. Following Nurse Joy into the trainer qualification examination room, Zhang Fan complied with her request and released all 3 of his Pokémon. As the 3 luxury balls opened, beams of red light illuminated the forms of Zhang Fan's Pokémon. Chamo, Woof Woof, Gary. Nurse Joy could not help but express admiration upon seeing Zhang Fan's shiny Blaziken, her cheeks flushed with a hint of awe. Your Pokémon have been nurtured exceptionally well. After a brief compliment, Miss Joy instructed Zhang Fan's 3 Pokémon to each stand on a scanning machine, and soon, the mechanical voice began to resonate. Ding! Blaziken, current level 55, strength equivalent to a gym leader. Houndour, current level 36, strength at the elite level. Charmander, current level 8, strength at the beginner level. Upon completing the assessment of Zhang Fan's Pokémon levels, Miss Joy proceeded to confer the trainer level certification upon him. Mr. Zhang Fan, your Pokémon exhibit commendable strength, and the number of your Pokémon has reached the maximum authority for a novice trainer. However, due to your Charmander's current inadequacy in strength, I can only elevate your trainer level to ordinary, granting you the permission to capture 6 Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan remained indifferent. Aside from the distinctions between novice and ordinary trainer certifications, advancing to elite level and beyond necessitated that all 6 of one's primary Pokémon attain that level. Much like Zhang Fan's father, Zhang Mujun, who possessed 3 Pokémon of champion caliber and numerous gym-level Pokémon. He too could only be classified as a gym trainer until all 6 of his primary Pokémon reached champion level. Nevertheless, for Zhang Fan, the primary goal was simply to increase the number of Pokémon he could capture, allowing him the opportunity to acquire new Pokémon in the Yindang Mountain region. The elite level could wait for another time. There was no rush. After receiving his new ordinary trainer certificate from Miss Joy, Zhang Fan bid farewell to his father and mother and set off towards the Yindang Mountain Wild Pokémon Sanctuary. Yindang Mountain, revered in his previous life as one of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks of China, had transformed into an ideal habitat for Pokémon with their emergence in this world. Subsequently, it became a protected area under the auspices of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, evolving into a vital source of Pokémon for the Alliance. The various Pokémon rewards distributed by the Alliance were sourced from these sanctuaries to entice members. Furthermore, each wild Pokémon sanctuary was guarded by a champion-level expert, and often multiple such experts, alongside the Alliance's military presence. Jinan City lay to the north of Zhejiang Province, and to reach Wenyue City, one had to traverse the entirety of the province. Thus, Zhang Fan resolved to take the high-speed train. Over 3 hours later, upon arriving in Wenyue City and completing his formalities at the Pokémon Center, he was escorted by staff to the Yindang Mountain Wild Pokémon Sanctuary. It is well known that within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, each wild Pokémon sanctuary harbors an abundance of rare Pokémon, with rumors suggesting the presence of quasi-legends. Consequently, countless trainers venture to these sanctuaries each year, although most return empty-handed. However, a few years prior, A formidable trainer captured a round land shark in the Taklamakan Desert Nature Reserve in northwest China, ultimately achieving champion status. A tale that continues to be recounted with great admiration. Thus, every trainer is fervently eager to acquire a quasi-deity. And the qualifications of such Pokémon are invariably at least on par with that of a gym leader. Naturally, the cultivation of a quasi-deity is quite challenging. This extraordinarily rare breed of Pokémon is predominantly held within the realms of esteemed Pokémon families and the Pokémon League, with very few ever surfacing outside these circles. Take, for instance, the renowned dragon family of the Imperial Capital. Each generation boasts champions or elite trainers. They oversee a sanctuary known as the Dragon's Lair, which is rumored to be home to a multitude of dragon-type quasi-deities. The direct descendants of the dragon family start their journey with dragon-type quasi-deities as their initial Pokémon, a fact that evokes considerable envy. However, for Zhang Fan, his primary objective lies in the Yanhuang Mountains, where he aims to train his Charmander, propelling it towards the elite tier as swiftly as possible. This preparation is vital for the upcoming Pokémon College entrance examination in 5 months. After all, the top scorers typically possess 3 Pokémon. For Charmander to prove its mettle in subsequent provincial competitions, it must be battle-ready. Mr. Zhang Fan, we have arrived at the wild Pokémon sanctuary of the Yanhuang Mountains. Please equip this satellite watch. Should you encounter any life-threatening danger, activate the distress signal immediately. Our rescue team will reach your location within 5 minutes. We wish you a safe journey. After bidding farewell to the sanctuary staff, Zhang Fan gazed upon the vast expanse of the Yanhuang Mountains. A deep sense of anticipation swelling within him. This is where his first trial would unfold, and his journey to becoming a formidable trainer begins here. Upon releasing his 3 Pokémon, Zhang Fan strode confidently into the heart of the Yanhuang Mountains. In such a renowned Pokémon sanctuary, the wild Pokémon predominantly include grass-type, bug-type, and flying-type creatures. Of course, it is not uncommon for some unique species to thrive here as well. Just as he entered the outskirts of the Yanhuang Mountains, Zhang Fan noticed the presence of trainers and Pokémon nearby. A few Beedrill sentinels began to issue warnings, cautioning him to steer clear of their territory. The Beedrill, as a collective, always number in the hundreds, and though their strength may be ordinary, encountering them could prove troublesome. Thus, after establishing a mental connection with the Beedrill, Zhang Fan chose to navigate around them with his Pokémon in tow. As a result, the Beedrill refrained from escalating their aggression. Phew! Thank goodness for telepathy. Otherwise, I might have found myself in a harrowing chase by the Beedrill. The thought of being pursued by hundreds of Beedrill sent a shiver down Zhang Fan's spine. Wilderness travel is indeed perilous. This is merely the periphery of the Yanhuang Mountains. It is no wonder that the mortality rate for novice trainers venturing out is so alarmingly high. The Pokémon League's reluctance to encourage fledgling trainers to embark on journeys is well-founded. Chapter 8. Evolution, Charmeleon. Reality is not like an animated series. Unlike the Pokémon anime where Ash and Team Rocket emerge unscathed from countless Pokémon attacks, the real world is far more daunting. In this world, being attacked by Pokémon can indeed result in injury or even death. This is especially true for Wild Dark, Ghost, and Fire-type Pokémon, who will launch an assault on any intruder that dares to enter their territory. The annual casualties among traveling trainers are alarmingly high. Despite the Pokémon League deploying troops to numerous protected areas and the assistance of Elite Four and gym leaders, their efforts have proven largely ineffective. After successfully navigating through the Beedrill's territory, Zhang Fan began his ascent up the mountain. The lush forests on either side were teeming with greenery, with many caterpies and odishes resting nearby. Upon sensing Zhang Fan's presence, they quickly concealed themselves. Suddenly, a small Rattata darted in front of Zhang Fan, and in a moment of panic, it charged directly at him with a tackle attack. Reacting swiftly to the Rattata's movement, Zhang Fan commanded his Charmander to respond in kind. The little fire lizard's reflexes were commendable under the influence of telepathy. Charmander, use tackle, Zhang Fan called out. Meanwhile, his trusty Houndour, already poised for action, utilized its keen sense of smell to detect the presence of other Pokémon, providing Zhang Fan with an early warning. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's command, Charmander was enveloped in a radiant white light and collided forcefully with the Rattata. In this encounter with a wild Pokémon, Charmander's robust physical prowess and inherited lineage allowed it to shine brilliantly. The tackle was so powerful that the Rattata was sent flying. Clearly, in terms of physical attributes and strength, the Rattata stood no chance against Charmander. With a pained squeak, the Rattata was unable to react before Zhang Fan issued his next command, use Scratch. In an instant, Charmander scampered over, its claws gleaming with a white sheen, incapacitating the Rattata. Well done, Charmander. Maintain this momentum and keep it up. Encouraged by Zhang Fan's praise, Charmander joyfully waved its tiny arms and leaped into Zhang Fan's embrace, displaying its affection for its trainer. How endearing! Just as Zhang Fan and Charmander were reveling in their victory, the Rattata slowly regained consciousness and swiftly fled from this terrifying encounter. Following the defeat of the Rattata, The surrounding Pokémon were notably hesitant to challenge Zhang Fan and his companion. After all, most grass and bug-type Pokémon possess gentle temperaments and are not fond of fighting. As dusk fell, Zhang Fan set up his tent beside a small stream. After having Charmander kindle a fire, he began preparing dinner. Over the course of these 18 years, dedicated to his travels, Zhang Fan had diligently self-studied a wealth of knowledge concerning Pokémon breeding. By mixing various berries with some Pokémon food, he could slightly enhance his Pokémon's abilities, subtly augmenting their strength over time. While it may not compare to specialized energy cubes, it sufficed for the moment. All right, everyone, it's time to eat, he announced. 20 days later, they would arrive at the outskirts of Yanhuang Mountain. With the assistance of Katie Dog, Zhang Fan has gained a modest understanding of the prowess of Pokémon within the Yanhuang Mountain Wild Spirit Protection Area. The Pokémon on the periphery predominantly do not exceed the elite level. However, as one ventures towards the center, gym-level entities begin to emerge with increasing frequency, not to mention certain formidable presences lurking deeper within. Even Blaziken harbors considerable trepidation. Thus, Zhang Fan's exploration remains confined to the middle and outer regions of Yanhuang Mountain. Even so, he occasionally encounters gym-level Pokémon, and in such instances, he entrusts the battle to Blaziken. Under these circumstances, all three of Zhang Fan's Pokémon have experienced significant growth. Of course, despite Blaziken's advanced gym-level prowess, its overall level has not seen substantial advancement. Although its aptitude is of champion caliber, ascending to the elite level necessitates time, fortune, diligence, and opportunity, not an instant process. As reiterated, reality is not a game. It is not merely a matter of reaching a certain level to guarantee evolution or breakthrough. Conversely, Charmander has shown remarkable progress. With the experience of nurturing 2 fire-type Pokémon, Charmander's level has climbed to 17, nearing the threshold of evolution. At this juncture, Zhang Fan comprehends why many trainers prefer to cultivate a single type of Pokémon. This approach allows the powerful Pokémon to assist their trainers in nurturing new Pokémon, thereby facilitating rapid advancement for the new companions, ultimately empowering the trainer further. Excellent. Charmander, this opponent is perfectly suited for you. Charge forth and unleash tackle. Upon encountering an 18-level Geodude, despite the type disadvantage, Zhang Fan contemplated the prospect of Charmander's evolution. Facing such an adversary presents a challenge that can ignite a Pokémon's fierce combat spirit. As a fire type, Charmander possesses an abundance of blazing flames and indomitable spirit. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Charmander dashed towards Geodude, feeling the weight of pressure from the presence of 2 formidable allies, Blaziken and Katie Dog. Geodude sensed the intensity of the moment. In the next heartbeat, Geodude executed rollout, hurtling towards Charmander. Marvelous, Charmander. Maintain this momentum and switch to Dragon Tail. With a mighty roar, Charmander invoked the newly learned Dragon Tail, its fiery tail igniting in brilliant blue flames while enveloped in potent Dragon-type energy, colliding fiercely with Geodude. A thunderous boom resounded as both Pokémon staggered back, each adorned with multiple wounds. Do not succumb. Execute Dragon Rush. In response to Charmander's Dragon Rush, Geodude launched another rollout. The clash was fierce once more, yet this time, Geodude endured 2 consecutive strikes of Dragon-type damage, ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsing to the ground with its eyes spiraling into oblivion. Splendid. You have triumphed, Charmander. Seeing himself finally triumph over his adversary, the battered little Charmeleon could not help but smile. Then, a brilliant radiance began to envelop him. This was the light of evolution, a testament to his victory over a formidable foe. Chapter 9. The arrival of a powerful opponent, the dominant Ursaring. At this moment, bathed in the silvery glow of evolution, Charmeleon emitted a contented roar. As the light intensified, Charmeleon's form gradually expanded. Although Zhang Fan had already witnessed the evolutions of both his Torchic and Combusken, he was still deeply moved by the sight of Charmeleon's transformation. Pokémon indeed are wondrous beings. As a trainer, Zhang Fan aspired for Charmeleon to grow stronger, to evolve, and to become a more formidable partner in his future battles within the Pokémon League. After all, many Pokémon are averse to evolution and the alteration of their forms, just like Ash's team of Pokémon, where Pikachu is a notable example. Once the light of evolution dissipated, a fire-red Pokémon, approximately 1.5 meters tall and several times larger than Charmeleon, appeared before Zhang Fan. This was none other than Charmeleon's evolved form, Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 18. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Dragon Dive, Belly Drum, Ember, Dragon Tail, Flamethrower. Affection, 160. Gazing at this magnificent creature, nearly twice the height of a typical Charizard, Zhang Fan's heart swelled with joy. Truly, his Pokémon was exceptional. A larger form, in Zhang Fan's eyes, signified strength. After all, a regular Blaziken stands at about 2 meters, yet his Blaziken was nearly 3 meters tall. Adoration. Congratulations on your evolution, Charizard. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's praise, Charizard let out a thunderous roar. The voice of the evolved Pokémon now bore an air of authority. Subsequently, the two embraced warmly, underscoring the significance of their bond and the importance of establishing a solid foundation with Pokémon before engaging in training. This was particularly beneficial for the fiery temperament of fire-type Pokémon. At the very least, the bond between the newly evolved Charizard and Zhang Fan had deepened, ensuring that disobedience or drastic personality changes would be out of the question. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan had spent a month in the Yanhuang Mountain Wild Pokémon Protection Area. During this period, although he encountered many extraordinarily powerful Pokémon, he consistently managed to evade danger thanks to the keen senses of his Arcanine. However, fortune could not favor Zhang Fan indefinitely. Consequently, the male Ursaring were notoriously irritable. They cared not for one's identity. Any intruder on their territory would face immediate wrath. Blaziken unleashed a million-ton kick. Arcanine executed Crunch. Faced with opponents all at elite level or above, Zhang Fan wisely chose not to let Charizard engage in battle. Soon, under the powerful kicking technique of the shiny Blaziken and the support of the Cardi Dog, the three elite-level Teddiursa before them swiftly lost their combat capabilities. However, as the smaller ones fell, the larger ones emerged. Witnessing the defeat of his subordinates, the leader of this region's Teddiursa, the boss, decided to take matters into his own hands. At this moment, surrounded by dozens of Teddiursa, including several gym-level ones, Zhang Fan's hand hovered over the Pokeball of his Charizard. With a slight misstep, the gym leader would be doomed under the simultaneous onslaught of the Teddiursa's destructive beams. However, when a towering Teddiursa, approximately 2.6 meters tall, emerged and let out a thunderous roar, the other Teddiursa collectively retreated. Are you suggesting that, out of a sense of duty to protect your territory and leader, you wish to engage me in one-on-one combat? In response to Zhang Fan's inquiry, the Teddiursa bellowed affirmatively, nodding heavily. Subsequently, the attributes of the Teddiursa appeared before Zhang Fan's eyes. Pokémon, Teddiursa. Level, 59. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Normal. Ability, Stamina. Skills, Slash, Scary Face, Hyper Beam. Rampage, Destructive Beam. Upon seeing the strength of this Teddiursa, Zhang Fan's pupils constricted. A peak, Gym level entity. On the verge of ascending to the realm of the elite Pokémon, unexpectedly appearing at the outskirts of Yanhuang Mountain. In truth, a creature of level 59. At the peak of Gym level, merely a step away from the elite level, is often referred to as a quasi-elite. In light of this, I shall entrust you with this challenge, my ace. Let us go, Blaziken. Engaging in battle against a formidable foe aligns perfectly with my purpose for this outing. Since the opponent does not intend to overwhelm with numbers, Zhang Fan was naturally willing to engage, for this was Blaziken's finest adversary at present. As Zhang Fan issued his command, the shiny Blaziken swiftly entered combat mode, positioning itself opposite the Teddiursa, flames flickering from its claws. This indicated that the Teddiursa had thoroughly ignited Blaziken's fighting spirit. Roar. The battle commenced as both Pokémon unleashed their furious cries. Blaziken dashed forward with a flash of lightning, executing a sky uppercut. Although the Teddiursa's level and strength surpassed that of Blaziken, the latter held the advantage in type. Therefore, this battle was indeed winnable. Following Zhang Fan's command, Blaziken propelled itself with its powerful leg muscles, swiftly maneuvering behind the Teddiursa. With fighting-type energy enveloping its right claw, it struck fiercely against the Teddiursa's back. In response to Blaziken's punch, the Teddiursa let out a furious roar. The next moment, a green membrane appeared around the Teddiursa, revealing the Protect move. Thus, the initial assault failed. What a formidable opponent. If it weren't for your gym-level qualification, I would truly wish to capture you. Blaziken, once more. Unleash your Brick Break. Confronted by the formidable foe before him, the fiery chicken wore a solemn expression, its fighting energy coalescing once more. This time, it transformed its fist into a palm and struck forcefully at the face of the circular bear. Observing this, the circular bear unleashed its signature move. In an instant, the two Pokémon's attacks collided with tremendous force. Faced with such a powerful impact, both were propelled backward. However, due to the elemental disparity, it was evident that the circular bear sustained greater damage. Chapter 10. Victory, the distinctive blaze of the shiny fire chicken. Roar. Having been struck by each other's abilities, the circular bear and the shiny fire chicken locked eyes once more, rising from the ground to re-establish their stances and charge at one another. This time, the circular bear leader executed a grandiose move. The grandiose move, a powerful attack of its type, was unleashed as the circular bear radiated a brilliant white light. Zhang Fan immediately issued a command to the fire chicken. Telepathy activated in an instant, conveying the order to the fire chicken's mind. Thus, the fire chicken swiftly sprang into action. It unleashed a vital energy blast. As the circular bear charged forward, the fire chicken raised its claws, gathering fighting-type energy, and at the critical moment, unleashed it toward the oncoming foe. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing both Pokémon in a cloud of dust and debris. Do not grant him an opportunity. Fire Chicken, unleash a full-force close-range punch. Through telepathy, Zhang Fan discerned that the Fire Chicken was still in good condition and quickly ordered an additional assault, hoping to inflict significant damage on the Circular Bear leader and defeat it. Soon, another violent explosion echoed through the air. As the dust settled, the Circular Bear leader emerged, covered in wounds, panting heavily, and clearly weakened in battle prowess. Despite being the leader, it was nearly overwhelmed by successive fighting-type attacks. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief. Comparatively, the Fire Chicken's condition remained favorable, suggesting that the outcome of the battle was drawing near. However, at that moment, the surrounding Circular Bears, witnessing their leader's grievous injury, began to roar in fury, ready to confront Zhang Fan. In response to this threat, the Barking Hound unleashed its intimidating howl, warning the Circular Bears against rash actions. Although the Barking Hound's strength did not match that of some gym-level Pokémon within the Circular Bear ranks, the force it emitted at that moment was not to be underestimated. The howl move could forcibly summon the opponent's next Pokémon in battle. In the wild, it served as a powerful skill, capable of ending encounters with wild Pokémon outright. Consequently, upon the Barking Hound's howl, many Circular Bears halted their advance, seemingly stunned by the astonishing volume emanating from the small creature. Observing this, Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up to the Barking Hound. Truly, his companions were exceptional, one surpassing the other. Roar. As the leader of the Circle Bear let out another furious roar, Zhang Fan's attention was once again fixated on him. Shall we continue the fight? Very well, Fire Chicken, unleash your million-ton flying kick. In the depths of the forest, although Zhang Fan commanded 3 fire-type Pokémon, he was apprehensive about setting the mountain ablaze and facing dire consequences. Thus, throughout the battle, he rarely permitted his Pokémon to employ fire-type moves. The last thing he wanted was to ignite a wildfire in the Yanhuang Mountain Pokémon Reserve. In response to the Fire Chicken's assault, the Circle Bear leader stood firm, opening its mouth to gather a swirling orange-yellow energy sphere, the notorious Destruction Beam. It charged forward. The gathering of the Destruction Beam took considerable time, as such powerful attacks inherently required it. Moreover, using the Destruction Beam would leave the user momentarily immobilized. This meant that if the Fire Chicken could withstand this attack, victory would likely be theirs. With a fierce kick, the Fire Chicken struck the Circle Bear leader's abdomen with tremendous force. Yet as a king, the Circle Bear refused to concede so easily. Enduring immense pain and pushing its physical limits, it unleashed the Destruction Beam toward the Fire Chicken. At such a close range, a successful hit could potentially bring down the Fire Chicken. At that moment, however, Zhang Fan's command reached his Pokémon. Fire Chicken, use Protect. Instantly, a glimmering smile appeared on the Fire Chicken's beak, and a green membrane enveloped its entire form. The Protect move, being employed for the first time in battle, was guaranteed to succeed, a true lifesaver. Zhang Fan had ensured his Pokémon learned this crucial skill, and it proved invaluable against the Circle Bear leader. As the explosion of the Destruction Beam subsided, the Circle Bear leader found itself incapacitated by the aftermath. Seizing the opportunity, the Fire Chicken burst forth from the smoke, its speed amplified by its ability. With a simple yet effective fire punch, it decisively defeated the Circle Bear leader. The outcome was clear. Excellent. We won. Outstanding work. Fire Chicken. With the formidable foe vanquished, the Fire Chicken let out a triumphant roar, expressing its inner exhilaration as golden flames erupted from its claws. Notably, as a shiny Pokémon, the Fire Chicken's flames were exceptionally unique. While ordinary fire-type Pokémon emitted orange-red flames, Zhang Fan's shiny Fire Chicken produced golden flames, which were exponentially more powerful than regular fire. This signified that the fiery prowess of his shiny Fire Chicken far surpassed that of typical fire-type Pokémon. Additionally, shiny Pokémon often possess distinctive traits, and besides its hidden ability of speed boost, Zhang Fan's Fire Chicken was no exception. The luminous advantage lies in the terrifying temperature of its flames. Once struck multiple times by these flames, one is inevitably bound to succumb to a state of burning. It can be said that the flames of the Shiny Torchic, aside from possessing greater power, inherently carry a semblance of the ghostly fire skill. After a fierce battle with the pinnacle leader of the gym-level Ursaring, Zhang Fan's Torchic experienced significant enhancement, elevating its strength even further. Meanwhile, the surrounding Ursarings, witnessing their leader's defeat, were rendered utterly speechless. Hence, Zhang Fan confidently strode through the Ursaring forest with his Pokémon, making his way toward the central region of Yanhuang Mountain. With the dominant foes vanquished, there was no longer a need to fixate solely on training the Charizard. Both the Houndoom and Torchic deserved equal attention. After all, in the Pokémon League examination, the ace would undoubtedly be his strongest Pokémon, the Shining Torchic. Additionally, should Houndoom's level rise further, Zhang Fan intended to procure a high-quality Firestone for its evolution. Chapter 11. A Thief? A Demigod. The Weevil, a legendary Pokémon, was originally conceived by Nintendo as a counterpart to the legendary beast, NTI, one of the 3 sacred beasts under the reign of Ho-Oh. Although the concept was ultimately revised, it still retained the title of a legendary Pokémon. Moreover, Weevil's prowess and charm remained consistently impressive. However, to evolve Houndoom into Weevil, a Firestone is required as a catalyst. Furthermore, as Houndoom is not only a primary Pokémon, but also possesses elite-level potential, the Firestone needed for its evolution must be of at least high grade. Naturally, the ideal choice would be a premium Firestone. But such stones are often priceless and elusive. Even with Zhang Fan's father-esque connections, acquiring one is not guaranteed. After all, within the Yanhuang Pokémon League, there are numerous Fire-type champions and gym leaders, all vying for these coveted stones. Additionally, even high-grade evolution stones command exorbitant prices in Pokémon shops. And should Zhang Fan fail to find one himself, he would likely have to seek his father's assistance, settling for a high-grade Firestone for Houndoom's evolution. With a sigh, after spending a month and a half on the outskirts of Yanhuang Mountain's wildlife sanctuary, Zhang Fan finally stepped into the central region of Yanhuang Mountain. Upon entering this area, it was evident that the number of Pokémon had significantly diminished. However, most encounters were with Pokémon of elite caliber. Thus, Zhang Fan's movements within the central region of Yanhuang Mountain became increasingly cautious. Fortunately, throughout his journey, he had not encountered any situations requiring the deployment of Charizard. Feeling secure enough to traverse the outskirts, having even defeated the dominant Pokémon there. This was precisely why Zhang Fan was willing to venture into the central region of Yanhuang Mountain. Having been in Yanhuang Mountain for quite some time, he had yet to come across a Pokémon that piqued his interest. Although the previous Ursaring leader was formidable and tenacious, its strength had nearly reached its limit, rendering it unsuitable to become Zhang Fan's primary Pokémon, which is why he chose not to capture it. Otherwise, it is possible that a formidable ally would soon join his current team. For Zhang Fan, capturing a Pokémon means committing to a relationship from beginning to end. If he were merely concerned about the other's battle prowess in the short term, he would rather refrain from such endeavors. After all, the 3 Pokémon he currently possesses are all nurtured as mainstays, and given some time, reaching the pinnacle of gym leader level is a certainty. Therefore, Zhang Fan is inclined to seek an additional companion. If such an opportunity arises, it would be ideal. If not, he can continue to enhance the strength of his Pokémon, as both pursuits are not mutually exclusive. That evening, he set up a tent by a small river. With nothing pressing to attend to, Zhang Fan cast his fishing rod, hoping to entice a water-type Pokémon to appear. Unfortunately, despite fishing throughout the night, his efforts yielded nothing but empty hooks. After enjoying dinner with his Pokémon, the quartet soon drifted into slumber. At that moment, a stealthy creature intruded upon Zhang Fan and his Pokémon's campsite, utilizing its dig ability. This little rascal revealed its claws glimmering with a white light and gently tore a hole at the bottom of the tent. Swiftly, it slipped into Zhang Fan's tent, and, upon spotting an array of blue-orange berries, its eyes sparkled with delight. However, after acquiring the berries, the creature seemed to sense something amiss. Having never encountered a bipedal being, or human, its tiny mind brimmed with curiosity and confusion. Yet, upon witnessing the 3 Pokémon sleeping beside this bipedal figure, the creature hastily retreated, sensing an overwhelming danger. Just as the little one prepared to flee, its movements inadvertently roused the vigilant Houndour. Woof woof. Upon opening its eyes, Houndour spotted a shadow darting to the ground, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, Houndour woke Zhang Fan with urgency. Woof woof woof. What is going on? Startled awake by Houndour's frantic barks, Zhang Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. However, upon hearing Houndour's alarming cries, both Charmeleon and Blaziken also stirred, pointing at the gaping hole in their tent and the tunnel leading away. At this moment, Zhang Fan became fully alert. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed only a few blue-orange berries were missing, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although nothing else had been lost, the audacity of a thief attempting to raid their tent at such an hour would not go unpunished. Houndour, use your keen sense of smell to track down the intruder, then employ dig to pursue. Following Zhang Fan's command, Houndour's eyes sharpened with determination. After sniffing the air for clues, it followed the path of the tunnel left by the thief. Simultaneously, Zhang Fan, accompanied by Blaziken and Charmeleon, exited the tent, honing their psychic abilities to locate Houndour, and began to move. It seemed the creature, oblivious to the commotion or perhaps too greedy, indulged itself in the blue-orange berries, devouring them greedily as if it had been starved. Before long, a Mytena emerged from the burrow it had previously excavated, unleashing a fierce growl at the creature before it. The little fellow, who had been savoring a delicious blue-orange fruit, was startled by the Mytena's sudden appearance, causing it to shudder and send the fruit flying from its grasp. Upon realizing it was a Mytena, the creature's indignation flared. It seemed to question why this intruder had interrupted its enjoyment of such a delectable treat. In response to the creature's silent accusation, the Mytena, equally incensed, barked back, "You, the rogue who cried foul, are you not the one who pilfered our blue-orange fruits? The little creature's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, revealing a sense of guilt for its misdeed. At that moment, Zhang Fan, accompanied by his Blaziken and Charizard, arrived on the scene. Witnessing the Mytiana cornering the thief filled him with elation. Well done, Mytiana, he thought to himself. However, as his gaze fell upon the culprit, his expression abruptly altered, for standing before him was none other than the infamous pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Bagon. Chapter 12, A Radiant Encounter? The emergence of the king-level Bagon. Upon recognizing that he faced a pseudo-legendary, Zhang Fan's mind ignited with the desire to capture this little creature. Hey, this is a pseudo-legendary. Even a trainer specializing in a single type would never let such a Pokémon slip through their fingers. He declared, Bagon, you have stolen our blue-orange fruits. And now the evidence is irrefutable, hence I shall capture you. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Bagon's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from one of innocence to a mischievous grin. In the next instant, Bagon utilized Dig once more, clearly preparing to make a hasty escape. After all, living in the Yanhuang Mountain region, it had managed to stealthily sneak into Zhang Fan's tent and swipe food without alerting any nearby Pokémon. It was hardly the innocent creature it pretended to be. Seeing Bagon attempt to flee, Zhang Fan felt a surge of urgency. Mytiana, do not let it escape. Pursue it. Confronted with Bagon, Zhang Fan was determined not to let it slip away, and thus he resolved to confront this Bagon head-on. Even within Bagon's territory, potentially with the presence of Salamence nearby, Zhang Fan would not easily concede. Employing the same strategy as before, Mytiana once again used Dig, following Bagon's scent with its acute sense of smell. The chase continued for several hours, as dawn gradually broke on the horizon. Remarkably, given that Bagon was indeed a Pokémon native to the Yanhuang Mountain Reserve, it was well acquainted with the surrounding terrain, allowing it to evade capture time and again. What a clever creature. However, to think it could rely solely on its geographical advantage to shake me off was a gross underestimation. Seeing Zhang Fan's unwavering determination, Mytiana let out another furious roar and resumed its pursuit of Bagon. At long last, as the sun rose, Zhang Fan successfully cornered Bagon at a dead end. The nearby rocks are exceedingly hard, and this time, you cannot escape by digging a tunnel. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Ujira leaned against a massive boulder, cold sweat trickling down his face, yet he still maintained a defiant demeanor. Ujira. As Ujira's anxious calls echoed, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity, illuminated by the bright daylight, to carefully scrutinize the Ujira before him. To his astonishment, he discovered that while the ordinary Ujira is characterized by a dark green hue and boasts a red gem-like abdominal muscle, the one blocked by Zhang Fan appeared even more vibrant, exhibiting a striking emerald green. If that were all, Zhang Fan might have attributed it to the sunlight's effect. However, who could have anticipated that its abdominal muscles were purple? Could it be that he had indeed encountered a shiny Pokémon? Overwhelmed with disbelief, a fervent excitement surged within Zhang Fan. He must capture this shiny Ujira. Just as Zhang Fan instructed his carty dog to prepare for an attack, a terrifying roar erupted from the depths of Yanhuang Mountain. At that moment, Zhang Fan realized that in his pursuit of Ujira, he had ventured further into the mountain's depths. Clearly, the recent roar belonged to a relative of the Ujira before him, a fully grown Banjira. Its appearance was undoubtedly an attempt to rescue Ujira. Recognizing the impending danger, Zhang Fan found himself torn with indecision. To abandon this opportunity seemed a great loss. After all, this was a shiny Pokémon, destined to become a champion's ace. However, remaining in this perilous situation, should Ujira's parents arrive, even with his Charizard, capturing them would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, it was evident that this Ujira did not wish to be captured by Zhang Fan. Even if he could command his Blaziken to defeat it swiftly and forcibly take it away, would a Ujira, having lost its family, truly heed Zhang Fan's commands? Soon, the trees ahead began to topple en masse, revealing a beast approximately 4 meters tall, adorned with numerous spines upon its back, confronting Zhang Fan and Ujira. Banjira. With a symbolic roar, upon seeing that Ujira appeared to be bullied by Zhang Fan, Banjira glared fiercely at him, clearly ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Witnessing this, Blaziken, Carty Dog, and Charmeleon rushed to Zhang Fan's side. Despite the terrifying strength of Banjira, they were determined to protect their trainer. Simultaneously, as Banjira emerged, Zhang Fan activated his psychic sensing ability. Pokémon, Banjira. Level, 72. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Skills, Dark Pulse, Laser Focus, Meteor Beam, Earthquake, Spike Attack. Upon gleaning the formidable attributes of the Banjira before him, Zhang Fan's expression changed dramatically. A powerhouse, nearly at the pinnacle of the Monarch level. If truly intent on eliminating him, even with his Charizard, Zhang Fan feared he would surely meet his demise. Thus, he immediately employed his psychic connection to elucidate the situation to Banjira. Simultaneously, the Pokeball containing Charizard was firmly grasped in his hand. Should anything amiss occur, he would release Charizard and flee from Yanhuang Mountain. However, to his astonishment, this monarch-level Banjira, after casting a fierce glare at Zhang Fan, refrained from launching an attack. Instead, it began to call out to Ujira. Upon hearing Banjira's voice, Ujira became frantic, tears welling in its eyes as it shook its head vehemently. Thanks to Zhang Fan's psychic abilities, he could comprehend the exchange between these two semi-divine beings, which granted him a momentary sense of relief. It became evident that Banjira did not come here because of Zhang Fan. Its presence was prompted by Ujira's cries. Yet, rather than coming to its aid, Banjira's intention was to expel it completely. As Zhang Fan observed Banjira glaring at Ujira while ignoring him, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Just as his confusion deepened, Banjira let out another furious roar, gathering orange-yellow energy in its mouth. Was it about to unleash a destructive beam upon Ujira? Chapter 13. The radiance is heresy, and heresy shall be expelled. As Banjira prepared to unleash the destructive beam at Ujira, Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He could not, in good conscience, stand by and watch Ujira be struck by such a lethal attack. In the next instant, he released Charizard. Charizard, use Protect. Simultaneously, to shield themselves and Ujira from the impending explosion, Blaziken charged forward and also employed the Protect move. With a united roar, Charizard and Blaziken summoned a green membrane. And as Banjira's destructive beam collided with Charizard's Protect, the energy gradually dissipated. The residual explosion was met with Blaziken's Protect, leaving Zhang Fan and his Pokémon unscathed. After all, Charizard was of Monarch caliber, and Protect was a divine ability. Intercepting Banjira's destructive beam was well within its capabilities. Yet, Charizard sensed that Banjira had not exerted its full strength. What perplexed Zhang Fan was why Banjira would resort to such harsh measures against Ujira. Were they not all members of the same Pokémon species? Charizard, take Ujira and fly away. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Charizard, obeying its master, swiftly scooped up Ujira with its claws and soared into the distance. Watching Charizard and Ujira depart, Banjira remained silent for a long while, gently shaking its head before a smile graced its features. With that, Banjira turned and ventured deeper into Yendang Mountain, showing no signs of lingering. On the other hand, as Zhang Fan departed the depths of Yendang Mountain aboard his Charizard, accompanied by Jira, numerous flying-type Pokémon emerged to create mischief during their flight. It was only after the venerable Charizard exuded an overwhelming aura befitting a champion-level Pokémon that Zhang Fan and his fiery companion finally arrived at a secure location. Upon activating the watch provided by the staff, Zhang Fan discovered he was situated in the central region of Yendang Mountain, which prompted a sigh of relief. Indeed, the formidable presence of the level 72 Banjira had been quite terrifying for Zhang Fan. It seemed prudent to avoid venturing into the depths of wild Pokémon reserves without champion-level strength. One could never predict what kind of terrifying creatures might surface unexpectedly. Fortunately, this encounter proved to be more thrilling than perilous. After meeting Jira, Zhang Fan's perspective shifted, allowing him to be lured deeper without sensing the looming danger. Thankfully, the Banjira had not truly directed its wrath towards him. Otherwise, whether he could have escaped that area today would have remained uncertain. Thank you, Charizard, Zhang Fan expressed, patting his loyal Pokémon. In response to his owner's praise, Charizard exhibited a look of trepidation, recalling the immense pressure exerted by that colossal creature. It was a relief that he had not disappointed his trainer's expectations. Had anything happened to Zhang Fan, he would have found it difficult to explain to his trainer. Jira, could you enlighten me about the relationship you have with that Banjira? Zhang Fan inquired. However, Jira remained silent, completely ignoring his question. Left with no alternative, Zhang Fan released his Pokémon, but the outcome was the same. Clearly, Jira had been significantly shaken by the encounter with Banjira. Feeling utterly exhausted after a night of tension, Zhang Fan decided to prepare food for himself and his Pokémon. Regardless of the circumstances, Jira was now with him and showed no inclination to flee. They had all gone without sleep for an entire night, so it was essential to rest well and replenish their energy. After preparing some Pokémon food, Zhang Fan retrieved some berries from his spatial backpack to stave off hunger. In the wild Pokémon reserve, fruit trees were abundant, so during times of scarcity, he relied on berries for sustenance. Though it might sound somewhat grim, he was managing. If fortune favored him, he might catch fish or encounter small creatures to eat, akin to a wilderness survival scenario. However, to Zhang Fan's astonishment, once his meal was ready, the previously sobbing Jira caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, ceased its cries, and gazed longingly at him. Jira, Jira, it seemed to say, indicating a desire to eat. Almost unable to suppress a laugh at Jira's tearful expression, Zhang Fan offered some of the prepared food to the creature. Perhaps due to the protection Zhang Fan had provided earlier, Jira felt a newfound sense of security around him. As the food was laid before it, Jira eagerly began to devour it, clearly displaying a hearty appetite. Indeed, if it were not for the insatiable appetite, how could he have encountered him? The shiny Bagon obediently followed Zhang Fan, observing him and his Pokémon as they trained. However, whenever mealtime approached, This little creature would eagerly waddle over to scrounge for food. A few days later, influenced by telepathy and the allure of cuisine, this shiny Bagon finally chose to open its heart, sharing its experiences with Zhang Fan and his Pokémon. Deep within the Yanhuang Mountains, amidst the main peaks, lived a small community of Bagon, numbering around a dozen. Half a year ago, the little Bagon was born into this clan, and being the offspring of the clan leader, great expectations were placed upon him. Before his hatching, his peers and parents eagerly anticipated the arrival of this special Bagon. Yet, upon his birth, upon witnessing his unusual coloration, the sentiments of all shifted dramatically. The other Bagons labeled him an outcast, the Shelgon refused to associate with him, and even his own parents regarded him with disdain. Others from the clan would even launch attacks against him. In the world of Pokémon, a shiny variant was viewed as an aberration, and aberrations were destined to be cast out. Thus, the little Bagon began its journey of wandering, yet due to longing for its parents. It lingered in the central region of the Yanhuang Mountains, fantasizing about the day when its parents might come searching for it. An unremarkable Bagon, without the protection of its family within the Yanhuang Mountains, faced dire challenges for survival. Consequently, scarcity of food became a norm, etching a deep-rooted instinct for sustenance within the Bagon. Its greatest desire was to eat, hoping for daily satisfaction. Gradually, digging became its most proficient skill, enabling it to escape dangers whenever encountered. However, that particular time, upon meeting Zhang Fan and his Houndoom, this tactic proved ineffective. Driven by instinctual fear, the Bagon fled toward the location of its parents and clan. Unexpectedly, while it did see its father, what awaited was a lethal attack, shattering any hope the Bagon had left. Chapter 14. Unprecedented Master-Level Potential Captured. Nonetheless, it is worth mentioning that shiny Pokémon in the wild, due to their distinctive coloration, are indeed more susceptible to being detected by predators. Over time, shiny Pokémon evolved to possess unique abilities not found in ordinary Pokémon, enhancing their chances of survival in the wild. This implies that shiny Pokémon are inherently stronger than their regular counterparts. Just as Zhang Fan's shiny Blaziken boasts a unique flame, what special traits might this shiny Bagon possess? With curiosity piqued, Zhang Fan focused on telepathically assessing Bagon's attributes. Pokémon, Bagon, Shiny. Level, 23 Potential, Master Type, Rock, Ground Ability, Sturdy Moves, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Bite, Horrifying Face, Knock Off Friendship, 50. Upon witnessing the dazzling attributes of the shiny Gyarados, Zhang Fan found himself momentarily frozen in place. Master-level potential. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had encountered a Pokémon whose qualifications surpassed that of a champion-level creature. As the heir to the Fire-type gym, he remembered fondly the times his father had taken him to watch battles between champions and Elite Four. Yet, even among their most formidable Pokémon, the highest potential he had seen was merely champion level. He had never before laid eyes on a creature of such illustrious caliber. How fortunate I am to have encountered such an extraordinary quasi-deity. I am profoundly grateful to the goddess of fortune for bestowing upon me such blessings. However, in comparison to the master-level potential of the shiny Gyarados, the inherited skills of Dragon Dance and Outrage did not evoke the same level of excitement in Zhang Fan. Thus, the desire to capture Gyarados began to stir within him once more. After listening to Gyarados' story, Zhang Fan extended his hand and gently touched the antenna atop its head. Gyarados, since you are now without family, would you like to become my Pokémon? In doing so, we shall be a family, and you need not endure a life of hunger here in Yanhuang Mountain. Witnessing Zhang Fan's earnest persuasion, the little Gyarados displayed a hint of longing in its expression. After a considerable pause, seemingly captivated by the vision of a better life that Zhang Fan painted, or perhaps filled with anticipation for a new family, Gyarados finally nodded emphatically. Gyarados, however, despite its resolution to become Zhang Fan's Pokémon, Gyarados, out of pride as a quasi-deity, insisted that Zhang Fan must first defeat it. Thus, in response to Gyarados' challenge, Zhang Fan smiled and sent forth his Charmeleon. Go, Charmeleon. You are the one for this battle. Utilizing Metal Claw, Charmeleon, being at a level comparable to Gyarados, was well suited for this capture battle. As Gyarados faced Charmeleon's Metal Claw, it waved its small hand, and in the next instant, a multitude of boulders materialized, hurtling toward Charmeleon. Charging forth, Charmeleon shattered the incoming stones with its Metal Claw. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon's battle spirit surged, and the flames on its tail blazed even brighter. Soon, the silvery sheen of its claws, infused with metallic energy, struck the falling rocks with great force, reducing them to dust and debris that obscured the vision of both Charmeleon and Gyarados. Seizing the moment, Charmeleon burst through the cloud of dust, landing a direct hit on Gyarados with its Metal Claw, sending it reeling. Gyarados, witnessing its own injury, Gyarados, unwilling to concede defeat, distanced itself and began to perform a peculiar dance. This was Dragon Dance, a clever strategy to enhance its speed and attack power. But Charmeleon must not afford it the opportunity. Use Dragon Tail to interrupt Gyarados' Dragon Dance. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's command, Charmeleon's gaze sharpened as it swiftly charged toward Gyarados. Regrettably, at the very last moment, the Dance of Dragons was completed, significantly enhancing both the attack and speed of Garchomp. However, in the next instant, Charmeleon's tail struck fiercely against Garchomp, sending it flying. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Fan hesitated no longer. A luxury ball materialized in his hand and was hurled directly towards Garchomp. With a click, the luxury ball opened instantly, transforming the shimmering Garchomp into a red light and capturing it within the Pokeball. Subsequently, the luxury ball began to shake violently. After 3 shakes, it emitted a crisp sound, radiating a brilliant white light. Splendid! I have successfully captured the shimmering Garchomp. Clutching the luxury ball, Zhang Fan felt a surge of exhilaration, while his Charizard, Blaziken, and Charmeleon joined their trainer in celebration. Upon releasing Garchomp once more, the little creature leaped directly into Zhang Fan's embrace. From now on, let us forge a great partnership, Garchomp. Garchomp. After retrieving some healing ointment, Zhang Fan treated both Garchomp and Charmeleon, then turned his gaze towards the tent that had been destroyed by Garchomp. Since the tent was no longer usable, let us construct a wooden cabin ourselves. Charmeleon and Blaziken. Go chop down some trees. Garchomp, use your strength to solidify the foundation, and Arcanine, search for food. Let us all get to work. After an entire day's labor, a rather commendable wilderness dwelling stood before Zhang Fan and his Pokémon, with a place to stay secured. The remaining month of training in the Yanhuang Mountain Wild Pokémon Reserve could continue. Chapter 15. 3 months later, testing strength. Time flew by, and Zhang Fan had spent nearly 3 months in the Yanhuang Mountain Wild Pokémon Reserve. During this period, aside from encountering Garchomp's father, the formidable Banjuru, he had faced little danger. Moreover, it seemed that after capturing the shimmering Garchomp, Zhang Fan's luck had temporarily run out. He had yet to discover a potential 5th Pokémon companion. After a month of specialized training, battling, and honing his skills in the central region of Yanhuang Mountain, Zhang Fan prepared to conclude this journey. The staff soon noticed a wild-looking figure appearing before them. One timid staff member even mistook him for a new type of Pokémon. Just shy of ordering his Drifloon to attack, they quickly apologized upon realizing he was human. After presenting his identification, Zhang Fan received assistance from the Pokémon League staff, allowing him to enjoy a refreshing bath and change into a new outfit, restoring his handsome appearance. Well done, Mr. Zhang Fan. Emerging safely from the Wild Pokémon Reserve is a testament to your strength. Do your best in the Pokémon League examination. Indeed, I am determined to excel in the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League examination. The hearts of parents everywhere feel tender compassion. Though it was already known that Zhang Fan would embark on the path of a Pokémon trainer in the future, the first long separation still felt like an arduous solo journey. Parents naturally harbor concerns, but upon witnessing their son's safe return, Zhang Mujun, the esteemed fire-type gym leader, could not help but display a hint of pride on his face. Truly, he is my son. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan's mother, Li Fun, with tears glistening in her eyes, immediately embraced Zhang Fan upon seeing him. You rascal, you've lost weight. After sharing tender moments with his parents, Zhang Fan returned the Pokeball of his Charizard to his father and began recounting the adventures of his 3-month journey. Of course, to spare his parents' worry, he skillfully omitted any mention of the dangers he faced. However, as Zhang Mujun, who had previously traveled, significantly enhanced his own abilities, and now stood on the brink of becoming a champion, he was well aware that this journey was far from the light-hearted tale Zhang Fan presented. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Fan saluted and cheerfully replied, "Yes, I promise to complete the task." Observing his son's playful demeanor, the family exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. You rascal, how about a battle between you and me? Let us put your current strength to the test. After a night's rest, the very next morning, Zhang Mujun proposed a duel to Zhang Fan. Intrigued by his father's suggestion, Zhang Fan eagerly responded, I couldn't ask for more, Dad. Li Fun, witnessing her son's enthusiasm for battling his father, felt a twinge of helplessness. In the past, when Zhang Fan had just acquired his initial Pokémon, the fiery Torchic, he had been insistent on battling his father. The outcome had always been the same, defeat, with no victories to his name. Now, with this renewed challenge from his father, it seemed he wished to gauge his son's strength after 3 months of training on Yanhuang Mountain. With a resigned sigh, Li Fun spoke, Very well, you two can spar, but keep it light. I shall serve as the referee. As soon as she finished speaking, both father and son nodded in agreement. Prior to the battle, Zhang Mujun called upon all the apprentices and disciples within the gym, preparing for them to witness the duel between father and son. He also intended to impart valuable lessons to these disciples, including Zhang Fan, for practical combat is the truest form of education. At this moment, on the battlefield of the fire gym, Zhang Fan and Zhang Mujun stood at opposite ends, with Li Fun positioned as the referee. The disciples, led by Su Wanqing, occupied the audience seats, eagerly observing the clash between their master and his junior. One disciple remarked, "The junior has trained for 3 months on Yanhuang Mountain. I wonder how much he has improved. He has never won a match against the master." In response to this, the second disciple, Yuan Shun, chuckled, "In a full-force battle, the master will undoubtedly triumph. But the junior's blazing Torchic possesses remarkable strength. After 3 months of training, it is likely on par with the master's top tier." Acknowledging Yuan Shin's words, Su Wanqing nodded and added, "Among us disciples, the strongest barely reached the gym leader level. Clearly, the junior will surpass us in the future. You rascal, are you preparing for a 1-on-1 match or a 4-on-4 battle?" Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Fan summoned a luxury ball with a smile and declared, "Let it be a 3-on-3 battle. There's a little fellow I prefer not to let out just yet, so you shall be my first choice. Go, Charmeleon." As the luxury ball emitted a radiant glow, a robust Charmeleon materialized in the arena. Realizing that his opponent was Zhang Fan's father, Charmeleon unleashed a fierce jet of flame into the sky, igniting its fighting spirit. "Ah, you've already evolved. Your momentum appears quite impressive. Therefore, my first choice is you. Go." Charizard. Upon the summoning of Charizard by Zhang Mujun, Zhang Fan and Charmeleon felt an overwhelming pressure. Facing an elite-level opponent, Zhang Fan's father was indeed holding nothing back this time. "Young rascal, do you still possess the courage to continue battling against my Charizard alongside your Charmeleon?" Unlike his previous encounters with K9 and Blaziken, this was Charmeleon's inaugural battle against Zhang Mujun's Pokémon. The former two had often faced relentless defeats. Yet, one could not help but wonder if Charmeleon would falter in its combat abilities simply because the opponent was of the elite caliber. "Charmeleon, even if our opponent is stronger, let him witness our flames. Use Flamethrower." Encouraged by Zhang Fan, Charmeleon, despite the mounting pressure, expelled a searing torrent of fire. Excellent. Even when faced with an elite opponent, one must possess the courage to fight back. Charmeleon, splendid work. However, it was still far from sufficient. Charizard, unleashed Dragon Breath. Chapter 16. The Father-Son Duel of Zhang Fan and Zhang Mujun. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Level, 31. Qualification, Elite. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Dragon Dive, Belly Drum, Dragon Tail. Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Dragon Claw. Affection, 220. After enduring 3 months of rigorous training, Charmeleon's strength had ascended rapidly, now barely reaching the elite level. However, facing his father, Zhang Fan promptly commanded, "Charmeleon, use Dig to evade." Naturally, Zhang Fan would not underestimate his father's elite-level Charizard, thus refraining from issuing any verbal commands during this battle. Instead, he employed telepathy to exponentially enhance the speed at which his Pokémon received commands. This allowed Charmeleon to prepare for Dig just as Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath, swiftly burrowing underground. Witnessing Charmeleon evade Charizard's attack was indeed a surprise for Zhang Mujun. So, it was through telepathy, huh? But it one team matter. Charizard, use Stomp. In the next moment, Charizard let out a furious roar. The elite Pokémon felt a twinge of embarrassment as its attack was dodged by a mere elite-level creature. Immediately, Charizard stomped down with great force on the battlefield. Despite Zhang Fan's command for Charmeleon to swiftly emerge from the ground, it was too late. Observing Charmeleon incapacitated, Zhang Fan quickly entrusted it to the staff within the gym for treatment. Charmeleon had lost its combat abilities, and Charizard emerged victorious. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhang Fan couldn't help but wipe his nose, summoning forth a luxurious Pokeball once more. "You're really going all out, Dad. Then my next challenger shall be you." Observing the battle from the sidelines, the other disciples sighed in unison, recognizing the considerable gap in strength between their junior apprentice and their master. Pokémon, Ninetales level, 65 potential, King type, Fire ability, Flash Fire skills, Flamethrower, Charm, Will-O-Wisp, Dazzling Gleam, Calm Mind, Sleep. Friendship, 180. After noting the attributes of Ninetales, Zhang Fan felt a pang of envy. When would his own Pokémon reach King-level prowess? In contrast, his own Houndoom, while currently at the pinnacle of elite rank, still had a ways to go before reaching gym leader status. Pokémon, Houndoom level, 45 potential, King type, Fire ability, Flash Fire skills, Flamethrower, Flame Charge, Fire Fong, Dig, Bite, Roar, Thunder Fong. Friendship, 255. With the dual Flash Fire abilities and a 20-level disparity, this battle appeared to be decidedly one-sided. Despite reflecting on the distance between his strength and that of his father, Zhang Fan remained undeterred, brimming with fighting spirit. "Houndoom, let us go," he commanded. And in a flash, Houndoom surged forward, a streak of light racing toward Ninetales. Impressive speed. It seems Houndoom has indeed grown stronger, Zhang Fan mused. Though it was still insufficient. Ninetales, use Psychic. With a swift command from Zhang Mujun, Ninetales released a soft cry, its pristine form enveloped in a faint blue glow. Just as Houndoom was about to collide with Ninetales, Psychic activated, suspending Houndoom in midair. In the next instant, Ninetales hurled Houndoom away with a powerful force. With a thunderous crash, Houndoom was sent sprawling out of the battle arena. Yet, despite the severe blow, Houndoom struggled to rise, determined not to be defeated just yet. Good resilience, Houndoom, but this is where it ends. Following Ninetales' brutal tackle, Houndoom succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Though Zhang Fan had lost 2 Pokémon in quick succession, he remained unfazed. After all, compared to his father, a formidable half-king, he had much to learn. However, it was evident that he had made progress. Previously, he would be defeated in a single move by Zhang Mujun. Yet now both Charmeleon and Houndoom had managed to withstand several attacks. That cheeky boy, your third Pokémon must be Blaziken, right? But why haven't you mentioned your new partner to me? And it's still just a 3-on-3? After a teasing remark, Zhang Mujun, though curious, chose not to pry further. Perhaps her son had his reasons, and this mystery could very well be his trump card in the upcoming Pokémon League. This battle is yours, my old friend. Zhang Mujun initially believed that this time his father would dispatch his ace Pokémon, the illustrious Blaziken, the father of his own shining Blaziken. However, to his surprise, the Pokémon sent forth was not Blaziken, but rather one of his father's other mainstays, the Infernape. Pokémon, Infernape. Level, 59. Aptitude, King. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Close Combat, Dig, Mach Punch, Flare Blitz. Affection, 190. Indeed, it was Infernape, signifying that this battle would truly be a significant contest. Thus, he called upon his Blaziken. As the luxury ball flashed with crimson light, a dazzling Blaziken, exuding an aura rivaling that of Infernape, and perhaps even surpassing it, made its grand entrance. Upon its arrival, Blaziken erupted with fierce determination, confronting Zhang Mujun's Infernape. For 3 years, it had been tutored by many of Zhang Mujun's Pokémon, making defeating his mainstay a pivotal goal for Blaziken. Moreover, this time, Zhang Mujun's Infernape shared identical attributes with Zhang Fan's shining Blaziken, presenting a unique opportunity, as the opponent was not his ace. At that moment, Zhang Fan understood the situation, opting to communicate verbally instead of through telepathy. Blaziken, it is time to prove yourself. Use Blaze Kick, he commanded. Infernape, do not underestimate your opponent. Unleash Mach Punch. As both trainers issued their commands, Blaziken and Infernape exchanged knowing glances, each sporting a hint of a smile. Then they charged at one another, initiating their signature moves. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 17. Both breakthrough to king level, victory. As the searing and fierce attacks collided, a unique battle spirit, characteristic of fire-type Pokémon, illuminated the eyes of both Blaziken and Infernape. With a mighty roar from Blaziken, the kick engulfed in golden flames ultimately gained the upper hand, dissipating the force of Mach Punch before delivering a decisive blow that sent Infernape flying. What? The Master S Infernape was at a disadvantage in this direct confrontation? Is this the prowess of the junior disciple S Ace? At that moment, on the observation platform, Zhang Mujun's disciples, including the formidable elder sister Su Wanqing and second senior brother Yuan Shun, were all struck with astonishment. While they had previously gauged the strength of Zhang Fan's Blaziken, the reality of it overpowering Infernape was still startling. Infernape was not merely a secondary Pokémon of Zhang Mujun, a half-step king-level trainer, but one of his battle-hardened mainstays. Even Zhang Fan's parents, Li Fun and Zhang Mujun, were unable to conceal their shock at this display. Yet amidst their astonishment, an overwhelming sense of pride emerged. In the future, Zhang Fan would undoubtedly secure his place among the ranks of the strong. Impressive indeed. The fiery chicken has now attained the pinnacle of gym leader strength. It appears that in these past few months, you have made remarkable progress. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Fan smiled and replied, Father, my fiery chicken has defeated numerous opponents at the Yending Mountain, so if you underestimate us as in the previous 2 battles, you might very well face defeat. Zhang Mujun chuckled heartily in response. Ha! Then let us see the prowess of you and your fiery chicken. Blaze Monkey, unleash your flamethrower. Upon receiving the command from its trainer, Blaze Monkey swiftly opened its mouth, projecting a scorching column of flame directly towards the fiery chicken. In a head-on confrontation, the fiery chicken executed its move, shattering the incoming fire column with precision. The next moment, under Zhang Fan's command, the radiant fiery chicken erupted with an overwhelming aura. A brilliant white light enveloped its right claw, and with an imposing strike, it descended upon the flamethrower unleashed by Blaze Monkey. To everyone's astonishment, not only did the fiery chicken wield immense fiery power, but it also adeptly utilized fighting-type techniques. In a magnificent display, the fiery chicken cleaved through the column of flames, splitting it in 2. Moreover, as it advanced against the flames, it dispersed the flamethrower and executed, landing a decisive blow on Blaze Monkey. Do not succumb to him. Blaze Monkey, use Sonic Punch. Despite being struck directly by the technique, Blaze Monkey gritted its teeth against the pain, clenched its fist tightly, and found an opportunity to retaliate with a powerful punch aimed at the fiery chicken. As Blaze Monkey counterattacked, the fiery chicken furrowed its brow, retreating and creating distance. The fiery chicken, combining its punches and kicks, launched a series of attacks with Sky Uppercut and Flame Kick in rapid succession. With the command from its trainer, the fiery chicken appeared more resolute, evading Blaze Monkey's strikes while executing its own techniques in response. Soon, the Sky Uppercut found its mark on Blaze Monkey, who hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the fiery chicken unleashed its full offensive. Blaze Monkey, Flame Charge. Realizing that Blaze Monkey could not evade the fiery chicken's relentless barrage of strikes, Zhang Mujun swiftly instructed a change in tactics. The continuous suppression ignited a fierce sense of unwillingness within Blaze Monkey. Although he felt a twinge of surprise at his disciple's remarkable growth, he could not bear the thought of being defeated by his own student. Thus, this sense of defiance transformed into an indomitable fighting spirit. Gradually, Blaze Monkey became enveloped in a brilliant red glow, signaling the activation of its ability, Blaze. This ability manifests when Blaze Monkey's stamina is nearing its limit, enhancing the power of Fire-type moves by 1.5 times. Accompanied by a roar, Blaze Monkey's aura intensified. Blaze Monkey, have you broken through to the elite level? No one anticipated that the pressure exerted by the fiery chicken would enable Blaze Monkey to overcome the bottleneck at the pinnacle of gym leader level, finally ascending to become Zhang Mujun's 4th elite level Pokémon. As the Blazing Monkey achieved a breakthrough, astonishment swept across the gathering. Excellent, Blazing Monkey, splendid performance. After showering praises upon the Blazing Monkey, Zhang Mujun turned to Zhang Fan and the Blaziken, his smile radiating warmth. Truly, you have surprised me immensely, you little rascal. Let us continue this battle. With that, the Blazing Monkey swung its fists vigorously, driven by an intense desire to fight, transforming into a streak of crimson light as it charged forward with a blazing rush, heading straight for Blaziken. Having reached the pinnacle of its power, Blaziken braced itself against the formidable Blazing Monkey, yet fortunately, the latter was at the limit of its stamina. In contrast, Blaziken's ability to accelerate had allowed it to reach peak speed after prolonged combat. Furthermore, aided by the unique attributes of its shiny form and the potent golden flames, it boasted remarkable resistance to fire. The increase in speed directly translated to enhanced strength. Under such circumstances, the combined might of Blaziken was vastly superior to mere addition. At that moment, Blaziken had never felt such strength. Thus, when the Blazing Monkey and Blaziken collided fiercely, it was the Blazing Monkey that ultimately fell. The earlier skirmishes had drained the Blazing Monkey's stamina, triggering its fierce fire ability, which succumbed in this extended clash of blazing charges. Initially locked in a stalemate, both combatants ultimately faltered due to exhaustion, resulting in the Blazing Monkey losing its fighting capability, granting victory to Blaziken. Upon Li Fun's announcement of the battle's outcome, Blaziken erupted with a triumphant cry, golden flames surging forth, radiating an overwhelming presence. Simultaneously, a powerful aura enveloped the entire Fire-type gym, seemingly proclaiming the arrival of a formidable champion. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan observed a transformation in Blaziken's attribute panel. Pokémon, Blaziken Shiny. Level, 60. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Blast. Overheat, Blaze Kick, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Affection, 255. Having triumphed over the king-level Blazing Monkey, Blaziken underwent a qualitative change in strength. Thus, it smoothly ascended to the king level. Chapter 18. King Level Shiny Blaziken. Blaziken has ascended to the king level. No one could have anticipated that the initial Pokémon, accompanying Zhang Fan for 3 years and 3 months, would achieve king-level strength in a battle against his own father, Zhang Mujun. Moreover, this confrontation occurred only after the Blazing Monkey itself had reached the king level, making Blaziken's victory all the more remarkable. In essence, the shiny Blaziken successfully overcame a king-level opponent with its peak gym-level prowess. In this context, Blaziken attained an invincible mindset. Years of suppressed ambitions shattered in an instant. Coupled with its inherent champion-level aptitude, heralded the birth of Zhang Fan's first king-level Pokémon. How magnificent! With the emergence of Blaziken's indomitable form, Zhang Fan brimmed with confidence regarding his upcoming Pokémon examination. With the presence of the fiery chicken, the top scorers from Jiannan City and even Zhejiang Province faced little challenge, it seems. Feeling the expectations of its trainer, the fiery chicken gave Zhang Fan a thumbs up, signifying its commitment to the cause. Can it be that Master S Blazing Monkey has actually been defeated? Although this was a 3-on-3 battle, the little apprentice emerged with honor. Not only did his ace break through to the elite level, but even Master S Blazing Monkey achieved a breakthrough as well. This implies that Master is merely 2 Pokémon away from attaining the esteemed title of champion. It is only natural that the little apprentice will also become a champion in the future. The prospect of a father-son duo of champions is indeed formidable. Witnessing the breakthroughs in strength of both Master and his apprentice, the disciples and apprentices of the Fire Gym were elated. For they share a collective fate with the Fire Gym, its glory and downfall intertwined. should Zhang Fan and Zhang Jun indeed break through together, wielding champion-level power. The Zhang family could very well become a renowned lineage of fire-type champions. In such a scenario, these disciples would undoubtedly rise alongside them, reaping the bountiful rewards. Without delving into the thoughts of their father and apprentices, it is noteworthy that the fiery chicken still possessed the strength to continue battling against Charizard and Ninetales, making the outcome uncertain. However, with 2 champion-level Pokémon still at his disposal, Master remained unscathed. Given that the fiery chicken now harbored an indomitable spirit, it seemed prudent to reserve these 2 adversaries for another day. Ha ha ha, that's a fine lad. This time, you've certainly earned my admiration. After the battle concluded, Zhang Jun tended to his blazing monkey's wounds before releasing all 6 of his primary Pokémon: the fiery chicken, Ninetales, Charizard, blazing monkey, flame horse, and the fire duck dragon. Naturally, as a gym leader and a formidable half-champion, he possessed more than just these few Pokémon. It can be said that the 2 most likely contenders for breaking through to the champion level are the flame horse and the fire duck dragon. Though they are contained within their Pokeballs, these Pokémon can still sense the happenings outside. Upon learning of blazing monkey's breakthrough to the champion level, the other companions were understandably jubilant. At the same time, there was a unique sentiment for the shining fiery chicken and Zhang Fan, akin to the bittersweet pride of watching a child grow up, especially for Zhang Jun and his ace fiery chicken. Seeing his son achieve champion status and triumph over his own companion, the fiery chicken felt genuine joy for its offspring. In response to his father's encouragement, the shining fiery chicken clenched its fist, as if to say, "Just you wait and see." At this moment, Zhang Jun looked at Zhang Fan with a heart full of pride, embodying the hopes of a father wishing for his son to soar to greatness. The fiery chicken, gazing at its shining counterpart, was also filled with a surge of ambition. As fathers, they could not allow themselves to be outdone by their sons. The title of champion was certainly within their grasp. Simultaneously, a bond of legacy, named inheritance, quietly began to blossom between the fathers and their Pokémon. After the fiery chicken achieved the pinnacle of the champion level and triumphed over the Elite Four with its gym leader-level prowess, Katy Dog and Charmeleon, still haunted by their previous defeats and inspired by their esteemed elder brother's outstanding performance, increasingly valued strength. Consequently, they demanded an insane increase in their training regimen. As for the shiny Gyarados, Zhang Fan's approach to its training was markedly different. Following the acquisition of abundant rare metals and stones to serve as its sustenance, he conducted solitary training sessions daily. With its master-level potential, the shiny Gyarados' strength escalated swiftly, and it had now evolved into a Sand Gyarados. However, it was Katy Dog who urgently needed to enhance its capabilities. Its evolution hinged upon acquiring a precious fire stone, which had now become Zhang Fan's next objective. Once Katy Dog evolved into an Arcanine, its power would undergo a monumental transformation. With their elder brother having surpassed the champion level, Katy Dog, as the second sibling, could not afford to be overshadowed by the third and fourth siblings. Of course, having taken a 3-month leave from school, Zhang Fan knew he must report back, lest the principal's wrath be unleashed. The following day, he set off towards the school with his Pokémon in tow. Didn't Zhang Fan mention he was guaranteed admission to the Zhejiang Province Pokémon University? Why is he back at school? I have no idea. With less than 2 months remaining until the Pokémon College entrance exams, I haven't even gathered my 3 Pokémon. I'm too busy to worry about his guaranteed admission. It was rumored that before the Pokémon College entrance exams, there would be a joint battle among various universities, designed to help students gauge their abilities better. Those who secured high rankings could earn rare Pokémon or item rewards. Upon hearing this, a faint smile of interest appeared on Zhang Fan's lips. A preliminary battle among the senior students from various universities sounded intriguing. He hoped for worthy opponents and rewards that met his expectations. After today's classes concluded, the homeroom teacher retained Zhang Fan, mentioning that the principal wished to speak with him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan promptly made his way to the principal's office. Upon encountering the principal once more, he was greeted by the usually esteemed headmaster, who now wore a comical grin. Zhang Fan felt an ominous sensation creeping in. "Principal, please speak plainly." Noticing Zhang Fan's reluctance to engage, the principal's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. "It's nothing much. In the coming fortnight, various Pokémon schools across Zhejiang Province will participate in a preliminary league. I hear neighboring Ningyong City and Hangcheng will also join, with several prodigies among them. Our Jianan City First High School has only you with unparalleled strength. Thus we need you to uphold our reputation." Chapter 19. The 5-City Pokémon Joint Examination. Qingmei Wushang. As the headmaster of First High School, he was well aware of Zhang Fan's capabilities. Although he was uncertain of the advancements Zhang Fan had made during his 3-month training journey, it was undeniable that even prior to his trip to Yanhuang Mountain, his initial Pokémon, the Shiny Torchic, already possessed gym leader-level combat prowess. In the entire Jianan No. 1 high school, there are few individuals of such caliber, especially considering Zhang Fan's father is Zhang Jun. Consequently, the old principal naturally harbors high expectations for Zhang Fan, frequently granting him privileges. All with the hope that Zhang Fan would elevate the school's prestige in the upcoming Pokémon entrance examinations and inter-school competitions. Xiao Fan. This time it's the Pokémon joint examination for the 5 cities in northern Zhejiang province: Hangzhou, Jiaxing, Huzhou, Ningbo, and Shaoxing. You must pay attention, as Hangzhou is the provincial capital and Ningbo is the strongest city outside the capital, both teeming with prodigies. Engaging with them will surely yield valuable experiences. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan felt a surge of interest. Since Ningbo was participating, that girl would undoubtedly be there as well. The joint examination among the 5 cities seemed intriguing. However, Principal, he inquired directly, I've heard that there are rewards for those who perform excellently in the joint examination. Seeing Zhang Fan's straightforward question, the old principal nodded in affirmation. Indeed, if you rank among the top 10, the Pokémon Leagues of Hangzhou, Ningbo, and our Jianan will lead in offering generous rewards. Are there any exquisite firestones available for exchange? My Arcanine is in need of a top-tier evolution stone to evolve into a Rapidash. Upon hearing this, the principal's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. This boy certainly had high aspirations, immediately asking for an exceptional evolution stone. However, it was likely that if he said there were none, Zhang Fan would not be swayed. How could he persuade this young man? Noticing the principal deep in thought, Zhang Fan utilized his telepathic abilities to sense the principal's intentions and stoke the fire. Principal, once Arcanine evolves into Rapidash, it will undoubtedly provide a significant advantage in my Pokémon entrance examination. Who knows, I might even contend for the title of top scorer in Zhejiang province. This statement struck a chord with the old principal, who thumped his chest and declared, though exquisite evolution stones are rare, rest assured, if you truly achieve a commendable rank, I, the old principal, will do my utmost to procure a firestone for you. After all, the principal of Hangzhou No. 1 High School had plenty of evolution stones at his disposal, and this was an opportunity he wouldn't let slip by. With the principal's assurance, Zhang Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, principal. I appreciate it immensely. Rest assured, I will give my all in this competition, demonstrating the strength of Jianan No. 1 High School under your leadership to Hangzhou and Ningbo. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the principal felt a surge of relief. Although Zhang Fan was cautious and reserved, the principal held great confidence in his abilities. After all, who could forget the renowned genius, Wu Ming, from Ningbo No. 1 High School? The beloved jewel of the water-type gym leader? With Wu Tian and Zhang Fan being close friends and fierce rivals, it was evident that Zhang Fan was the only one capable of facing Wu Ming on behalf of Jianan No. 1 High School. Having secured the principal's promise, Zhang Fan felt a sense of ease. While exquisite firestones were indeed rare, the principal of Hangzhou No. 1 High School, as the leader of the strongest high school in the provincial capital, surely possessed considerable prowess. Moreover, the principal of Hangzhou No. 1 High School shares the same passion for stone collection as the former champion De Wu from Fengyuan, resulting in an impressive array of treasures at home. Although the principal's prowess may not be particularly formidable, he enjoys a close camaraderie with the principal of Hangzhou No. 1. With a sense of anticipation, Zhang Fan hopes to secure a precious firestone from the Hangzhou principal. He yearns for opponents in the upcoming league to challenge him, providing the pressure he seeks. Several days later, the preliminary battles of the 5 cities Pokémon League commence. Prior to participating in the inter-city competition, all the prominent universities will host internal battles, bringing their top 50 contenders to Hangzhou for the tournament. Naturally, Zhang Fan is included in the seed list from Jianan No. 1 High School. Upon arrival at the battle center in Hangzhou, as soon as they disembark, a familiar voice calls out, "Xiao Zhang, I'm over here." Turning towards the sound, he sees a girl approximately 1.62 meters tall, with a slender figure, fair complexion, and a lively ponytail, waving enthusiastically at him. She is none other than Wu Ming, the daughter of Wu Tian, a friend of Zhang Fan's father, and his childhood companion. She remains as spirited as ever. Zhang Fan, feeling a wave of nostalgia, breaks into a smile and waves back energetically. How many times have I told you? Just call me Zhang. Why add a little in front? In response, Wu Ming playfully sticks out her tongue and makes a funny face. Doesn't that just make you more endearing, Zhang? Her whimsical demeanor inexplicably lifts Zhang Fan's spirits. Meanwhile, those around them, witnessing the apparent intimacy between Zhang Fan and the unfamiliar beauty, are ablaze with curiosity. Who is that girl? Is she Zhang Fan's girlfriend? How can she be so stunning? Unclear, but she is definitely not from Jianan No. 1. She must be from another city. Oh, how envious of Zhang Fan. He comes from a good family and knows such exquisite girls. Ugh, I'm growing increasingly irked by him. Simultaneously, among the candidates from Ningyong No. 1 High School, those selected among the top 50 are undoubtedly individuals with aspirations for prestigious institutions. Thus, these trainers can indeed be regarded as prodigies, each possessing their own sense of pride. Wu Ming, being the school's belle and a wealthy heiress, is a figure admired by many boys. seeing her animatedly converse with a boy from another school. A few less tactful individuals visibly bristle with jealousy. Who is this guy? How dare he be so familiar with my goddess? How infuriating. Our Ningyong no. 1's jewel, coveted by so many, is now so close to a boy from another school. I swear, if I cross paths with him, he'll regret it. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Fan, who has already made it onto the blacklist of the trainers from Ningyong number 1, is currently engrossed in delightful conversation with Wu Meng, sharing recent amusing anecdotes. I heard from my uncle that you ventured alone to Yanhuang Mountain for 3 months, even taming a new Pokémon, which even he is unaware of. How mysterious. Upon hearing Wu Yang mention this, Zhang Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. That Pokémon is destined to be my ace, a near-divine creature. One can only anticipate whether anyone in this upcoming Pokémon League can draw it out. Observing Zhang Fan's confident demeanor and the mention of a near-divine being, Wu Yang's lips parted in slight astonishment. She intended to say something, but upon realizing that even Zhang Mujun was unaware of it, and yet Zhang Fan confided in her, a warm feeling enveloped her, prompting her to change the subject. Since Zhang Fan had not explicitly stated it, it was evident he preferred to keep it a secret from others. Let us look forward to it. Do not falter before encountering me. Chapter 20. The battle begins, the unaware. Listening to Wu Yang's encouragement, Zhang Fan replied with a chuckle. Do not boast. The fire type is inherently weak against water types. When you lose to me, I shall revel in mocking you for eternity. Their discussion of the Pokémon examination and battles transformed their previous intimacy into playful banter, thus illustrating how Zhang Fan and Wu Yang inherited the grudges of their predecessors. They were both childhood friends and fierce rivals. Water and fire have always been incompatible forces, unless, as the top 50 students from various prestigious institutions arrived, the intercollegiate tournament commenced. Utilizing the Pokémon Battle Center in Hang City as the venue, all regulations were established according to the standards of the Pokémon examination. A total of 250 contenders would engage in one-on-one battles until the final 16 were determined for 3-on-3 combat. Naturally, the final 16 would each possess 3 Pokémon, for they had a substantial 6 months to cultivate their Pokémon prior to the examination. Those truly aspiring for commendable results would undoubtedly be well prepared. As the competition began, the large screen commenced the grouping of candidates. Due to being a seed contestant from Jinan number 1 high school, Zhang Fan was exempt from early battles until the final 54 contestants were determined. The 2 seed representatives from each institution then entered the fray, totaling 64 participants, who would undergo random draws to ultimately determine the champion. Even among the so-called geniuses from the top 50 institutions, Zhang Fan found few opponents worthy of his attention. Over the past 4 months, these students, vying for admission into prestigious schools, had their initial Pokémon merely at a common level, with only a select few having reached the elite tier. Moreover, the strength of the Pokémon they later trained was hardly noteworthy. It was only when the 10 seed contestants took to the arena that the battles began to gain intrigue. Zhang Fan's first opponent was a student from Shaoji City number 1 high school, named Zhou Shi. Given the nature of the one-on-one battle, after determining the order of combatants, Zhang Fan dispatched his Charizard first. Upon seeing Zhang Fan's Pokémon was Charizard, Zhou Shi's expression darkened, clearly aware that his own Pokémon was at a disadvantage against the fiery creature. However, there was no alternative. Zhou Shi dispatched his own Pokémon, a Bayleaf. The battle commenced between Zhang Fan from Jianan number 1 high school and Zhou Shi from Shaoji City number 1 high school, featuring Charmeleon against Bayleaf. As the referees signaled to start, Zhou Shi launched the first attack. Bayleaf, use tackle, he commanded, approaching Charmeleon with fervor. Observing Zhou Shi's strategy, Zhang Fan quickly instructed Charmeleon. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. With a resolute spirit, Bayleaf charged towards Charmeleon. Yet, before it could reach its target, a searing and ferocious flame struck Bayleaf with precision. Power up! Zhang Fan cried out, as Bayleaf emitted a painful cry. Without hesitation, he issued another command. Charmeleon, use Dragon Claw to finish this battle. In an instant, Charmeleon darted forward, enveloped in vibrant dragon-type energy, and landed a powerful blow that sent Bayleaf crashing to the ground. Bayleaf was unable to continue, resulting in Charmeleon's victory, thereby declaring Zhang Fan from Jianan number 1 high school as the winner. Soon after, it was time for Wu Yang's match. Her luck was rather unfortunate as she faced a trainer from Hangqing number 1 high school, wielding an electric-type Pikachu. Nevertheless, upon deploying her Swampert, she secured victory in the battle. Following this first round of competition, Zhang Fan gained preliminary insights into the prowess of several top competitors from the 5 major universities. Comparatively, the students from Ningyong and Hangqing exhibited superior strength relative to their peers from other institutions. Particularly from the provincial capital, each of those seed competitors demonstrated formidable abilities. However, the stronger the adversary, the greater Zhang Fan's desire to engage in battle. In truth, luck plays a significant role in the Pokémon entrance examination for the participants. For instance, in the initial encounters, the format was one-on-one. Should Zhang Fan underestimate his opponent and deploy Charmeleon only to confront a water-type, ground-type, or rock-type adversary? He would find himself at a disadvantage with only one strong Pokémon, which he had nurtured to gym level. This could lead to a potential defeat due to overconfidence. Thus, it is crucial to thoughtfully arrange one's Pokémon lineup during battles and never to underestimate the opponent. A misstep could lead to a catastrophic loss. As the matches for all 64 students concluded, the morning had swiftly passed. The afternoon commenced with the round of 32, progressing to the last 16. Once the top 16 were determined, battles would transition to a 3-on-3 format. This time, Wuyong sent forth her Blastoise, decisively overwhelming her opponent. It is worth noting that Blastoise is Wu Yang's ace Pokémon. Meanwhile, the two-seed competitors from Hangqing maintained their original lineup, exuding confidence. Next up, the battle between Zhang Fan from Jiannan No. 1 High School and Huang Chao from Ningyo No. 1 High School is about to commence. Competitors, please take your positions. Huang Chao, another seed competitor from Ningyo No. 1 High School, excels in water-type Pokémon just like Wuyong. Moreover, this individual, emboldened by the prior connection between Zhang Fan and Wu Shang, resolved to humiliate Zhang Fan in this battle, hoping to reveal his true nature to Wu Shang. Thus, even before the confrontation commenced, one could hear him boast audaciously, "Zhang Fan, while Jiannan No. 1 High School may have some distinction, I urge you to accept the reality. You and Wu Shang can never be." He continued, "After all, Wu Shang is the belle of Ningyo No. 1 High School, daughter of the esteemed Wu Tian, a half-step king level master. You are unworthy." Chapter 21. Defeat. The triad begins. Upon hearing these words, the audience was taken aback, and a hint of embarrassment washed over the principal of Ningyo No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, the male students from Ningyo No. 1 began to cheer for Huang Chao, proclaiming, "Indeed, how could our belle be stolen away by students from other schools? Huang Chao, show him what you're made of. You, a mere boy, do you think you deserve the daughter of the dojo master and a half-step king level master?" Witnessing his students speak so indiscreetly, potentially offending the entire Jiannan No. 1 High School, the principal felt his authority wane. Not to mention, other students were fervently echoing their support. Similarly, the principal and students of Jiannan No. 1 High School wore expressions of discontent. Thus, under the guidance of an astute teacher, voices of support for Zhang Fan began to rise among the students of Jiannan No. 1 High School. "Nonsense. Zhang Fan is our school's heartthrob. Zhang Fan, defeat this fool. Go, Zhang Fan." Even Wu Shang herself frowned, her annoyance towards Huang Chao escalating. He had relentlessly pursued her at school, leveraging his family background and prowess. Despite her repeated refusals, now he dared to taunt Zhang Fan. In her eyes, Huang Chao had long been sentenced to oblivion. Moreover, who was he to speak so presumptuously? "Huang Chao, expressing your discontent publicly, it seems you possess quite the audacity." Seeing Zhang Fan maintain his composure, Huang Chao continued to hurl threats. "Defeating you will be a walk in the park. Come forth, Gyarados." Pokémon Gyarados. Level, 45. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Water, Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Hurricane, Ice Fong Bite. Hydro Pump, Rain Dance, Aqua Tail. Upon witnessing Huang Chao's Gyarados, Zhang Fan understood immediately. A peak elite level Gyarados. No wonder this fellow was so boisterous and self-satisfied. Gyarados is indeed impressive. He complimented with a smile, leaving Huang Chao and the onlooking students perplexed. Why was he so calm and magnanimous? Only Wu Shang, inwardly amused, thought. Although Zhang Fan appeared composed, his forthcoming actions would reveal how he intended to teach his opponent a lesson. "Now, I entrust this battle to you, Herdier." As Herdier appeared, it faced the intimidate ability of Gyarados, which slightly diminished its attack. Yet, it was of no consequence. It was merely a cardy dog, and one might have thought it possessed some remarkable abilities. Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump. Following a swift maneuver, it executed a dazzling thunderbolt. In the next moment, as Gyarados opened its gaping maw and a formidable torrent of water surged towards Cardy Dog, the latter exhibited a remarkable agility. This was the effect of its quick attack. Having enhanced its speed, it transformed into a streak of white light, evading Gyarados' assault. What? Such astonishing speed! Cardy Dog, sensing its trainer's frustration, glinted with fury in its eyes. With its heightened velocity, it charged fiercely towards Gyarados. Thunderfang. The move struck true, and Gyarados let out a roar of pain. Once more, Thunderfang. Gyarados retaliated with Water Tail, sending Cardy Dog flying. However, having already boosted its speed and agility, Cardy Dog deftly sidestepped the attack once more. Instead, it clamped down on Gyarados with its mouth sparking with electric energy. This time, the crackling currents overwhelmed Gyarados, leading to its complete defeat. In truth, had it not been for Gyarados' intimidate ability, which dampened Cardy Dog's attack, that single Thunderfang might have been sufficient to vanquish the opponent instantly, with a fourfold disadvantage. Even if it weren't Cardy Dog's primary type move, it would have been enough to topple Gyarados. With Gyarados rendered incapable of battle, Cardy Dog emerged victorious. thus propelling Zhang Fan from Jianan No. 1 High School into the top 16. As the battle concluded, the once boisterous cheers from Ningyong No. 1 High School abruptly ceased, while deafening applause erupted from the Jianan No. 1 High School contingent. Haha, Zhang Fan is the son of our esteemed fire gym leader. Can you believe someone had the audacity to question his worthiness? That is utterly hilarious. It was well known that gym leaders Zhang and Wu were longtime friends, and it was perfectly natural for their children to share a close bond. I would wholeheartedly endorse a match between handsome youths and beautiful maidens. So who are you? An unattractive fellow to object? Indeed, while the students from Ningyong No. 1 High School were undeniably strong, their prowess was limited to mere verbal bravado, much to the amusement of onlookers. At that moment, Huang Chao, who had just suffered defeat, felt his face flush crimson upon hearing the crowd's reaction and learning of Zhang Fan's lineage. To be defeated and then publicly humiliated, how utterly shameful. Following the conclusion of the battle, the roster for the top 16 was unveiled. The upcoming matches would consist of 3-on-3 battles. Each student who made it this far typically possessed at least 3 Pokémon. Initially, each school had 2 seed players, yet only 8 remained in the arena. Aside from Huang Chao, who fell to Zhang Fan, another seed player from Huxing No. 1 High School was also defeated by a student from Hangxing No. 1 High School. Moreover, the matchups had been determined, perhaps intentionally arranged by the principals of the various universities. The remaining 8 seed players did not face one another. Zhang Fan's opponent was Lu Ying, a student from Hangxing No. 1 High School, and notably, the only female among the top 16, aside from Wu Yang. Wu Yang would continue to face another student from Hangxing No. 1 High School, which firmly secured 6 slots for them in the top 16. It is evident that the provincial capital continues to assert its dominance. In the Pokémon entrance examination, all participating candidates in the city must initially battle using only a single Pokémon. It is only upon reaching the top 128 that they may engage in 3-on-3 battles to determine their rankings. Essentially, those ranked within the top 128 across various cities earn eligibility to compete for prestigious Pokémon universities. Hence, it is said that to gain admission into a renowned institution, one must possess 3 Pokémon. Without them, participation in the 3-on-3 battles is utterly impossible. Considering the population of the Yanhuang Pokémon League, the annual Pokémon entrance examination, particularly in Zhejiang Province, sees a participation figure that begins in the 5-digit range, often soaring to tens of thousands. Even in the city of Jianan, several thousand candidates compete each year. Consequently, in the initial battles, all candidates are compelled to deploy their strongest Pokémon, lest they encounter an unexpected contender and suffer a regrettable defeat. However, in the grand scheme of Pokémon competitions, 3-on-3 battles are the predominant format. Next, we witness the battle between Zhang Fan from Jianan No. 1 Middle School and Lu Ying from Hangxing No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 22, The Final 4, Charmeleon Evolves. Come forth, Geodude. Upon realizing that Zhang Fan specializes in Fire-type Pokémon, Lu Ying naturally sent out her first Pokémon, one that has an advantage over Fire types. Thus, the Rock and Ground-type Geodude took the lead. I entrust this to you, Charmeleon. As Geodude and Charmeleon appeared on the battlefield, the combat commenced swiftly. Geodude, use Rollout. Charmeleon surged forward with Metallic Claws, Metal Claw, with a single strike. Charmeleon sent Geodude flying, rendering it incapable of battle, and Zhang Fan claimed the first victory. Seeing Geodude incapacitated, Lu Ying's expression changed dramatically as she immediately sent out her second Pokémon, the Flying-type Pidgey. Pidgey, use Quick Attack. Flying-type Pokémon are renowned for their speed. And facing an airborne adversary, Zhang Fan commanded, Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. As the searing flames surged towards Pidgey, it deftly dodged while maintaining its offensive momentum, charging straight at Charmeleon. Then let us meet head-on with Thunder Punch. Upon hearing this command from Zhang Fan, Lu Ying sensed impending disaster, yet it was too late. At that moment, Charmeleon had gathered electric energy in its claws, while Pidgey collided with it. With a resounding explosion, Pidgey was thrown back, its eyes swirling in confusion. After Pidgey was rendered unable to battle, Zhang Fan substituted in Houndour, effortlessly defeating Lu Ying's third ace Pokémon, thereby advancing to the next round. Subsequently, Wu Yang also advanced smoothly. In the next round, Zhang Fan faced off against the seeded contestant from Luxing City, where Houndour executed a flawless 3-hit combo, concluding the battle. Thus, the final 4 contenders were announced. Zhang Fan from Jianan No. 1 Middle School, Wu Yang from Ningyong No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Yi from Hangxing No. 1 Middle School, and Shihao from Hangxing No. 1 Middle School. Notably, both representatives from Hangxing No. 1 are seeded competitors who have yet to experience defeat. Observing the 2 promising candidates from his school vying for the title of top scorer in the municipal and even provincial examinations, the principal of Hangzhou No. 1 High School wore a beaming smile. This cohort's prowess, compared to the previous year, was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, the thought remained unspoken. Yet everyone understood it was the principal's humble brag. In the 5 cities of northern Zhejiang, There exists a tradition where the top high schools hold a league competition prior to the college entrance examination, allowing them to gauge potential contenders for provincial champion. For those students deemed likely to achieve such honor, the five-school alliance offers premium resources to further enhance their capabilities. Historically, the finals of this league often culminated in internal contests among Hangzhou No. 1 High School's students, with luck sometimes placing all four finalists from the same institution. However, this year, with Zhang Fan and Wu Yang in the mix, the outcome was uncertain. As the matchups were revealed, Zhang Fan turned to Wu Yang and jested. "If we both make it to the finals, do you think the principal of Hangzhou No. 1 High School will feel embarrassed?" Intrigued by his words, Wu Yang responded, "We agreed that you must not lose before facing me. See you in the finals." After identifying their respective opponents, the battle between Wu Yang and Shi Hao commenced first. Ultimately, after losing both her Gyarados and Dragonair, Wu Yang triumphed over Shi Hao with her Blastoise. Soon after, it was time for the duel between Zhang Fan and Zhang Yi. "Charizard, prepare for battle. I'm counting on you, Nidoking." Pokémon, Nidoking level, 42 qualification, Gym Leader level type, Ground, Poison ability, Poison point skills, Double Kick, Earth Power, Shadow Ball, Poison Sting, Flamethrower. As the two Pokémon faced each other on the battlefield, Zhang Fan initiated the assault with Will-O-Wisp. This move could inflict a burn status on the opposing Pokémon, thereby gradually sapping its vitality. Clearly, recognizing the disadvantage against a Pokémon like Nidoking, Zhang Fan opted for a different strategy, especially given Nidoking's formidable level. Nidoking retaliated with Poison Sting, each aimed to inflict a status ailment on the other. However, while Poison Sting had a mere chance of poisoning Charizard, Will-O-Wisp would assuredly burn Nidoking. As the two moves struck their targets, Charizard was fortunate to avoid poisoning, whereas Nidoking was engulfed in flames, indicating it had indeed suffered a burn. "Curse it! Nidoking, unleash Earth Power." In the next moment, enduring the agony of the burn, Nidoking stomped down fiercely, causing a terrifying fissure to emerge on the battlefield, heading straight for Charizard. "Hold your ground," Zhang Fan commanded, and a green barrier promptly materialized, enveloping Charizard and thwarting Nidoking's powerful attack. "Now it's our turn to counterattack. Use Flamethrower." Though the flames did not deal significant damage to Nidoking, engaging in close combat risked Charizard being poisoned by Nidoking's ability. Thus, in this battle, Zhang Fan was prepared to engage in a war of attrition. However, the opponent, having reached the semifinals and being a seed competitor from Hangzhou No. 1 High School, was certainly formidable. Nidoking unleashed Surf. Surf, a water-type move, had the potential to incapacitate the Charmeleon if it struck true. Upon witnessing this attack, Zhang Fan's expression slightly shifted. He resolved to fight back. Charmeleon, after unleashing a torrent of flames, executed the move Split. In the following moment, as Nidoking stood atop the surging wave, Charmeleon's flames directly impacted Nidoking. Yet the relentless wave continued its assault towards Charmeleon. Despite the activation of Split, which had some effect, it was unable to halt the ceaseless onslaught of the giant wave. With a resounding crash, Charmeleon was struck by Surf and violently hurled from the battlefield. Observing this scene, the principal of Hangzhou No. 1 High School nodded, acknowledging that a singular type would inevitably reveal vulnerabilities to an opponent. It seemed Zhang Fan would first lose a Pokémon. Regrettably, before he could finish his thought, the battered Charmeleon summoned every ounce of strength to rise once more. Roar! No one anticipated that the severely wounded Charmeleon would not succumb, but rather its fighting spirit intensified. As it invoked its ability Blaze, a radiant red glow enveloped its body, heralding an extraordinary evolution. Chapter 23. Charizard emerges. The finals commence. At this moment, within the battleground of Hangzhou's combat center, under the watchful eyes of the esteemed trainers from 5 prestigious schools, Charmeleon erupted in a brilliant light of evolution. As the glow illuminated the arena, Charmeleon's form rapidly expanded until, with the complete dissipation of the luminous aura, a magnificent creature emerged, standing approximately 3 meters tall, with wings spanning about 5 meters, adorned in vibrant orange and red hues. It was none other than Charizard, the evolved form of Charmeleon. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 41. Aptitude, King. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Dragon Dive, Belly Drum, Dragon Rage, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Earthquake. Affection, 245. Upon evolving, Charizard's level surged by 3, reaching the formidable rank of 41. Now, facing Nidoking, Charizard held a distinct advantage. After all, the disparity between flying and non-flying Pokémon was considerable. Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? Congratulations, Charizard. Channel your absolute fury and vanquish your opponent with Dragon Rage. Do not grant him another opportunity. Nidoking, unleash Surf once more. Following Zhang Fan's command, Charizard flapped its wings, deftly evading the Surf and ascending into the sky, where it began to gather an orange-yellow fireball. Meanwhile, Nidoking, having failed with its Surf attack, experienced a brief moment of pause, which allowed Charizard's Dragon Rage to land squarely, rendering Nidoking unable to continue the battle. With Nidoking incapacitated, Charizard emerged victorious. Thus, Zhang Yi's first Pokémon was defeated. Witnessing this turn of events, the calm demeanor of the principal of Hangxing No. 1 High School finally vanished. This year, it appeared that they might suffer a loss of face in the provincial Pokémon entrance examination. Now, I entrust the next battle to you. Let us go, my ace Psyduck. Pokémon, Psyduck. Level, 48. Qualification, Champion. Type, Water. Ability, Damp. Moves, Hydro Pump, Psybeam, Fury Swipes, Screech, Confusion, Disable. This Psyduck, a fully evolved form of Psyduck, reached the gym leader level, and with its champion qualification, Zhang Fan felt a surge of confidence. Although Charizard's strength had significantly increased with its evolution, its stamina was already nearing its limit before evolution. Continuing the battle now would be ill-advised. Thus, Houndour took Charizard's place on the field. Naturally, a gym leader level Pokémon should face him in this duel. Houndour, with a flash of electricity, charged forward. Psyduck unleashed Psybeam. In the next instant, as Houndour dashed across the battlefield, it suddenly felt an invisible force constraining its movements, slowing it down. Almost immediately, Psyduck's eyes glowed with a blue luminescence as it hurled Houndour away with great force. Psychic moves, indeed, proved to be quite troublesome. Houndour, do not succumb. Use Quick Attack once more. Woof woof. After enduring a fierce onslaught and suffering an initial setback, Houndour was aflame with determination. What of psychic moves? After all, Psyduck is not a psychic-type Pokémon. No matter how powerful the psychic abilities, they are not unbreakable. Psyduck, use Psybeam again to immobilize Houndour. Houndour, known for its speed, would certainly falter if its agility was compromised, especially if Psyduck unleashed a Hydro Pump. However, this time, Zhang Fan contemplated a different strategy against Psyduck's Psychic Assault. Since Psychic-type moves have no effect on Dark-type Pokémon, could Houndour employ a Dark-type move to shatter the Psychic confinement? Houndour, use Bite to harness Dark-type energy and break free from Psybeam. Following Zhang Fan's command, Houndour focused, gathering dark energy around its sharp teeth, which reduced the impact of Psybeam considerably. In this moment, Houndour propelled itself forward, executing Quick Attack once more, swiftly reaching Psyduck's side. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically. He did not anticipate such a method to counter Psybeam. Psyduck, unleash Hydro Pump. Houndour, show him your speed. Thunder Fawn. In the next instant, Psyduck released a powerful jet of water, while Houndour, just as the Hydro Pump approached, swiftly maneuvered to evade. Simultaneously, it enveloped its fangs with surging electrical energy, biting down fiercely on his Psyduck. Psyduck! With Zhang Yi's exclamation, the battle concluded. Psyduck, struck by Houndour's furious attack, was rendered unable to continue fighting. With Psyduck's defeat, Houndour emerged victorious. I concede. Let us have another match during the Pokémon League, and I assure you, I shall not lose again. As the voice fell, the observation area erupted into an uproar. The students from Hangxing No. 1 High School felt that Zhang Yi had tarnished their reputation. Winning or losing was insignificant, but conceding defeat seemed excessively outrageous. However, for reasons unknown, Zhang Fan sensed that there was a deeper meaning behind the opponent's actions. Perhaps they were concealing a trump card for the upcoming Pokémon examination. After all, this was not the actual examination, just like Zhang Fan himself. Both his Shiny Shakira and Shiny Blaziken had yet to make an appearance. Due to Zhang Yi's concession, Zhang Fan smoothly advanced to the finals. What lay ahead was the internal conflict between these youthful rivals. Ha ha ha. Old codger, what do you have to say now? Your student has lost to mine, and none from your school made it to the finals. Hurry, hand over the Firestone. At this moment, the principal of Yanhuang No. 1 High School was boldly taunting the principal of Hangxing No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, the latter's face turned ashen. Prior to this joint examination, he had made a wager with his old friend. Whoever had the more outstanding student would have to present a cherished item to the other's pupil as a reward. The principal of Yanhuang No. 1 High School had brought forth a life drop item, while the principal of Hangxing No. 1 High School had been tricked into procuring a premium Firestone. He had initially believed victory was assured, yet he encountered a peculiar talent like Zhang Fan. Not to mention, Wu Yang was equally formidable. The offspring of 2 gym leaders had decisively defeated all his exemplary students. What a significant loss. Without dwelling further on the principal of Hangxing No. 1 High School's grim expression, Zhang Fan and Wu Yang, after restoring their Pokémon stamina, finally commenced their long-awaited duel. Little Zhang, don't you dare shed tears if you lose. Upon hearing Wu Yang's jest, Zhang Fan chuckled and shook his head. In the next moment, both competitors unleashed their Pokeballs. Chapter 24, A Clash of Elements. As 2 beams of crimson light flashed, a robust Charizard and a mighty Swampert made their grand entrance. Roar. Mud. Pokémon, Swampert. Level, 38. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Water, Ground. Ability, Damp. Skills, Hammer Arm, Hydro Pump, Rock Smash, Mud Shot, Water Pulse. Zhang Fan and Wu Yang had known each other since their childhood, having grown up together, but but due to their similar ages and closely matched birth months, debates over who was older had always ensued. In the past, although they had battled several times before officially capturing their Pokémon, this was their first true duel as trainers, and both were brimming with fighting spirit, eager to surprise one another. Swampert unleashed Hydro Pump. Charizard soared into the sky, executing a fire spin. With a swift command from their trainers, Swampert raised its arms high and forcefully slammed them down, unleashing a powerful jet of water from its mouth. Charizard, deftly flapping its wings, swiftly evaded, and a fiery vortex crashed to the ground. In that moment, both sides exchanged blows. Charizard held the aerial advantage, evading with ease, while Swampert, being a water and ground-type Pokémon, possessed a high resistance to fire. Thus, in a brief span of time, no significant harm was sustained. Swampert unleashed Mudshot. Charizard, evading the attack, retaliated with Steel Wing. In the next moment, as Swampert opened its mouth and expelled a torrent of mud, Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, deftly dodging the onslaught, before its wings glowed with a brilliant white light, charging directly at Swampert. Swampert used Dynamic Punch to bring Charizard down. As Charizard drew nearer, Swampert readied itself for the confrontation. Suddenly, at the moment Charizard's Steel Wing struck Swampert, the Dynamic Punch landed squarely on Charizard's face. Following the impact of their respective moves, both Pokémon cried out in pain, creating distance once more. Charizard, use Seismic Toss. Swampert, deny it the chance, unleash Hydro Pump. Faced with the rapidly approaching Hydro Pump, Charizard flapped its wings fiercely, spiraling out of harm's way, and then seized Swampert. In an instant, Charizard ascended into the sky, spinning several times before diving rapidly downward. The inertia generated in that moment caused Swampert to momentarily lose consciousness. With a thunderous crash at the moment of release, Charizard hurled Swampert downward, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. As the dust settled, the incapacitated Swampert lay before the spectators. Meanwhile, Charizard, brimming with battle spirit, unleashed a fierce plume of flame. Well done, Charizard. You've worked hard, Swampert. Your efforts shall not go in vain. For the next battle, I entrust you to Kingdra. Kingdra, Wu Yang's second Pokémon, encountered Zhang Fan's Houndour nearly simultaneously years ago, considered a formidable rival. However, Charizard is not without its capabilities. Pokémon, Kingdra. Level, 46. Qualification, Elite. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Swift Swim. Moves, Sing, Perish Song, Ice Beam, Water Pulse, Rain Dance. Affection, 100. Upon entering the fray, Kingdra greeted Zhang Fan with a nod, then turned its serious gaze towards Charizard. Kingdra, unleash Perish Song. Zhang Fan immediately commanded Charizard. Charizard, attack with all your might. Use Overheat. In a flash, Charizard roared, and a searing flame erupted, hurtling toward Kingdra. Kingdra, use Protect. Just as Overheat struck Kingdra, Wu Yang commanded Kingdra to use Protect, successfully blocking the attack. Kingdra, employ Ice Beam. Charizard charged directly at Kingdra, seizing it. Kingdra, do not grant Charizard an opportunity, use Water Pulse. Observing Zhang Fan's desperate maneuver, Wu Yang naturally would not allow him any leeway, especially since Kingdra's strength far surpassed that of Charizard. Thus, the Water Pulse struck true, sending Charizard plummeting from the sky. Stripped of its combat prowess, Charizard, having lost its fighting capability, has yielded victory to Dragonite. Woof. As the archrivals meet, the gaze exchange between Houndoom and Dragonite ignites their battle spirit anew. Dragonite, unleash the Song of Demise once more. Houndoom, do not grant it a chance, unleash Flamethrower. In an instant, Dragonite began to chant the Song of Demise again. Although this move is undoubtedly powerful, it requires the full completion of the chant, otherwise, it falters. Sure enough, as the speedster Houndoom entered the fray, it struck fiercely with Flamethrower, interrupting Dragonite's performance mid-verse. Upon hearing Dragonite's wail, Wu Ming promptly altered her strategy. Dragonite, utilize Water Pulse for a close-range assault on Houndoom. Defend. It was Zhang Fan's turn to employ a protective technique at close range, successfully blocking Dragonite's lethal strike. The next moment, Houndoom unleashed a torrent of searing flames that crashed against Dragonite. Despite its water-type attributes, Dragonite, being an ice-type Pokémon, still suffered from fire-type damage. Thunderfang. Dragonite, deploy Salt Water. As both Pokémon unleashed their moves, Houndoom, leveraging its speed advantage, endured a hit from the salt water yet did not succumb. Instead, it gritted through the pain and sank its fangs into Dragonite. Consequently, Dragonite fell, and Wu Ming lost her second Pokémon. Dragonite, you have fought valiantly. Houndoom has grown stronger. Now, it's your turn, Blastoise. When Blastoise emerged, a voice resonated throughout the arena. Two powerful jets of water then surged forth, crashing against Houndoom and securing its defeat. Thus, both Zhang Fan and Wu Ming were left with but a single Pokémon each. Chapter 25, Shiny Blaziken, the gap emerges. Pokémon, Blastoise. Level, 54. Qualification, Champion. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Affection, 150. Observing the prowess of Blastoise, which had reached gym leader level and was no weakling among its peers, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. So, the final battle is entrusted to you. In previous encounters, Zhang Fan had relied solely on Charizard and Houndoom to vanquish opponents, leaving the true nature of his final trump card unknown to anyone outside of the students from Jinan No. 1 Middle School and Wu Ming. Now, as Wu Ming pressed Zhang Fan to reveal his third Pokémon, the crowd brimmed with anticipation, especially those seed players who had previously encountered defeat at Zhang Fan's hands. Their eyes were keenly fixed on this formidable rival. As the luxury ball flashed with crimson light, a majestic shiny Blaziken materialized onto the battlefield. This Blaziken, its coloration markedly distinct, drew a frown from Shi Hao, who, having lost to Wu Ming, was far from satisfied. Thankfully, this was not the true Pokémon examination. Next time, he vowed not to falter. Hearing his words, Zhang Yi's expression turned grave. Indeed, it is the Shiny Torchic. It appears that this individual's prowess far exceeds what has been displayed, and there lies a final trump card. In an instant, the two prodigious talents from Hangzhou No. 1 High School, who have faced defeat, find themselves shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. The provincial Pokémon examination demands a considerable effort to secure the top position in Zhejiang province. Furthermore, this is merely a joint examination among the 5 elite high schools in northern Zhejiang. The province encompasses more than just these 5 cities, and each city boasts multiple elite schools. Surely, it is the Torchic, yet it feels as though its strength has augmented since our last encounter. In the presence of the Torchic now stepping onto the battlefield, Wu Yang can vaguely sense a resemblance in its aura to that of her father's primary Pokémon. Could it truly have ascended to the pinnacle of gym leader level, or even beyond? Observing Wu Yang's contemplative expression, Zhang Fan solemnly remarked, "Girl, the 3-month journey to Yanhuang Mountain is far from what you envision. This battle is assuredly mine." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's declaration, the Torchic clenched its fists, and golden flames erupted from its wrists. "Go, Torchic, use Flame Punch." As Zhang Fan issued the command, Wu Yang promptly called to her Squirtle, "Squirtle, summon the Rain Dance." Similar to the Shiny Torchic, Wu Yang's Squirtle possesses a hidden ability. Being her initial Pokémon, it naturally boasts exceptional qualifications. The Rain Dish ability allows it to recover stamina during rain, thus rendering this Squirtle an exceedingly formidable core within a rain-based team. However, against such a powerful adversary, abilities, strategies, and weather conditions may prove futile. As the Torchic darted behind the Squirtle, its golden flame punch struck fiercely against the Squirtle's shell. Logically, the defensive capabilities of such a Pokémon are remarkable. However, faced with the opposing type's flame punch, the Squirtle seemed to endure an excruciating blow. Emitting a cry of pain, Kame, upon witnessing her Squirtle's distress, Wu Yang immediately expressed her concern. "Squirtle, are you alright?" The Torchic, showcasing its strength, informed the Squirtle of the vast chasm between them. "Finish it off, Flame Charge." Following the trainer's command, the Torchic let out a triumphant roar, enveloped itself in golden flames, and surged forward with great force. In a flash, onlookers beheld a streak of golden light, as the Squirtle was propelled by the Torchic's impact, crashing down violently from the sky. Thus, victory was determined. The Squirtle lost its ability to battle, and the Torchic emerged victorious, thereby securing the championship of this inter-school examination for Zhang Fan from Jinan No. 1 High School. Let us also extend our congratulations to Wu Yang for achieving an admirable second place. Let us applaud their accomplishments. Has the gap between him and me truly widened to such an extent? Previously, battles between Zhang Fan and Wu Yang were almost evenly matched. Yet who could have foreseen such a dramatic transformation over the mere span of 4 months since acquiring Pokémon? As two initial Pokémon of equal prowess, having faced each other in numerous battles over the past 3 years, the once evenly matched encounter between Blastoise and Blaziken now revealed a stark disparity, with the former struggling to withstand even 2 attacks from the latter. This disparity is hardly surprising, for Zhang Fan's Blaziken is of champion caliber, while Wu Yang's Blastoise is at the level of a master. Moreover, Blaziken is a shiny Pokémon. Yet, what no one could have anticipated is that Blaziken has already attained the strength of a master-level Pokémon. Observing Wu Yang's despondent demeanor, Zhang Fan hastily followed her. Understanding the source of her disappointment, activating his telepathic abilities, he sensed her feelings. Has she truly been disheartened? Upon hearing the voice resonating in her mind, Wu Yang quickly recognized Zhang Fan's involvement and turned to scold him. "You are so annoying." "I am not." Fortunately, Wu Yang was not utterly crushed by the defeat. Otherwise, Zhang Fan feared he would face a mixed reprimand from both his father and Uncle Wu. Relieved internally, Zhang Fan's intentions were to instill a sense of pressure in Wu Yang, encouraging her and her Pokémon to grow stronger. Perhaps his methods were somewhat brusque, yet the outcome was achieved. After the conclusion of the battle, all 16 trainers received their respective rewards, including rare items, energy cubes, and Pokeballs. However, the prizes for the top 4 differed significantly. For instance, Zhang Yi and Shi Hao, both in the top 4, were granted an opportunity to acquire a new Pokémon from their breeding centers. Wu Yang, as the runner-up, received a Pokémon egg, rumored to contain a rare and high-quality Pokémon. As for Zhang Fan, he eagerly anticipated the exquisite Firestone promised by his principal for participating in the competition. After all, he had secured first place, and with the principal's beaming smile and robust demeanor in front of the other principals, it was likely that the reward was assured. Chapter 26. The Exquisite Firestone. Enter the Arcanine. Following the conclusion of the inter-school examination, after Wu Yang, Zhang Yi, and Shi Hao had received their rewards, Zhang Fan made his way to where his principal was located. Upon seeing Zhang Fan approach, the principal greeted him with a broad smile, saying, "Well done, Xiao Fan. You should have seen those old fellows. They couldn't boast this time. All thanks to you." With a hearty laugh, the principal was evidently in high spirits, full of expectations for Zhang Fan as a student. It is not far-fetched to imagine that this year's top scorer in the Jianan City Pokémon examination could very well be Zhang Fan. And even the provincial top honors were within his reach. After receiving praise from the principal, Zhang Fan expressed his purpose for visiting. "Principal, we had an agreement. If I brought honor to Jianan No. 1 High School, you would do your utmost to secure me an exquisite Firestone. You cannot go back on your word now." Upon hearing this, the principal's smile abruptly faded. He cleared his throat a few times, preparing to respond. "Xiao Fan, rest assured. When I promise something, it is as solid as a nail. I will help you obtain it. However, the reward currently lies with that old fellow, and you must accompany me to request it." Previously, the former principal mentioned that his old friend, the principal of Hangqing No. 1 High School, is an avid collector of stones, possessing numerous exquisite items in his home. Now, the former principal intends to take me to visit the principal of Hangqing No. 1 High School to acquire the Firestone. Perhaps this will be an opportunity to broaden my horizons? This world certainly has phenomena such as Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, and Z-moves. However, such treasures are typically reserved for the scions of prestigious families or formidable champions. It is noteworthy that even my own father has yet to possess a single Mega Stone. This illustrates the rarity of such items. Therefore, since the principal of Hangqing No. 1 High School has a passion for collecting stones, perhaps Zhang Fan might uncover something extraordinary. As they were set to retrieve the long-promised Firestone, Zhang Fan bid farewell to Wu Xiang after the students of various schools dispersed and followed the former principal to Hangqing No. 1 High School. To his surprise, this old chap had placed the exquisite Firestone right in his office. Upon hearing about the wager between his former principal and the principal of Hangqing No. 1 High School, Zhang Fan felt a moment of bewilderment. Yet, realizing he was the beneficiary, he wisely chose to remain silent. Regardless, once he secured the precious Firestone, he would express his gratitude to both principals and swiftly depart. After all, he currently lacked such connections, unlike these principals who had devoted their lives to teaching. Their networks were vast, and who could say which top-tier expert was once their student? It was only natural for them to retain some valuable items. Upon arriving at Hangqing No. 1 High School, the principal, seeing his old friend accompanied by Zhang Fan, let out a resigned sigh. After all, he was relinquishing a treasured item he had collected for many years, and it was not even going to one of his own students. How infuriating! Yet, outwardly, the principal maintained a facade of composure, addressing Zhang Fan. "You truly are the son of Zhang Mujuan. It seems this year's top scorer in the Gaokao from Jianan City is undoubtedly you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled modestly. "You flatter me, principal. I still have much to improve upon." As a third-year student, his role was merely to smile and nod. Soon, the trio arrived at the principal's office of Hangqing No. 1 High School. The principal opened the treasure cabinet within his office, revealing a dazzling array of stones, and Zhang Fan's initial embarrassment vanished instantaneously. It turned out he was quite the affluent collector. Claiming a piece of the exquisite Firestone did not seem so unreasonable after all, did it? After all, the burden of this transaction fell on his own principal, and Zhang Fan felt detached from the matter. Aside from the exquisite Firestone, a hasty glance revealed the presence of exquisite Thunderstones, Waterstones, and even a Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Jengar. This was simply enviable. "Now, Xiao Fan, consider this exquisite Firestone as your reward for achieving first place. Remember to give it your all in the Pokémon Gaokao." In the presence of Zhang Fan, despite any lingering reluctance, the principal of Hangqing No. 1 High School readily placed the exquisite Firestone into Zhang Fan's hands. For educators such as themselves, these prized artifacts merely serve as collectibles, yet in the hands of a young trainer, they can be transformed into formidable power. "Thank you, principal. Your kindness will not be forgotten by me and my hounddom." After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Fan swiftly made his exit, his thoughts consumed by the desire to initiate Houndoom's evolution with the newly acquired Firestone. "Still thanking me? Do you even know my name?" the principal remarked as Zhang Fan departed. After leaving the school, Zhang Fan arrived at the Pokémon Center. He retrieved the exquisite Firestone, feeling its warmth as if a flickering flame danced upon his palm. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a flame at the very center of the stone, persistently igniting, a true gem indeed. It is well known that Pokémon evolving with evolutionary stones can experience a slight enhancement in their potential if they possess a higher tier stone. Typically, low to mid-quality stones do not fully unlock a Pokémon's potential, often capping their strength post-evolution. Conversely, high-quality stones can incrementally bolster a Pokémon's abilities and potential. But those evolving with exquisite stones can unleash their full potential entirely. This is precisely why Zhang Fan was so determined to find an exquisite fire stone for his Houndoom. After all, Houndoom was one of his designated main fire-type powerhouses. After releasing Houndoom, Zhang Fan presented the exquisite fire stone before it. Houndoom, this is the exquisite fire stone. You can finally evolve. From the moment Houndoom laid eyes on the stone, it remained transfixed, its gaze unwavering, filled with yearning. The next instant, as Houndoom made contact with the exquisite fire stone, a brilliant light of evolution began to illuminate the surroundings, flickering with hints of flame within. Once the radiance faded, a colossal blaze erupted. A resounding roar pierced the air. And as the flames subsided, a magnificent creature appeared, its form a striking blend of black, orange, and white. Pokémon, Rapidash. Level, 52. Potential, Champion. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Overheat, Fire Fong. Dig, Crunch, Flare Blitz, Thunder Fong. Affection, 255. Chapter 27, Breeding House, Pokémon Obstacle Race. Houndoom had evolved. And now before Zhang Fan stood a majestic Rapidash. Rapidash measured over 3 meters in length, nearly 4 meters including its tail, and stood approximately 2.5 meters tall, resembling the stature of a giant lion. Faced with such a formidable creature, Zhang Fan smiled as he extended his hand to stroke the now enormous head of the speed dog. However, upon witnessing the speed dog's qualifications elevate from a king level to a champion level, he stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Speed dog. It seems we owe a grand favor to our two esteemed principals. Nonetheless, it is commendable that the speed dog has proved itself. Otherwise, even the finest firestone would not have been sufficient to facilitate its ascension from king level to champion level. After its evolution, the speed dog has firmly established its position as Zhang Fan's second-in-command. Thus, following the evolution, Zhang Fan mounted the speed dog and set forth towards the wilderness. The old principal expressed his support for Zhang Fan's arrangement, recognizing the potential he has exhibited to contend for the provincial top scholar title. Naturally, he should be allowed to orchestrate his own training regimen. After all, even during the ordinary college entrance examinations of his past life, teachers would ultimately encourage students to study independently, focusing on their weaknesses instead of lecturing incessantly from the podium. As for safety concerns, there was no need for worry. His father, Wu Tian, a king-level trainer, would undoubtedly accompany him for protection. After reminding Wu Yang to remain vigilant, Zhang Fan mounted the speed dog and departed from Hang City, heading towards the Ningyong area. Currently, his lineup consists of 3 fire-type Pokémon. Aside from the speed dog, which is a pure fire type, he also has a Charizard of the flying type and a Blaziken of the fighting type, providing a decent offensive front. It is somewhat regrettable that his current Pokémon seem to be at a disadvantage against water types. Even Shakira would struggle against them. Consequently, he yearns to capture a grass-type or electric-type Pokémon, as relying solely on electric-type skills for victory cannot be a sustainable strategy. Regarding the 6 fire-type Pokémon required for the path of the fire-type elite, he can only select those he feels a connection with when the opportunity arises. After all, Zhang Fan's ambition is to become a champion, but only by ascending to the 4 elite trainers can he earn the right to challenge the champion and ultimately replace them. At present, the champion of the Yanhuang Pokémon League is Cynthia, a leading figure among the world's most formidable trainers, ranked second among the 8 masters. The 4 elite trainers are comprised of Kina, the ice and water type elite, Li Hua, the dark type elite, Lu Zhu, the steel type elite, and Zhang Yi, the flying type elite. Of course, even if he captures new Pokémon now, Zhang Fan will not immediately train them. He will wait until after the Pokémon examination concludes. On his journey to Ningyong City, Zhang Fan passed through a village and discovered that the residents were hosting an event called the Pokémon Obstacle Course. Coincidentally, as Zhang Fan arrived riding the speed dog, the villagers informed him about the competition, inviting him to participate if he was interested. With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Fan approached the registration desk. "Handsome, are you here to register? The first place winner of the Pokémon Obstacle Course will receive a high-quality Pokémon egg." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's interest was piqued. A Pokémon egg? What kind of Pokémon egg could it be? Humans often find themselves captivated by the allure of blind boxes. During the recent 5-school joint examination, Wu Yang obtained an exceptional Pokémon egg, which ignited a spark of anticipation in Zhang Fan. Although he remained oblivious to what might eventually hatch from it, the presence of Pokémon eggs as rewards was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. In response to Zhang Fan's inquiry, the staff of the Pokémon Obstacle Course responded with a smile. "We have a Pokémon breeding house here, filled with numerous Pokémon eggs. If you secure first place, you may choose any egg at your discretion, based entirely on your personal affinity. Upon receiving such a reply, Zhang Fan promptly registered for the event, inscribing the name of his Rapidash. The Pokémon Obstacle Course, as the name suggests, is a competition where trainers ride their Pokémon, navigating through various obstacles to reach the finish line. The first to cross that line is crowned the champion and granted the opportunity to select an egg from the breeding house. Knowing the competition structure and realizing that the registration period spanned a few days, with the event commencing in 3 days, Zhang Fan decided to stay in the village. Fortuitously, having ridden his father's Rapidash since childhood, Zhang Fan possessed considerable skill in riding Pokémon. Over the next few days, he not only continued to train his Pokémon, but also worked on building a harmonious partnership with Rapidash in preparation for the upcoming obstacle course. During a leisurely evening, he ventured to the village's sole Pokémon breeding house. Though modest in size, the breeding house boasted hundreds of Pokémon eggs. Some were offspring of trainers' Pokémon. Others were held for sale by villagers, and a few had been discovered in the wild. Zhang Fan felt a deep intrigue towards the breeding house. As he once harbored dreams of establishing his own, he envisioned nurturing a lineage of the starter Pokémon. Just imagine the joy of seeing a Blaziken leading a flock of Torchics before him. However, despite Zhang Fan's telepathic abilities, he found himself unable to discern much about the Pokémon eggs. Nevertheless, he possessed a basic understanding of their elemental distinctions. For instance, eggs adorned with red patterns typically housed fire-type Pokémon, green indicated grass or bug types, while blue signified water types. Regarding other classifications, he admitted his ignorance. Days later, the Pokémon obstacle course officially commenced. Observing the dozens of trainers and their Pokémon at the selection area, Zhang Fan felt a surge of determination. This is it. Rapidash. Upon sending out his Rapidash, he elicited gasps of astonishment from many participants. Rapidash. What a remarkably rare Pokémon. It is evident that any trainer fortunate enough to possess one is either affluent or a member of the elite within the league. Consequently, as Zhang Fan unleashed his Rapidash, those with Pokémon such as Tauros, Nidoking, and Onix displayed expressions of concern. This kid seems to possess considerable talent. The 7th Pokémon obstacle race of Fengxi Village is about to commence. All participating trainers are requested to position themselves at the starting line alongside their Pokémon. As the staff announces the imminent start of the competition, Zhang Fan swiftly mounts his speedy hound and joins the ranks of competitors. Observing fellow trainers nearby, such as those with Rapidash and Dodrio, a subtle smile graces Zhang Fan's lips. The evolved form of his speedy hound undoubtedly instills in him an indomitable spirit. Reflecting on the triumphant breakthrough of his Blaziken against the Elite Four, Zhang Fan has gained considerable insights into Pokémon nurturing. While aptitude is a factor, the foremost element lies in the Pokémon's own aspirations. Once the Pokémon cultivate an invincible mindset, fostering self-confidence, overcoming any bottleneck becomes a relatively effortless endeavor, rather than being stalled at the threshold of the elite level. Thus, following the evolution of his speedy hound, Zhang Fan intentionally began to nurture its invincible spirit. The race begins. With the commencement of the event, Zhang Fan focuses his thoughts, prompting his speedy hound to surge forward. With the advanced strength of a gym-level Pokémon, he quickly leaves numerous competitors behind. Excellent. Creating distance right from the start, Speedy Hound, unleash quick attack. Upon Zhang Fan's command, the hound lets out a mighty roar, its hooves blurring as if employing a shadowless technique. The speed is astonishing. In Zhang Fan's vision, the surrounding trees swiftly morph into a green wall, a testament to the hound's remarkable pace. Concurrently, the commentators of the Pokémon obstacle race begin their narration. Marvelous. As the race kicks off, we see contestant Zhang Fan and his speedy hound taking the lead, distancing themselves from the other participants. Ah, this is quick attack, truly. The speedy hound lives up to its legendary status with unparalleled speed. However, the initial stretch is flat, and Zhang Fan will soon approach the first obstacle. This presents the perfect opportunity for other competitors to catch up. At this moment, Zhang Fan arrives at the first obstacle, observing the numerous swaying logs ahead. His expression shifts slightly. Should he be struck by a log, a trainer would undoubtedly lose their battling capability, meaning that being hit would disqualify them from the race, possibly leading to significant injury. Excellent. Speedy Hound, comprehend the rhythm and speed of the logs, utilize agility. Roar. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's command, the Speedy Hound raises its voice to the heavens, its bright eyes fixated ahead, then leaps into action. In a dazzling display of agility, the hound deftly evades the incoming logs. The first challenge is effortlessly conquered. In no time, Zhang Fan and his Speedy Hound reach the second challenge, which presents a rushing river approximately 30 meters wide, with 3 floating platforms bobbing on its surface. In essence, trainers and their Pokémon must leverage their strength thrice to leap across a 30-meter river to reach the opposite bank. For formidable creatures like Onix and Nidoking, this challenge feels akin to a death sentence. However, not for Zhang Fan. Excellent. This round tests jumping prowess. Rapidash go? Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Rapidash gathered its energy and, upon reaching the riverbank, soared into the air, achieving a remarkable jump of over 10 meters. Although there were 3 floating platforms on the river, Rapidash utilized only one and effortlessly landed on the other side. Oh, what do we witness? Contestant Zhang Fan and Rapidash have breezed through the second challenge. It seems the Pokémon obstacle course poses no difficulty for them. Now, we observe that contestant Xiaofeng and his Charizard have also arrived at the second challenge, evidently vying for the first place. What is this? At this moment, third-place contestant Sule and his Duduo have launched an attack on Charizard. While the Pokémon obstacle course does not prohibit inter-Pokémon combat, we still hope that no safety issues arise for the participating trainers and their Pokémon. You scoundrel! Why are you attacking me? The priority now is to catch up to that Rapidash and eliminate it. Then we shall contend for first place. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Sule suddenly grasped the situation. You are right. Let's take down the leader first, and then we can compete for supremacy. With that, the two swiftly raced forward. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan has now arrived at the third challenge. Compared to the previous obstacles, this one indeed presents some difficulty. Although one wonders how such treacherous terrain could exist near this quaint village, it is clear that the geographical conditions must be quite favorable to host such a competition. Rapidash, maintain your condition. Falling from here could easily cost us half our lives. Before Zhang Fan and Rapidash lies a treacherous route composed of numerous cliffs, extending 100 meters deep. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disastrous fall. Just as Zhang Fan and Rapidash prepared to navigate this challenge, 2 furious shouts suddenly echoed from behind. Duduo, try attack. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. The initial assault was the try attack. And just as Rapidash and Zhang Fan were about to traverse the cliff, the attack struck, exploding against the cliff face and impacting Rapidash. If they faltered, they would surely fall. Fortunately, Rapidash instinctively extended its claws, gripping the rocky wall tightly, while Zhang Fan clung to Rapidash's mane, his hand poised on the Pokeball containing Charizard. Scoundrel! Zhang Fan cursed inwardly, now infuriated. Rapidash, after we ascend, eliminate those 2 behind us before we continue the challenge. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Rapidash let out a mighty roar and leaped from the cliff. Subsequently, it unleashed a powerful flamethrower that struck Duduo directly, incapacitating both it and its trainer. Though the Fire Horse, being a Fire-type Pokémon, was unable to react in time, it was swiftly propelled into the air by a single strike from the Swift Wind Hound's devastating move, Shattered Light. As for the potential consequences for these 2, that was not a concern for Zhang Fan. Since there were no regulations against attacking trainers during the competition, their fate was indeed warranted based on their previous actions. Ultimately, after Zhang Fan vanquished a few formidable opponents, none remained to pose a threat to him. The Windhound successfully navigated all the challenges, securing first place. Chapter 29, Pokémon Eggs and Poachers. With the Windhound crossing the finish line, the champion of this Pokémon obstacle race was declared. Zhang Fan also earned the opportunity to select a Pokémon egg from the breeding house in Fengxi Village. Although the value of an ordinary Pokémon egg may not be particularly high for the competing trainers, the experience of receiving a Pokémon egg as a prize was altogether different. Amidst the villagers' congratulations, Zhang Fan returned once more to the Pokémon breeding house. Gazing at the array of Pokémon eggs within the breeding house, he had initially formed a preliminary idea during his last visit. Yet when it came time to make a decision, his perspective shifted. Regardless of the Pokémon he might select, even if its potential was average, it could simply reside in the gym. As a trainer, one cannot always pursue the highest qualifications and strengths in Pokémon. Would Zhang Fan really be like Ash, never changing his Pokémon? Absolutely not. With this newfound mindset, Zhang Fan no longer fretted over whether he would choose a superior Pokémon egg and simply selected one that caught his eye. After obtaining the egg, the owner of the breeding house graciously gifted him an incubator. Typically, the hatching of a Pokémon egg is dictated by fate. For instance, Ash's Riolu only hatched upon encountering Ash's aura, otherwise, it would remain a lifeless egg. Now he hoped that this Pokémon egg would recognize him and hatch promptly. After bidding farewell to the villagers of Fengxi Village, who expressed their blessings for Zhang Fan's upcoming Pokémon examination, he departed. This time, he rode upon Charizard, continuing his journey toward Ningyong City. Naturally, in contrast to the main thoroughfares of his previous life, in this world where Pokémon existed, once one left the city, the surroundings were predominantly adorned with splendid natural landscapes. It was either forests or mountains, rivers or grasslands. Only in such environments could Pokémon thrive and reproduce naturally. Not long after departing Fengxi Village, Zhang Fan encountered a stretch of woods ahead and instructed Charizard to descend, as he intended to practice his skills in the forest over the next few days. Upon entering this area, he spotted numerous Caterpies, Spheals, and other Pokémon such as Oddish and Weedles inhabiting the surroundings. Upon noticing Zhang Fan's entrance, many timid Pokémon scurried away. Realizing there were no humans nearby, Zhang Fan released all 4 of his Pokémon: Chamo, Roar 2, Shocky. As for Shakira, its current level slightly surpasses that of Charizard, given its exceptional aptitude, which is of master-level caliber, and it is also a shiny Pokémon. It is lauded as a small Groudon Bangira. With the evolution of Houndour into Houndoom, its aptitude has significantly increased. Despite Charizard being the third Pokémon to join my team, it now occupies the lowest position in terms of potential and strength. However, that is of little concern. If it cannot secure the third spot, it may as well settle for fourth, right? Charizard, you hold yourself in high regard. Why don't you take the fourth place instead? Pokémon, Shakira, Shiny. Level, 45. Aptitude, Master. Types, Rock, Ground. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Earthquake. Crunch, Stealth Rock, Sandstorm, Rock Slide. Friendship, 215. Shakira, I entrust you with the upcoming battle. Shakira, in the wild. Shakira refrains from battling to conserve energy for its impending evolution, but Shakira under a trainer's guidance is a different story. Zhang Fan provides various rare metals and energy blocks daily, ensuring an ample supply of energy. Thus, engaging in battle under these circumstances can expedite Shakira's evolution. Shakira unleashes Rock Slide upon the approaching Houndoom. With the crash of boulders, Houndoom is unable to evade and bears the brunt of the attack, ultimately being vanquished by Shakira. Well done, Shakira. At this moment, Zhang Fan is battling alongside his Pokémon, having just defeated a Houndoom. After encouraging Shakira, he hears a tremendous explosion in the distance. What is happening? Following the sound of the colossal explosion, the anguished cries of numerous Pokémon reach his ears. Possessing telepathic abilities, Zhang Fan comprehends the cries of the Pokémon. They are calling for help. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Fan immediately rushes towards the source of the explosion with his Pokémon in tow. Upon reaching the explosion zone, he spots 3 jeeps parked nearby, with 3 individuals clad in black uniforms wielding cannons and attacking the Pokémon. Furthermore, their accomplices are using nets to capture the injured and even deceased Pokémon, stuffing them into cages at the back of the jeeps. These are Pokémon poachers. Understanding their identity and the heinous acts they are committing, an overwhelming fury surges within Zhang Fan. As a Pokémon trainer, whether out of love for Pokémon or a sense of responsibility as a trainer, he cannot allow anyone to inflict harm upon these creatures. Stop this at once. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Houndoom, unleash Quick Attack. Shakira, execute Rock Slide. Blaziken, deliver a low kick. Witnessing the poacher's transgressions ignites a fierce wrath among Zhang Fan's Pokémon, especially Houndoom, as a Pokémon designated for the police force, has absolutely zero tolerance for evil. The next moment, a full-scale battle erupts. Chapter 30, The Poachers and the Captured Pokémon. Ah, boss. It appears a fearless trainer has come knocking at our door. Why not eliminate him together? If we don't act decisively, this lad may report us to the Alliance, and we shall be left to bear the consequences. Blaziken, Charizard, Arcanine, and even a rare shiny Gyarados. Huh? What a delightful gift delivered right to our doorstep. Gather around, my minions, and capture this audacious fellow as Pokémon. This time, we shall amass a fortune. At this moment, the poachers, who were engaged in the rampant capture of wild Pokémon, were taken aback when they spotted Zhang Fan appearing with his Pokémon, 2 fully evolved starters, a particularly rare Arcanine, and the most astonishing of all, a shiny legendary. If these were to be sold on the black market, wouldn't they secure a life of leisure for the rest of their days? Greed ignited within the poachers as they plotted to eliminate Zhang Fan and seize his Pokémon for illicit sale. Perhaps, once this endeavor was complete, they could retire in comfort. In the next moment, as Zhang Fan's Pokémon launched their assault, the poachers' counterattack commenced. Mytayana unleashed Shadow Ball. Zubat executed Wing Attack. Houndoom spewed flames. Nidoking unleashed Hyper Beam. Sceptile utilized Leaf Blade. Solrock initiated Hypnosis. The group of 6 poachers believed their numbers far exceeded Zhang Fan's, so each released only 1 Pokémon. This, however, afforded Zhang Fan an opportunity. As the chaotic battle ensued, Zhang Fan wasted no time. He activated his telepathic abilities, connecting all 4 of his Pokémon in an instant. In such a tumultuous skirmish, his inner commands would directly inform his Pokémon, striving for a swift victory. At that moment, Charizard, soaring in the air, instinctively targeted Zubat, employing Steel Wing to clash against the opponent's wing attack. Within 3 seconds, Zubat was overpowered, and sensing the tide of battle, Zhang Fan commanded Charizard to unleash Dragon Rage, swiftly vanquishing the first foe. Simultaneously, Blaziken executed a low kick, instantly taking down Nidoking, preventing it from using Hyper Beam. After defeating Nidoking, Blaziken swiftly dodged and struck Mytayana with a powerful Sky Uppercut, then, at Zhang Fan's command, charged toward the poacher's cannon. These devices posed significant danger, and they must be dismantled at once. Otherwise, Zhang Fan and his Pokémon could face dire peril. Fortunately, with Blaziken's speed boost ability and its status as a champion-level Pokémon, it could accomplish its mission before the poachers even registered the threat. Thus, with a leap, Blaziken found itself before the poacher, and before the adversary could react, a powerful fist struck the cannon. In a similar fashion, all three cannons were obliterated by the Blaziken, resulting in explosions that injured the poachers themselves. In an instant, the three poachers lost their combat capabilities. Moreover, the swift speed of the Zygarde was equally impressive, with its target being the opposing Houndoom. Both being canine Pokémon and of the fire type, the Zygarde and Houndoom stood in stark contrast to each other. Like trainers who favor the Zygarde, the poachers and their nefarious organization preferred Houndoom, representing a clear dichotomy of righteousness and malevolence. After the Zygarde deftly evaded an attack from Houndoom, it promptly sent the creature flying. Indeed, the Zygarde possesses flying-type moves, as demonstrated by Ash during his battle in the Frontier. Simultaneously, Shakira's Rock Slide struck Solrock with tremendous force. Although Solrock attempted to defend with its psychic powers, it could not withstand the sheer might of Shakira. Following the onset of the sandstorm, Shakira unleashed a crunch that decisively defeated Solrock. In the blink of an eye, three poachers were grievously injured and rendered incapable of further combat, while 5 of their 6 Pokémon lay defeated. The remaining 3 poachers, now in a state of panic, prepared to unleash more Pokeballs. However, Zhang Fan would not grant them another opportunity. Zygarde, Quick Attack, Blaziken, Brick Break, Charizard, Dragon Claw, Shakira, Rock Slide. At the very moment Zhang Fan issued his commands, the 4 Pokémon launched their synchronized assault. Zygarde's Quick Attack pierced through and sent 2 poachers hurtling away, while Blaziken dispatched another. Subsequently, Charizard's Dragon Claw and Shakira's Rock Slide descended with ferocity upon the cunning poachers. Thus, all poachers and their Pokémon were rendered incapable of further combat. The battle concluded. With such meager strength, they dared to act as poachers? The strongest among them lacked even the prowess of a gym leader, which accounted for Zhang Fan's swift victory. Otherwise, faced with their firearms and numbers, Zhang Fan might have found himself in peril. After subduing the adversaries, Zhang Fan instructed Blaziken and Zygarde to guard them, securing their Pokeballs and binding the 6 poachers to trees. He then dialed Ms. Junch's number. Following this, Zhang Fan approached the rear of the 3 jeeps to inspect the Pokémon captured by the poachers. Charizard unleashed Steel Wing, shattering all the cages. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Charizard roared fiercely and broke every cage. Graced with the light of freedom, the liberated Pokémon had witnessed Zhang Fan's battle against the poachers and understood that he had come to rescue them. Thus, after expressing their gratitude, the healthier Pokémon scattered to safety. Only those unable to fight or severely injured remained, helpless to leave their spots. In response, Zhang Fan retrieved healing medicine from his bag and began tending to the wounded Pokémon. As for those who had succumbed to the cannon fire, Zhang Fan could do nothing. However, one must acknowledge that a considerable number of Pokémon captured were indeed victims of poachers, while most were ordinary creatures. A few particularly piqued Zhang Fan's interest. For instance, there was a Pikachu with gym-level potential, an electric-type Pokémon, a Nidoran, also possessing gym-level credentials, and a rare Electrode. An electric-type Pokémon with the coveted champion-level potential. Chapter 31, Electrode and Points, the 6th one. After administering healing spray to the majority of the injured Pokémon, Zhang Fan felt a sense of accomplishment. Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy arrived promptly. Upon learning of the poachers and the multitude of injured Pokémon, the Pokémon League naturally dispatched reinforcements without delay. Leading the charge were Miss Junsha and her team of officers, along with nearby Pokémon inspectors who hastened to the scene. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Zhang Fan had single-handedly defeated all the poachers and had already begun to tend to the injured Pokémon. Miss Junsha and Nurse Joy expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Zhang Fan at once. Mr. Zhang Fan, we will report your contributions to the League. You have earned 200 points, which can be redeemed for rewards in the League's marketplace. Hearing Miss Juncha's words, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. At long last, he had acquired League points. As a legitimate trainer of the Pokémon League, the utility of points was manifold. For instance, Zhang Fan's earlier endeavor to evolve his Arcanine required a premium Firestone. With sufficient points, he could petition the Pokémon League for such items, which would be prioritized for him rather than relying solely on his father's influence. Similarly, points could be exchanged for various premium and rare Pokémon, including semi-divine creatures and starters. Zhang Fan's Charizard and Houndoom were initially obtained through his father's point exchanges. Once Zhang Fan accrued points, he could unlock a points card, which was linked to his trainer's license, allowing him to access the League's marketplace online and redeem points. Essentially, any trainer who earned points would automatically become a core member of the Pokémon League. This so-called League marketplace was exclusively available to genuine League trainers. However, with only 200 points, the purchasing options were rather limited, considering the extensive array of items available. For instance, Megastones for Banette, Blaziken, and Charizard required 3,000 points each, while Keystones, though cheaper, still needed 2,000 points for acquisition. Premium Evolution Stones, which could enhance a Pokémon's potential, demanded 2,500 points, while Advanced Evolution Stones were obtainable for just 500 points. Other rare items, such as titanium orbs, Dynamax bands, and various moves, were also available, albeit with varying point requirements. In summary, Zhang Fan's 200 points, at present, held little substantial value. Well then, he thought, best to save them for now. Upon the arrival of the Pokémon League team, Zhang Fan entrusted all matters here to Miss Junsha and Miss Joy. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against capturing Nidoran and Pikachu. However, he found himself quite intrigued by the Electabuzz with its exceptional potential. Thus, before his departure, Zhang Fan gazed at the recovering Electabuzz and spoke with a smile. Electabuzz, I am about to leave, but before I go, I would like to ask you if you would be willing to accompany me and become my Pokémon? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Electabuzz appeared taken aback. Yet, after the battle, as it tenderly applied medicine to its wounds, it seemed to be touched by the offer. In the next moment, Electabuzz spun its arms with vigor, and surges of electricity emanated from its body, indicating its willingness to join him. It appears that this Electabuzz has taken quite a liking to you, Mr. Zhang Fan. Miss Joy remarked, and Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile in return. This time, without any further combat, he produced a luxury ball and gently placed it upon Electabuzz. Excellent. I have successfully captured Electabuzz. This marked Zhang Fan's 6th Pokémon, not counting the egg he had acquired from the Pokémon obstacle course. Pokémon, Electabuzz level, 20 potential, elite type, electric ability, static skills, Thunder Wave, Thunder Punch, Discharge, Swift, Charge, Cross Chop Friendship. 85 Mr. Zhang Fan. Best of luck in the Pokémon College entrance examination. I hope to see you next time as the top scorer from Jinan City. And don't forget to cheer on your Rapidash. The breeding rights for the series of Pokémon, including Herdier and Rapidash, belong to the Junsha family. After learning that Zhang Fan owned a Rapidash, Miss Junsha treated him with even greater kindness. Having captured Electabuzz, and with the blessings of Miss Junsha and Miss Joy, Zhang Fan bid farewell to everyone and continued his journey towards Ningyong City. His primary objective in Ningyong City was simply to observe how Wu Yang was progressing in her training. Moreover, Zhang Fan was in no hurry to reach his destination. At times, he opted for longer routes to accommodate the terrain. After all, Wu Yang was currently training on an island and not at the Ningyong gym. And he certainly did not wish to seek out Uncle Wu only to be met with a beating. That would be a considerable loss. Although he initially intended not to train any new Pokémon prior to the entrance examination, he occasionally encountered weaker wild Pokémon and trainers. Zhang Fan, not wishing to take advantage of the less powerful, would allow Electabuzz to battle. Even he, against many trainers, could secure victories with ease. Days later, Zhang Fan entered the Shaoji City and Shanyu region, which was predominantly mountainous. This terrain helped him understand the final cliff he had encountered during the Pokémon obstacle course. Although Zhang Fan possessed 6 Pokémon slots, he had yet to capture the egg, as it had not hatched. Thus, with his roster of 6 Pokémon as an ordinary trainer, he had the opportunity to capture another creature along the way. In the mountainous region of Shaoji City, there was an abundance of bug, grass, and flying-type Pokémon. If fortune smiled upon him, Zhang Fan would not mind capturing a grass or bug-type Pokémon. After all, it was prudent to gather more, as he needed to elevate all 6 of his Pokémon to elite level to qualify for the continued capture of Pokémon as an elite trainer. Chapter 32, Challenging the Shaoqi Gym, a bug-type opponent. On his journey, having encountered few Pokémon of his preference, Zhang Fan finally arrived at the main district of Shaoqi City. Upon discovering that the Shaoqi Gym was situated here, a spark of ambition ignited within him. Although he was merely an ordinary trainer yet to partake in the Pokémon entrance examination, as a trainer, he naturally possessed the right to challenge the gym. With only half a month remaining until the Pokémon examination, he thought it wise to seek out the gym leader and test his mettle. With this resolve, Zhang Fan first visited the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon's vitality under the care of Nurse Joy before heading to the Shaoqi Gym. Observing the distinctive ancient architecture, marked not by red as with his fire-type gym, but instead by a verdant hue, he was welcomed by the staff and permitted entry into the Shaoqi Gym. Upon hearing the system notification, the gym staff directed Zhang Fan accordingly. When he arrived at the battle arena, he faced Zhou Kai, an apprentice of the Shaoqi Gym. The upcoming battle would be a qualification match between challenger Zhang Fan and gym apprentice Zhou Kai, utilizing 2 Pokémon each, with the challenger granted the right to substitute Pokémon. As the match commenced, Zhou Kai sent forth his first Pokémon, Beedrill. In response, Zhang Fan deployed his first Pokémon, Electabuzz. Electabuzz unleashed a discharge of electricity. Beedrill charged forward, executing a twin needle attack. Despite Beedrill's attempt to evade with its flying prowess, Zhang Fan's Electabuzz employed a dispersed electrical attack rather than a singular bolt, rendering Beedrill unable to dodge. Consequently, the attack proved ineffective as Beedrill was swiftly incapacitated by Electabuzz. Recognizing his opponent's strength, Zhou Kai summoned his second Pokémon, Go Scyther. Intrigued by the presence of such a rare Pokémon in the hands of a gym apprentice, Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Electabuzz unleashed Thunderbolt. However, even with Scyther's resilience as a flying-type Pokémon, It was utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of Electabuzz' assault. With a decisive Thunder Punch, Electabuzz eliminated Scyther. Thus, the victor was clear. With Scyther rendered incapable of battle, Electabuzz emerged triumphant, granting Zhang Fan the right to challenge the Shaoqi Gym leader. Following the conclusion of the match, the staff of the Shaoqi Gym promptly informed gym leader Zhou Ci and escorted Zhang Fan to the waiting room. Approximately half an hour later, the gym leader Zhou Ci found some time and arrived at the battlefield. It must be said that Zhang Fan was quite fortunate. After all, gym leaders are typically quite busy, as they also have the duty of safeguarding the city whenever formidable foes arise. It is only natural for the gym leader to be present on site. Thus, for a challenger to engage in battle with the gym leader shortly after a successful challenge is indeed a rarity. The leader of Shaoji Gym, Zhou Ci, is a trainer renowned for his expertise in bug-type Pokémon. Each gym leader possesses strength that is generally at the pinnacle of gym leader level. However, due to their responsibilities in protecting the city and combating crime, the gym leaders chosen in each region are at least of half-step champion level, with the only distinction being the possession of a few champion-level Pokémon. In provincial capital cities, the weakest gym leaders are typically champion-level trainers. Next, the battle between the challenger Zhang Fan and the Shaoji Gym trainer Zhou Ci will commence. The battle rules stipulate a 3-on-3 format, wherein the battle concludes once all Pokémon on one side are rendered unable to fight. During this encounter, only the challenger has the right to switch Pokémon. As the referee waved the flag, the battle between Zhang Fan and Zhou Ci officially began. Then, challenger, my first Pokémon is Beedrill. With the flash of a Pokeball, a remarkably robust Beedrill appeared in the battleground. Pokémon Beedrill. Level 40. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Bug, Poison. Ability, Swarm. Skills, Fury Attack, Focus Energy, Twin Needle, Pursuit, Pin Missile, Quick Attack. Upon witnessing this level 40 Beedrill, Zhang Fan promptly released his Charizard's Pokeball. I entrust you with this battle. Once Charizard materialized on the battlefield, Zhou Ci smiled and commanded, Beedrill, use Focus Energy. Observing Zhou Ci's Beedrill concentrating its energy to strike at Charizard's vital points, Zhang Fan seized the moment to launch his attack. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. In the next instant, a torrent of flames surged towards Beedrill. In response to Charizard's assault, Beedrill swiftly flapped its wings and evaded the fiery onslaught. Then, let's proceed with Heat Wave. Finish it. Charizard Dragon Rage. Chapter 33, Zhang Fan vs. Zhou Ci, acquiring the Shaoji Gym badge. As Charizard expelled a fireball, Beedrill succumbed and lost its ability to battle. With Beedrill incapacitated, Charizard emerged victorious. As Zhou Ci observed Charizard, which remained virtually unscathed, he chuckled and remarked, your Charizard has been exceptionally trained. Trainer, I acknowledge your skill. However, the battle continues. For this round, I call upon Scyther. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 45. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Bug Rock. Ability, Swarm. Skills, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, X-Scissor. Swords Dance, Night Slash, Stone Edge. The Scyther Mantis, an alternative evolutionary form of the Flying Mantis, requires the enigmatic Black Obsidian for its evolution. This Pokémon is a recent addition to the latest installment of the Pokémon series, Scarlet and Violet. Indeed, among bug-type Pokémon, the Flying Mantis is considered a formidable creature, possessing two evolutionary paths, evolving either into the formidable Scyther or the Scyther Mantis. In contrast to Scyther, which is a Bug-Steel type and thus vulnerable to Fire-type Pokémon, suffering quadruple damage, the Scyther Mantis, being a Rock Bug type, encounters a significantly reduced weakness, as it is not at risk of quadruple damage from Fire types. The Scyther Mantis unleashed a Rock-type move, Rock Slide, against the Charizard. This Rock-type attack, which deals 4 times the damage to Charizard, prompted Zhang Fan to immediately issue a command. Charizard, ascend into the skies and execute Steel Wing. With a mighty roar, Charizard soared upward, channeling Steel-type energy through its wings, shattering the barrage of boulders that rained down upon it. Seizing the momentum, Charizard propelled itself towards the Scyther Mantis with a Steel Wing attack. Bring it on, exclaimed the Scyther Mantis, preparing to counter with its signature move, Cleave. The two Pokémon collided with tremendous force, neither willing to yield, as the battle intensified in fervor. Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath. Though its wings were momentarily entangled with the Scyther Mantis's scythe-like arms, Charizard could still launch an attack from its mouth. A vibrant green dragon-type pillar struck the Scyther Mantis squarely in the face, landing a solid hit. With a pained cry, the Scyther Mantis was pushed back by Charizard's assault. Now Metal Claw. Without granting any respite, Charizard gathered Steel-type energy in its claws, and, in that fleeting moment as the Scyther Mantis was sent flying, it struck decisively. Final blow, Seismic Toss. As the Scyther Mantis was propelled backward, Charizard swiftly flapped its wings to close the distance, capturing it and soaring into the heavens. After spiraling through the air multiple times, Charizard rapidly descended, utilizing the force of inertia to slam the Scyther Mantis into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the Scyther mantis lay there with swirling patterns in its eyes, having lost its ability to battle, while Charizard emerged victorious. What an exceptional display of command, Zhang Fan. I shall remember you, challenger. Your synergy with Charizard is remarkable. Now, allow me to introduce my final Pokémon. With a flash of red light from the Pokeball, Heracross materialized on the battlefield. Pokémon, Heracross. Level, 55. Qualification, Gym Class. Types, Bug, Fighting. Ability, Swarm Sense. Charizard performed admirably. Now, I entrust the next battle to you, Houndoom. In the next moment, the majestic Houndoom appeared, marking the commencement of the ultimate showdown. The swift and rare Pokémon, Arcanine, charged forth with a powerful push from Heracross. Upon receiving the command from its trainer, Heracross let out a fierce roar and dashed towards Arcanine, its fists infused with intense fighting energy, a testament to its battle-hardened experience. Arcanine, unleash Flare Blitz. In an instant, Arcanine transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Heracross. The collision of the two Pokémon resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending clouds of dust swirling in every direction. Continue the assault, Arcanine. Use Flamethrower. Despite the obscured view of the battlefield, Zhang Fan resolutely issued commands. This scene illuminated Zhou's understanding of Zhang Fan's bond with his Pokémon. It was evident that without deploying his strongest team, this trainer was indeed no match for him. Heracross, close combat. As the dust from the explosion began to settle, it revealed numerous injuries adorning Heracross. While Arcanine also bore the brunt of the close combat strike. After exchanging blows, both stood steadfast, gazes locked in a fierce contest of wills. Heracross, use Super Horn Attack. With Heracross's ability, the power of its bug-type moves intensified as its health dwindled. Despite the adverse type matchup, Zhou boldly commanded such an attack. Arcanine. Since the opponent wishes to engage directly, let us go for another Flare Blitz. As both trainers issued their commands, Arcanine and Heracross charged at one another with fervor. One brandished a gleaming horn, while the other was engulfed in roaring flames, colliding with a deafening crash. With a resounding boom, both Arcanine and Heracross were sent flying. However, Arcanine managed to land gracefully amidst the chaos, while Heracross lacked the stamina to remain upright, collapsing to the ground, completely incapacitated. With Heracross unable to continue, Arcanine emerged victorious, marking Zhang Fan's triumph in this gym battle. Overjoyed by his first gym battle victory, Zhang Fan clenched his fist tightly. Well done, Arcanine. Chapter 34. The Paradise of Bug-type Pokémon, the Shiny Scyther. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhang Fan smiled, scratching his head in response to the gym leader's inquiry. I hear this is your first gym challenge, and you possess such remarkable strength. Are you preparing for the Pokémon League in Zhejiang Province in half a year? Or the national tournament in a year? Zhang Fan replied, I suppose I will participate in both. However, to be honest, I initially challenged the gym just to gauge my current abilities, especially since I will be taking the Pokémon entrance exam in half a month. Upon hearing this, Zhou was momentarily taken aback. What? You're just a senior in high school? You haven't even taken the Pokémon entrance exam yet? It was as if he could not fathom that this 18-year-old challenger, who had effortlessly defeated his gym, was not yet a college freshman, yet wielded such formidable power. Truly astonishing. Indeed, and I am immensely grateful for your guidance, Mr. Zhou, as it has instilled in me great confidence for the upcoming Pokémon entrance exam. After engaging in conversation, Zhou Qi fell silent upon discovering that Zhang Fan's father is none other than Zhang Mujuan, the esteemed fire-type gym leader of Jianan City. It appears that he is indeed the son of that remarkable individual. A tiger begets a tiger cub. Zhang Fan, best of luck in your college entrance examination. As fellow gym leaders from Zhejiang Province, their strengths are not vastly different, and they are acquainted with one another. Although their relationships are not particularly close, they are certainly cordial. Upon learning that Zhang Fan is the son of a colleague, Zhou Qi found himself holding Zhang Fan in even higher regard. By the way, gym leader Zhou Qi, I have noticed that the Shaoqi City area is abundant in grass-type and bug-type Pokémon resources. Might you know of any suitable locations to capture a bug-type Pokémon? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's inquiry, Zhou Qi smiled, appreciating the young man's eagerness. You have indeed asked the right person. East of the Shaoqi Gym lies a region known as Kuaiji Forest, which is home to a plethora of high-quality bug-type Pokémon. Pokémon such as Scyther, Heracross, and Beedrill are quite numerous there. You should be able to find one that suits your fancy. Kuaiji Forest, a veritable paradise for bug-type Pokémon, boasts an environment that surpasses many others, adorned with an array of blooming flowers. Pokémon like Butterfree, Beedrill, and Swallowtail butterflies flit among the blossoms, gathering nectar. Truly, this is a location recommended by the bug-type gym leader. It seems I might indeed capture an exceptional bug-type Pokémon here. Zhang Fan's favorites among bug types are few: Heracross, Scyther, Volcarona, and Genesect. However, the rarity of Volcarona is quite pronounced, rivaling that of quasi-legendaries, while Genesect belongs to the category of legendary Pokémon. so he harbored no illusions regarding them. Thus, his options were narrowed down to a choice between Heracross and Scyther. With a target in mind, Zhang Fan ventured into this paradise of bug-type Pokémon. Enlisting the help of his Arcanine to aid in the search, he soon discovered an impressive Heracross, which was busy collecting nectar from a tree. However, upon realizing the creature's gym-level qualifications, he decided to abandon that pursuit. At that moment, the sounds of a skirmish caught Zhang Fan's attention. Upon arriving at the scene of the battle with Arcanine, he gasped in astonishment. Before him stood an endless swarm of Scyther. At a cursory glance, there were at least 100 of them. They had formed a circle, with 2 Scyther engaged in combat at the center. One was the Scyther leader, possessing the strength of a monarch-level combatant, while the other was merely of elite caliber, being thoroughly overwhelmed in the confrontation. With the leader's furious rebuke, the other Scyther attempted to retort, but was swiftly knocked away by the leader's attack. Witnessing this, the remaining Scyther erupted in cheers, taunting their fellow with derisive jeers. At that moment, the luxurious ball of Shakira began to shake vigorously, and with a forceful effort, Shakira broke free, emerging from the ball with a resounding Saki Saki. Upon hearing Shakira's words, Zhang Fan redirected his gaze to the fallen Scyther. Species: Scyther, Shiny. Level: 30 Potential. King Type: Bug. Flying Ability: Technician Moves: Fury Cutter, Quick Attack. X-Scissor, Swords Dance, Bug Buzz, Night Slash. Upon viewing the attributes of this shiny Scyther, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this truly a shiny Pokémon? The scene he had just witnessed was indeed the leader of the Scyther tribe expelling the shiny Scyther. It appeared that within the Pokémon realm, shiny Pokémon were not recognized by these wild tribes. No wonder Shakira was so enraged upon hearing this and made her forceful appearance. After defeating the shiny Scyther, the Scyther leader cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fan before leading its kin away, leaving only the shiny Scyther behind. It was no surprise that Zhang Fan had not noticed the shiny aspect earlier. The distinguishing feature of this Scyther was merely the red coloration of a few bones on its abdomen, while the rest remained the same. Shakira certainly had sharp eyes. However, since the tribe had forsaken it, Zhang Fan saw a golden opportunity. King-level potential combined with a shiny Pokémon was something no one in their right mind would overlook. Thus, Zhang Fan promptly dashed over, using his telepathy to lower the shiny Scyther's guard. He then retrieved some healing ointment from his backpack, while Shakira recounted their shared experiences to garner sympathy. Splendid. The plan was unfolding perfectly. Indeed, under the influence of Zhang Fan's telepathy and Shakira's poignant narrative, the shiny Scyther regarded them with newfound kindness. Pokémon function in this manner. Kindness begets kindness. Having been cast aside by its tribe, joining Zhang Fan and the other companions similarly ostracized due to their coloration seemed rather appealing. After all, Shakira's tale was far more heart-wrenching than that of the Scyther. With this thought in mind, the Scyther was persuaded by Zhang Fan, becoming the final addition to his roster. Thus, all 6 Pokémon were in place. Chapter 35, Elite Trainer Certification, A Promise with Qingmei. Blaziken, a fighting and fire type. Arcanine, a pure fire type Pokémon. Charizard, a fire and flying type Pokémon. Shakira's final evolution is Tyranitar, boasting dark and rock type attributes. Electabuzz's ultimate evolution is Electivire, an electric type. Zhang Fan intends to evolve the Scyther into a Scyther, which possesses steel and bug type attributes. In this manner, among the 18 types of Pokémon, Zhang Fan currently possesses 6 that embody fire, fighting, flying, rock, dark, electric, bug, and steel types. Consequently, once all 6 Pokémon achieve their final evolutions, the diversity of his roster will be quite impressive. Notably, after capturing the Scyther, Zhang Fan remained in the Quaiji Forest for several days, during which Electabuzz successfully evolved into Electivire, further enhancing its strength. Species: Electivire level, 32 potential, King type, electric ability, static. Skills: Electromagnetic Wave, Thunder Punch, Thunderbolt, Swift, Charge, Cross Slash. Affection level, 168. Following the evolution of his Electabuzz, all 6 of Zhang Fan's Pokémon have now attained elite level prowess. Zhang Fan has finally emerged from the Quaiji Forest, and after several days of travel, he has arrived at Ningyong City. Upon entering Ningyong City, his first destination is the Pokémon Center. After restoring the vitality and condition of all his Pokémon, he seeks out Nurse Joy of Ningyong City, eager to elevate his trainer level. After all, the number of Pokémon in his possession has reached its limit. Unless he ascends to elite trainer status, he can only capture 6 Pokémon. Therefore, once this Pokémon egg hatches, he will lack the qualification to claim it. Moreover, in every previous Pokémon examination, the top scorers have invariably received substantial rewards, potentially including rare Pokémon. Thus, it is imperative to first enhance his trainer qualifications to ensure his ability to capture more Pokémon. Hello, Nurse Joy, I would like to upgrade my trainer level certification. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's request, Nurse Joy responded with a smile. Certainly, Mr. Zhang Fan. Please follow me to the trainer certification review room. Having previously upgraded his trainer qualifications, Zhang Fan navigated the process with ease. After releasing all 6 of his Pokémon, he noticed the astonished expression on Nurse Joy's face as the review system thoroughly assessed their levels. Blaziken, Shiny, level 62, Champion level. Arcanine, level 56, Gym level. Shiny Gyarados, level 52, Gym level. Charizard, level 45, Elite level. Electabuzz, level 32, Elite level. Scyther, level 31, Elite level. Indeed, as the 4th Pokémon he captured, Gyarados has surpassed Charizard in level due to its formidable Shiny and Master level potential, coupled with Zhang Fan's feeding of various energy cubes and rare metals. After numerous battles, Gyarados has now entered Gym level, rapidly approaching Arcanine. It seems that the evolution into Dragonite is not far off. Mr. Zhang Fan, since all 6 of your Pokémon are at Elite level or above, I am pleased to elevate your trainer qualification level to Elite. You may now capture up to 12 Pokémon. We hope you continue your efforts. After receiving his new trainer level certification, Zhang Fan departed the Pokémon Center and headed towards the Ningyong Gym. Zhang Fan had frequented the Ningyong Gym many times in his childhood, always accompanied by his father. Upon entering the Ningyong Gym, staff approached to inquire if Zhang Fan was there to challenge the gym, to which he naturally affirmed his intentions. However, he was somewhat taken aback to learn that the Ningyong Gym has been closed for the past few days. Apologies, Mr. Zhang Fan. But both the Master and the Junior Master are currently absent from the dojo, making it impossible to proceed with the challenges at this time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved his Pokédex and dialed Wu Meng's number. To his dismay, there was no answer. Realizing that Uncle Wu might need to impart some secret techniques to Wu Meng before the college entrance examination, or perhaps after training, Zhang Fan decided to leave the Ningyong dojo. However, before departing, he made sure to leave a message for Wu Meng through the staff. He then spent the night resting in Ningyong City, and the following day, he mounted his Charizard and set off towards Jianan City for the provincial entrance examination. Hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This cheeky lad seems quite confident. According to old Zhang, this boy's Blaziken has already attained the power of a champion. Truly remarkable. My dear, do not fall too far behind this young man. In response to her father's words, Wu Meng clenched her fist, pulled out her Pokédex, and noticed the missed calls. She promptly sent Zhang Fan a message. See you at the provincial entrance examination. This was a promise between 2 childhood friends. It is worth noting that only by becoming the top student in each city can one compete for the title of provincial champion. In other words, to secure the title of provincial champion in Zhejiang province, one must be the top student from one of the 11 cities in the province. With only 11 individuals eligible to compete, regardless of strength, for example, even if the second-place student from Hangqing is stronger than the champions from the other 10 cities, they cannot participate in the provincial competition if they are not the city champion. The agreement between Zhang Fan and Wu Meng signifies that they must at least become the top students of Jianan City and Ningyong City to meet in the provincial champion contest. Young boys and girls, strive towards your dreams. Even in the face of setbacks, injuries, and pain, never surrender. Chapter 36. The Pokémon Entrance Examination begins. In the year 2024, on June 7th, at Jianan City No. 1 High School, over 500 third-year students preparing for the Pokémon Entrance Examination were gearing up to embark on their journey as trainers. The examination venue for Jianan City was chosen at the city's Battle Center, where a total of 5,600 students gathered to participate in the examination. The Pokémon Entrance Examination serves as a pivotal moment that shapes the future of many trainers. Gaining admission to a prestigious Pokémon university ensures that, upon graduation after 4 years of study, one will at least possess elite-level capabilities. In such a scenario, regardless of one's location, an elite trainer with 6 Pokémon will command a respectable social status. Furthermore, those with a touch of luck, exceptional skills, and talent can naturally ascend to become gym-level trainers. Becoming a gym-level trainer is a commendable achievement, as it allows one to officially join the core of the Yanhuang Pokémon League, bringing with it status and wealth. Moreover, prestigious Pokémon universities are often staffed with formidable champion-level trainers as mentors. If one is fortunate enough to be chosen as their disciple, congratulations. You will transcend societal classes and rise above the rest. This elucidates why a prestigious Elven university is the ultimate aspiration for numerous students. Among the 5,600 participants, only 128 will ultimately be selected to partake in the 3-on-3 battle format of the Elven Entrance Examination. While the number of candidates for the Elven Examination is considerable, it pales in comparison to the high school entrance examinations of my previous life. For instance, in the Zhejiang province alone, over 400,000 students participated in the exams, rendering the current Elven Entrance Examination a mere fraction of that. Nevertheless, despite the disparity in numbers, the annual Elven Entrance Examination organized by the Yanhuang Elven Alliance remains of paramount significance. A multitude of trainers from the police force are stationed near the examination venue to maintain order. while esteemed figures such as Miss Junsha and Miss Joy have also arrived to provide assistance to the candidates. Due to the substantial number of participants, the Elven Alliance has divided the 5,600 students into 1,000 small groups for the first round of competition. Each group comprises 5 to 6 individuals, engaging in one-on-one point-based matches, where the participant with the highest score will advance to the second round. Concurrently, the Jiangnan City Elven Alliance will rank the students based on their scores. A higher score indicates a greater number of victories in the group matches, thus enhancing the chances of securing admission to a prestigious university. The 1,000 students who advance will be randomly paired for one-on-one battles, with winners progressing to subsequent rounds until 128 candidates remain for the core 3-on-3 battles. It is noteworthy that those who place within the top 128 in the city will have their matches broadcast live throughout Jiangnan City. This sensation, akin to that of a celebrity, is undoubtedly a fervent pursuit for the trainers. Upon the announcement of the rules, Zhang Fan received his examination details. He was assigned to Group 125, Station 17, with matches scheduled from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, facing a point match every hour until the conclusion of the group competition. The first round alone is set to span 3 days, with the second round commencing thereafter. After reviewing his opponent's information and realizing none were particularly formidable contenders, Zhang Fan decided which Pokémon he would deploy in the afternoon battles. At 1 o'clock, all 5 candidates of Group 125 arrived at the Jiangnan City Battle Center, scrutinizing their adversaries with keen eyes. Upon Zhang Fan's entry, the steadfast expressions of the other 4 candidates swiftly faded. They were taken aback to encounter such a formidable opponent. Zhang Fan's reputation resonated loudly among the candidates from Jiangnan City. Even the most gifted trainers from Ningyong City and Hangcheng could not best him. What chance did they stand against him? As the 120th round of the preliminary matches commenced, the examiners and teachers observed a rather amusing phenomenon. In the examination, aside from Zhang Fan, another candidate, also a student from the same esteemed school, encountered Zhang Fan and, without hesitation, chose to concede, thereby granting Zhang Fan an effortless point. Furthermore, since Zhang Fan did not engage him in battle, this candidate's Pokémon remained unscathed, resulting in a significantly higher win rate than his peers. Upon discovering this situation, an incredulous candidate, after being vanquished by Zhang Fan's Scyther, found that Zhang Fan smoothly advanced through his group matches, successfully qualifying for the next round and elevating his ranking into the top 1,000 of the city. Was this examination perhaps a tad too fortuitous? Observing that he had only fought a single battle while his opponents surrendered one after another, seemingly conserving their strength for a direct challenge to him, Zhang Fan relaxed his demeanor. 3 days later, the complete list of the top 1,000 candidates was revealed. While the remaining 4,000 contenders had also received their respective rankings in the Pokémon College entrance examination, the majority, however, appeared despondent. For gaining admission to a Pokémon University was far from the simplicity of past college entrance examinations. The path of a trainer inherently demands substantial financial resources, and those from modest backgrounds obviously faced considerable limitations in support. Moreover, this was not a system of compulsory education. Although trainers enjoyed elevated social status, they were equally beset by peril. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. The privileges accorded to them were accompanied by obligations that could not be overlooked. For instance, upon reaching the elite trainer level, should any emergency arise in their locality, one would be summoned by the Pokémon League, with the potential for life-threatening risks. While one could refuse such summons, repeated refusals would lead to penalties from the League, diminishing one's privileges or even revoking them entirely. Even in the prestigious Jiangnan First High School, over 200 students were eliminated in the first round. Such a nearly 50% elimination rate was indeed daunting. The second round of the Pokémon entrance examination would entail one-on-one battles among candidates. Soon, new examination information arrived. Upon opening the Pokémon Pokédex, Zhang Fan perused the details of the upcoming battle. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, the 7th battlefield would host a match against a candidate from Jiangnan Second High School, named Wu Yu. Chapter 37. A series of victories in the third round of the Pokémon entrance examination. The following day, at the 7th battlefield, Zhang Fan from Jiangnan First High School faced Wu Yu from Jiangnan Second High School. In one-on-one battles, even with multiple Pokémon at their disposal, candidates lacking confidence typically opted to deploy their strongest Pokémon first. Realizing that his opponent was Zhang Fan, Wu Yu chose to send forth his initial Pokémon. The battle for the Jiangnan City 2024 Pokémon entrance examination commenced, with Zhang Fan from Jiangnan First High School set to duel Wu Yu from Jiangnan Second High School. Candidates were instructed to release their Pokémon immediately. In the next moment, as the examiner issued the command, both Zhang Fan and Wu Yu simultaneously retrieved their Pokéballs from their belts, unleashing twin beams of crimson light. A newly ascended elite-level Spearow gazed sharply at Zhang Fan's Electabuzz. It appears fortune favors me today. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's remark, Wu Yu found himself at a loss for words. Wait, aren't you the son of Mu Jun, the Fire-type gym leader? Why have you suddenly switched to a different type? Spearow, unleash Hyper Beam. Considering Zhang Fan's reputation, Wu Yu believed it imperative to strike decisively. Otherwise, if given the opportunity, Zhang Fan would surely seize victory. Thus, he initiated with a powerful move. However, to his dismay, Electabuzz was far swifter. Thunderbolt. With a thunderous cry, Electabuzz released a terrifying surge of electricity, striking Spearow just as it was about to channel its Hyper Beam, causing it to plummet to the ground, unable to even execute its move. Spearow was rendered incapable of battle. With Spearow incapacitated, Electabuzz emerged victorious, allowing Zhang Fan from Genon No. 1 to advance to the next round. Following this effortless triumph, Zhang Fan summoned only his Scyther and Electabuzz, both newly elevated to elite status, easily securing a place among the top 300. As he progressed to the final battle for the top 128, Zhang Fan deployed his Charizard against his opponent, a high-level Geodude. Geodude unleashed Rock Slide upon Charizard upon receiving the trainer's command. Instantly, a multitude of rocks materialized in the air above Charizard. Despite the fact that Rock-type moves would inflict quadruple damage on Charizard, Zhang Fan's Charizard was not one to be easily subdued by mere type advantages. Charizard, use Steel Wing. In an instant, Charizard's wings transformed into formidable steel appendages, rendering the incoming Rock Slide ineffective. Simultaneously, Charizard's attack struck Geodude with immense force, incapacitating it in a single blow. With Geodude defeated, Charizard claimed victory, allowing Zhang Fan from Genon No. 1 to progress to the next round. Thus, Zhang Fan entered the top 128 of Genon City, and his upcoming challenge would involve a 3-on-3 battle. As the most elite contenders in the city, each of these 120 students possessed at least one elite-level Pokémon, presenting a stark contrast to the previous rounds. In such circumstances, a 3-on-3 battle was essential to determine the ultimate victor. From over 5,000 participants, only 128 remained after 7 days of intense competition. The subsequent battles would be broadcasted live, one-on-one. Zhang Fan's match was scheduled in the first battle arena, the third contest, against fellow Genon No. 1 student Li Yong. I hope my next opponent brings some excitement to the fight, Zhang Fan murmured as he began to prepare for the forthcoming battle. Now, let us witness the 3-on-3 clash between Zhang Fan of Genon No. 1 and Li Yong of Genon No. 1. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the examiner's words, Zhang Fan and Li Yong stepped into the battle corridor, and simultaneously, the college entrance examination live broadcast commenced across the entire city. At this moment, within the Jiannan Gym, Zhang Mujun, Li Fun, and a multitude of gym disciples and apprentices were engrossed in the live stream. When they finally saw that it was Zhang Fan's turn to compete, a wave of excitement washed over the crowd. It was finally time for Xiao Fan's match. As Zhang Fan appeared, Li Yong, holding his Pokeball, addressed him with determination. Zhang Fan, I know you're incredibly strong, but even so, I shall not concede easily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan responded with a smile. That's splendid. I wouldn't have it any other way. I entrust this battle to you, Electabuzz. With a flourish, a robust Electabuzz materialized onto the battlefield, its striking black and yellow coloring exuding an aura of strength. Li Yong, too, summoned his Pokémon with a grin. Indeed. It seems you are the only one not sending out your main force in this Pokémon examination. Go, Dugtrio. Pokémon, Dugtrio. Level, 36. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Ground. Steel. Ability, Sandveil. Skills, Scratch, Horn Drill, Sandstorm, Metal Claw, Rock Slide, Dig, Fury Swipes. With Dugtrio's entrance, it was evident that Zhang Fan's Electabuzz electric-type moves would be ineffective against it. Li Yong's choice indicated he anticipated Zhang Fan's initial pick of Electabuzz, thus opting for Dugtrio. However, Dugtrio is a rarity within the Yanhuang Pokémon League, primarily inhabiting the Americas. It seems this fellow possesses some skill. Dugtrio, use Scratch. Li Yong commanded, aiming to enhance his Pokémon's attack. Zhang Fan swiftly countered, Electabuzz, in that case, let us employ Bulk Up. Bulk Up would enhance both attack and defense, rendering Dugtrio's Scratch nearly ineffective. Dugtrio, unleash Earthquake. Li Yong called out. Electabuzz, with a flash of electricity, charged forward, executing a Brick Break. Despite enduring the tremors of the earthquake, Electabuzz rapidly closed the distance to Dugtrio, delivering a powerful punch. Thanks to the speed boost from the electric move, the duration of the earthquake was brief, resulting in an exchange of blows, leaving both parties momentarily balanced. Dugtrio used Dig. Li Yong commanded. In response, Electabuzz directed its attack towards the battlefield, launching a Meteor Mash. Since Electabuzz had yet to evolve into Electivire, it was immune to the effects of earthquake. However, the best counter to Dig was to unleash overwhelming force to drive the opponent underground. Moreover, Electabuzz's strength was nothing to scoff at. Thus, Zhang Fan instructed Electabuzz to perform Meteor Mash. Knowing that even though Electabuzz had not achieved its final evolution and was not a fighting-type Pokémon, its fighting prowess remained formidable. With the guidance of Blaziken and Electabuzz' ability to utilize various fighting-type moves, the power unleashed by this attack was indeed comparable to that of Earthquake. As the electric beast unleashed its explosive punch, a series of shockwaves cascaded down from above the battlefield. Sensing impending peril, Leong immediately shouted to his Dratini, urging it to emerge and dig for an assault. Simultaneously, Zhang Fan issued his command. Prepare yourself, feel the tremors of the ground, and wait for the opportune moment to deliver an explosive punch downward. After a prolonged silence, the examiner, noticing Dratini's lack of response, had no choice but to declare, Dratini has lost its fighting capability. The electric beast emerges victorious. Having secured the first victory, Leong sent forth his second Pokémon, a bewildered flower, recently ascended to the elite level. In response, Zhang Fan simply commanded the electric beast to unleash a fire punch, swiftly dispatching the opponent. As for Leong's third Pokémon, it had yet to reach the elite level, falling victim to a single thunderbolt from the electric beast. Witnessing Zhang Fan's triumphant streak, Leong remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately turning away. The outcome had already been determined. Next came the round of 64-32, where Zhang Fan noted that his opponents were even less formidable than Leong. A single scyther effortlessly dispatched them all. It was not until the round of 16 that Zhang Fan found some amusement. The battle between Zhang Fan from Jialan No. 1 High School and Chun Chang from the same institution was about to commence. Both contestants were summoned to the battlefield. Chun Chang was previously regarded as Zhang Fan's archrival, at least in Chun Chang's view. However, Zhang Fan was somewhat surprised to see Chun Chang advance to the top 16 in Jianan City. Indeed, trainers are judged not only by their talent, but also by their resources. Zhang Fan, encountering you during the Pokémon examination is a twist of fate. This time, I shall reclaim my honor. Go, Nidoqueen. Pokémon, Nidoqueen. Level, 44. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Ground, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. Skills, Thunderbolt, Earth Power, Hyper Beam, Poison Sting, Flamethrower. At that moment, Chun Chang's Nidoqueen unleashed a thunderbolt toward Zhang Fan's Charizard. Observing this, Charizard quickly flapped its wings, evading the attack. Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath. In the next instant, Charizard expelled a column of Emerald Dragon energy, sending Nidoqueen staggering back several meters. Curse it, Nidoqueen. Do not succumb to this scoundrel. Use Hyper Beam. As Charizard approached, it activated Protect. At the moment Nidoqueen unleashed its Hyper Beam, Charizard unfurled a green membrane, successfully blocking Nidoqueen's lethal strike. Dragon Rage. The explosion from Dragon Rage propelled Nidoqueen away. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard lifted Nidoqueen and, utilizing altitude and momentum, slammed it down with great force, determining the victor. Nidoqueen lost its fighting capability. Charizard triumphed. Following the examiner's announcement of the results, Chun Chang's expression darkened, and he subsequently dispatched his initial Pokémon, Croconaw. However, what perplexed Zhang Fan was that, given that his opponent's initial Pokémon, the powerful Croconaw, had only just reached level 38, how could Chun Chang possibly possess a level 44 Nidoking? Croconaw, use Water Gun. Charizard, unleash Dragon Breath. At the moment their powerful Dragon Breath clashed with the Water Gun. It effortlessly pierced through the water attack and struck Croconaw with tremendous force, rendering it unable to continue fighting. With the second defeat, Zhang Fan presumed that Chun Chang had no stronger Pokémon left. However, the appearance of the next Pokémon revealed a notable anomaly. Go forth, my ace. As Chun Chang sent out his final Pokémon, Zhang Fan's initial disdain gradually transformed into a serious demeanor, for the creature now entering the fray was a high-level Tyranitar, a true Gym-class Pokémon. Pokémon, Tyranitar. Level, 55. Qualification, Gym class. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Volt Absorb. Skills, Stomp, Drill Run, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Dragon Pulse. The emergence of this level 55 Tyranitar enveloped the entire battlefield with an overwhelming aura of power. Faced with such a formidable foe, and knowing the type disadvantage was insurmountable, Zhang Fan wisely chose not to send Charizard into the battle. This time it's your turn. With the flash of a luxury ball, the purple shiny Garchomp made its grand entrance. A shiny Garchomp. Zhang Fan, you are truly fortunate. No wonder you are the son of the gym leader of the Johto region. Hearing such remarks from his opponent, Zhang Fan merely scoffed, plotting in his mind. Foolish one. How can I compare to your father, who procured a Pokémon that does not match your strength? Do you not fear that your final exam results will be annulled? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Chun Chang's expression changed dramatically. Do not spout nonsense. Tyranitar is a new Pokémon I recently captured. Now, use Stone Edge. Yet, after Chun Chang issued his command, Tyranitar merely snorted and charged toward Garchomp with its iron tail. As a fellow ground and rock-type Pokémon, Tyranitar was consumed by a deep-seated resentment towards the noble lineage represented by Garchomp, mirroring Chun Chang's attitude towards Zhang Fan, a mixture of envy and jealousy. Unfortunately for Chun Chang, the king will always reign supreme. Garchomp, meet it head-on. Chapter 39. the Pokémon of others? The semifinals begin. At this moment, as Zhang Fan and Chen Chang's battle was being broadcasted live, the expression of Zhang Mujun, the leader of the Johto Fire Gym, was far from pleasant. Although it was true that Zhang Fan, as the heir to the Fire Gym, had benefited greatly from his father's influence. The Pokémon he commanded were nurtured by his own efforts as a trainer. Furthermore, who would not seize advantageous opportunities, given such advantages? It was only natural for others to harbor jealousy. Was Chen Chang an exception? Chen Chang was it? It seems there was a certain scoundrel with the surname Chen back in the day. It appears I must investigate this matter further. As a seasoned trainer from an established dojo, Zhang Mujun could easily discern that the Pokémon Chen Chang was currently using was utterly disobedient, as if it had been hastily summoned merely to bolster performance for the Pokémon entrance examination. The Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance had explicitly stipulated that utilizing another's Pokémon or opting for a powerful Pokémon that the trainer could not control during the examination would result in disqualification and severe penalties. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battleground, Zhang Fan's Shakira and Steel Tyrannosaurus collided with tremendous force. Due to the overwhelming pressure of the semi-divine, Shakira's iron head ultimately prevailed, forcefully pushing the Steel Tyrannosaurus back. Seizing this opportunity, Shakira opened its jaws and successfully bit down on its opponent. In retaliation, the Steel Tyrannosaurus, having been pushed back and bitten, let out a furious roar as a beam of destructive energy began to coalesce in its mouth. Curse it, Steel Tyrannosaurus. Why do you refuse to heed my commands? Do not unleash the destructive beam. Use Drill Horn instead. However, the Steel Tyrannosaurus disregarded Chen Chang's orders, launching an attack autonomously. Shakira, use Protect. In an instant, the green membrane of the Protect move was activated, rendering the Steel Tyrannosaurus's destructive beam ineffective against Shakira's defenses. Witnessing this, the head examiner's expression darkened as he addressed Chen Chang. Contestant Chen Chang. The Pokémon entrance examination has repeatedly emphasized that the use of disobedient and powerful Pokémon is strictly prohibited. If you cannot command your Steel Tyrannosaurus, you will face scrutiny from the Alliance. As he spoke, the head examiner produced a Pokeball, seemingly prepared to intervene forcibly and subdue Chen Chang's Steel Tyrannosaurus. Since the creature remained stubbornly unresponsive, Zhang Fan seized the moment. Shakira, use Dig. The ground-type move would inflict double damage on the Steel Tyrannosaurus, which was also momentarily immobilized. As Shakira emerged from beneath the ground, the Steel Tyrannosaurus was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the battlefield. Initially intending to halt the match with his own Pokémon, the head examiner paused upon observing Zhang Fan's adept handling of the situation. Should he intervene and an unexpected outcome arise during the review, he would bear responsibility if Chen Chang had not cheated. It was wiser to let Zhang Fan defeat the Steel Tyrannosaurus, facilitating the subsequent investigation. Confirming Chen Chang's cheating would lead to disqualification, while a loss would render Chen Chang's performance indisputable. Use Earthquake to finish him off. As Zhang Fan's command resonated, Shakira stomped the ground, unleashing a relentless surge of ground energy that engulfed the Steel Tyrannosaurus in a continuous assault. Ultimately, the Steel Tyrannosaurus succumbed, losing its ability to battle, and Shakira emerged victorious. The victor was Zhang Fan, hailing from Jinan No. 1 High School. As Chen Chang faced defeat and was escorted away by the Alliance's review personnel, Zhang Fan's father began to seek retribution against Chen Chang's father, determined to eliminate any lingering threats to their family. After defeating Chen Chang, Zhang Fan smoothly secured a place among the top 8. In the ensuing match, Feng Sudog achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive victories, advancing into the semifinals. To Zhang Fan's astonishment, he realized that he was the only student from Jinan No. 1 High School to reach the top 4. Even the other seeded competitor from the previous 5-school tournament had faltered at the quarterfinals. This made things more interesting. Otherwise, battling against elite opponents daily would lack any challenge. In the semifinals, Zhang Fan faced off against Yuan Yi from Jinan No. 7 High School, a female competitor hailing from a prestigious family known for nurturing talent. It was she who had vanquished another seeded player from Jinan No. 1 High School, explaining her impressive progress thus far. Once again, let it be known, the path of a trainer is not a mere pastime for the common folk. In this world, how many extraordinary trainers emerge from humble beginnings? Of course, some fortunate trainers may rise to gym leader or champion status, but how many such individuals can there truly be? It is worth noting that aside from the earliest elite members of the Pokémon League, no common trainer has ever reached the pinnacle of master status. When recounting the current 8 masters, one cannot help but notice that each is a scion of a prestigious lineage or an esteemed member of the league. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan had yet to contend with an opponent who combined the skills of both a nurturer and a trainer. He anticipated that Yuan Yi might provide him with a worthy challenge. Before long, the battle commenced, as only 4 competitors remained in the Pokémon College entrance examination, all of whom were the cream of the crop from Jinan City's younger generation. With the entire event being streamed live, the top 4 contestants had amassed quite a following. The live chat was filled with fervent encouragement, expressing admiration for Zhang Fan's prowess. Noting that he had progressed to the semifinals without sustaining any injuries, and speculating that he could very well be the top scorer of Jinan City. Previously, Chen Chong had been disqualified for cheating, and those who dared to challenge Zhang Fan were courting disaster. Even with stronger Pokémon, they would surely be defeated. The notion that the top scorer of Jinan City was within easy reach seemed to be a foregone conclusion, as Zhang Fan had also proven himself as the champion of Zhejiang Province. Amidst the fervor of online commentary, Zhang Fan and Yuan Yi stood poised on the battlefield. As a member of a nurturing family, Yuan Yi, like Zhang Fan, undoubtedly had a Pokémon that had accompanied her since childhood. Thus, this battle could genuinely be regarded as a contest of equals. I have long anticipated this encounter with you, Zhang Fan, Yuan Yi declared. I have heard that your starting Pokémon is Blaziken, yet it has yet to make an appearance. I hope you will summon it forth. With that, Yuan Yi swiftly threw a Pokeball. In the next moment, an enormous Venusaur materialized on the battlefield. Upon seeing Venusaur, Zhang Fan's heart raced with excitement. Knowing that he excelled in Fire-type Pokémon, he felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Alright, Feng Sudog, it's your time to shine. Chapter 40, The Formidable Snorlax. Blaziken enters. Pokémon, Venusaur. Level, 52. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Attributes, Grass-type, Poison-type. Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Sunny Day, Solar Beam. Venusaur, a formidable opponent. Arcanine. Unleash Flamethrower. As Zhang Fan issued the command, Arcanine unleashed a fierce flamethrower. In response to the assault, Yuan Yi smiled and commanded, Venusaur, use Frenzy Plant. With a mighty roar, Venusaur summoned thick vines erupting from the ground, forming a colossal wall of vines to counter the flamethrower. A clever strategy, yet ultimately futile. Arcanine. Continue your onslaught, amplify the flames, and execute Eruption. Upon uttering these words, Arcanine's flamethrower multiplied from 1 to 5, creating a fiery X shape that struck Frenzy Plant with explosive force. Accompanied by Venusaur's agonized cry, Eruption collided directly with its form. Venusaur, do not succumb. Use Sleep Powder. Venusaur quickly regrouped, releasing a cloud of silvery powder that enveloped the battlefield, aiming to induce sleep upon Arcanine. Arcanine, unleash Heat Wave, incinerate the entire arena. Recognizing the imminent danger of Sleep Powder, Zhang Fan was determined not to allow this opportunity to slip away. As the heat wave scorched the arena, the Sleep Powder was rendered ineffective, consumed by the flames. Finish it, burn it to ashes. Go all out, Venusaur, use Solar Beam. In an instant, both Pokémon unleashed their ultimate moves. However, Solar Beam took longer to charge, allowing Arcanine's Eruption to strike first. You've done well, Venusaur. Now, my trump card, come forth. Snorlax. As Snorlax entered the fray, Zhang Fan couldn't help but glance at Yuan Yi's Snorlax with admiration. Pokémon, Snorlax. Level, 58. Qualification, Champion. Type, Normal. Ability, Thick Fat. Moves, Rollout, Rest, Sleep Talk, Body Slam, Heavy Slam, Belly Drum. Seeing Yuan Yi summon Snorlax, Zhang Fan marveled at the prowess of a true breeder. A gluttonous Pokémon like Snorlax at such a high level was indeed impressive. He surmised that this Snorlax was likely Yuan Yi's strongest Pokémon, a formidable initial choice. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's remarks, Arcanine's gaze sharpened, and it charged towards Snorlax with remarkable speed. Witnessing Arcanine employ a flying-type move, Yuan Yi remarked in surprise, Belly Drum. Expend half your health to maximize attack power. This tactic is particularly advantageous against a sturdy Pokémon like Snorlax. Subsequently, Snorlax raised its arms, sacrificing half its stamina to amplify its power. Excellent, use Rest. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Zhang Fan felt his competitive spirit ignite. What a brilliant strategy. It makes me want to capture a Snorlax myself. Arcanine, engage in close combat, and do everything to interrupt Snorlax's rest. Now, Snorlax's vitality has dwindled to less than half. If Zhang Fan can defeat him before the sleep move concludes, he will undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Thus, Zhang Fan launches an all-out assault, initiating a close-range attack despite the fact that this move will reduce the defenses of his swift canine companion. In an instant, when the swift dog lunges forward and executes the close-range attack on Snorlax, even in a state of slumber, Snorlax feels the pain, his expression shifting dramatically. However, alas, after this combination of moves, Snorlax successfully awakens. The sleep move has worked its magic. Snorlax retaliates with a titanic force. Nearby, the swift dog is caught off guard and is pinned down by Snorlax, rendered immobile. Another close-range attack, accompanied by the swift dog's furious roar. The close-range assault is unleashed once more, yet it remains powerless against the sheer weight of Snorlax. To finish him off, Snorlax employs the devastating move, Hyper Beam. With Snorlax bearing down on him, the swift dog is utterly defenseless and compounded by the drop in defenses. He is rendered incapable of continuing the battle after being struck by Snorlax's Hyper Beam. Like himself, they too possess affluent backgrounds, formidable elders, and ample time. With their initial Pokémon showcasing remarkable strength, Excellent. You are the first opponent to impose such pressure upon me. Thus, it is time for you to face my ultimate trump card, Blaziken. With a flash of crimson light, the dazzling Blaziken makes its grand entrance. Upon Blaziken's appearance on the battlefield, the live stream's chat erupts with fervent excitement. Oh my, Zhang Fan possesses another formidable ace. It seems the dazzling sharpshooter is not even his strongest Pokémon, which is rather astonishing. The prowess of Zhang Fan indeed stands apart from his contemporaries. He was the champion of the previous 5-school tournament. Yuan Yi is also exceptionally strong. These trainers' initial Pokémon are terrifyingly powerful. Such envy. It appears this is the first time Zhang Fan's swift dog has been defeated. Yuan Yi truly possesses skill. It's merely a matter of privilege. Having Pokémon at their disposal from the outset. If we trainers had such advantages, how could we possibly lose to them? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, seeing Zhang Fan summon Blaziken, Yuan Yi becomes invigorated. Excellent, Snorlax. The opponent is formidable. We must strive harder and execute rollout after rounding up. Blaziken. Show him your true strength with Aura Sphere. As both trainers command their Pokémon, the battle ignites instantaneously. However, no one anticipated that what was presumed to be an evenly matched confrontation between Blaziken and Snorlax would resolve so swiftly. Chapter 41. The Indomitable Presence. The Finals. Aura Sphere. A formidable fighting-type move is unleashed as Blaziken, exuding an aura of invincibility, strikes with tremendous force, sending Snorlax's enormous form hurtling through the air. It crashes forcefully to the ground, incapacitated, its eyes swirling in confusion. With but a single move, Blaziken triumphs over Snorlax with overwhelming strength. Even though Snorlax had utilized Belly Drum to enhance its attack power to the utmost, Snorlax is rendered incapable of battle, and Blaziken emerges victorious. At this moment, an invincible aura emanated from the Fire Chicken, causing the surrounding examiners to change their expressions dramatically upon sensing this powerful presence. A king-level Pokémon. How could a trainer possessing such a formidable Pokémon appear in the Pokémon entrance examination? Yuan Yi was also momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback that his ace, Snorlax, was so easily defeated by the Fire Chicken. In comparison to the previous 2 Pokémon, although his Pidgeot had also reached the gym leader level, it was merely at the initial stage. For the Fire Chicken, it was merely a single strike. With a blast of flames, the opponent was vanquished. As a burst of golden fire illuminated the battlefield, Pidgeot's massive form plummeted from the sky, unable to rise again. With Pidgeot losing its ability to battle, the Fire Chicken emerged victorious. Since all 3 of Yuan Yi's Pokémon had succumbed, the victor was Zhang Fan from Jianan No. 1 High School. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. Your Snorlax is truly formidable. Let's have another match when the opportunity arises. With that, Zhang Fan turned and departed. The video of this battle and the live broadcast began to circulate widely online, garnering comments and attracting the attention of numerous trainers throughout Zhejiang province. Many cities had already determined their champions, implying that these individuals had secured their qualifications for the provincial championship, naturally paying close attention to their rivals. As provincial champions, each trainer's strength was formidable, and witnessing the duel between Zhang Fan and Yuan Yi left many talented trainers in silence. Zhang Fan's Fire Chicken, adorned with its unique golden flames, combined with its ability to swiftly defeat Snorlax, exerted immense pressure on them. Zhang Fan was undoubtedly a formidable adversary on their quest for the provincial championship. Zhang Fan is so handsome, and the Fire Chicken is magnificent. I adore the golden flames. I knew it. Zhang Fan would undoubtedly win. Everyone from Jianan No. 1 High School knows that his ace is not Arcanine. Yuan Yi was merely the first to force out his trump card. I envy him so much. I want to be a powerful trainer like him. Sob sob sob. Fan, I want to have your children. Huh, you upstairs have a problem. Your profile says he is not a male. Tomorrow marks the final showdown. And before the battle commences, he must also review his opponent's information to ensure victory and secure the title of Jianan City's top scorer in the entrance examination. Likewise, the upcoming opponents will only grow stronger. Should he underestimate them, he might very well face a disastrous defeat. The following day, the main battle arena of the Jianan City Competition Center opened its doors, and to promote the entrance examination, spectators who were previously barred from entry were now allowed to purchase tickets to witness the grand finale. Consequently, students from various universities, spectators, trainers, and individuals from all walks of life flocked to the battle center, totaling over 50,000 people. Simultaneously, Zhang Fan's fans formed a support group to cheer for their idol. Not only that, but Zhang Yu, also advancing to the finals of the Pokémon entrance examination, boasted a substantial fanbase, and his strength was equally formidable. At the very least, he would not be outmatched by Yuan Yi. The battle between Zhang Fan from Jinan No. 1 Middle School and Zhang Yu from Jinan No. 2 Middle School is about to commence. As the chief examiner issues the command, both contenders release their first Pokémon. With a flash of crimson light, the purple Shakila and a Circle Bear appear on the battlefield. Pokémon, Circle Bear. Level, 55. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Normal. Ability, Stamina. Skills, Cut, Frightening Face, Mega Punch. Ruckus, Obliterating Light. A level 55 Circle Bear is indeed a formidable opponent, especially as Shaquilla stands on the brink of evolution. Zhang Fan hopes that before the end of this Pokémon exam, Shaquilla can achieve complete evolution, with the potential of a Banjira. It could swiftly become his second champion-level Pokémon. Zhang Fan, I have long awaited this battle. Circle Bear, unleash Hammer Arm. Upon Zhang Yu's command, Circle Bear lets out a fierce roar, its right arm glowing with a brilliant white sheen as it charges towards Shaquilla. I too hope you won't disappoint me. Shaquilla, summon a sandstorm. At Zhang Fan's command, Shaquilla's will ignites, and a powerful sandstorm takes form, invigorating Shaquilla amidst the swirling sands. Meanwhile, Circle Bear becomes momentarily uncertain of Shaquilla's position. Observing this, Zhang Yu quickly instructs Circle Bear, do not panic. Use Hammer Arm against the ground to sense Shaquilla's movements. With a commanding roar, Zhang Fan responds, Shaquilla, initiate Earthquake. As soon as Zhang Fan speaks, Shaquilla channels the energy of the earth, executing the mighty move Earthquake. If Circle Bear seeks to determine Shaquilla's position, it will have to see if Zhang Fan grants such an opportunity. It can be said that Circle Bear's defeat amidst the sandstorm was all but preordained. Noticing this, Zhang Fan's expression subtly shifts. Pokémon, Frogadier. Level, 57. Qualification, Champion level. Type, Water, Dark. Ability, Torrent. Skills, Water Shuriken, Water Pulse, Shadow Clone, Acrobatics, Protect. While trained, Frogadier, Zhang Fan remarks. Shaquilla, unleash Stone Edge. Following Zhang Fan's command, Zhang Yu is taken aback. Despite facing a disadvantageous matchup, Zhang Fan remains unfazed, indicating that this Shaquilla possesses extraordinary qualities. Indeed, Shaquilla is somewhat exceptional. As a shiny Pokémon, it inherently boasts superior attributes compared to other Pokémon. For instance, Zhang Fan's shiny Blaziken wields a more terrifying golden flame, inflicting damage far exceeding the ordinary orange-red flames. Similarly, Shaquilla, as a shiny Pokémon, possesses a unique trait. Its attacks, such as Obliterating Light and Mega Impact, incur no adverse effects or paralysis upon usage. This means that once Zhang Fan's Shaquilla evolves, it will essentially become a mobile artillery platform. Frogadier, Water Shuriken. As Zhang Yu issued his command, the Greninja sprang into swift action, countering the oncoming barrage of sharp stones by unleashing a flurry of water shurikens to block the assault. Yet, despite these efforts, the sandstorm raged on. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Greninja seized the moment to invoke Rain Dance, cognizant that, under the relentless sandstorm, even its advantageous type against Sandshrew would be rendered ineffective without dispelling the tempest. Thus, Zhang Yu urged Greninja to summon the rain. Sandshrew, Quicksand Hell. In that instant, as Greninja commenced its Rain Dance to engage in a battle of elements with Sandshrew, it suddenly felt the ground beneath it give way. Instantly ensnared by the quicksand, Greninja found itself unable to escape. At that moment, the Rain Dance bore fruit, and torrents of rain began to cascade down, transforming the parched battlefield into a quagmire. Although Sandshrew experienced discomfort, the sandstorm remained unbroken, and the presence of Quicksand Hell rendered it nearly impervious to harm. In contrast, Greninja, trapped in the quicksand, found its own rain-making efforts only deepening its plight, tilting the battle even further against it. Now, Sandshrew, unleash Oblivion Beam. At once, Sandshrew began to gather ominous energy within its maw, taking advantage of Greninja's immobilization to ensure a direct hit. A brilliant orange-yellow beam erupted forth, causing Greninja to cry out in pain as it was violently expelled from the mire. At this juncture, Zhang Fan issued another command. Continue with Oblivion Beam. Upon hearing this order, the audience, including the chief examiner and even Zhang Fan's father, the gym leader Zhang Mujun, were taken aback. This clever rascal. Has he been hiding such a profound ability? Is this radiant demigod immune to the side effects of Oblivion Beam? Zhang Yu, witnessing the unfolding events, was equally astonished. How is it possible that your Sandshrew is unaffected by the side effects of Oblivion Beam? With this question lingering in the air, Sandshrew unleashed Oblivion Beam once more, striking Greninja, which had only just risen, sending it flying once again. Finish him with Earthquake. After several overwhelming attacks, Greninja displayed virtually no resistance, succumbing entirely to Sandshrew's final Earthquake. With Greninja rendered unable to continue, Sandshrew emerged victorious. Just as the chief examiner was about to announce the results, Sandshrew let out a furious roar, and a dazzling silver light burst forth from its form. Even in the brightness of day, the radiance of evolution captivated the eyes of the over 50,000 spectators present. Could it be? Sandshrew was evolving. My goodness. To witness a demigod's evolution while merely attending a match, especially that of a radiant demigod, is beyond belief. As the audience marveled in astonishment, Sandshrew's form began to rise gracefully. Soon, a formidable creature emerged, a magnificent shiny Banjira, towering at approximately 5 meters, adorned with numerous backward-facing spines and a chest plate forged from purple metal. Its entire body encased in earthy yellow armor, radiating the colors of the earth. Species, Bangira, Shiny. Level, 59. Aptitude, Master. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Skills, Dragon Dance. Outrage, Earthquake, Hyper Beam, Stone Edge, Sandstorm, Rock Slide. Affection, 255. With Bangira's evolution, the previously diminished Sandstorm was rekindled, a testament to its Sandstream ability. It was truly awe-inspiring. Player Zhang Fan Shakila had defeated its foe with a type disadvantage and successfully evolved into Bangira. Oh my. It is indeed my first encounter with a shiny quasi-deity. It is simply unbelievable. Zhang Fan, keep it up. You are the best, the champion. As Bangira successfully evolved, the audience erupted in cheers, praising and blessing Zhang Fan, as if the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jinan City had just been announced. Zhang Fan, witnessing Bangira's power reaching the pinnacle of gym leader level, just a step away from the Elite Four, felt immense joy. Congratulations, Bangira. Let us celebrate your evolution and our victory with this battle. The battle continued. As the Greninja lost its fighting capability, Zhang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. And then the returning Circling Bear appeared. Circling Bear, unleash Hammer Arm and charge at Bangira. In response to the onslaught, Zhang Fan smiled and issued a command. Bangira, use Stone Edge. In the next moment, an array of sharp stones materialized around Bangira and surged towards Circling Bear. Although Circling Bear managed to deflect a multitude of stones with its Hammer Arm, it still expended considerable energy as it approached Bangira. Now is the moment, Circling Bear. Hammer Arm. Bangira is 4 times weak to you. Once Hammer Arm lands, it will surely. Unfortunately, while Zhang Yu's plan was commendable, its execution proved to be quite challenging. Before he could finish his sentence, Bangira had already charged its Hyper Beam and unleashed it at close range upon Circling Bear. Circling Bear succumbed to its injuries, and Bangira emerged victorious. With this, Zhang Yu's 2 gym leader-level Pokémon were rendered unable to battle. It remained uncertain how his third Pokémon would measure up against the others. Chapter 43, the top scorer of Jinan City. As Zhang Yu lost his 2 Pokémon, the outcome of the match appeared sealed, especially considering his initial Pokémon, Greninja, had been defeated. With this uncertainty lingering, the audience at the Jinan City Battle Center turned their attention to the central arena. At this moment, Zhang Fan's shiny Bangira stood resplendent, the sandstorm swirling around it, embodying the essence of an indomitable force. Go, Lizard King. Species, Lizard King. Level, 56. Aptitude, Elite. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Skills, Leaf Blade, Dragon Pulse, Seed Bomb, Solar Beam. Sunny Day. Lizard King, a Grass-type Pokémon, is one of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region in the original Pokémon storyline. Alongside Zhang Fan's Blaziken and Wu Yang's Swampert, all part of the first-generation starters. Moreover, Ash also possesses a Lizard King, showcasing formidable strength, making it one of his trump cards. Due to various stereotypes and the undeniable prowess of Lizard King, Zhang Fan harbors high expectations for this Pokémon. However, as it stands, they are now adversaries, potentially leading to an intense battle. The final Pokémon is also a high-level gym Pokémon. It is truly fitting for a final match opponent. Had it not been for me, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly have been the champion of Jinan City. Unfortunately for him, fate has brought him face to face with me, leaving him little chance of victory. In truth, with the strength of Zhang Yu's 3 Pokémon, he would be a strong contender for the top spot even in a provincial Pokémon examination. Currently, among Zhang Fan's gym-level Pokémon, aside from Blaziken and Arcanine, which were nurtured in advance, it is only due to the exceptional potential of Bangira that it has reached such heights quickly. The others, even Charizard, have yet to attain level 50. This clearly illustrates that all of Zhang Yu's Pokémon have been meticulously trained ahead of time. Zhang Fan, this is my last Pokémon. If it cannot defeat your Bangira, I will concede wholeheartedly. As the words fell, Zhang Yu issued his command. In the next moment, Lizard King darted into the sandstorm like a green flash, its arms glowing with a verdant blade-like aura, executing Leaf Blade. Leaf Blade, Bangira, Rock Blast. Following Zhang Fan's command, Bangira roared, summoning rock-type energy, which manifested as numerous boulders encircling Lizard King tightly. Observing this, Lizard King fiercely swung its arms, slicing through the boulders with its sharp leaf blade. Bangira, unleash Sandtomb. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Zhang Yu felt a sense of foreboding. His Greninja had fallen to such a trap before, and he couldn't possibly stumble into the same pitfall again. Moreover, both Greninja and Lizard King are evidently swift Pokémon, and once ensnared by Sandtomb, it would spell disaster for them. Lizard King, Thunderbolt. This time, having learned from his past misfortune, Zhang Yu was somewhat prepared. Even when Lizard King momentarily missed its footing, it nonetheless propelled itself out of Sandtomb's grasp using Thunderbolt. With this, he decided to confront directly. Bangira, Mega Impact. Lizard King, Giga Drain. This attack was thwarted by the purple-white light emanating from Banjira. Damn it, Lizard King, give it your all, body slam. With that, Lizard King shifted from defense to offense, enveloped in a brilliant white glow, colliding fiercely with Banjira. As an armored Pokémon and a rock-type creature, Banjira's defensive prowess was naturally beyond what Lizard King could compare. Thus, the Lizard King was hurled away by an immense shockwave, and seizing this opportunity, Zhang Fan issued further commands. Eliminate him, annihilate the death ray. What? Is your Banjira truly immune even to the repercussions of a shockwave of such magnitude? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Zhang Yu's face turned ashen. He recognized that this battle was a foregone conclusion. In the next moment, a brilliant orange-yellow beam of energy unleashed from Banjira, striking the Lizard King with tremendous force, propelling him through the air. It was assumed that the Lizard King would succumb to defeat, but unexpectedly, a flicker of vitality remained. Determined not to disappoint his trainer, the Lizard King surged forth, activating its verdant ability. At that instant, witnessing the Lizard King radiating a verdant glow, Zhang Fan's gaze revealed a hint of admiration. It is indeed an honor for you to be our adversary in the finals. However, the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination is firmly ours. Banjira, unleash Stone Edge. As Zhang Fan declared this, Banjira, with an air of arrogance, launched a multitude of sharp stones towards the Lizard King. Even so, we shall not concede defeat. Lizard King, give it your all. After invoking Synthesis, unleash your most potent solar flare. Synthesis, a powerful move akin to Protect, allows one to evade incoming attacks. To safeguard the Lizard King's vitality, Zhang Yu was resolute in preventing any further harm to his Pokémon. Subsequently, the Lizard King summoned every ounce of strength. The yellow sphere upon its back began to gather energy, and it unleashed its final move. Observing the solar flare coalescing, Zhang Fan could have commanded Banjira to use Protect, ensuring the Lizard King's inevitable defeat due to exhaustion. Yet, faced with such a formidable opponent, Zhang Fan desired not to vanquish him in such a manner. Banjira, we too shall unleash our most powerful death ray. As the words left his lips, Banjira stomped the ground, channeling a terrifying beam of energy. When both Pokémon had concentrated their powers, the yellow and white energy beams collided violently, locking in a standoff for several seconds before erupting into a colossal explosion. Everyone present was stunned by the sound of the blast, and when the dust finally settled, both the Lizard King and Banjira remained standing. The difference was that while Banjira bore injuries, it stood tall and vigorous, whereas the Lizard King, though upright, had succumbed to incapacity. Witnessing this, Banjira let out a triumphant roar, akin to a desert tyrant proclaiming dominion over his empire, declaring victory. With the Lizard King incapacitated, Banjira emerged victorious. As all three of Zhang Yu's Pokémon had lost their ability to battle, the victor was declared to be Zhang Fan. Let us congratulate Zhang Fan for securing the title of top scorer in the 2024 college entrance examination in Jian'an City. Chapter 44, Rewards, Banjira Mega Stone. Let us also extend our congratulations to Zhang Yu for achieving the commendable rank of second place in the 2024 college entrance examination in Jian'an City. Finally, let us all applaud and express our gratitude to the two trainers who debuted this year for presenting us with an exhilarating final, filled with intense and spectacular moments. We extend our thanks to the Jian'an City Pokémon Alliance, the Education Bureau, and the generous support from various brands. The battle has concluded, and Zhang Fan has emerged victorious, which means he has become the top scorer in Jian'an City's college entrance examination, gaining the opportunity to compete alongside the top scorers from other cities in Zhejiang Province. Simultaneously, he has taken a significant step closer to his aspirations. It is worth noting that the two most prestigious universities within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, the Imperial City Pokémon University and the Magic City Pokémon University, only admit students whose proficiency after 4 years of study is at least at the gym leader level. The gym leader level refers to trainers possessing a minimum of 6 gym leader tier Pokémon. Consequently, these two esteemed institutions are regarded as the cradle of elite trainers within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, and are the dream destinations for countless high school seniors and aspiring trainers. Regrettably, these esteemed universities collectively accept only 128 students each year. This means that despite Zhang Fan's achievement as the top scorer in Jian'an City, he cannot guarantee his entry into either of these prestigious Pokémon universities. With 11 cities in Zhejiang Province, there are 11 city-level top scorers, and the entire Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance consists of 34 provinces. Even if we assume each province has 10 city-level top scorers, that amounts to over 300 individuals. In other words, each province's 2 universities combined can admit at most 3 or 4 students. Thus, to secure a place at his desired university, Zhang Fan must strive further, aiming to become the top scorer of Zhejiang Province. Only by achieving this accolade will the 2 prestigious Pokémon universities eagerly seek out a talent like him. At that point, he may even have the luxury of choice. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination in Jian'an City, The audience erupted in cheers, and a multitude of media outlets fervently captured the moment, reporting on the final results. Zhang Fan, your prowess is truly extraordinary. I hope to have another opportunity to face you next time. I assure you, I shall not be defeated again. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan smiled and shook Zhang Yu's hand, saying, You are formidable as well. The flourishing bond between you and your Lizard King is truly admirable. Keep it up, and let us have a rematch when the opportunity arises. In the presence of a rival of Zhang Yu's caliber, Zhang Fan felt a deep sense of camaraderie. It can be said that the top 4 contestants in the Jianan City semifinals were all exceptionally skilled, each possessing the capability to compete for the top honors. Yet, it is unfortunate that this year, a prodigy like Zhang Fan emerged. It is essential to recognize that the prowess of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon Alliance ranks highly within the entire Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. The top 4 contestants from Jianan City, if placed in weaker provinces, would likely be provincial champions. Upon the announcement of the examination results, the Jianan City Pokémon Alliance naturally prepared to reward the top-ranking students. Each of the top 16 students in the city would receive 200 Alliance points, along with the opportunity to select one item from the Alliance shop, valued at up to 100 points. In the city, the top 4 individuals each receive 500 Alliance points, along with the privilege to select any item from the Alliance Mall valued at no more than 300 points. As for Zhang Fan, the esteemed top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jianan City, the rewards from the Jianan City Pokémon Alliance are undoubtedly more substantial. Firstly, he is awarded 1,000 Alliance points, and considering his prior capture of 6 poachers, his total points now amount to an impressive 1,200. Furthermore, Zhang Fan has the liberty to choose any item related to Pokémon from within the Jianan City Pokémon Alliance. This is all in hopes that he will achieve even greater success in the upcoming provincial champion competition. Upon hearing that he could select anything from the Jianan City Pokémon Alliance, Zhang Fan was naturally intrigued. As a trainer, his desires were simple: rare Pokémon, powerful evolution stones, or items that could enhance the capabilities of his Pokémon. Accompanied by the mayor of Jianan City to the storage room, Zhang Fan began to explore at his leisure. The first things to catch his eye were, of course, Pokémon and Pokémon eggs. Unfortunately, there were no quasi-divine Pokémon available. Otherwise, Zhang Fan would have eagerly claimed one, particularly a Rayquaza, which he greatly admired, especially in its final form as a Mega Rayquaza. Truly a striking sight. Among all the Dragon-type quasi-divine Pokémon, Zhang Fan's favorite was undoubtedly the Mega Rayquaza. Although other formidable contenders such as Garchomp, Dragonite, Hydreigon, and Dragapult also held their own, Zhang Fan's preference leaned toward the fierce appearance of Mega Rayquaza. Among the vibrant colors, there was even the paradoxical Pokémon, the Howling Moon of Rayquaza. Of course, Metagross was also quite appealing, but regrettably, the Jianan City Pokémon Alliance did not possess any quasi-divine Pokémon. Since there were no quasi-divine Pokémon available, Zhang Fan abandoned the idea of selecting one and shifted his focus to evolution stones. However, Mega Stones require corresponding key stones, and currently, only certain Pokémon can achieve a Mega Evolution. For instance, among Zhang Fan's 6 Pokémon, Blaziken, Tyranitar, Charizard, and an unevolved Scyther, some possess the ability to Mega Evolve. Hence, his goal was naturally set on acquiring these Mega Stones. After all, being a City-S Pokémon Alliance, they certainly had some depth. And while there may be no quasi-divine Pokémon, they did have a selection of Megastones. When Zhang Fan expressed his desire for these Megastones, a fleeting look of pain crossed the mayor's face. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he readily consented. Conveniently, they had a complete set of Megastones specifically for Tyranitar. And since Tyranitar is one of Zhang Fan's ace Pokémon, this would undoubtedly bolster his chances in the provincial competition. Best of luck to you. Thus, Zhang Fan successfully acquired the Megastone for Tyranitar, along with the accompanying Keystone for trainers. Chapter 45. The contest for provincial champion. In the Alliance Points Mall, this set of Megastones would typically require a hefty total of 5,000 points. However, Zhang Fan essentially obtained them for free, effortlessly securing the Megastone for Tyranitar. Furthermore, with the Keystone in his possession, he would no longer need to exchange for it again. He would simply need to seek out the Megastones for his Pokémon. However, it is essential to note that in order for one's Pokémon to achieve a state of synergy with their trainer and undergo Mega Evolution, the bond between them must reach its maximum level of intimacy, specifically, a score of 255. Fortunately for Zhang Fan, this poses no obstacle, as he possesses telepathic abilities, and his bond with his Bankira has long since attained this pinnacle. It is conceivable that in the provincial Pokémon examination, his Super Bankira will make an appearance, assisting him in vanquishing formidable foes and earning the title of top scorer in Zhejiang Province. It stands to reason that the Jianan City Pokémon Alliance harbors similar aspirations, providing Zhang Fan with a set of Mega Evolution Stones for Bankira without charge, fostering his ambition to claim the provincial championship. Historically, the top scorers have predominantly emerged from Hangzhou, and now that Jiannan City has produced a prodigious trainer capable of contending for the provincial honor, the Pokémon Alliance is naturally inclined to extend its support. Zhang Mujun, your father is weeping profusely in the restroom. Having toiled for a lifetime for the Alliance without ever receiving a Mega Evolution Stone, after attaining the title of top scorer in the Jiannan City examination and receiving a special certificate and trophy, Zhang Fan journeyed to Hangzhou amid the anticipation of the entire Jiannan City Pokémon Alliance. Next, he would engage in the contest for the provincial top scorer in the capital city of Zhejiang Province. The top scorers from 11 cities in Zhejiang Province were already prepared for the challenge. Notably, the top scorer from Ningyo City is expected to be none other than Zhang Fan's childhood friend, Wu Sheng. This implies that the two shall face off once more. While the top scorer from Hangzhou is likely to be Zhang Yi, who previously battled Zhang Fan. At this moment, the top scorers from the 11 cities emerged from the passageway, greeting the vast audience of over 100,000 spectators in the battle center with enthusiastic waves. The gym leader of Hangzhou, a formidable champion-level expert, Fang Jiang, along with admission officers from the Magical City Pokémon University and the Imperial Capital Pokémon University, 2 more champion-level figures, were also present. The competition for the title of the finest talent in the province, amidst tens of thousands of trainers, was indeed fierce. Additionally, the vice president of Zhejiang Province Pokémon University, regarded as one of the top 5 institutions, yet claiming to be the 3rd best nationwide, was in attendance. Typically, this resembles the disparity between Tsinghua, Peking University, and Zhejiang University in the previous world, but within the hearts of trainers in the Huanyuan Pokémon Alliance. Such rankings hold even greater significance. Once the top scorer in the Zhejiang Province examination is determined, the choice of university is anything but certain. The competition for the 2024 provincial top scorer of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon Alliance is about to commence, with all top scorers from the 11 cities having arrived. The matches will be conducted in a one-on-one format, featuring 3 battles per match, with random draws determining pairings. Those who draw a bye will advance directly to the next round. With 11 city-level top scorers participating, the first round will consist of 5 matches, one of which will result in a bye for 1 participant. The remaining 6 will proceed to the second round, where the top 3 will be determined. The top 3 competitors will then engage in matches against each other, culminating in the crowning of the provincial champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. As the rules were announced, there was no dissent among the crowd, and thus the competition officially commenced. In the first round, Zhang Fan from Jiannan City faced off against Zhu Lingfeng from Lushui City, while Wu Ming's opponent was the top scholar from Zhouhai City. The one who received a bye was Zhang Yi, the top scholar from Hangqing. It seemed this young man was quite fortunate. With a sigh of contemplation, Zhang Fan prepared to enter the fray, being the first contestant to compete. The inaugural battle of the Zhejiang Province's top scholars was set to unfold between Zhang Fan, the top scholar from Jiannan City, and Zhu Lingfeng, the top scholar from Lushui City. As the examiner announced the commencement, both Zhang Fan and Zhu Lingfeng took their positions on opposite sides of the battleground. As the match began, Zhang Fan and Zhu Lingfeng simultaneously unleashed their Pokeballs. In the next moment, the swift Houndoom and the formidable Tropius materialized on the arena. Lushui City, rich in mountainous waters, boasted an abundance of grass, bug, flying, and water-type Pokémon, and this Tropius appeared to be quite a force to reckon with. Pokémon, Tropius. Level, 54. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Grass, Flying. Ability, Chlorophyll. Skills, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Leaf Blade, Magical Leaf, Leaf Storm. As the first Pokémon of each trainer took to the field, the audience erupted in cheers, and the large screen displayed the emblems of Houndoom and Tropius beneath their respective portraits. Houndoom, Unleash Flamethrower. Tropius, Ascend into the sky to evade. Once the battle commenced, Zhang Fan and Zhu Lingfeng issued their commands. Houndoom unleashed a torrent of searing flames, but Tropius adeptly flapped its leaf-like wings to evade the attack. Tropius, utilize Air Slash. In an instant, blades of air composed of flying-type energy spiraled toward Houndoom. Realizing the imminent threat, Zhang Fan acted decisively. Houndoom, use Overheat. With a brilliant explosion of flames, 5 fiery projectiles dissolved the incoming air blades, subsequently striking Tropius with tremendous force. Being a grass-type Pokémon, Tropius could not withstand the impact of Overheat, plummeting to the ground. This presented Zhang Fan with an opportunity. Now Houndoom, use Flare Blitz. In a brilliant display, Houndoom was enveloped in a radiant glow, charging fiercely toward Tropius. With a resounding crash, a massive explosion echoed, accompanied by Tropius's pained cries, as it was sent hurtling out of the arena, colliding against the barrier of the spectator stands. With Tropius rendered incapable of battle, Houndoom emerged victorious. Chapter 46, Advancement to the Second Round. After securing victory in the first match, Zhang Fan's Houndoom appeared to have sustained little damage, prompting Zhu Lingfeng to change his strategy with a slight alteration in expression. I choose you, Hippowdon. Pokémon, Hippowdon. Level, 49. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Water, Psychic. Ability, Oblivious. Skills, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Psychic, Amnesia, Surf, Confusion. Upon observing the attributes of the sluggish hippopotamus, Zhang Fan felt a surge of confidence and promptly commanded his speedy canine. Speedy Dog, be cautious of the psychic Pokémon opposite you. Use Quick Attack. The rapid transformation of Speedy Dog astonished Zhu Lingfeng, who immediately issued a directive to the hippopotamus. Hippopotamus, employ Psychic. As Speedy Dog sensed its movement impeded by an unusual force, it drew upon its experience and began to gather dark energy. In that moment, the bite move materialized, enabling the Quick Attack to be executed successfully. Although its speed was not as formidable as before, it still collided with the hippopotamus. Zhang Fan's strategic maneuver had effectively disrupted the hippopotamus's psychic barrier. Could Speedy Dog indeed achieve a 1-against-2 victory? The commentators fervently narrated the battle, igniting fervor among the audience and further elevating Zhang Fan's support. Bite. As the words left his lips, Speedy Dog lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the hippopotamus's head, causing a dramatic change in its expression. The sight of the typically expressionless hippopotamus displaying such distress foretold the immense pain it was enduring. Thunder Fong, eliminate the opponent. With minimal movement, Speedy Dog clamped down on the hippopotamus and transformed its dark energy into electric energy. Under this assault, the hippopotamus fell incapacitated, unable to rise again. With the hippopotamus rendered unable to battle, Speedy Dog claimed victory. Witnessing Zhang Fan's remarkable feat of overcoming 2 opponents in this arena of the top 11 college entrance examination achievers in Zhejiang province, the assembled champions felt a swell of joy. This talent shows promise. Although this is merely the first match, if he maintains this momentum, he could become an exceptional genius among this year's freshmen at our university, remarked Vice President Du Feng of Zhejiang Pokémon University. The admissions officers from other institutions felt disheartened, knowing they could hardly compete with Zhejiang Pokémon University on home turf. Only the admissions officers from the prestigious Magic City and Imperial Capital Pokémon Universities nodded in agreement, albeit with caution. They understood that these institutions only accepted extraordinary talents. My ace Beedrill, I entrust everything to you now. Upon hearing Zhu Lingfeng's final Pokémon was a Beedrill, a creature commonly found along the streets, Zhang Fan's expression shifted. Surely, a Beedrill regarded as a mainstay by a top scorer in the city was anything but ordinary. As expected, after Zhang Fan utilized his psychic insight to examine his opponent's attributes, clarity dawned upon him. Pokémon Beedrill. Level 59. Qualification Monarch. Type Bug Poison. Ability Sniper. Skills Swords Dance, Mega Horn, Twin Needle, Pursuit, Pin Missile, U-Turn. When the shiny Tyranitar emerged, even the seasoned educators from various universities gasped in awe. A shiny quasi-divine Pokémon, its rarity rivaled that of legendary creatures. It is said that among the 8 masters of the Cherry Blossom Elf Alliance, one of them, Dowu, a scion of a wealthy family, possesses a shiny Metagross as his trump card. Who would have guessed that at the examination venue? There was also a student with such an extraordinary Pokémon. It truly was an eye-opener. As Bankura made its appearance, a sandstorm began to engulf the battlefield, creating a disadvantage for the flying-type Beedrill. Beedrill, unleash Swords Dance. Bankura, perform Dragon Dance. As they clashed, both trainers synchronously empowered their Pokémon. Watching Beedrill and Bankura engage in this peculiar dance to enhance their attacks, the battle soon ensued. Bankura, execute Rock Slide. Beedrill, counter with Twin Needle, shattering the incoming rocks. Stone Edge. If you can withstand the massive boulders, can you also resist the smaller stones? As Beedrill shattered the falling rocks, Bankura seized the opportunity to utilize the sharp fragments, launching a Stone Edge attack that struck Beedrill with great force. Hit by the Stone Edge, Beedrill, despite its high level, found itself at a disadvantage due to its low stamina. Beedrill, use Pin Missile. Although the bug-type Pin Missile attack was a flurry of strikes, its power diminished in the sandstorm and inflicted minimal damage against Bankura's defensive armor. Bankura, hearing the roar of Bankura, the 5-meter-tall tyrant of the desert became even more furious, intensifying the existing sandstorm. Beedrill, do not let him underestimate you. Charge into the sandstorm and unleash Brick Break. Noticing that Beedrill possessed a fighting-type move, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Bankura, let him come, then unleash Thunder Wave. As Beedrill charged into the heart of the sandstorm, its speed suddenly plummeted. Upon spotting Bankura, Beedrill swiftly flapped its wings to close the distance. Unbeknownst to Beedrill, Zhang Fan and Bankura awaited this very moment. In an instant, Thunder Wave was unleashed, halting Beedrill midair as it succumbed to paralysis. This, of course, provided Zhang Fan with the perfect opportunity. Now, Bankura, execute Stone Edge. As countless sharp stones, mingled with the sandstorm, surged towards Beedrill, the battle was declared over. As the sandstorm gradually dissipated, the incapacitated Beedrill lay motionless on the ground. Thus, the outcome was clear. With Beedrill unable to continue, Bankira emerged victorious, allowing Zhang Fan from Jiannan City to advance to the next round. In the first match, Zhang Fan triumphed. With his victory, he lightly clenched his fist, a gesture of encouragement for himself. Subsequently, Wuyang also advanced smoothly. Although her battle was not particularly easy, she maintained a significant advantage. Soon after, the second round matchups were revealed, and this time, Zhang Fan's opponent was the top scorer from Jiangnan City, Xiaoyang. Chapter 47, The Great Explosion, The Wrathful Flame. The following day, the second round of the competition commenced, with only 6 top scorers from the college entrance examination remaining in the fray across the entire Zhejiang province. They were Zhang Fan from Jiannan City, Wu Sheng from Ningyo City, Zhang Yi from Hangzhou, Xiaoyang from Jiangnan City, and contestants from Shaoji City and Dongtai City. The first match featured none other than Zhang Fan. Following yesterday's encounters, Zhang Fan's popularity soared to the highest among the competitors, largely due to the formidable wind speed dog and the dazzling appearance of the shiny Banjira. As he emerged from the competitor's tunnel, he was met with the resounding chorus of his name from the audience. Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan. His opponent, Xiaoyang from Jiangnan Leather Factory City, maintained an air of calmness. Despite being aware of Zhang Fan's shiny Banjira, he appeared unfazed, as if holding sufficient cards up his sleeve. Now, let the second round of the Zhejiang College Entrance Examination competition commence, featuring the contestants Zhang Fan from Jiannan City and Xiaoyang from Jiangnan City. Please send forth your Pokémon. The first choice is you, Rumble Rock. Charizard, prepare for battle. This time, Zhang Fan chose not to send out Wind Speed Dog first, but instead called upon his Charizard. Pokémon, Rumble Rock. Level, 50. Quality, Gym level. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Hard Head. Skills, Rolling, Defense Curl, Stealth Rock, Earthquake, Earth Power. Rumble Rock, deploy Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock allows for the opponent to take damage upon switching Pokémon, indicating Xiaoyang's strategy to prevent Zhang Fan from changing his Pokémon. Stealth Rock, defeating your Rumble Rock renders everything futile. Charizard, ascend into the sky and unleash Dragon Breath. At this moment, on the battlefield below, Rumble Rock summoned a multitude of stones, which became invisible to the naked eye. Charizard, soaring from above, released a column of Emerald Dragon energy, hurtling straight towards Rumble Rock. Rumble Rock, execute Defense Curl and roll to evade Charizard's assault. Responding to his trainer's signal, Rumble Rock rolled swiftly across the battlefield, successfully dodging Charizard's attack for the time being. In that case, Steel Wing. If ranged attacks prove ineffective, then let us engage in close combat. Zhang Fan's Charizard was no weakling. It would be naive to think one could triumph merely through type advantage. However, upon witnessing Charizard's Steel Wing, a subtle smile appeared on Xiaoyang's face. Now is the moment. Rumble Rock, unleash a powerful rollout. As Steel Wing and rollout collided, the friction between Rumble Rock and Charizard's wings produced a dazzling array of sparks, showcasing the strength of both Pokémon. Realizing that neither could gain the upper hand, Zhang Fan promptly commanded, Charizard, Dragon Rage. With Charizard's fiery wrath, a fireball erupted violently, sending Rumble Rock flying. For the final move, Body Slam to finish off the opponent. Just as Charizard prepared to lift Rumble Rock to execute the Body Slam, an unexpected turn of events arose. Waiting for this moment, Rumble Rock, self-destruct. What? Charizard, quickly use Protect. At this moment, even Zhang Fan found it difficult to believe that someone would resort to such ruthless tactics against their own Pokémon in a competitive battle. Moves like self-destruct and explosion were typically reserved for desperate situations by nefarious organizations, weren't they? Once explosion was unleashed, it would inflict significant damage on the opponent, and repeated use could lead to irreversible consequences. This individual was utterly incomprehensible. Sensing Zhang Fan's displeasure, Xiaoyang maintained a calm demeanor, though the slightest smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed his satisfaction. However, it was too late. Even if Charizard managed to throw Geodude off at the last moment and attempted to defend, the speed of the explosion was overwhelming, engulfing the entire battlefield in a massive blast. As a blinding white light and a thunderous roar filled the air, both Charizard and Geodude lay heavily injured in a massive crater, and recovery would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. That despicable fiend. Yet, Xiaoyang expressed his regret. He had initially intended to use this strategy to eliminate your Tyranitar and force out your ace, but alas, he had merely succeeded in taking down Charizard. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan exhaled deeply. Very well, you've provoked me. You wish to see my trump card, do you? Then I shall oblige. And I hope you can maintain this nonchalant tone when we converse later. With that declaration, a luxury ball appeared in Zhang Fan's hand, and as a flash of red light erupted, Blaziken made its grand entrance. At the sight of this Blaziken, the recruitment officers from various schools in the audience could no longer remain composed. A Pokémon of the champion level. How could this be? This lad had such a formidable trump card up his sleeve. Xiaoyang had clearly incited Zhang Fan's wrath. However, it remained uncertain whether, in his fury, he could sustain his strategic prowess without falling into his opponent's traps. Perhaps the opponent had intentionally prompted Geodude to use Explosion to further enrage Zhang Fan? As Blaziken emerged, Xiaoyang's second Pokémon also made its appearance, a mischievous Electrode. It was rather uncommon to see such a Pokémon in battle. Pokémon, Electrode. Level, 55. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Moves, Thunderbolt, Charge, Rollout, Signal Beam, Self-Destruct, Explosion. No, this rascal intends to unleash another explosion? Why do all these spherical Pokémon possess such a devastating move? Faced with an opponent like Xiaoyang, Zhang Fan felt an uncharacteristic irritation brewing within him. If they were to unleash 3 consecutive explosions, who could possibly withstand that? If he fell into another trap, a draw would be the best-case scenario. Fueled by anger, Zhang Fan promptly commanded Blaziken, be wary of the Electrode's explosion attack. Unleash Flamethrower. Inside its Pokeball, Blaziken had witnessed the fall of Charizard, and to be honest, since joining Zhang Fan, Charizard had never sustained such severe injuries. Accepting a normal defeat was one thing, but to be outmatched by a Pokémon using Explosion was simply excessive. Everyone could endure a shared fate. Thus, a furious Golden Flame, imbued with the desire for vengeance for Charizard, surged fiercely towards Electrode. The mischievous bouncing ball, charged with 100,000 volts, could only sustain its energy for 3 fleeting seconds before being engulfed by a torrent of flames. The fiery onslaught from the Blaziken struck the bouncing ball directly. This attack elicited a pained cry, and the searing golden flames left it on the brink of exhaustion, succumbing to severe burns. The situation was becoming increasingly entertaining. The intention to incite fury in the opponent backfired unexpectedly, revealing an opponent of formidable strength. At this moment, the president of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon University discerned the thoughts of both combatants, muttering to himself, "What a troublesome adversary," he remarked. The bouncing ball rolled forward with fervor. Do not grant him an opportunity. Sky Uppercut. Now was the moment. Bouncing Ball Explosion. Chapter 48. A Frustrating Opponent. The admissions office teachers engage in battle. As Xiaoyang commanded his Pokémon to unleash the explosion once more, Zhang Fan wore an expression of understanding. "I've been waiting for this. Blaziken, take to the air." After receiving Zhang Fan's command, Blaziken leapt into the sky, and now, even the mightiest explosion could not reach it. Blaziken's agility was such that it could leap over towering skyscrapers. Moreover, as a bird Pokémon, it possessed the ability to learn flight skills. While true soaring was beyond its capabilities, brief moments of suspension in the air were effortless. When the explosion erupted, nearly obliterating the entire battlefield, Blaziken descended gracefully, emitting a derisive cry, "Chamo!" Observing the incapacitated bouncing ball, Zhang Fan sneered, "Did you think you could provoke me? However, with a trainer like you, your Pokémon will surely endure a difficult journey." In response to Zhang Fan's taunts, Xiaoyang's face darkened as he retorted, "Mind your own business." At this juncture, many teachers from the admissions office could no longer contain themselves. Even the admissions officers from the Imperial Capital Pokémon University and the Magical City Pokémon University exchanged glances, promptly retrieving their phones to contact their respective admissions directors. "Hello, Director. We have discovered a trainer with a king-level Pokémon at the Zhejiang Province entrance examination site, and even a shiny Pokémon. You must come quickly." "Yes. Indeed, our rival school has sent someone as well. Hurry, don't let them beat us to it." Unbeknownst to them, the presence of Blaziken and Jengar had already drawn the attention of major Pokémon universities nationwide, with intentions to recruit Zhang Fan. Meanwhile, he continued with his second round of battles. As the fight progressed, Zhang Fan summoned Blaziken once more, while Xiaoyang's final Pokémon naturally emerged as his trump card. Pokémon. Weezing, Galarian form. Level, 59 qualification. King type. Poison, Fairy ability. Levitate skills. Explosion, Misty Explosion, Fairy Wind, Destiny Bond. Toxic gazing at the Galarian Weezing. Adorned with chimneys atop its head, a subtle grimace crept across Zhang Fan's lips. Behold these skills, Destiny Bond, Explosion, and Mutual Destruction. They are all abilities that lead to mutual demise. Who, pray tell, is this scoundrel Xiaoyang? Zhang Fan, somewhat disgusted by the opposing Pokémon, found his mood rather dismal. As anticipated, the battle commenced with this rascal commanding his Weezing to employ Destiny Bond. This particular skill ensures that if the user is rendered incapable of battle, the opponent will share the same fate, and it is unaffected by protective moves. Coupled with the ability Chemical Change, the opponent's abilities are nullified. This means that Blaziken's speed boost is rendered ineffective. It is utterly absurd. Indeed, Xiaoyang initiated the battle with Destiny Bond, hoping to irritate Zhang Fan, knowing he could not best him. With no other choice, and witnessing Blaziken ensnared by Destiny Bond, Zhang Fan was compelled to switch his Pokémon. "I'm counting on you, Bennett." Although Zhang Fan could have allowed Blaziken to defeat the opponent, and, due to having one Pokémon remaining, claim victory, he was determined to do otherwise, given the opponent's deliberate tactics. "Bennett, unleash Shadow Ball, fire consecutively." For the first time, Facing such an adversary, Zhang Fan's anger surged uncontrollably. Thus, driven by fury, he prepared for Banette, a mobile artillery, to obliterate the opposing Weezing. In the next moment, as Banette launched Shadow Ball, Xiaoyang continued, once more, Destiny Bond. However, Destiny Bond only affects the first Pokémon struck, rendering it useless against Banette. As the Shadow Ball collided with Weezing, it involuntarily released a cloud of toxic gas from its chimney-like head. Fortunately, the noxious fumes were obstructed by Banette's sandstorm, or else it would have likely succumbed to poisoning. Once more Shadow Ball. Weezing resolved to explode in a final act of defiance. Zhang Fan exclaimed, "You absolute fiend." As the Shadow Ball struck Weezing, it prematurely triggered the explosion. Thankfully, Weezing was a considerable distance from Banette, who successfully shielded itself with sand and rocks. Although it sustained significant damage, Banette's formidable defense ultimately allowed it to endure. With Weezing incapacitated, Banette emerged victorious. As Xiaoyang's 3 Pokémon were all rendered incapable of battle, Zhang Fan triumphed and advanced to the next round. Upon witnessing Zhang Fan's victory, Wu Yang, Zhang Yi, and others breathed a sigh of relief. It is worth noting that had Xiaoyang faced them, he might have emerged victorious. However, Zhang Fan's Pokémon proved too powerful, and he ultimately claimed the match through sheer strength. Regrettably, the battlefield, newly replaced, had been destroyed once more, necessitating yet another change. Amidst the staff's exasperated glances, Xiaoyang exited the arena, while Zhang Fan, intending to leave, was suddenly met by a throng of spectators rushing toward him. "Get out of my way, you scoundrel! Zhang Fan is one of ours from Wuhan University. How absurd! What is our Nanda lack compared to you?" Ahem, I have yet to speak, but Zhang Fan, being a native of Zhejiang, is undoubtedly a student of Zhejiang University. Zhang Fan, the director of the admissions office of Magic City Spirit University, is already on his way here. If you express your willingness to join us, we can promptly issue your acceptance letter. Zhang Fan, do not heed his nonsense. The Imperial Capital Spirit University is the foremost institution within the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance. Come to our school. Our admissions director is en route, and you may present any request you have. Chapter 49, A Gift of Semi-Divinity? The Final Battle. As Zhang Fan triumphed over Xiaoyang, revealing his dazzling Fire Chicken, a Pokémon of the King level, he became the object of admiration for various prestigious spirit universities. The vice president of Zhejiang University, a peak King level expert, Du Feng, extended a gracious invitation to Zhang Fan. Dear student Zhang Fan, irrespective of the outcome of your forthcoming competitions, should you choose to enroll at our Zhejiang University, I shall personally take you under my wing. All my connections and resources will be at your disposal, and within the university, you will hold the highest privileges among students. Even should you require a semi-divine Pokémon, I will exert every effort to procure one for you. At that moment, upon hearing Du Feng's words, everyone present gasped in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with envy as they turned to gaze at Zhang Fan. Each of them had strived tirelessly to gain admission to such a prestigious institution. Yet here was Zhang Fan, having only reached the 3rd round of the finals and already being courted by renowned universities. The disparity was utterly infuriating. Upon hearing Du Feng's proposition, Zhang Fan too was taken aback by the conditions laid before him. What did this imply? To automatically receive a semi-divine Pokémon upon enrollment. With a peak King-level expert from the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance personally mentoring him, such an offer was indeed tempting. Meanwhile, the admissions officers from Wu University and Nanda had intended to say something, but upon hearing Du Feng's declaration, they too were disheartened and ceased their attempts to woo Zhang Fan. After all, they were merely teachers without significant authority, and certainly, they could not match the audacity of Vice President Du Feng, who could casually promise a semi-divine Pokémon and personal guidance from a peak King-level master. However, at that moment, the admissions officer from the Imperial Capital Spirit University interjected with a smile. Dear young friend Zhang Fan, although you hail from Zhejiang, I still urge you to consider our Imperial Capital Spirit University. As the strongest spirit university within the entire Yanhuang Spirit Alliance, we possess the most abundant educational resources. Semi-divine Pokémon, you say? Our Imperial Capital Spirit University has them in abundance, and of all varieties. Should you choose to join us, I assure you that your benefits will surpass those offered by Zhejiang University, and our admissions director is on his way. At that time, we can provide you with even greater advantages and rewards for your enrollment. Yet, before the admissions officer from the Imperial Capital Spirit University could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by his counterpart from Magic City Spirit University. Dear Zhang Fan, do not be swayed by this old fellow's words, who claims that the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance boasts the finest university. It is unequivocally our Magical Capital Spirit University. Moreover, the director of our admissions office is en route, specifically to meet you, dear Zhang Fan. Should you choose to enroll, we shall bestow upon you rewards such as divine tokens and evolution stones. Please, give our Magical Capital Spirit University some serious consideration. In an instant, the 3 most prestigious spirit universities within the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance extended their olive branches to Zhang Fan. each offering increasingly alluring terms. This predicament left Zhang Fan in a state of contemplation. To speak candidly, he had not yet determined which spirit university to choose. Although these institutions represented mere aspirations, the prospect of realization filled him with uncertainty. After some reflection, Zhang Fan smiled and said, I am truly grateful for the affection shown by all the esteemed teachers. However, receiving admission invitations from all of you has caught me off guard. Allow me to conclude my remaining matches first. Once I have finished the last 2 contests, I shall confer with you all regarding my decision, if that is agreeable. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's indecision, the instructors from the Imperial Capital and Magical Capital Spirit Universities sighed in relief, but Du Feng from Zhejiang Province Spirit University grew anxious. How can you, a mere boy, refuse the offer of a peak king-level expert personally seeking to take you as a disciple? If this matter drags on, the educational resources of Zhejiang Province Spirit University cannot possibly compare to those of the Magical Capital and Imperial Capital Spirit Universities. It seems I must devise a strategy. Indeed, Zhang Fan, to be courted by so many esteemed educators, is remarkable. The vice president of Zhejiang Province Spirit University, a peak king-level powerhouse, wishes to personally accept you as his disciple. Why not simply accept the offer? At this moment, upon hearing Wu Yang's inquiry, Zhang Fan shook his head. My aspirations are firmly set on the Magical Capital and Imperial Capital Spirit Universities. While Vice President Du Feng speaks earnestly, there remains a significant disparity in educational resources. Furthermore, the directors of the admissions offices from those 2 institutions are also en route. There is no rush. I have time to contemplate. But which university do you intend to attend? In response to Zhang Fan's remarks, Wu Yang nodded in understanding. As for me, I will see where I can gain admission. At the very least, I shall be a student of Zhejiang Province Spirit University. If I win a match, I presume I could gain entry to either the Imperial Capital or Magical Capital Spirit Universities. We shall see. After conversing with Wu Yang, the latest competition roster was finalized. The second round saw the successful advancement of Zhang Fan, Wu Yang, and Zhang Yi. These 3 would engage in one-on-one bouts, with the final top scorer from Zhejiang Province being determined based on their win-loss ratios. The first match of the 3rd round, featuring Zhang Fan and Zhang Yi, is scheduled for tomorrow morning. The second match, pitting Zhang Fan against Wu Yang, will take place tomorrow at noon. The final contest, between Wu Yang and Zhang Yi, is set for the afternoon. That evening, the impending final match stirred a sense of excitement within Zhang Fan, leaving him somewhat restless. Unable to sleep, he ventured to the shores of West Lake, releasing all of his Pokémon into the night air. Blaziken, Banette, Weevil, Charizard, Electabuzz, and Scyther. Tomorrow's battle rests in your capable hands. The following morning, as the first match commenced, Zhang Fan and Zhang Yi took their positions on either side of the battlefield, while the wild cheers of the audience erupted from the stands. Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan, Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi. The rousing applause stirred Zhang Fan's spirit, and he grasped the luxury ball tightly. Zhang Yi, our last encounter left me unsatisfied. Today, I shall not be defeated. As Zhang Yi spoke, a Golduck emerged without hesitation. Chapter 50, Banette vs. Boskage. Since it's time for the ace to step forward, I entrust you with this, Weevil. Although they lacked a Pokémon of legendary caliber, they undoubtedly possessed stronger trump cards than before. Otherwise, facing Zhang Fan again would surely result in defeat. Take Golduck, for instance, whose prowess had ascended to the advanced level of gym leaders, merely a hair's breadth from the peak. Weevil, use Quick Attack, close in on the opponent. Golduck, we shall not falter this time. Unleash Hydro Pump and sweep the field. As both trainers issued their commands, Weevil initiated the assault first. With Quick Attack, Weevil, already swift, became nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, Golduck, equipped with psychic abilities, could still sense Weevil's movements. In an instant, Golduck employed Psychic to delay Weevil's actions, launching Hydro Pump directly towards it. A stunning spectacle unfolded as Weevil approached the impending water jet. Just as the two were about to collide, it leaped high, dashing atop the water column formed by Hydro Pump, continuing its advance toward Golduck. The commentators fell momentarily silent, unsure of how to react, while Zhang Yi's expression transformed into one of shock. Unleash a full-powered Thunderfang. With Zhang Fan's command, Weevil bit into Golduck with an electrifying force. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, Golduck's face contorted in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Weevil executed another quick attack, sending Golduck flying. In a final decisive move, Weevil unleashed Thunderfang. As Weevil's assault concluded, Golduck succumbed to its inability to continue battling, leading to Zhang Yi's first Pokémon's swift defeat. No one anticipated that. Merely 2 months later, Golduck would fall so effortlessly to Weevil, devoid of any pressure. Zhang Fan had expected Zhang Yi to deploy Nidoking, which had been used in their previous encounter during the 5-school league, yet he was taken aback to find that Zhang Yi's second choice was Boskage, a pinnacle-level gym Pokémon. So this is the true ace you had concealed. Intriguing indeed. Zhang Fan, you are undeniably formidable. But the bond between Boskage and me is beyond your capacity to overcome. Go forth, Boskage, evolve. As the words fell, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Boshikadora let out a fierce roar, resonating with the keystone held in Zhang Yi's hand. Mega Evolution, commence. When the radiant hues enveloped Boshikadora, its form began to transform. Pokémon, Mega Boshikadora, Mega Evolving. Level, 59-64. Aptitude, Champion level. Type, Steel. Ability, Filter. Skills, Metal Claw, Iron Defense, Iron Head, Protect, Metal Sound, Iron Tail, Heavy Slam. Zhang Fan truly did not anticipate that Zhang Yi's ultimate trump card would be Boshikadora, particularly one possessing a Mega Stone. At this moment, as Boshikadora underwent Mega Evolution, its power ascended from the pinnacle of Gym Leader level to the early stages of Champion level. This Mega Evolution directly elevated Boshikadora's prowess by 5 levels, transcending barriers. Speed Dog, you have performed admirably. Let Banjira handle this opponent. In light of this, it is only fitting that we respond with a Mega Evolution of our own. As Zhang Fan declared this, Banjira emerged from the crimson light, and simultaneously, the keystone in Zhang Fan's hand began to resonate with the Mega Stone adorning Banjira. Let us Mega Evolve, Banjira evolve. At this moment, as the 7-colored Mega Evolution light enveloped the shimmering Banjira, its power underwent a profound transformation. Pokémon, Shiny Mega Banjira, Shiny Mega Evolving. Level, 59-64. Aptitude, Master level. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Skills, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Earthquake, Oblivion Wing, Stone Edge, Sandstorm. Rock Slide. Affection, 255. At this juncture, as the two colossal beasts each underwent their respective Mega Evolutions, their sizes surged once more. Zhang Fan's Banjira already stood over 5 meters tall, now towering at an impressive 7 meters. Moreover, the armor on its back sprouted numerous spikes. Meanwhile, after its Mega Evolution, Boshikadora also reached a height of over 5 meters, and thus, the two titanic creatures commenced their battle. Banjira, unleash Earthquake. Boshikadora, we shall also employ Earthquake. Being a Steel-type Pokémon, Boshikadora is naturally vulnerable to Ground-type moves. Thus, upon Zhang Fan's Mega Banjira executing Earthquake, Zhang Yi could only counter with Mega Boshikadora's own Earthquake. However, as Banjira once bore the Ground type, its mastery over ground energy far surpassed that of Boshikadora. After the tremors of Earthquake raged for a brief moment, a sorrowful wail escaped from Mega Boshikadora. Victory was determined. Excellent, Banjira, use Overheat. The strength of Mega Boshikadora lies in its exceptional physical defense, yet its special defense remains notably low. As the searing flames surged forth, Zhang Yi promptly commanded, Boshikadora, use Protect. When the verdant shield materialized, the Overheat attack lost its efficacy. However, in the next instant, a relentless barrage of Oblivion Wings surged forth from the mobile artillery that was Mega Banjira, aiming directly at Boshikadora. A series of bombings unfolded, reminiscent of a certain Eastern power afflicted by an acute fear of insufficient firepower. Under the relentless assault, the formidable Boshikadora began to wheeze. How could this happen? Zhang Yi initially believed that the emergence of his Boshikadora would grant him an upper hand, if not decisively defeating Zhang Fan's team of 3, at least securing an advantage. Yet, who could have anticipated that Zhang Fan's Banjira possessed its own extraordinary evolution stone? It seemed that he had inadvertently brought about his own downfall. With a surge of determination, Boshikadora lunged forward, its metallic claws gleaming. In response, Banjira unleashed its true chi fist. In that moment, the two colossal beasts engaged in close combat. However, in terms of strength, size, and skills, Banjira held a distinct advantage. Gradually, Banjira began to overpower Boshikadora, delivering punishing blows that left the latter in a state of despair, howling in anguish. Chapter 51. Banjira breaks through to the king level, the second one. With a fierce resolve, the Super Boshikadora launched its full-weight impact. This heavy strike met Banjira's titanic shockwave head-on. At that instant, as Zhang Fan and Zhang Yi issued their commands, both Super Boshikadora and Super Banjira erupted with unparalleled force, colliding like celestial bodies in a cataclysmic event. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the battle center, accompanied by an invisible shockwave that erupted, producing a sonic boom. The audience, caught in the whirlwind of energy, found their hair and garments whipping about, shielding their eyes with their arms to stave off the blinding light. Yet, even amidst the chaos, Super Boshikadora stood its ground. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan urged Banjira to conclude the battle. It's time to end this, Banjira. Unleash the final Dragon Pulse. In close proximity, Super Banjira opened its maw wide, gripping Super Boshikadora with its claws to immobilize it, then unleashed the Dragon Pulse directly into Boshikadora's mouth. At this sight, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel at how much Banjira resembled Godzilla, adorned with numerous backward-facing spikes and exuding a brutal aesthetic of super evolution. It mirrored the fate of the beleaguered Super Boshikadora. As the ethereal blue Dragon Pulse struck Boshikadora, the latter succumbed, retreating from its evolved state and losing its combat capability. What a blow, striking right to the core. Who could withstand such an assault? With Boss Ghidorah incapacitated, Super Bankura emerged victorious. Even with Zhang Yi resorting to his trump card, he was effortlessly subdued by Zhang Fan, leaving him trembling in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, urged by the examiner, Zhang Yi finally released his last Pokémon. Indeed, it was Nidoking, but this Nidoking, at just over level 50, was no match for the now-evolved Bankura. Bankura, advance. Utilize Earth Power. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's command, Super Bankura roared and summoned the might of the Earth. Despite King Nido's intentions to defend himself, he fell directly into the fissure created by the power of the Earth, unable to withstand the overwhelming disparity in strength. Subsequently, he was defeated by a single earthquake from the formidable Bankura. With Nidoking rendered incapable of battle, Super Bankura emerged victorious. As Zhang Yi had already lost 3 Pokémon. Thus, the victor was declared to be Zhang Fan. As the chief examiner announced the final triumph, the entire venue erupted in cheers for Zhang Fan's name. Super Bankura let out a fierce roar, and when Zhang Fan cancelled the Mega Evolution, he was somewhat taken aback by the fact that he had defeated a Pokémon of such formidable strength, akin to his pseudo-champion. At that moment, Bankura felt a surge of power, immediately stepping into the realm of the champions. Pokémon, Bankura, Shiny. Level, 60. Aptitude, Master. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Skills, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Earthquake, Hyper Beam, Stone Edge, Sandstorm, Rock Slide. Affection, 255. With Bankura's breakthrough, Zhang Fan instinctively sensed his Pokémon's elation and rushed into the arena. Embracing Bankura with excitement, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Bankura, you've ascended to champion level." In response to Zhang Fan's exuberant congratulations, Bankura responded with a goofy chuckle. Meanwhile, the assembled champions observed the dazzling Bankura's newfound aura with astonishment. This lad has acquired yet another champion-level Pokémon? Such prowess. He is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in our Yanhuang Pokémon League, mused one elder. I must recruit him to my academy. With Zhang Fan on board, he will undoubtedly ascend to champion status in the next 5 years. The admission directors from the Imperial Capital Pokémon University and the Magic City Pokémon University, seasoned rivals, exchanged glances, both detecting mutual disdain in each other's eyes. They were both intent on securing Zhang Fan, recognizing the necessity of communicating with their respective presidents to enhance their recruitment offers. Such a genius is worth any investment. Having triumphed over Zhang Yi, Zhang Fan found himself facing only one final battle, a match against Wu Xiang. With Bankura's ascent to champion status and Zhang Fan's position as the top scorer in the Pokémon entrance examination of Zhejiang Province, victory seemed all but assured. Among the elite disciples of prestigious families in the Imperial and Magic Cities, there were certainly other prodigies, but since the establishment of the Yanhuang Pokémon League, no newcomer had ever possessed 2 champion-level Pokémon during the entrance examinations. Even the current Master-level champion, the second-ranked Cynthia, did not have a second champion-level Pokémon at the outset of her career. Could Zhang Fan's potential truly surpass that of Cynthia? If so, whoever succeeds in recruiting Zhang Fan would undoubtedly achieve great success. Soon, the next battle was about to commence, this time between Zhang Fan and Wu Yang. Previously, Wu Yang had witnessed the fierce confrontation between Zhang Fan and Zhang Yi, and the sight of Zhang Fan's Blaziken and Infernape had instilled in her a profound sense of pressure. Not to mention, Zhang Fan's Blaziken had now ascended to the level of a champion Pokémon, making Wu Yang's predicament all the more daunting. Come on, Xiaozhang, bring it on. I will not concede so easily. Upon hearing Wu Yang's declaration, Zhang Fan's Houndoom leaped forth, engaging in combat with Wu Yang's Dragonair. Hydro Pump. After a brief exchange, Houndoom established dominance, successfully defeating Dragonair with a well-placed Flare Blitz. In no time, having lost her Dragonair, Wu Yang summoned her Swampert, while Zhang Fan responded with his Charizard. As rivals, both were exceedingly aware of each other's lineups, and thus, the battle was fought with Pokémon captured during their respective journeys. Charizard unleashed Seismic Toss. Once Swampert was captured by Charizard, it could no longer resist, ultimately succumbing to defeat after being thrown down from the sky. With this, Wu Yang had lost 2 Pokémon, leaving her with only her final ace, Blastoise. Chapter 52. The final battle, Blaziken versus Mega Blastoise. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Hang City Fighting Center, Zhang Fan and Wu Yang stood on opposite ends. Zhang Fan had yet to deploy his ace Pokémon, Blaziken, and since neither Blaziken nor Infernape had taken to the field, it was apparent that he had not exerted his full strength. This guy, battling me with such ease. Does he truly underestimate me? Feeling the disparity between herself and Zhang Fan, Wu Yang, despite her resolute disposition, found it difficult to come to terms with the fact that her childhood friend had completely surpassed her. After exhaling a deep breath, she threw out her final Pokeball. Please, Blastoise. Upon the emergence of Wu Yang's Blastoise, Zhang Fan noticed that a Mega Stone was affixed to its left arm. indicating that Wu Yang's trump card was also Mega Evolution. Then, I count on you, Blaziken. Surprisingly, despite being aware that Wu Yang's Blastoise possessed the potential for Mega Evolution, Zhang Fan chose to deploy Blaziken instead of his own mega-capable Pokémon. Xiao Zhang, underestimating me will cost you dearly. Blastoise, show Zhang and Blaziken our true strength. Mega Evolve, activate. Upon hearing the command from her trainer, Blastoise focused intently on Zhang Fan and Blaziken before unleashing a mighty roar. Blastoise, then, enveloped in a brilliant spectrum of colors, Blastoise underwent a transformation. Species, Blastoise, Mega Evolution. Level, 59-64. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Water. Ability, Mega Launcher. Affinity, 155. Upon the evolution of Blastoise, a colossal cannon emerged from its formidable shell, marking a transformation of its ability from Torrent to Mega Launcher. The latter signifies an enhancement in the power of wave-based or aura-based techniques, although it lacks the restorative prowess of Torrent during rainfall. The advantages of Mega Evolution more than compensate for these shortcomings. Sensing the augmented power of Blastoise, Blaziken clenched its claws, golden flames instantly igniting from its wrists. The spirit of battle ignited. Fear not, my dear. I harbor no contempt for you. Blaziken is my most potent Pokémon and my first companion. This time, I shall unleash my full strength to vanquish you. After exchanging words with Wu Ying, their final battle commenced. As childhood friends, Wu Ying comprehended Zhang Fan's intent. A full-force battle implied that his commands would be conveyed telepathically to Blaziken. Consequently, Blaziken's responses would be virtually instantaneous, far swifter than any verbal commands. With this thought, Wu Ying felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Zhang Fan's prowess was formidable. Mega Blastoise, unleash Water Pulse. Upon Wu Ying's command, Mega Blastoise elevated its massive cannon. And in the next moment, a terrifying jet of water surged forth, aimed directly at Blaziken. With a flash of electricity, Blaziken evaded the attack. As the thought crossed his mind, Blaziken instinctively grasped Zhang Fan's intention, manifesting a radiant white light behind it, narrowly avoiding the water pulse. Observing that Blaziken was able to respond correctly without explicit instructions from Zhang Fan, Wu Ying understood the situation. However, the spectators and numerous faculty members present were momentarily stunned, filled with questions as they continued to observe the battlefield. Mega Blastoise withdrew into its shell and employed Iron Defense. While enhancing its physical defense was a commendable strategy, Blaziken's expertise extended far beyond mere physical attacks. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Fan relayed this sentiment to Wu Ying, inciting her irritation. The battle raged on. Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames, continuously scorching Blastoise. It is noteworthy that Zhang Fan's Blaziken boasted the distinctive feature of golden flames. Being struck multiple times by these flames would undoubtedly trigger a burn status, demonstrating the intensity of the golden fire. If the scorching continued, Blastoise might find itself akin to a boiled turtle. Charging forward, Blaziken executed Thunder Punch. In an instant, crackling electricity enveloped Blaziken's right claw. Due to the silent nature of the commands, Wu Ying was unaware of Zhang Fan's next move. As Blaziken approached and unleashed Thunder Punch, it was already too late. Upon the fierce electric current striking Blastoise, it let out a pained cry, peering out from its shell. Now, Blaziken seized the opportunity, wrapping its arms around Blastoise and executing a shoulder throw. With immense force, Blaziken grasped Blastoise's head and hurled it backward. With a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of dust erupted as the formidable Blastoise, despite its advantageous type, found itself under immense pressure in close combat against the fiery Blaziken, leaving it no room for resistance. Thunder Punch. Another terrifying surge of electricity struck, pushing Blastoise to the brink of exhaustion under such relentless assault. In a desperate move, Blastoise unleashed Hydro Pump. Blaziken met it head-on, igniting an explosive conflagration. In an instant, fierce flames clashed with terrifying torrents, the close-range explosion propelling both Blaziken and Blastoise into the air. As the smoke from the explosion gradually cleared, both combatants stood, facing each other defiantly. After a prolonged moment, Blastoise collapsed from its Mega Evolution state, signaling the end of the battle. With Blastoise incapacitated, Blaziken emerged victorious. As all three Pokémon of contestant Wu Yang had succumbed, the victor was declared to be Zhang Fan from Jianan City. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to him for being awarded the prestigious title of the top scorer in the Zhejiang Province 2024 College Entrance Examination. Chapter 53, Zhejiang Province Top Scorer, Dragonite. Having triumphed over both Zhang Yi and Wu Yang, Zhang Fan became the only contestant to secure a complete victory in the third round. Thus, regardless of the outcome between Wu Yang and Zhang Yi, Zhang Fan had already cemented his status as this year's top scorer in Zhejiang Province. Let us offer the warmest applause in celebration of the emergence of Zhejiang Province's top scorer, as the chief examiner proclaimed this announcement. A spectacular display of fireworks illuminated the sky, with countless bursts soaring above the battle center in Hangzhou, showering the arena with colorful streamers. Henceforth, the conclusion of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon College entrance examination was firmly established at this moment. The audience, having witnessed Zhang Fan's overwhelming dominance in battle, rose in unison, chanting his name. Overwhelmed by the cheers, Zhang Fan exhaled deeply, reveling in this exhilarating sensation. However, while Zhang Fan had triumphed, the Pokémon College entrance examination was not yet over, as Wu Yang and Zhang Yi still needed to determine their ranks, deciding who would claim the second and third places. Ultimately, Wu Yang's Blastoise proved superior, defeating the formidable Gardevoir to secure second place, while Zhang Yi took third. As Zhang Fan, Wu Yang, and Zhang Yi stood upon the podium symbolizing first, second, and third places, representatives from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League were present. Fang Jiang, the gym leader of Hangzhou, Du Feng, the vice president of Zhejiang Province Pokémon University, and Hu Ping, the provincial director of the Pokémon League, each presenting awards and certificates to the three contestants. Fang Jiang awarded the certificate and prizes to the third-place finisher, Zhang Yi, which included 500 Pokémon League points, a set of advanced evolution stones, a complete set of Pokeballs, and the choice of one Pokémon from the breeding house of the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League. Although Zhang Yi felt a tinge of regret for not clinching a higher position, he acknowledged that he had given his all in the battle against Zhang Fan and Wu Yang, feeling no significant remorse. The rewards were indeed generous, and Zhang Yi felt at ease, though he still proclaimed that he would not lose in their next encounter. Subsequently, the esteemed vice president of Zhe Province Spirit University, Du Feng, presented rewards to Wu Yang, which included the prestigious second-place certificate of the Zhe Province Spirit College entrance examination, 1,000 Spirit Alliance points, a complete set of advanced evolution stones, a set of Pokeballs, and the opportunity to select any spirit from the breeding house of the Zhe Province Spirit Alliance. In addition to these accolades, Du Feng extended an olive branch to Wu Yang, expressing his desire for her to join Zhe Province Spirit University, promising greater resources and support on behalf of the institution. Upon consideration, Wu Yang glanced at Zhang Fan and, recognizing her own qualifications as the second best in Zhe Province, decided to decline Du Feng's offer, knowing she was also eligible for admission to the prestigious universities in the capital and Magic City. Du Feng, feeling quite helpless, could only shift his focus to Zhang Yi, lamenting the loss of two promising candidates who chose not to join his institution. Although both Wu Yang and Zhang Yi had the opportunity to select a spirit from the breeding house in Zhe Province, the selection of quasi-divine spirits was excluded, as the resources for such beings were limited within the province's breeding facilities and typically reserved for the top scorers to honor their exceptional achievements. Zhang Fan's rewards were presented by Hu Ping, a prominent local official and the governor of the Zhe Province Spirit Alliance, a peak king-level powerhouse, and even a half-step champion. His accolades included 2,000 Spirit Alliance points, the trophy and certificate for the top scorer in Zhe Province, a complete set of advanced evolution stones, a set of Pokeballs, and the ability to select any spirit from the Zhe Province Spirit Alliance breeding house. Furthermore, he was entitled to choose one exceptional evolution stone and a set of super evolution stones, with the option of selecting a quasi-divine spirit from the entire breeding house of the Zhe Province Spirit Alliance. Truly a remarkable privilege. With his rewards in hand, Zhang Fan beamed with joy. As Hu Ping presented the accolades, he cheerfully encouraged Zhang Fan, saying, "Keep striving, young man. Once you have gained sufficient strength and graduated from university, should you wish to pursue a political career, feel free to seek me out." After receiving his rewards, it was time to claim them. Accompanied by the staff of the Zhe Province Spirit Alliance, Zhang Fan was the first to enter the Zhe Province Spirit Breeding House. Eager to select his desired spirit, it was evident that this provincial breeding house was exceptional, filled with a dazzling array of Pokémon. Zhang Fan was mesmerized, wishing he could claim all the creatures for himself. No wonder those nefarious organizations were so eager to steal other spirits. Who wouldn't he be envious upon witnessing such wonders? Among the treasures, he spotted a king-level qualified Monferno, a trio of king-level qualified Chimchar, and even two king-level qualified Froakie. To his astonishment, Zhang Fan even laid eyes on a champion-level qualified Trico, nearly succumbing to the urge to exchange for it. Alas, he could select only one. Perhaps it would be prudent to first explore the quasi-divine spirits before making a decision. Who knows, he might return here someday to obtain these rare, high-quality Pokémon. Zhang Fan. The next area is the quasi-divine breeding house. In Zhe Province, we only have 3 types of quasi-divine spirits available for breeding: the Bloodwing Dragon, Dragonite, and the group of Slurpuff. Therefore, if you choose a quasi-divine spirit, you may select any one from these 3 options. Upon hearing the words of the breeding house staff, Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. The mere mention of names solidified his decision. Although the gluttonous dragon was a near deity, it failed to captivate him, as it lacked both aesthetic appeal and formidable strength. Between the Dragonite and the Bloodwing Dragon, while the former had an endearing plumpness, Zhang Fan preferred a more striking and elegant Pokémon. Thus, he resolved to pursue a member of the Dratini lineage. With a clear objective in mind, Zhang Fan took a moment to observe the gluttonous dragon group, which consisted of merely 3 individuals, each boasting king-level qualifications. The Dragonite group, totaling 7, also primarily featured king-level specimens, though one Hakuryu exhibited champion-level potential, remaining undecided for the time being. However, upon arriving at the Bloodwing Dragon clan, where 5 Dratini, a Shelder, and a Bloodwing Dragon resided, Zhang Fan's choice became unequivocal. Pokémon, Dratini. Level, 25. Qualification, Champion. Type, Dragon. Ability, Forceful. Skills, Dragon Dive, Dragon Breath, Headbutt, Bite, Dragon Claw. Reverse Scale. Affection Level, 0. This particular Dratini not only possessed champion-level qualifications, but also harbored a hidden ability. Upon evolving into a Bloodwing Dragon, it would gain the Overconfidence ability, which enhances its attack power each time it defeats an opponent, a remarkable asset in group battles and endurance contests. You are the one. With his decision made, the staff promptly arranged for the Dratini to be presented to Zhang Fan. Being a breeding house, they possessed methods to ensure the Pokemon's acceptance. So upon receiving the Pokeball containing Dratini, Zhang Fan employed telepathy to foster a preliminary bond. Roar, you are my trainer? In response to the Dratini's inquiry, Zhang Fan smiled warmly and replied, indeed. Let us strive together, Dratini. I will ensure that you, like your parents, ultimately soar through the skies, becoming the sovereign of the heavens. Chapter 54, Electrike and Scyther, the hatching of Pokémon eggs. Having selected his near deity, Zhang Fan proceeded to claim his other rewards. It must be said that the Pokémon League's offerings for top scorers in the entrance examination, individuals destined to become champions, were undeniably generous. Apart from the near deity and points, he was also entitled to choose a corresponding Mega Evolution Stone, which Zhang Fan eagerly selected for his Torchic, prioritizing the enhancement of his ace Pokémon's combat prowess for maximum effect. Furthermore, he acquired an array of Pokeballs, including Master Balls, Ultra Balls, Heat Balls, and Heavy Balls, amassing an entire set of high-grade evolution stones, such as Fire Stones, Water Stones, and Thunder Stones. The mere value of these items surpassed 20 million Yanhuang coins, not to mention the worth of the champion-qualified near deity, Mega Evolution Stones, and a Premium Evolution Stone. In light of this, Zhang Fan earnestly addressed the staff of the Pokémon League. I find myself with no use for a complete set of high-grade evolution stones. Might it be possible to exchange this set for an opportunity to select a premium electric amplifier? Currently, Zhang Fan possesses a remarkable collection of Pokémon. Apart from the fact that his Electabuzz must evolve into Electivire and his Scyther into Scyther through specific evolution items, all others can evolve independently or have already reached their final forms. Therefore, upon receiving an exceptional evolution item, it would be remiss for him to favor any single Pokémon. Rather, he should allow both Electabuzz and Scyther to evolve together. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's request, the staff of the Pokémon League promptly submitted an application to their superiors. Recognizing that this was a request from the top scorer of the Pokémon entrance examination, the higher-ups at the Zhejiang Province Pokémon League readily acquiesced. After all, what could be more advantageous than winning over a burgeoning genius? Consequently, Zhang Fan was bestowed with a premium electric amplifier and a top-tier metal coat. With these evolution items in hand, he expressed his gratitude to the staff and eagerly made his way to the Pokémon Center to initiate the evolution of his Pokémon. Before departing, he mentioned to Wu Yang that if she were to choose a water-type Pokémon this time, there existed a Pokémon with elite qualifications within the Froakie line and a champion tier Trico as well. Meanwhile, teachers, directors, and principals from various Pokémon academies were fervently debating and strategizing, with some astute individuals even making their way to the Jialan Gym to seek out Zhang Fan's father, Zhang Mujun. Once Zhang Fan released all his Pokémon, he introduced them to his Dragonite. Subsequently, Blaziken, Electabuzz, and Scyther took their turns stepping forward. Zhang Fan presented the Mega Stone, Electric Amplifier, and Metal Coat to them. The eyes of Blaziken, Electabuzz, and Scyther sparkled with yearning as they beheld these items. Acknowledging his Pokémon's desires, Zhang Fan adorned Electabuzz with the Electric Amplifier, handed the Metal Coat to Scyther, and affixed the special harness for the Mega Stone onto Blaziken's arm. In a dazzling display, Mega Evolution commenced, resulting in the majestic appearance of a Super Blaziken. As it savored its newfound strength, it faced the approaching Tyranitar with renewed confidence. Apologies, but the elder brother remains the elder brother. Your Tyranitar is still merely second in command. After reverting Blaziken from its Mega form, Zhang Fan proceeded to initiate Scyther's evolution. It is noteworthy that while previous iterations required a trade for Scyther to evolve into Scyther, the current reality permits evolution simply by equipping the Metal Coat. The next moment, a radiant light of evolution began to illuminate the room. Subsequently, a 2-meter 3 tall, metallic-hued Scyther emerged in all its glory. Pokémon, Scyther, Shiny. Level, 48. Qualification, Champion. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Technician. Skills, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, X Scissor, Swords Dance, Bug Buzz, Night Slash. Friendship, 238. After its evolution, the Scyther has attained a championship-level qualification. Much to Zhang Fan's delight. Congratulations, Scyther. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Naturally, the response from Scyther was a jubilant roar of affirmation. Next, it was time for Electabuzz. After transmitting Electabuzz Luxury Ball to his father's gym's communication channel, Electabuzz successfully evolved. Following another transfer, the form of Electivire appeared before Zhang Fan's eyes, standing at approximately 2.6 meters tall, with a striking black and yellow coloration and robust dual tails and arms. Electivire made its grand entrance. Pokémon, Electivire. Level, 47. Qualification, Champion. Type, Electric. Ability, Motor Drive. Skills, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Thunder, Aura Sphere, Cross Chop, Light Screen. Affection, 242. At the champion level, both Blaziken and Tyranitar could even undergo Mega Evolution. At the gym level, there were Arcanine, Charizard, Electivire, and Scyther, with Arcanine already having reached the pinnacle of gym level, and Charizard attaining a high standard within the gym level. Although Electivire and Scyther were only newly initiated into the gym level, they nonetheless represented a significant achievement. This indicated that Zhang Fan's trainer level could rise once more. At that moment, a commotion erupted from his backpack. Sensing something unusual, Zhang Fan opened the backpack and discovered that the incubator inside was emitting a brilliant white light. Clearly, this was the Pokémon egg he had received from the breeding house, ready to hatch. Despite having previously experienced the hatching of Torchic and Poochyena, Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement, gathering the 7 little ones around to await the arrival of new life. After 3 long hours, the Pokémon egg began to radiate dazzling light and slowly cracked open. Then, a small green kitten appeared before Zhang Fan's eyes. Meow. Chapter 55. The twin stars of the champion of Magic City joined the Magic City Pokémon University. Pokémon, Sprigatito. Level, 1. Qualification, Gym level. Type, Grass. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Leaf Storm, Leech Seed, Scratch, Tail Whip, Leafage. Affection, 120. To his surprise, the newly hatched creature was a starter grass-type Pokémon, Sprigatito, with the hidden ability of Adaptability, which delighted Zhang Fan immensely. Although its qualification was somewhat lacking, it did not mean it could not become Zhang Fan's Pokémon. Once it ultimately evolved into Meowscarada, perhaps luck would favor him, and its qualification could improve. Of course, even if it couldn't be enhanced, Zhang Fan would never abandon this little one. Since it was a fateful choice, they had become partners, and he would not let the other down. As the saying goes, once a Pokémon is acquired, it must not be easily discarded, even if its strength and qualification may not meet one's expectations. Cradling Sprigatito in his arms, Zhang Fan retrieved some freshly born Pokémon milk from his backpack and began to nourish Sprigatito. Zhang Fan has meticulously nurtured them, guiding their growth until the present moment. Reflecting upon this, both his fiery chicken and speedy dog felt a warmth in their hearts. Ever since the birth of the new Leaf Meow, Zhang Fan's embrace has been wholly claimed by this little creature. Where are you now? The directors of the admissions offices from the Imperial City Pokémon University, Magic City Pokémon University, and Zhejiang Province Pokémon University have all come knocking, with the vice president from Zhejiang Province Pokémon University among them. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Fan realized that he had lingered too long in claiming his award. Thus, he hastily mounted his Charizard and raced towards Jinan City. Master Zhang, you are the esteemed leader of our gym in Zhejiang Province and a renowned trainer. It is a rare occasion for our province to produce a top-tier talent. How could you not join our institution? At this moment, Vice President Du Feng of Zhejiang Province Pokémon University observed the generous offers being extended by the Imperial City and Magic City Pokémon Universities, and finding himself outmatched, he resorted to appealing to sentiment. To be candid, Zhang Mujun was acquainted with Du Feng, and they shared a certain camaraderie. However, when it came to his son's future, it was paramount that Zhang Fan made his own decision. Thus, Zhang Mujun expressed his resignation in the matter. Upon hearing this, Du Feng despaired, while the admissions directors from the Imperial City and Magic City universities felt a surge of relief, having one less competitor to contend with. Subsequently, the two began to present various enticing rewards, hoping to persuade Zhang Mujun to encourage his son to enroll in their respective schools. Junior brother, you have truly outdone yourself this time. Both the Imperial City Pokémon University and Magic City Pokémon University are vying for your attention. They are attempting to sway Master, exclaimed one of his peers. Indeed, junior brother, congratulations on achieving the top score. It is beyond my wildest dreams. As Zhang Fan opened the door to the reception room, he was met with 2 middle-aged gentlemen rushing towards him, as though they had encountered a rare beauty. Before he could utter a word, one of the gentlemen was pushed aside, and the other began to introduce himself. Young friend Zhang, I am Luha, the director of the admissions office at Magic City Pokémon University. I sincerely hope you choose our institution, as we are the strongest. At that moment, Observing the competitive fervor of the two top university admissions directors, beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhang Fan's forehead. With a light cough, he addressed them. Esteemed teachers, I have previously discussed with the representatives from both the Imperial City and Magic City Pokémon universities. I am open to attending either school. It ultimately depends on which environment best suits me. Upon hearing this, Luha from Magic City Pokémon University's eyes sparkled with excitement. Moreover, our university has produced numerous formidable trainers, including the renowned King Kinna and King Pear Blossom. They are celebrated as the twin stars of Magic City and serve as honorary faculty members. Should you agree to enroll at Magic City Pokémon University, I can assure you that your mentor will be one of them, potentially even becoming their direct disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. The two of the four kings, Kinna and Pear Blossom, hailing from the Magic City Pokémon University, not only possessed formidable strength, but were also exceptionally attractive. Kona requires no further elaboration, as the most striking aspect is undoubtedly the formidable Lei. Adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, she exudes an aura of sophistication, often donning stylish attire. Although she holds the prestigious title of the top among the four heavenly kings, she possesses champion-level prowess. Similarly, Li Hua embodies both beauty and strength. Her popularity may not rival that of Sharona or Kona, yet in the Jiangnan region, their names resonate profoundly. Upon witnessing the explosive announcement from the magical capital Pokémon University, Wang Yang from the imperial capital Pokémon University felt a surge of urgency. How dare you come out swinging with such a bold declaration, employing the names of two esteemed beauties, the kings Kona and Li Hua, he exclaimed. He then addressed Zhang Fan. Are you familiar with Sharona? This question caught Zhang Fan off guard. Could it be that Sharona, the champion, is an instructor at the imperial capital Pokémon University? Does joining the university offer me the opportunity to study under her? At this revelation, Wang Yang's expression fell. Oh, not quite. The champion's status is too elevated. It's merely that Sharona resides in the imperial capital. If you were to attend the imperial capital Pokémon University. As he spoke, his confidence waned further, especially under Lu Ha's mocking laughter. He declared, the Flying King Zhang Yi and the Steel King Lu Zhu also hail from our institution and serve as honorary mentors. What the magical capital Pokémon University possesses, so too does the imperial capital Pokémon University. Moreover, I will exhaust all my connections to ensure you meet champion Sharona. As for whether you become her disciple, that will depend on your own abilities. Young Zhang Fan, my mentor was once the teacher of King Kona. Should you choose to attend the magical capital Pokémon University, I will certainly recommend you. Furthermore, within the nurturing chamber of the magical capital Pokémon University, you may choose any Pokémon you desire. Even if King Kona does not accept you, I have a history with Li Hua. She even owes me a favor, and I can arrange for her to be your mentor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan felt assured. Excellent. Then I choose the magical capital Pokémon University. Chapter 56. Enrolling in the magical capital, the concentration camp for talents. Once Zhang Fan voiced his final decision, everything settled into place. The rationale behind his choice of the magical capital Pokémon University was clear. It was not merely due to the allure of the beauty of Kings Kona and Li Hua. Rather, it was evident that the advantages offered by the magical capital Pokémon University outweighed those of the imperial capital Pokémon University for Zhang Fan. The four heavenly kings of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance all emerged from these two esteemed institutions. In this context, the more powerful Kona clearly presented a better choice as a mentor for Zhang Fan. Additionally, Lu Ha had past connections with both Kona and Li Hua, as both kings serve as honorary mentors at the magical capital Pokémon University with the qualifications to guide students. Zhang Fan naturally preferred a mentor of greater strength. While Sharona may be superior in comparison, it was unfortunate that she is not an honorary mentor at the imperial capital Pokémon University. Wang Yang's verbal assurances held little weight. In the ephemeral nature of Sharona's status, the likelihood of Kona and Li Hua serving as Zhang Fan's mentors was evidently far greater. Moreover, an additional factor contributing to the decision to enroll at the Magical City Pokémon University is its proximity to my home, which holds significant importance. The esteemed Magical City Pokémon University boasts an impressive reputation, with numerous formidable individuals emerging from its halls within the entirety of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. And I take pride in being an alumnus. This affiliation may provide a modicum of assistance to my father and the Jiannan Gym. After all, having influential connections facilitates matters greatly. While the Jiannan Gym is a colossal entity within Jiannan City, it remains relatively insignificant on the grand scale of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, let alone the world. Very well. Since you have decided to join us at the Magical City Pokémon University, you shall henceforth be my student, Zhang Fan. Here is your admission notice. In 3 days, we shall meet at the university, and at that time, I shall deliver upon you all that I have promised. Upon uttering these words, Lu Ha cast a glance at Wang Yang, strutting away like a victorious rooster. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Mujun and Li Fan exchanged amused glances at their son, bursting into laughter. What a fine lad. You will undoubtedly surpass your father. To celebrate your acceptance into the magical city Pokémon University and your achievement as the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. Having triumphed over that Wuyang girl, let us rejoice today. In an instant, the Jiannan gym was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Unlike conventional universities, Pokémon universities do not adhere to the notion of summer or winter breaks, and classes are not held daily. It is more akin to a blend of travel, experience, and education. As the two most prestigious Pokémon universities within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, their curriculum emphasizes practical combat over theoretical knowledge. After all, a mere bookworm is as good as useless, and a solely adventurous spirit is but a fool. Thus, a harmonious amalgamation of both approaches yields the most fruitful results. 3 days later, Zhang Fan rode his Charizard towards the magical city, only to be taken aback by the news that Wuyang had ultimately chosen the imperial capital Pokémon University instead. This decision came after she had carefully considered his own choice of institution. Zhang Fan could only extend his congratulations, wishing her strength in her future endeavors. Upon arriving at the imperial capital Pokémon University, Zhang Fan found himself momentarily awestruck by the imposing statue of the legendary Pokémon at the entrance, Rayquaza, the true sovereign of the skies. Exhaling deeply, he stepped through the grand gates of the magical city Pokémon University, entering the very maw of Rayquaza. Both the magical city and imperial capital Pokémon universities each accept a mere 128 students annually. Should the caliber of applicants falter, they may not even reach that number. Thus, the top scorers of each province's college entrance examination represent the most fiercely contested source of talent for these two esteemed institutions. With 34 provincial jurisdictions within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, only 34 provincial top scorers exist. This year, among the new students at the magical city Pokémon University, there are 53 in total, including 18 provincial top scorers, with Zhang Fan being one of them. This signifies that talent abounds in this institution, which can undoubtedly be described as a veritable haven for prodigies. Upon Zhang Fan's arrival to complete his enrollment procedures, he was greeted by the school staff, who also served as part-time students, simultaneously working and honing their skills with Pokémon during their free time. Zhang Fan, you are a student of Class 1, which consists of only 18 individuals, all of whom are provincial champions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's interest was piqued. If 18 provincial champions were allocated to one class, what of the others? Not surprisingly, this year, Magic City Pokémon University only had 3 classes. Class 1 with 18 provincial champions, Class 2 with 20 runners-up, and Class 3 with 15 third-place winners, totaling 53 students. After touring the campus, Zhang Fan was thoroughly impressed by the various battle arenas, training rooms, and Pokémon breeding facilities available. The dormitories were luxurious, with each student enjoying their own building. However, it was unfortunate that certain amenities were exclusive to Class 1 students, while those in Classes 2 and 3 had to share dormitories. Upon entering his classroom, Zhang Fan noticed the scattered students, and the moment he stepped inside, all eyes turned towards him. Being among champions, none believed they would be inferior to one another. Yet, within this group, there were always a few gossip mongers, and rumors began circulating about Zhang Fan. It was said that he had the opportunity to be personally mentored by a renowned master. What was his background? Allegedly, he was the top scorer from Zhejiang province. But what made him so exceptional? As soon as this revelation was made, all present focused their attention on Zhang Fan. Chapter 57, Unyielding? The New Prodigy. It could be said that many new students enrolling at Magic City Pokémon University were drawn by the illustrious figures of Qina and Li Hua, 2 of the 4 Heavenly Kings, who also held the esteemed title of honorary mentors at the university. Hence, students at Magic City Pokémon University typically had the chance to receive guidance and instruction from these esteemed figures. Now, someone had informed them that a top scorer from Zhejiang province had been recommended by Lu Ha, the head of the admissions office and a high-ranking official within the school, to become a disciple of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Such news was bound to stir discontent among these self-proclaimed champions. It wasn't just the new students who felt aggrieved. Even senior students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years sought to confront Zhang Fan and reason with him. Thus, Zhang Fan became a thorn in the side of these talented champions, as they were eager to discover what set him apart, warranting such attention and favor from Magic City Pokémon University. Soon, a classmate, who fancied himself a protagonist in a fantasy tale, approached Zhang Fan, a Pokeball in hand, with a smile and a challenge. Hello, would you like to spar at the battle arena? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow at this suggestion, a smirk forming on his lips. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before issuing a challenge? Is that not a basic rule? Aware of the underlying provocation, Zhang Fan did not relent, responding assertively. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the expression on the face across from him visibly flushed with indignation. You insolent brat, how dare you disregard my status? I am Wu Daily, the top scholar of the college entrance examination from Yunnan province. If you possess any courage, step onto the battlefield with me and demonstrate where your supposed strength lies that warrants such special treatment. Yet, Zhang Fan remained unperturbed. rising abruptly to survey his classmates with keen interest. Counting himself, there were a total of 18 individuals, 13 boys and 5 girls. Apart from himself, the remaining 17 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him. Now, aside from you, who else wishes to challenge me? Step forward. For whether I confront one or a multitude, my resolve remains unchanged. With 2 King-tier Pokémon at his disposal and the ability for each to Mega Evolve, Zhang Fan's confidence surged, emboldening him to adopt a somewhat brazen demeanor. Provoked by his audacity, 5 particularly fiery individuals slammed their palms on their desks, grasping their Pokeballs, eager to duel with Zhang Fan. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, a sharp voice cut through the commotion. What is all this ruckus? There will be plenty of opportunities for combat later. Zhang Fan, step outside with me first to select your Pokémon. The speaker was Lu He, the director of the admissions office and the homeroom teacher for this year's cohort at Magic City Pokémon University. Consequently, Zhang Fan was the first to venture into the nurturing chamber to choose his Pokémon. It is crucial to understand that priority holds significant weight. Even within such a prestigious institution as Magic City Pokémon University, their nurturing facilities are limited. With 18 top scholars, could there truly be 18 divine Pokémon? This meant that those who chose later would find themselves with lesser options compared to their predecessors. Naturally, Lu He's decision incited dissatisfaction among the other scholars. Teacher, by what right does this fellow get to select first? Is Magic City Pokémon University not based on merit? They protested. We have yet to duel. How can we prove that we are inferior to this fellow from Zhe Province? We demand to fight before any decisions are made. Listening to the uproar, Lu He chuckled inwardly. This was precisely the atmosphere he sought to cultivate, establishing Zhang Fan as the pinnacle of strength within the class. He aimed to incite these proud scholars to challenge him, fostering an environment where their abilities would rapidly escalate. Likewise, as the target, Zhang Fan would feel the pressure from his peers, propelling his own growth, a mutually beneficial outcome. Yet, maintaining a composed exterior, Lu He replied, my arrangements are grounded in reason. Zhang Fan's prowess indeed surpasses that of many among you, which justifies his priority. This was a promise I made when he was admitted. Do you wish to cast me as a man of broken word? Furthermore, for those who remain unsatisfied, hold your grievances for now. In a few days, we will have class rankings and battles, and you will certainly have your chance to prove yourselves. Once Lu He concluded his statement, the tumult within the classroom gradually subsided. Indeed, for someone of Lu He's caliber, an elite at the zenith of his prowess, teetering on the brink of championship status, his discernment is undoubtedly exceptional. Zhejiang Province, renowned for producing formidable talents, boasts Wu Sang, the second-place contender, whose capabilities surpass several lesser champions among the provincial elites. And what of Zhang Fan? Certainly, there are those who can engage in a contest of strength with Zhang Fan. For instance, Yi Xinhong, the valedictorian from the Magic City, who stands as the second among this distinguished group. Additionally, there is Zhao Yutong, the third-place achiever from Su Province, whose abilities are equally remarkable. While the thoughts of their classmates remain unspoken, Zhang Fan has already stepped into the cultivation chamber of Magic City Spirit University. It is noteworthy that each valedictorian typically possesses a quasi-deity. Being a provincial champion, they naturally receive accolades from the Provincial Spirit Alliance, and trainers invariably opt for quasi-deities. Furthermore, as a champion, one would certainly have the opportunity to select new spirits at either the Imperial Capital or Magic City Spirit University, with the majority favoring the quasi-deity option. Even those provincial champions who do not enroll in these two esteemed institutions have undoubtedly made significant sacrifices to attain their places, rendering the acquisition of quasi-deities quite feasible. Thus, for individuals of their caliber, quasi-deities are no longer rare marvels. Upon entering the cultivation chamber of Magic City Spirit University, Zhang Fan, although initially impressed by the Zhejiang Province Spirit Cultivation Chamber, was left astounded by the grandiosity of their facilities. Chapter 58, Roundland Shark, the class battle commences. The cultivation chamber for dragon-type Pokémon is vast, housing numerous quasi-deities of this element. Within, one can find a plethora of dragon-type Pokémon, including Mini-Dragon, Haxorus, Bagon, Druddigon, Roundland Shark, and others. Among the dragon-type quasi-deities, aside from the likes of the ghostly dragon Dolomacia and the ice dragon, Liangji Long, all others are present. This impressive display surpasses even that of the Zhejiang Province Spirit Alliance headquarters, which accommodates merely 3 types of quasi-deities, compared to the 6 dragon-type quasi-deities found in the Magic City Spirit University's chamber. Truly exceptional. Among the groups of Nian Nian Bao, Xian Ling Bao, and Bagon, the highest aptitude belongs to those of the king level, which Zhang Fan promptly disregarded, redirecting his attention to Mini-Dragon, Roundland Shark, and Druddigon. The quantity of Mini-Dragons is the most substantial, with 4 in total, including one with championship aptitude, which Zhang Fan considers as a backup. All Druddigon present possess king-level aptitude, albeit temporarily. However, it was upon gazing at the Roundland Shark that Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Pokémon, Roundland Shark. Level, 25. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Skills, Hurricane, Rampage, Dragon Breath, Sand Attack, Dig, Sand Tomb. Affection level, 0. It is worth mentioning that while Zhang Fan's collection of Pokémon is steadily increasing, his team composition remains far from finalized. In the Sandstorm team, Banjira stands as one of the pivotal members. With the inclusion of the Fierce Land Shark, a preliminary lineup begins to take shape. The Fierce Land Shark's Sand Veil ability enhances its evasion in a sandstorm, and upon Mega Evolution, its ability transforms into Sand Force, augmenting the power of Rock, Ground, and Steel-type moves. Thus, the duo of the Fierce Land Shark and Banjira emerges as a formidable core for the Sandstorm team. If a Ground-type Pokémon possessing the Sand Rush ability is added, the likes of Blaziken, Salamence, and Houndoom could naturally join, culminating in a true Sandstorm ensemble. As for the Sunny Day team, Zhang Fan has a configuration as well, albeit lacking a core Grass-type Pokémon, specifically a Venusaur, which can be addressed gradually. Hello. I desire this Roundland Shark. It is the Pokémon I have chosen. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's request, the staff at the breeding room retrieved the Roundland Shark and handed it over to him. After exchanging the Pokeball for a luxury ball, Zhang Fan acquired a formidable ally. Thus, his current Pokémon roster is as follows. 1 with Master-level potential, a Shiny Banjira, currently at the initial stage of the Elite Four. 5 with Champion-level potential, including a Fire Chicken at the initial stage of the Elite Four. A Houndoom at the pinnacle of Gym level, a Scyther at the initial stage of Gym level, and both a Dragonair and a Roundland Shark yet to reach Elite rank. 2 with Elite-level potential, comprising a Charizard at the advanced Gym level and an Electabuzz newly entering Gym level. 1 with Gym-level potential, a newly hatched Chikorita, totaling 9 Pokémon. After Zhang Fan obtained his coveted Roundland Shark, the next to enter was Yi Xin, the top scorer from the Magic City entrance exam, who naturally opted for the Champion-level Mini-Dragon. As for Zhao Yutong, she ultimately chose not a quasi-deity, but a Riolu. Upon Zhang Fan's careful observation, he discovered that this Riolu also possessed champion potential. Indeed, this is a rather rare Pokémon, its value comparable to that of a quasi-deity. Zhang Fan harbored intentions for such creatures, yet he was aware that opportunities would arise in the future, once everyone had acquired their desired Pokémon. Out of the 18 individuals in Class 1, 12 had obtained quasi-deities, excluding Zhao Yutong, who opted out of a quasi-deity. The final 5 classmates found themselves in a rather awkward position, having failed to select any quasi-deity. However, time swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the class ranking competition. On this day, the top scorers were eager to showcase their prowess against their adversaries. Before the competition commenced, the class teacher, Lu He, addressed the students, stating, "You are the strongest cohort of new generation trainers in the Yanhuang Pokémon League. However, if you consider yourself strong, you must demonstrate the skills befitting a strong individual. The upcoming battles will be one-on-one, determining the class rankings based on strength. I trust you all have no objections to this format." Upon hearing Lu He's words, there were no dissenting voices among the students. Interestingly, Zhang Fan's opponent in the first match happened to be Wu Daily from Yunnan Province, setting the stage for an intriguing confrontation. "Young lad, soon I shall demonstrate what true strength entails." In response to Wu Daily's taunts, Zhang Fan merely chuckled lightly, showing no concern whatsoever. Wu Daily, feeling increasingly infuriated by Zhang Fan's blatant disregard, resolved to teach him a lesson, ensuring he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yutong and Yi Xinhong turned their gazes towards Zhang Fan, curiosity and defiance evident in their eyes. They were eager to witness the extent of Zhang Fan's prowess. It appeared that clarity would soon be at hand. Of course, it was not only they who were intrigued. Among the many top students in the class, none were truly convinced of Zhang Fan's capabilities. They too were keen to observe what made this somewhat overhyped Zhang Fan so extraordinary. The impending match between Zhang Fan and Wu Daily was about to commence, with both competitors allowed to utilize a single Pokémon and various items during the contest. As the referee signaled the start, both Zhang Fan and Wu Daily summoned their Pokémon simultaneously. With a flash of red light, Blaziken and Infernape emerged onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Infernape. Level, 61. Qualification, King. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Close Combat, Flare Blitz, Flare Charge, Heat Wave. How amusing. You chose a Pokémon of the same type, Infernape. Now, unleash Flamethrower. Wu Daily commanded, prompting his Infernape to execute a fiery assault. Zhang Fan, however, merely smiled in response. With a direct confrontation, Blaziken unleashed its own Flamethrower. In the next instant, a golden flame sliced through the air, its scorching heat instantly negating Infernape's attack and piercing through, delivering a fierce blow directly to Infernape. Despite being a fire-type Pokémon, Infernape cried out in agony from the impact of Blaziken's fiery onslaught. What? A fire-type move can inflict such damage on Infernape? This Blaziken is rather extraordinary. It appears to be a shiny Pokémon. Wu Daily, not lacking in strength himself, found himself momentarily subdued. It seemed that Zhang Fan genuinely possessed remarkable abilities. Observing the fierce clash between the two, the onlookers began to comprehend why Lu Ha had made such comments earlier. With a barrage of fire kicks and fire punches, Blaziken unleashed a relentless series of attacks upon Infernape, all commanded by Zhang Fan. Blaziken, unleash your full power with True Chi Fist. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's directive, Blaziken surged with energy. Just as Infernape managed to rise, Blaziken, leveraging its speed from its ability, launched an accelerated assault, ready to strike with unyielding force. As the formidable fist struck fiercely against the fiery warrior, the outcome was unmistakably determined. The fiery warrior succumbed to defeat, leaving the fiery chicken to claim victory, thus declaring Zhang Fan as the triumphant contender of this battle. Following the resolution of the contest between Zhang Fan and Wu Daily, the once arrogant demeanor of Wu Daily dissipated entirely alongside the defeat of the fiery warrior. It is evident that among these provincial champions, each possesses at least one Pokémon of the legendary tier, or perhaps one that is on the cusp of such distinction. The number of pinnacle gym-level Pokémon, however, largely depends on individual luck. Most legendary Pokémon are nurtured from a young age to reach such heights, making it exceedingly rare for others to attain legendary status in a short span of time. This explains why Zhang Fan's possession of 2 legendary Pokémon has made him a coveted prize for the admissions faculty of the Magic City and Imperial Capital Pokémon universities. 1 legendary Pokémon signifies superior resources and lineage, far surpassing the average individual. However, possessing 2 indicates that the trainer has successfully guided their Pokémon towards the legendary tier, which fundamentally establishes their status as a formidable trainer. As Zhang Fan was the first to engage in battle, and given that Wu Daily was known among their peers, the students had a reasonable grasp of his capabilities. Witnessing Zhang Fan's effortless triumph over Wu Daily caused the rumors surrounding him to gain newfound respect. Perhaps he truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Next came Yixin N's match, whose ace was a 3-headed dragon. Although it could not mega-evolve, Zhang Fan noticed that this individual wielded a gigantic armlet for maxing out. The 3-headed dragon efficiently dispatched its opponent, illustrating that even among legendary Pokémon, significant disparities in strength exist. Similarly, Zhao Yutong showcased her ace, a Venusaur, which was also a legendary Pokémon of considerable prowess. To Zhang Fan's surprise, among the 18 top scorers in Class 1, not all possessed legendary Pokémon. Only 8 were true trainers with aces of legendary caliber. The remaining 10 had initial Pokémon that were merely at the pinnacle gym level. It appears that even against Wu Yang and Zhang Yi, one cannot declare a guaranteed victory without engaging in battle. After the conclusion of the first round, Zhang Fan, Zhao Yutong, Yixin N, and 6 others advanced. Wu Daily, unfortunately, was the sole trainer among the 8 with legendary Pokémon to be eliminated in the first round, a consequence of facing Zhang Fan. Soon, the second round commenced, and fortune smiled upon Zhang Fan as he received a bye into the semifinals. By this stage, even Yixin N and Zhao Yutong found themselves exerting significant effort to overcome their adversaries. As the competition dwindled to 5 participants, the fortunate bye fell to Yixin N, leading Zhang Fan to face his second opponent, Lu Liang, the top scorer from Sichuan province. To Zhang Fan's astonishment, Lu Liang's ace was none other than a fire-type Pokémon, the fiery Duck-billed Dragon. Pokémon, Duck-billed Dragon level, 62 qualification, legendary type, fire ability, flame body skills, flamethrower, belch, smoke clear, flame charge, and big explosion. Upon observing the attributes of this duck-billed fire dragon, Zhang Fan decided to unleash his fire chicken. The duck-billed fire dragon initiated a misty fog. This poison-type move can ensnare opponents in a poisoned state, albeit not with guaranteed success. The fire chicken responded with a scorching wind, dispersing the toxic mist. In an instant, upon hearing the command, the fire chicken unleashed a golden flame of radiant scope, incinerating the encroaching mist entirely. Moreover, as the scorching wind enveloped the arena, a scene of astonishment unfolded for Lu Liang and the entire class. As a fire-type Pokémon embodying the essence of flame, the duck-billed fire dragon could bathe in magma. Yet, astonishingly, it found itself burned by the golden flames of Zhang Fan's fire chicken. How could this be possible? Amidst the bewilderment of Lu Liang and others, Lu Ha nodded with a smile, affirming his decision to enlist the help of Kina. The esteemed King Li Hua had spoken highly of a promising talent. Zhang Fan's performance indeed brought him joy. This internal class battle served not only to enlighten these unruly trainers about their disparities, but also as an assessment. While aware that several promising candidates emerged from this year's Magic City Pokémon University, whether Kina or Li Hua, both busy with official duties, would take on the role of mentors depended upon the students' own displays of prowess. Flame Kick, seizing the opportunity while the duck-billed fire dragon was burned. The fire chicken charged forward, delivering a flying kick that sent the duck-billed fire dragon soaring out of the battlefield. Continue the relentless assault. denying it any chance to regain its footing. As the fire chicken continued its fierce onslaught, the duck-billed fire dragon ultimately succumbed, losing its ability to battle. With the duck-billed fire dragon incapacitated, the fire chicken emerged victorious, thus declaring Zhang Fan as the champion. Witnessing Zhang Fan's subsequent match, where he triumphed just as effortlessly, the members of Class 1 could no longer remain seated. Chapter 60. Defeating Zhao Yutong, Zhang Fan, and Yi Xin-san. Is it just me? Or is this fire chicken a bit outrageous? Even the duck-billed fire dragon, with its fiery essence, could fall into a burned state? And it wasn't he even utilizing the will-o-wisp move, merely a gust of scorching wind? Perhaps it is a special ability of the shining Pokémon? Quite intriguing. I would very much like to engage in a proper battle with him. It seems that, even within the halls of Magic City Pokémon University, the only ones capable of matching this individual would be Yi Xin-san and Zhao Yutong. After 2 battles, many began to reassess Zhang Fan's abilities. This fellow is indeed formidable. No wonder Lu He, a pinnacle-level powerhouse, holds him in high regard, with 4 advancing to 2, alongside the bye for Yi Xin-san. The only ones yet to taste defeat are Zhang Fan, Yi Xin-san, and Zhao Yutong. As only 3 students remain, each will engage in a match, with the final determinations based on their win-loss records. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, Zhao Yutong was the first to step forward, brandishing a Pokeball, addressing Zhang Fan, who was cradling a new Leaf Meow at that moment. Come on, let us have our match first. In the face of Zhao Yutong's challenge, Zhang Fan merely caressed the head of his newly acquired companion, the Leaf Meow, eliciting a contented purr before nodding in agreement. Observing Zhang Fan's demeanor, Wu Daily and his companions could hardly contain their disdain. How infuriating. This fellow is acting so aloof when Zhao Yutong, a stunning beauty, has personally sought him out for a battle. It is truly an affront to her. Indeed, in my opinion, among this year's newcomers at Magic City Elf University, none can rival Zhao Yutong in beauty, and her prowess is undeniable. Zhang Fan's arrogance is rather excessive. Well, though he may be arrogant, he does possess strength. Does he not? As Zhang Fan embraced Leaf Meow and released his fire chicken, Zhao Yutong summoned her own Venusaur, activating its Mega Evolution with a commanding presence. Venusaur, evolve. With a burst of colorful light, Venusaur transformed into Mega Venusaur, significantly enhancing its strength. Pokémon, Venusaur, Mega Evolution. Level, 62-67. Qualification, Champion. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Thick Fat, reduces damage from fire and ice type moves by half. Skills, Vine Whip, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Leaf Blade, Frenzy Plant, Poison Powder. With its thick fat ability post-evolution, it would be challenging for Fire Chicken to overpower it in a single blow. Fire Chicken, Flame Kick. At Zhang Fan's command, Fire Chicken leapt into the air, golden flames igniting around its right leg before it descended with ferocity, targeting Mega Venusaur directly. Use Root and hold your ground, Mega Venusaur. Utilize Frenzy Plant to trap that Fire Chicken. Mega Venusaur excelled in endurance, and once confined, Fire Chicken would lose its speed advantage, making it an easy target. Zhao Yutong's strategy was commendable. However, Zhang Fan's Fire Chicken would not be so easily ensnared. As Mega Venusaur executed its root ability, it established a steady source of energy. And due to its ability, it was unlikely to be defeated by a single strike from Fire Chicken. Zhao Yutong felt a surge of confidence. When Fire Chicken's attack struck Mega Venusaur's forehead, a resounding cry of pain echoed. Yet, it withstood the assault. Its substantial physique signified ample stamina. In the next moment, with a flicker of thought, Mega Venusaur summoned numerous massive vines from the ground, reaching out to ensnare Fire Chicken. Oath of Fire. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's command, Fire Chicken soared high, dodging the first vine before delivering a powerful punch to the battlefield below. A dazzling light enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of flames that incinerated the encroaching vines. Moreover, the searing golden fire surged from beneath Mega Venusaur, delivering a significant blow to the plant Pokémon. Consequently, Mega Venusaur's root ability was interrupted. Amidst the explosive flames and fierce assault, the Fire Chicken unleashed its full power, taking advantage of the Super Venusaur's inability to resist and the failure of its rooting ability. As the golden flames engulfed the entire battlefield, the anguished cries of the Super Venusaur echoed through the air. Zhao Yutong, witnessing the suffering of the Super Venusaur, found herself at a loss for how to respond. Zhang Fan's Fire Chicken, despite its inherent disadvantage, exhibited a terrifying might, its golden flames possessing the fearsome ability to incinerate all in their path. With the battle concluded, the onlookers directed their gazes at Zhang Fan, their previous defiance dissipating entirely. Zhang Fan and his Fire Chicken had thoroughly subdued these unruly challengers with their sheer strength. However, this victory might only be temporary. After all, it was merely a one-on-one confrontation. Regardless of the Fire Chicken's prowess, the others believed they could ultimately triumph through a war of attrition. Due to Zhao Yutong's temporary concession, the final showdown would occur between Zhang Fan and Yi Xin-en. As the referee announced this, Yi Xin fixed her gaze on Zhang Fan and proposed, "I wish to engage in a 3-on-3 battle. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan continued to pet his newly acquired leaf cat, responding nonchalantly, "Then let us give it a try." With Zhang Fan's acquiescence, interest peaked among the spectators. After receiving an affirmative reply from Lu He, the referee raised the flag and declared, "The battle will take place in the rock arena. Please allow Zhang Fan to make the first move." As the match commenced, Zhang Fan chose to deploy his fire chicken once again. Noticing Zhang Fan's decision not to switch Pokemon, Yi Xin furrowed her brow, remarking, "Your fire chicken just fought. Doesn't it need to recuperate?" In response to Yi Xin's concern, Zhang Fan smiled. "Not necessary. It will be more than sufficient to defeat you." Chapter 61, Arrogance? The attention of Kina and Li Hua. These words elicited the first hint of warmth on Yi Xin's previously icy countenance. "You insolent fool, go forth, Qixi Qingyao." Pokemon, Qixi Qingyao. Level, 59. Qualification, Heavenly King. Types, Dragon, Flying. Skills, Air Blade, Mist, Dragon Breath, Mysterious Guardian, Moonlight, Divine Bird Assault. Qixi Qingyao unleashed an air blade. Sensing her trainer's fury, Qixi Qingyao flapped its cotton-like wings, gathering aerial energy to launch an assault on the fire chicken. The fire chicken leaped onto Qixi Qingyao, executing a fire punch. In the next moment, as a barrage of flying energy blades surged forward, the fire chicken soared into the sky with a powerful jump. Then, with remarkable force, the fire chicken lunged towards Qixi Qingyao in midair. Despite being a flying-type Pokemon, Qixi Qingyao could not withstand the fire chicken's velocity, for the latter possessed extraordinary leaping ability, enhanced by its avian nature. In such circumstances, it was indeed at a disadvantage against these flying-type creatures. Feeling the weight upon her and the oppressive heat assailing her, the Qixi bluebird emitted a mournful wail as it began its descent from the sky, engulfed in flames. During the fall, the fiery chicken unleashed a terrifying torrent of golden flames, enveloping the Qixi bluebird entirely. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it leveraged the Qixi bluebird's momentum for a safe landing. Meanwhile, the Qixi bluebird, aflame and severely battered, plummeted onto the rocks, rendered incapacitated. The inferno had singed nearly all of its feathers, leaving it gravely injured. This sight, coupled with the previous tragic fate of Zhao Yutong's Venusaur, deeply pierced the hearts of the top scholars present. Goodness, is Zhang Fan truly this ruthless? Could Yi Xinhong also be no match for him? What a monster! Murmured one onlooker. It appeared that this year, Zhejiang province had indeed birthed several prodigies. Zhang Fan was reportedly the son of Zhang Mujuan, the esteemed fire-type gym leader of Jinan City. I've heard whispers that Wu Shang, the second ranked from Jinan City, is also formidable and quite beautiful. You're only interested because she is pretty, aren't you? Meanwhile, within a certain corner of Magic City Sprite University, a red-haired woman clad in a crimson short-sleeved shirt and black skirt, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, embraced herself, captivated by the battle displayed on the large screen. Beside her stood a stunning blue-haired woman, who remarked, "This little fellow's fiery chicken is rather intriguing. Such flames are impressive, albeit the attacks seem rather domineering, and the temperament appears rather ordinary." In response to her dear friend's observation, the red-haired woman adjusted her glasses, revealing her flawless figure, and replied, "So this is the talented contender Lu He wants me to see. A king-level fiery chicken, and a shiny Pokemon at that. While it may be the best of its tier, it still feels like something is amiss." Indeed, these two were none other than the illustrious duo of the Yanhuang Sprite Alliance, the twin stars of Magic City, King Kona and King Li Hua. Upon hearing her friend's words, Li Hua chuckled and approached Kona. According to intel, this little guy possesses another king-level Pokemon, a shiny Banjira, and both the fiery chicken and Banjira have mega evolution stones. With this, he has 3. I wager it won't be long before he officially becomes a king-level trainer. In light of Li Hua's playful teasing, Kona lazily chuckled. If he possesses such strength, why bother seeking a mentor? I hardly have the leisure time for that. I finally have a break. Why would I want to take on a disciple? Noticing Kona's nonchalant demeanor, Li Hua smiled. I sense a certain talent in this lad. If you want to take him on, I might just step in as his mentor. I could use some amusement, given my recent idleness. Upon hearing Li Hua's proposition, Kona fell into a brief silence, pondering. Before finally responding, "You enjoy opposing me, don't you? Very well. If Lu He wishes for me to take on a disciple, I must see what this young man is truly made of. The first place in the same tier is merely the beginning. The Elf Alliance has nurtured numerous trainers, not merely for idle pursuits, but to safeguard the Yanhuang Elf Alliance, which stands vigilant against the covetous gaze of foreign powers." Observing her dear friend's contradictory demeanor, Li Hua could not help but shake her head and chuckle. It was evident she acknowledged the boy's commendable prowess, yet insisted on uttering contrary remarks. Unbeknownst to her, this match was orchestrated by Zhang Fan specifically for Kuna and Li Hua. Upon witnessing Yi Xinhong deploy his second Pokemon, Zhang Fan continued to utilize only his Torchic. The reason for this was clear. He perceived the disdain and discontent among these so-called champions. Hence, a true man must let his strength speak for itself, toppling each one of them. What could be more convincing than Zhang Fan relying solely on a single Pokémon throughout the battle? Pokémon, Fossil Pterodactyl. Level, 59. Aptitude, King. Type, Rock, Flying. Ability, Hard Head. Skills, Wing Attack, Origin Force, Destruction Ray, Megaton Impact. The Fossil Pterodactyl is indeed a rare Pokémon. Upon seeing Yi Xinhong's second Pokémon was a Fossil Pterodactyl, Zhang Fan felt a surge of interest. This ancient Pokémon, revived from fossils, is rarer than even demigods. Acquiring such a creature speaks volumes of Yi Xinhong's capabilities. Humph. Fossil Pterodactyl, Unleash Origin Force. Torchic, use Heat Wave. As the rock-type energy coalesced into a stone projectile, Torchic retaliated with a heat wave, the intense heat sufficient to transform the stone into molten rock. Even if some stones remained intact, Torchic could effortlessly evade them with its speed. Observing the ineffectiveness of this tactic, Yi Xinhong pressed on. Fossil Pterodactyl, Unleash Destruction Ray. This was intriguing. Torchic, time your dodge and follow with a Spirit Ball. In the next moment, as Torchic leapt into the air, soaring even higher than the Fossil Pterodactyl, the accuracy of the Destruction Ray became a distant hope. Simultaneously, the Fossil Pterodactyl, hindered by the side effects of the Destruction Ray, found itself suspended in midair. This presented Zhang Fan and Torchic with a golden opportunity. In the blink of an eye, as Torchic charged downwards towards the Fossil Pterodactyl, utilizing its feathers for directional control, its claws began to gather fighting-type energy. A fierce punch of energy materialized, striking forcefully against the back of the Fossil Pterodactyl. The impact elicited a cry of pain from the Fossil Pterodactyl. Despite its hard-head ability, it was not devoid of the sensation of pain, and it plummeted from the sky. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, Torchic seized the moment, leveraging the inertia of the falling Pokémon to unleash a fire kick, striking directly at the Fossil Pterodactyl's wings. Consequently, the Fossil Pterodactyl's descent accelerated, compounding the damage it sustained. With a resounding crash, the impact of the Fossil Pterodactyl's fall stirred up a cloud of dust that enveloped the entire battlefield, obscuring any view of the unfolding events. After a prolonged moment, as the smoke dissipated, the Fossil Pterosaur lay defeated, unable to continue the battle. With the Fossil Pterosaur's defeat, the Fire Chicken emerged victorious. Witnessing her second Pokémon fall to Zhang Fan, Yi Xinhong's expression turned grave. After a long silence, she summoned her final trump card, the Three-Headed Dragon. Pokémon, Three-Headed Dragon. Level, 63. Qualification, Champion. Attributes, Dark, Dragon. Ability, Levitate. Skills, Triple Attack, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dive, Roar, Crunch. The Three-Headed Dragon underwent Gigantamax. Gigantamaxing consists of two forms. The ordinary Gigantamax, accessible to all Pokémon, enhances their stamina and significantly increases their size when bonded with a trainer through the Gigantamax band. The other form, the Special Gigantamax, is reserved for unique individuals such as Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, who achieve extraordinary states and possess exclusive Gigantamax moves. However, the Three-Headed Dragon before them had only undergone the standard Gigantamax transformation. Subsequently, the Gigantamax band enlarged the Pokeball, which Yi Xinhong threw with vigor. The towering Three-Headed Dragon, radiating potent dark energy and enveloped in a purple glow, made its grand entrance. In response, the Fire Chicken evolved. Zhang Fan, unwilling to be outdone, recognized the necessity of evolution to bolster his strength against the formidable Three-Headed Dragon, especially after the Fire Chicken had already expended considerable energy defeating Venusaur and Fossil Pterosaur. In the next moment, as the keystone in Zhang Fan's hand and the Megastone on the Fire Chicken's wrist resonated in harmony, Mega Evolution commenced. Accompanied by dazzling rainbow light, a magnificent Mega Fire Chicken, enveloped in golden flames, emerged. Pokémon, Shiny Mega Fire Chicken. Level, 66, 71. Qualification, Champion. Attributes, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Skills, Flamethrower, Overheat. Inferno, Flame Kick, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Affection, 255. Upon the arrival of Mega Fire Chicken, the temperature in the arena and among the onlookers began to rise significantly due to the golden flames. Wow, why has it suddenly become so hot? Is it because of this Fire Chicken? This seems rather outrageous. Zhang Fan's prowess with just the Fire Chicken seemed almost unbelievable, raising doubts among the spectators about whether he could truly overcome Zhao Yutong and Yi Xinhong with just this Pokémon. Amidst the murmurs, Yi Xinhong felt a chill in her heart, as her family, the Yi clan, was a prestigious lineage in the Magic City Pokémon League, starting with a dragon-type quasi-deity, the Three-Headed Dragon. From a young age, I believed myself to be invincible, thinking that in a few years, I would be able to defeat the four Heavenly Kings and claim the championship. However, fate had other plans. As a formidable opponent emerged from neighboring Zhejiang province, a blazing fire chicken that quickly overwhelmed me. Now, witnessing this creature's extraordinary evolution, it is evident that this magnificent fire chicken operates on an entirely different level compared to my Pokémon. With a roar from Yanhuang, the three-headed dragon unleashed a thunderous cry, its sound waves becoming almost tangible. In rapid succession, each of its heads expelled a powerful attack. When these three assaults converged, they formed a triangular magical array, signaling the arrival of a triple strike. The super fire chicken, ablaze with golden flames, prepared for the onslaught. With a fierce grip of its claws, it summoned a brilliant golden beam that erupted forth. In an instant, the flames that had consumed the battlefield obliterated the triple attack, crashing directly into the colossal three-headed dragon. Despite its Gigantamax form and terrifying stamina, the three-headed dragon emitted a pained cry, causing everyone to cover their ears in distress. Super Fire Chicken, unleash your explosive power. Three-headed dragon, do not yield. Dragon Pulse. In yet another clash, the dragon-type move of the three-headed dragon was once more pierced through by the fire chicken's flames, searing heat enveloping the battlefield. After sustaining 2 hits, the three-headed dragon succumbed to a burn. How could it be this powerful? Engaging in full force, the three-headed dragon summoned the Dragon God's Descent. Super Fire Chicken. Flame Charge. Upon receiving the command from its trainer, the three-headed dragon, enduring immense pain, manifested a blue dragon god apparition and charged toward the fire chicken. Meanwhile, the Super Fire Chicken, enveloped in dazzling golden flames, surged directly toward the three-headed dragon. In that moment, the stark contrast in their sizes resembled that of an ant challenging a mighty tree. Yet, this astonishing scene unfolded in a manner that no one anticipated. Upon the collision of the Super Fire Chicken and the Gigantamax three-headed dragon, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, impacting the dragon's massive form. Almost immediately, its Gigantamax state dissipated, reverting the three-headed dragon to its original form. However, at that moment, it collapsed, unable to rise again. Chapter 63, Class Champion, Elite 4 Guidance Match. When the three-headed dragon exited its Gigantamax state, Yanhuang initially thought it was merely the end of its transformation. Little did he realize, it was actually the dragon that had exhausted its strength. With the three-headed dragon incapacitated, the Super Fire Chicken emerged victorious. As all 3 of Yanhuang's Pokémon had lost their ability to battle, Zhang Fan was declared the winner. With Zhang Fan achieving a flawless victory, he claimed first place in this class challenge. Gazing at the fallen three-headed dragon and the still vibrant, albeit panting, Super Fire Chicken, Yanhuang was left in a state of bewilderment. I actually lost. With an overwhelming sense of disbelief, Yanhuang stood frozen in place, while Zhang Fan, having reverted his super evolution with the Super Flame Chicken, finally revealed a smile as he embraced the newly transformed Leaf Meow. Well done, Flame Chicken. You've grown even stronger. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, the Flame Chicken raised its fist, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter. Xiao Fan, I have long been aware of your prowess. However, with champions of the 4 Heavenly Kings mentoring you, trials are an inevitable part of the journey. He continued, next, I shall introduce you to 2 of the Heavenly Kings. Whether you can successfully become their disciple depends entirely on your own capabilities. Zhang Fan felt a stir of excitement within him upon hearing Lu Ha's words. This old man truly regarded him well. He nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I won't let you down, Teacher Lu. Seeing Zhang Fan's confident demeanor, Lu Ha chuckled heartily. As a distinguished instructor at a prestigious university, nothing pleased him more than witnessing the growth of young trainers, especially with a prodigy like Zhang Fan. Should he not falter along the way, he would undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier powerhouse within the entire Yanhuang Pokémon League. Such an emergence of a formidable talent would surely alleviate international tensions, proving greatly beneficial for the Yanhuang Pokémon League. After fully restoring the stamina of his Flame Chicken, Zhang Fan followed Lu Ha into the exclusive lounge of the Magic City Pokémon University. Here, he encountered several of the most formidable figures within the Yanhuang Pokémon League, the Ice Water Duel Kings, the formidable Lei Jia Kina, and the Dark-type King, the emotionless Li Hua. Although these 2 were regarded as the 4 Heavenly Kings, their true strength was undeniably at least on par with that of champions, as only those who surpassed the champion level could assume such esteemed titles. After all, how could a Peak King possibly rank among the top 5 in the entire Yanhuang Pokémon League? Kina, Li Hua, I have brought Zhang Fan, Lu Ho announced, then turned to Zhang Fan, saying, Xiao Fan, these 2 are the illustrious twin stars of the Magic City, the 4 Heavenly Kings, Kina and Li Hua. Hearing Lu He's words, Zhang Fan stepped forward and addressed them. I am Zhang Fan, honored to meet the esteemed Kina and Li Hua. At the moment Kina laid eyes on Zhang Fan, her previously languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling aura as she spoke with a hint of disdain. You are the top scorer from Zhe Province's college entrance examination, and the first in the new student class of Magic City Pokémon University, correct? While your abilities are indeed remarkable, in my eyes, they still fall significantly short. Though Zhang Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Kina's words, he understood her perspective. After all, she was a figure at the pinnacle of the world, possessing champion-level prowess, second only to the strongest 8 individuals globally. Thus, she certainly had the confidence to make such statements. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan silently vowed that one day he would reach Kina's level of strength, even surpassing her to become the world's foremost champion. Observing Zhang Fan's silence, Kina, well acquainted with the nature of prodigies, discerned his thoughts, likely a blend of defiance and unyielding spirit. Let us engage in a friendly duel. Allow me to gauge your prowess. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan's fighting spirit ignited. Once they arrived at a designated arena, Zhang Fan and Kina positioned themselves on opposite sides, while Lu He and Li Hua stood by to witness the encounter. This is the King's Guidance Tournament. I hope this young lad does not lose his zeal against Kina, Lu He remarked, prompting Li Hua to curl her lip in response. A true genius. When faced with opponents he knows he cannot vanquish, must not lack the courage to fight. If he merely wallows in self-pity after a loss, how can he ever ascend to greatness? Lu He chose not to debate her assertion, recognizing the simplicity of her logic. Strength speaks for itself. Go forth, White Sea Lion. Species, White Sea Lion level, 74 qualification, King type, Water, Ice ability, Moist body skills, Icy Wind, Rest, Water Ring, Aurora Beam, Water Tail, Mysterious Guardian. This Pokémon, merely a high-level King class, suggested that the White Sea Lion was not Kina's ace, but rather a secondary contender. You may employ any Pokémon in your possession. Should you triumph over my White Sea Lion, I shall acknowledge your capabilities. Zhang Fan's heart raced at this challenge. It was indeed a test. The very fact that Kina sought to assess him indicated a desire to take him under his wing. Otherwise, why undertake such an endeavor instead of outright refusal? Should he succeed, he would secure a place as a disciple of the second most powerful figure in the Yanhuang Pokémon League, granting him superior resources and strategies before reaching his zenith. With determination, Zhang Fan summoned his Pokémon. For the first match, I entrust you, Charizard. Despite facing one of the world's elite, even if not Kina's strongest, Zhang Fan was resolute in his aspirations for victory. After all, was it not possible for him, having come this far, to at least brush against the shadows of greatness? However, he recognized that facing a high-level King-class Pokémon necessitated caution. There was no need for a swift defeat against a mere initial-level opponent. Thus, he called forth his own high-level gym leader Charizard for the opening battle. Chapter 64. The Breakthrough of the Wind Speed Dog, the Third King. Charizard had been nurtured well. White Sea Lion, unleash Hydro Pump. Kina had encouraged Zhang Fan to give his all and utilize all his Pokémon. Hence, Zhang Fan would not hold back. Instantly, he activated his psychic connection, commanding Charizard to soar into the skies. Noticing Charizard's unusual maneuver without explicit orders from Zhang Fan, Kina was perplexed, uncertain of the skill Charizard was about to employ. Without a moment's hesitation, the White Sea Lion deftly redirected its assault. Regardless of the Fire Dragon's unleashed abilities, with Kona's prowess, it remained unfazed amidst the chaos. Observing this scene, Zhang Fan's mind sparked with a thought. Fire Dragon, if evasion is not an option, adopt a defensive stance. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, as the White Sea Lion's water cannon coalesced, the Fire Dragon's gaze sharpened, swiftly darting in another direction. Yet, the White Sea Lion's water cannon was not aimed at a fixed target. It executed a sweeping attack. For a Fire Dragon, currently at the modest level of 58, to engage in battle against a White Sea Lion, which was nearly at the pinnacle of the champion level, was indeed commendable. Fire Dragon, unleash Dragon's Fury. The Fire Dragon summoned its wrath, propelling a fiery orb towards its opponent. In response, the White Sea Lion concentrated its water energy, manifesting a massive torrent from its expansive white tail. Unable to evade, the Fire Dragon was struck by its own Dragon's Fury and plummeted from the sky. Subsequently, the White Sea Lion advanced, delivering a water tail attack that decisively defeated the Fire Dragon. With the Fire Dragon incapacitated, the White Sea Lion emerged victorious. Zhang Fan's first Pokémon had fallen. The extraordinary ability of telepathy indeed marked him as a gifted trainer. Now, it was time to rely on you, Rapidash. Currently, Rapidash remained at the peak of gym leader level, yet its combat prowess had evolved. Rapidash, execute agility followed by Thunder Fong. At Zhang Fan's command, Rapidash's gaze intensified, its forelegs propelling it into a swift, almost invisible streak of light, charging at the White Sea Lion. Mystical Guard. In an instant, the White Sea Lion adopted a defensive posture, enveloped by a faint white barrier. However, the moment it activated its protective shield, the surging electric energy from Rapidash surged forth, aimed directly at the White Sea Lion. Water Cannon. Merely uttering those two words, the White Sea Lion reacted instantly, unleashing a colossal water column that sent Rapidash soaring. Dodge swiftly, Rapidash. In a critical moment, Rapidash accelerated, evading the White Sea Lion's onslaught, then pivoted to deliver a fierce bite upon its adversary. The White Sea Lion, enduring the pain, retaliated with a water cannon, striking Rapidash and sending it flying. Despite taking a direct hit, Rapidash remained standing, for at that precise moment, it had ascended to the champion level. Pokémon, Rapidash. Level, 60. Potential, Champion. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Skills, Flamethrower, Hyper Beam, Fire Fong, Dig, Crunch, Flare Blitz. Thunder Fong. Affection, 255. Nevertheless, even so, being struck head-on by the White Sea Lion's water cannon had nearly depleted Rapidash's stamina. Thank you, Rapidash, you performed admirably. Now, I entrust the forthcoming battles to our companions. As Kona observed the transformation of Zhang Fan's swift canine Pokémon, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Not only did it evade the attacks of the White Sea Lion with remarkable speed, but it also retaliated effectively, confronting a formidable adversary. The swift canine had indeed surpassed expectations. Zhang Fan, your prowess and the bond you share with your Pokémon are truly commendable. Thank you for your kind words. Champion Kona. However, the battle is far from over. Go forth, Banjira. Evolve. The moment Banjira emerged, Zhang Fan initiated its Mega Evolution, unveiling the newly invigorated Mega Banjira. Pokémon, Shiny Mega Banjira, Shiny Mega Evolution. Level, 63, 68. Aptitude, Master. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Skills, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Earthquake, Hyper Beam, Stone Edge, Sandstorm. Rock Slide. With the arrival of Mega Banjira, a tempest of sandstorms began to materialize from thin air. Witnessing this, Kona commanded the White Sea Lion, use Rain Dance. As he uttered these words, the White Sea Lion let out a powerful roar, and the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering as torrential rain began to pour. For the first time, Mega Banjira found itself at a disadvantage in this meteorological clash, as the sandstorm gradually dissipated, replaced by the relentless downpour. Being a rock-type Pokémon, Mega Banjira was uncomfortable under the drenching rain. Roar. Mega Banjira, use Earthquake. Upon receiving the command, Mega Banjira stomped its legs down fiercely, causing violent tremors. The White Sea Lion, struck by this assault, sustained significant damage. White Sea Lion, stop him with Hydro Pump. The rock debris rose to shield itself. As the White Sea Lion unleashed its Hydro Pump, Mega Banjira raised a substantial barrier of rocks in an attempt to mitigate the water attack's potency. Yet, the champion's peak-level onslaught was razor-sharp. The Hydro Pump shattered the massive rocks and ultimately crashed against Mega Banjira. Hyper Beam, fire continuously, acknowledging the disparity in their strengths. Zhang Fan abandoned any thoughts of defense and opted for an all-out offensive. In an instant, Mega Banjira unleashed a barrage of hyper beams. A multitude of orange-yellow energy columns surging toward the White Sea Lion. White Sea Lion, use Protect. As Mega Banjira transformed into a mobile artillery unit, launching an unrelenting series of hyper beams without any drawbacks, a hint of astonishment crossed Kona's face. However, despite the White Sea Lion's strength, it could not be assured of withstanding the relentless barrage of hyper beams. Thus, for the first time, Kona commanded the White Sea Lion to employ the Protect technique. As two consecutive hyper beam columns struck the green barrier surrounding the White Sea Lion, the protective effect began to wane, and soon, Banjira's assault resumed. This time, a direct hyper beam collided with the White Sea Lion, sending it hurtling away. The onslaught continued, an immense shockwave advancing toward the White Sea Lion. Witnessing the continuous onslaught of destructive beams successfully strike the White Sea Lion, Zhang Fan resolutely commanded his Super Banjira to press on. At this moment, Kina grasped the situation. It appeared that the unique ability of this shiny Banjira was to disregard the side effects of the destructive beams, remaining unperturbed. However, one must admit that Shiny Banjira is a remarkable Pokémon, the likes of which she had only seen in Daowu's Shiny Metagross. Perhaps this Shiny Banjira could reach the same caliber as that Metagross in due time? Just then, under Zhang Fan's direction, Super Banjira unleashed a powerful attack. Its body enveloped in spiraling purple and white patterns as it charged toward the White Sea Lion. White Sea Lion, use Blizzard. The Blizzard, an Ice-type move, could even alter the weather when executed by a formidable Ice-type Pokémon. As rain fell, the moment the blizzard erupted, snowflakes began to swirl, and the temperature plummeted, slowing Super Banjira's advance. Simultaneously, the icy effects of the blizzard caused the rainwater on Banjira's body to freeze, culminating in a colossal ice block that completely encased Super Banjira. As Super Banjira became an ice sculpture, Zhang Fan felt a surge of anxiety. As a master-level Shiny Banjira, it had been one of his trump cards since its evolution, yet now, facing the champion-level Kina with merely a second-tier Pokémon, it was utterly suppressed. This sensation was profoundly disheartening. Was he truly going to concede to a mere White Sea Lion? Sensing Zhang Fan's inner turmoil, upon hearing the names of his kin and Yanhuang Mountain, Super Banjira's eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow. With a roar of fury, it began to thrash violently, cracks appearing in the ice that bound it, as the potent force of a sandstorm gradually manifested on the battlefield. Witnessing this spectacle, even Kina and Li Hua, seasoned veterans of battle, could not help but display signs of astonishment. This Banjira was astonishingly resilient. Zhang Fan had indeed surprised them. A twinge of regret washed over them. Perhaps they should not have given Kina the opportunity to take on an apprentice. How vexing. Hearing the words of the two champions, Lu Ha felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, as if confirming his judgment of Zhang Fan as potential, stroking his beard with a contented smile. In the next moment, the massive ice block shattered completely, sending shards flying in all directions, inadvertently striking the unsuspecting white sea lion. Super Banjira had fully revived. As the explosion echoed, a towering sandstorm began to swirl, and Super Banjira glared, eyes ablaze, at its adversary. Since following Zhang Fan, Banjira had constantly reassured itself that it would not falter, never, and it would prove to its clan leader father that it was the mightiest Banjira. With a series of furious roars, Super Banjira, under Zhang Fan's command, embarked on its true battle. Quicksand Hell. After exchanging a heartfelt connection with his Pokémon, Zhang Fan ceased to rely on telepathy and instead issued commands vocally. In an instant, bolstered by the intensified sandstorm, a massive sinkhole of quicksand began to form around the white sea lion, which was caught unawares and plummeted into the abyss of quicksand. The rushing sands, akin to a black hole, commenced their ravenous consumption of the white sea lion. Witnessing this, Kona swiftly commanded the white sea lion to unleash an ice beam to seal the quicksand pit. Alas, within the already established sandstorm, the freshly formed ice blocks were quickly devoured by the quicksand, which, infused with the melting ice, grew even more formidable. Now is the time, Super Banjira. Unleash a barrage of destructive death rays. Banjira, ensnared in the quicksand trap, found itself immobilized, providing Super Banjira with a prime opportunity. As a series of orange-yellow energy beams erupted within the quicksand abyss, even the peak-level white sea lion could not withstand the onslaught. Absolute Zero. After enduring a destructive death ray, the white sea lion emerged battered and bruised. Nevertheless, as a champion Pokémon, it recognized the futility of the ice beam and resolved to amplify the power of its ice-type abilities. Moreover, Absolute Zero possessed a level suppression effect, granting it the potential to eliminate Pokémon of lower levels instantaneously. Super Banjira activated its guard. With the appearance of a green protective membrane, Super Banjira successfully deflected the white sea lion's lethal assault. However, the emergence of Absolute Zero rendered the quicksand technique ineffective, liberating the white sea lion and allowing it to move freely once more. Observing this, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. Super Banjira's stamina was dwindling rapidly, and the white sea lion had endured multiple attacks from Super Banjira, leaving it equally fatigued. Thus, the battle was far from over. Let us give it our all, Banjira. Use Dragon Rage. Dragon Rage, a formidable dragon-type move, bore the consequence of inducing a state of confusion in Banjira, causing it to be indiscriminate in its aggression. Upon witnessing this maneuver from Super Banjira, Kona's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently commanded the white sea lion. Yet it was too late. In its frenzied state, Super Banjira charged at the white sea lion like a legendary beast, seizing it and unleashing all its might in a torrent of dragon rage. Amidst the white sea lion's anguished cries and Banjira's roars, the ferocious assault persisted for a full minute before finally abating. When the battle concluded, the once pristine arena lay in utter disarray. Chapter 66, Apprenticing under Kona, the Cool Spine Dragon. At this moment, the battlefield was shrouded in charred remnants. A scene of devastation. The white sea lion and Super Banjira were nearly entwined, with the former having lost its combat capabilities, while Super Banjira had reverted from its mega-evolved form. However, it was evident that Banjira's withdrawal from Mega Evolution was a result of its stamina being on the brink of collapse, having unleashed its fury upon the white sea lion. Banjira regained consciousness and promptly collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a victory for Banjira. The white sea lion had lost its combat capabilities, thus declaring Zhang Fan as the champion of this Four Heavenly Kings Guidance Tournament. Once the referee confirmed the outcome, Zhang Fan leapt from his position and rushed into Banjira's embrace, sharing a heartfelt hug. You performed magnificently, Banjira. Your effort and strength are truly commendable. I have always believed you would become the mightiest Banjira. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Banjira flashed a silly grin. Youth is indeed splendid. Indeed. The infirmary of Magic City Pokémon University is graced by the presence of a Miss Joy, dedicated to treating the Pokémon of the university's students. This exemplifies the remarkable resources available at Magic City Pokémon University. After the Pokémon had regained their strength, Zhang Fan engaged in conversation once more with Kina, Li Hua, Lu Ha, and others. Zhang Fan, your prowess has undoubtedly earned our recognition. With the advancement of your wind speed dog, you have truly become a half-step towards a heavenly king. Under such circumstances, you may choose any mentor or even forge your own path. Follow your heart. Hearing Kina's words, Zhang Fan responded earnestly. The strength of King Kina far surpasses that of a mere boy. Had it not been for the bond between Banjira and myself, I would have inevitably lost this battle. Thus, I sincerely hope to receive your guidance, King Kinna, to hasten my journey to become stronger. Seeing Zhang Fan's earnestness, Kinna smiled and nodded, pleased. Very well, from this day forth, you, Zhang Fan, shall be my sole disciple, the first among the 4 heavenly kings. However, I have never taken on a disciple before and lack experience, but fear not, you are my only disciple, so feel free to voice any of your needs. Overjoyed at Kinna's willingness to accept him as a disciple, Zhang Fan felt a surge of happiness. Being a direct disciple signifies a bond beyond that of a teacher and student. It embodies the relationship between a master and disciple, where their fates intertwine. Moreover, with King Kinna having never taken a disciple before, Zhang Fan would be his sole protégé. What a splendid honor. Disciple, I pay my respects to my master. After a somewhat simplified initiation ceremony, and in the presence of Lu He and Li Hua, Zhang Fan officially became Kinna's chief disciple. Observing this, Li Hua teasingly remarked, "Oh dear, I have no disciples either. Why not forego Kinna and become my disciple instead? I would gladly accept you." In response to her playful banter, Kinna smacked Li Hua lightly on the backside, exclaiming, "This is my disciple. If you wish to take one, find someone else. This lad is now under my wing." Having just taken on a disciple, Kinna was quick to defend him, while Li Hua pouted, rubbing the spot where she had been playfully struck, murmuring softly, "Fine. I can't win against this weirdo, so I'll let it go." It is well known that although Kinna is not one of the 8 masters, she has previously defeated one of them, the renowned Yanhuang, in the World Championships, thereby demonstrating her formidable prowess. This is why she is regarded as the 2nd strongest member of the Yanhuang Elf Alliance. Now that she has taken me as her disciple, I find myself at a loss for a suitable gift to present her. With that, Kinna produced a Pokeball from her bosom, causing Zhang Fan's eyes to widen in astonishment. How could she possibly retrieve that? Surely, this must be a hidden skill of the thunder. It defies all reason. Within the confines of the ball was a young Liqijiang, the offspring of my prized Jijiang. While its potential is commendable, it pales in comparison to your shining Banjira. Consider it a token of my regard as your master. Zhang Fan accepted the Pokeball, still warm to the touch, with both hands. Upon releasing it, a robust Liqijiang materialized before him. Species, Liqijiang level, 20 potential, champion type, ice, dragon ability, heat exchange moves, ice spike, dragon dive, freeze dry, dragon breath, icy wind, ice shard friendship, 0 as an ice type champion. I had anticipated receiving an ice type Pokemon as a welcome gift, but no one had informed me that it would be an ice and dragon dual type, and of champion level potential. Shouldn't such a Pokemon, under the tutelage of the esteemed Kinna, be nurtured as her primary asset? The very fact that she would simply bestow it upon me is astonishing. I do not often remain at the magical capital Pokémon University, so here is my personal mobile number. Feel free to contact me directly if you require assistance. Now, focus on your training and strive to achieve the rank of champion before graduation. Only by attaining the title of champion can one truly penetrate the core of the Yanhuang Elf Alliance. Following the successful initiation of their master-disciple relationship, Kinna released all her Pokémon and offered some guidance. Zhang Fan had initially considered training 6 Fire-type main Pokémon to ascend to the champion level, which is indeed a straightforward path. However, given that he now possesses several high-potential semi-divine Pokémon, he need not adhere strictly to the Fire-type route. Champion level? Simply leveraging potential should suffice. Currently, he has 3 Pokémon at the champion level, Blaziken, Banjira, and Frostless. At the gym level, he boasts Charizard, Electivire, and Scizor. The remaining Pokémon, Gyarados, Flygon, Liqijiang, and Chikorita, are relatively new acquisitions and have yet to undergo training. Moving forward, he shall primarily focus on their development. Chapter 67. The Yanhuang Alliance's heated discussion. Who is the champion's disciple? As Zhang Fan prepared for a new round of Pokémon training, aiming to elevate his 3 gym-level Pokémon to their pinnacle and strengthen the remaining 4, he was blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him, which would engulf the entire Yanhuang Elf Alliance. At this moment, within the halls of magical capital Pokémon University, news of Zhang Fan achieving first place in his class, having bested Yi Xinhong and Zhao Yutong, and being summoned by Lu He to face the 4 champions, sent the entire school into a frenzy. Do not speak of these freshmen, for although they have yet to face Zhang Fan, his exceptional prowess has rendered him the object of envy. Consequently, the rumors escalated, swiftly reaching the ears of 2nd year, 3rd year, and even 4th year students. After all, this is the illustrious Magic City Pokémon University, renowned as the cradle of the Yanhuang Pokémon League's champions. It is customary for graduates to possess at least 2 or 3 champion-level Pokémon, with the truly outstanding individuals amassing 5 before their diplomas are even conferred. Of course, there are those who officially attain the status of champion-level trainers, albeit these cases are typically in the single digits each year. The university has earned its reputation as the cradle of champions because, upon graduation, Its alumni often find themselves at least on the cusp of becoming champions, with many formally stepping into the role in subsequent years. It is said that nearly half of the champion trainers within the Yanhuang Pokemon League hail from either Magic City Pokemon University or Imperial City Pokemon University. Thus, when the upperclassmen heard that a freshman had been recommended to the Elite Four and taken under the wing of the enchanting beauty, Kona, their discontent was palpable. Heaven forbid I discover who this fellow is. If I do, I shall surely flay him alive. Kona is my goddess. They lamented. How could someone from our cohort not be recognized as a genius? Why was no such opportunity afforded to us? It is utterly unjust for a freshman to receive such preferential treatment. In an instant, chaos erupted at Magic City Pokemon University. A horde of second and third-year students descended upon the first-year class, delivering a thorough beating before departing in triumph. Among the esteemed freshmen, Yi Xinhong and Zhao Yutong suffered the most, their Pokemon continually confined to the infirmary for treatment. What rubbish! How could you possibly attract the favor of the Elite Four? You must be dreaming. Upon hearing the derisive taunts of the upperclassmen, the freshmen naturally bristled with indignation. Yet their defiance only led to further humiliation. It was not long before Wu Daily could bear it no longer. Those who have been taken as apprentices by Kona are not us. Why do you upperclassmen persist in tormenting us? The one you seek is Zhang Fan. If you have the courage, confront him directly. With this declaration, the ire of the upperclassmen shifted squarely onto Zhang Fan. Regrettably, access to the student dormitories was restricted, otherwise, these enraged upperclassmen would undoubtedly have stormed Zhang Fan's quarters. As the students of Magic City Pokemon University received this news, it could hardly be concealed from the discerning minds in this information age. As genuine luminaries of the Yanhuang Pokemon League, every move made by the champions and the Elite Four is magnified, especially that of the stunning beauty, Kona. Thus, a trending topic was born: shock. Beauty champion Kona suspected of taking an apprentice. The captivating Kona, the foremost among the Elite Four, appeared to have been claimed by someone. The revelation of the new romantic involvement of the esteemed for Heavenly King's Kina, surprisingly with a student of his, has certainly bewildered many. It is undeniable that the media of the Yanhuang Pokemon Alliance often publishes content that leaves the public in a state of confusion, unaware of the truth. Netizens were lured into clicking on this trending topic, subsequently leading to a broader awareness of the situation. Is it true that my goddess is in a relationship? A student-teacher romance? Oh no, I wish to avoid such news. How can you all publish without verification? This is utterly absurd. I am a student at the magical capital Pokemon University, and this news is far from the truth. Kina is merely accepting a disciple, not embarking on a romantic liaison. Could you not be more meticulous in your reporting? As this comment gained traction, netizens realized that Kina had indeed taken on a disciple rather than being embroiled in a scandalous romance. Gradually, as the narrative shifted, many began to speculate about the identity of Kina's new disciple. After all, being a disciple of one of the four heavenly kings implies exceptional prowess. Just like Kina herself, who, although not a direct disciple, was once a student of the previous generation's heavenly king, achieving remarkable success through her dedication. Thus, one wonders if this new disciple, imbued with the legacy of the foremost heavenly king, might one day surpass Kina in achievements. Perhaps this is merely a collective hope for the future. However, for Zhang Fan, this notion translates into tremendous pressure. In any forthcoming official competitions, he cannot afford to falter, for he carries the esteemed reputation of Kina, the leader of the four heavenly kings. But who exactly is this disciple? I have perused the list of new students admitted to the magical capital Pokemon University this year. If we are considering freshmen, it could potentially be the provincial champion Zhang Fan, the provincial champion Zhao Yutong, or the city champion Yi Xinhong. Yet, how could it be a freshman? No matter how talented, a newcomer's strength could hardly rival that of the upperclassmen. It must be an upperclassman. Furthermore, the selection of a disciple is based on talent rather than mere strength. By your reasoning, if champion Sharona were to take on Kina as her disciple, wouldn't that be the most formidable master-disciple duo? I have a sister studying at the magical capital Pokemon University, and according to credible sources, Kina's disciple is highly likely to be Zhang Fan. It is said that when the freshmen learned that Zhang Fan could be recommended to become Kina's disciple, they even engaged in a match. Moreover, it is rumored that the upperclassmen at the university are now in an uproar, seeking to confront Zhang Fan, which is quite comical. At this moment, as the public fervently discusses the situation, Zhang Fan has just stepped out of his dormitory, only to find himself encircled by a group of intimidating male students. Hey, you must be Zhang Fan. Let us have a battle, and I will show you what true strength is. Hurry and tell Kina that you are unworthy of being her disciple. Chapter 68. Campus Rankings, The Genius Storm. You'd better go and tell Kina that you don't deserve to be her disciple, or else you will experience what it truly means to be a trainer. Upon hearing the words of these individuals, Zhang Fan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. No. Are the students of the magical city Pokemon University truly lacking in discernment? Or is it simply that, having only passed the trainer's entrance examination, These individuals are intellectually challenged in their academic pursuits? What is this? You choose not to engage? Then do not blame us if we take action against you. Be sure not to weep later. By the way, as a senior, allow me to remind you that the university's regulations do not prohibit upperclassmen from taking action against freshmen. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan retrieved a luxury Pokeball from his waist and cast a cold gaze at the 5 men surrounding him. His voice icy as he spoke. A bunch of fools. Are you so envious of my recognition by the esteemed King Kinna that you feel compelled to act so self-righteously? As though you were avenging him? Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, but I wonder if you can bear the consequences. At this proclamation, the group encircling Zhang Fan reddened with anger. What did you say? One of them retorted. What did I say? I have been accepted as a disciple by my master Kinna. You, as upperclassmen of the magical city Pokémon University, display not only a lack of grace, but also incessantly claim I am unworthy. Are you truly worthy? A collection of refuse and ineptitude. None of you even laid eyes on the 4 kings upon enrollment, yet you presume your talents and strength to be formidable. If I lack strength, would I have garnered the recognition of King Kinna? Consider this with your pea-sized brains, having offended me. Do you think you can continue to exist within the confines of the magical city Pokémon University? In terms of strength and talent, I surpass you. In connections, I am the direct disciple of King Kinna. Who are you to bark here? With this declaration, the onlookers collectively faltered, and 3 students could no longer endure the humiliation, releasing their Pokémon in response. Before Zhang Fan stood 3 creatures, only one of which was of the king level, while the other 2 barely reached the peak of gym leader status. Zhang Fan's interest waned immediately. With a flash of red light from the Pokeball, a Blaziken emerged. In the next moment, Zhang Fan activated Mega Evolution. Bathed in a dazzling array of colors, the Mega Blaziken materialized and swiftly dispatched the 3 challengers. Their Pokémon rendered incapable of battle. It seemed these individuals were merely sophomores, among the weakest of their cohort, with 2 of them lacking even a king-level Pokémon. As Zhang Fan effortlessly triumphed over the trio, the remaining students refrained from further threats. Zhang Fan had surmised correctly. Despite being upperclassmen, they were the weaker faction. It is the weak who travel in packs, while the strong walk alone. To prevent such individuals from persistently seeking trouble, Zhang Fan had invoked the name of King Kinna, hoping to deter them from their incessant disturbances. Having resolved this annoyance, Zhang Fan intended to depart, but one person's harsh words piqued his interest. Do not be overly arrogant. You are merely a newcomer, fortunate enough to be accepted as an apprentice by the esteemed King Kinna. While we may not be exceptionally strong, the magical capital Elf University is teeming with talent. If you possess true capability, challenge those ranked in the top 10 of the genius rankings. Only then can you substantiate your prowess. Upon hearing about the genius rankings and the school standings, Zhang Fan felt a surge of curiosity and promptly opened his phone to log onto the university's official website in search of the rankings. A golden page soon illuminated his screen. The genius rankings of the magical capital Elf University featured a total of 10 individuals. 10th place, Gu Qing, wielding 5 king-level Pokémon, a half-step king, a senior student, with a primary roster. 9th place, Zhang Lian, possessing 5 king-level Pokémon, a half-step king, a junior student, with a primary roster. 5th place, Zhou Wenwu, a king-level trainer, a junior student, with a primary roster of Charizard. 1st place, Wenhang, a king-level trainer, a senior student, with a primary roster of Dragonite. Upon seeing this, Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled. The top 10 on the genius rankings represented the most formidable students at the magical capital Elf University. The top 5 were all king-level trainers, each possessing 6 king-level Pokémon, predominantly seniors, with the exception of the 2 juniors in 5th and 9th place. Notably, Zhou Wenwu had already ascended to the level of king-level trainer as a junior, which indeed signifies remarkable talent. Moreover, many of the trainers on the genius rankings appeared familiar to Zhang Fan, likely frequent competitors in various prestigious tournaments. However, the current landscape had shifted. The university's grand competition, the National College Elf League, and the World Elf University Exchange Tournament were all opportunities available to the students of the magical capital Elf University. Yet, the prerequisite was to obtain the qualification to represent the university, which meant he must at least reach the level of those on the genius rankings. Kinna departed from the magical capital Elf University after 2 days, during which time Zhang Fan learned numerous techniques for training Pokémon and began crafting energy cubes himself. As Kinna's disciple, Zhang Fan was taught a unique method for creating energy cubes unavailable on the market, capable of enhancing Pokémon's abilities and even slightly improving their potential. Naturally, Zhang Fan found this exceedingly intriguing. After assimilating the foundational techniques, he resolved to take his Pokémon out for some adventures, aiming to temper his current fame. Currently, Zhang Fan was the talk of the internet. Even his father, Zhang Mujuan, called to inform him that the number of challengers at the Jinan City Fire Gym had surged tenfold. Some individuals, unable to locate Zhang Fan, sought to vent their frustrations at his family's gym, which was quite a headache. Chapter 69. the true hero, ascending to gym leader. Thus, few were truly capable of causing trouble at his family's gym. Even if they possessed such strength, they would likely disdain engaging with Zhang Fan's gym. Did they genuinely believe that the instructors at the magical capital Elf University and individuals like King Kinna were mere figures without influence? As a prodigious newcomer at the Magic City Pokémon University, Zhang Fan can certainly be regarded as an alumnus by all the formidable graduates of the institution. Should anyone dare to assault the Jinan Dojo, it would not merely be the university's powerful figures who would intervene. The leaders of various dojos within the Zhejiang Pokémon Alliance would undoubtedly not stand idly by either. However, before embarking on this journey, Luha had assigned Zhang Fan a task to acquire 3 peak king-level Pokémon within 3 months. This endeavor would naturally facilitate Zhang Fan's ascension to the king level. Notably, within the confines of Magic City Pokémon University, there exists a facility dedicated to enhancing trainers' levels. Consequently, Zhang Fan entered this facility to commence his certification process as a trainer. At present, he possesses 10 Pokémon: Blaziken, Houndoom, Charizard, Tyranitar, Electivire, Scyther, Meowstic, Escavalier, Garchomp, and Dragapult. Previously, as an elite-level trainer, he was permitted to capture only 12 Pokémon. Now, with 6 Pokémon exceeding the dojo level in his possession, he was eligible to obtain the dojo-level trainer certification. Thus, the total number of Pokémon Zhang Fan had captured reached 36. After releasing Blaziken, Houndoom, Tyranitar, Charizard, Electivire, and Scyther for registration by Nurse Joy, he successfully acquired his dojo-level trainer certification. Compared to the elite-level certificate, the dojo-level certificate was adorned with gilded edges, exuding an air of distinction. After admiring it for a moment, Zhang Fan placed it into his space backpack. Encouraged by Nurse Joy, Zhang Fan departed from Magic City Pokémon University. At this juncture, he naturally set his sights on the king level, eagerly anticipating which of his Pokémon would be the first to ascend to that echelon. Charizard, having triumphed in a battle against Zhang Fan's mentor, Kona, had smoothly reached the pinnacle of the dojo level. Although it had yet to break through to the king level, it merely needed to accumulate experience before achieving that breakthrough. In this regard, Blaziken and Houndoom were expected to provide Charizard with the necessary experience. As for Garchomp, now aptly referred to as Sharpedo, it was also a core member of the Sandstorm team, receiving guidance from Tyranitar, which enabled its rapid advancement in strength. Therefore, with mentorship from predecessors of the same type, it is no wonder many trainers opt to utilize Pokémon of identical attributes, thereby facilitating their journey towards the king level. After all, only by becoming a king-level trainer can one continue on the path towards the champion title. Regarding the remaining Pokémon, Scyther, due to its shiny form and champion potential, swiftly attained an advanced dojo level. Furthermore, Zhang Fan had come to understand Scyther's unique ability. Despite being normally 4 times weak against fire-type moves, this particular Scyther exhibited an extraordinary resilience, sustaining only about 1.5 times the usual damage from such attacks. It should be noted that the formidable Mantis does not fear the searing flames of fire-type moves. Rather, it is the flying-type abilities that instill a sense of trepidation, possessing a power that is estimated to be thrice as potent. After departing from the bustling metropolis, Zhang Fan resolved not to linger in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang Shanghai region any longer, but instead to journey towards the vast expanse of northwest China. He had heard whispers of mysterious Pokémon emerging in that sparsely populated area, where the land is indeed vast and the inhabitants few, promising encounters with stronger and rarer creatures. Thus, he boarded a flight destined for the northwest, his sights set firmly on the provinces of the west. However, as the aircraft traversed the central plains, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A billowing white cloud materialized from thin air, and the pilot, unable to evade it, plunged the plane directly into the heart of the cloud. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the cabin, filling the atmosphere with a sense of chaos. Witnessing the pandemonium, Zhang Fan swiftly retrieved the Pokeball containing his Charizard, prepared to escape the aircraft at a moment's notice should any calamity arise, offering assistance to others only if possible. Yet, at that very moment, an extraordinary transformation took place. A sudden, ethereal blue light enveloped the entire airplane, causing all passengers, including the captain, to succumb to an inexplicable slumber. Only Zhang Fan remained awake, and outside the aircraft's window, a pair of cerulean eyes materialized, fixated intently upon him. Feeling an unsettling sensation, Zhang Fan's heart raced, but in that fleeting moment of locking eyes, his initial panic inexplicably morphed into tranquility. "Who are you?" As the white cloud dissipated along with the imposing figure, all aboard the aircraft returned to normalcy, as if the preceding crisis had merely been a fleeting dream. "What just transpired? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? I feel rather fatigued," murmured the passengers. Zhang Fan sat there, bewildered, as the moment he beheld those eyes. The attribute panel of the Pokémon appeared vividly before him. This entity was none other than Reshiram, the young dragon of the Tao Trio, a veritable hero of legend. Chapter 70, Reshiram, the brother of Charcoal. Pokémon, Reshiram. Level 100. Qualification, Legendary. Type, Dragon, Fire. Ability, Turbo Blaze. Moves, Dragon Breath, Fusion Flare, Blue Flame, Dragon Voice, Psychic, Seal. Affinity, 88. Reshiram, also known as Reshiram, is one of the legendary beasts from the Pokémon games, specifically the black and white versions, alongside Zekrom and Kyurem, collectively known as the Tau Trio. In terms of qualifications, it surpasses the so-called Master level, reaching the legendary tier, a quality inherent to divine beasts, with a terrifying max level of 100. However, Zhang Fan found himself perplexed by the reasons behind Reshiram's appearance and why there existed an affinity of 88 between them. Could it truly be that Reshiram's manifestation was somehow connected to him? With a profound sense of curiosity, Zhang Fan arrived in the Western Region province. After disembarking from the plane and inhaling the refreshing air, he began to regain his composure. Ever since his encounter with Reshiram, he had developed an uncanny sensation, as if something unseen were constantly observing him from afar. This inexplicable feeling left him somewhat unsettled. Upon reaching the Western Region province, Zhang Fan made his way directly to Lake Salamu, renowned for its breathtaking scenery and home to a plethora of rare Pokémon. It was rumored that the lake was inhabited by the legendary Dragonite, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. However, to reach Lake Salamu, he would need to traverse numerous other locales. Since this was a journey, he decided to embark on it alongside his Pokémon. Once he arrived in the desolate wilderness, Zhang Fan released all his Pokémon. They reveled in the fresh, liberating air and the vast, uninhabited expanse, their joyful cries echoing through the surroundings. Compared to the confines of their Pokeballs, the freedom of the outdoors was far more delightful, even though Zhang Fan utilized luxury balls for his Pokémon. Naturally, as Pokémon, they yearned to be beside their trainer. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan reached the Western Region province, an invisible confrontation unfolded in the skies above. A colossal dragon, black and white in hue, stood in opposition. Have you found your true purpose, Reshiram? The dark dragon inquired. Reshiram responded with a powerful roar. I have found it, Zekrom. But where is your ideal counterpart this time? Indeed, the two magnificent dragons soaring above the Western region were none other than Reshiram and Zekrom, the legendary beings of opposing ideals. The white Reshiram symbolized truth and reality, while the black Zekrom represented hope and aspiration, the ethereal. Yet, unbeknownst to many, in the ancient times, these two dragons were not adversaries. They had once chosen two brothers and established a magnificent kingdom together. However, shortly after the birth of this joyous realm, the brothers they had selected fell into discord, igniting a cataclysmic war that led to the kingdom's downfall. Witnessing this tragic scene, the two divine dragons, in their disappointment, destroyed the kingdom and succumbed to slumber. It is said that Kyurem was born from the schism between Reshiram and Zekrom, possessing the unique ability to consume the two legendary beings. Yet, it remains a mystery as to why these ancient dragons have awakened once more. I have found my ideal counterpart, Zekrom declared, but I hope that this time, the one you and I choose shall not stand in opposition again. With that, Zekrom departed, while Reshiram cast his gaze into the distance and dove downward with purpose, until he arrived amidst a range of mountains. Upon sighting two Pokémon eggs, he released a flicker of flame that enveloped the little creatures, before leisurely departing from the Western province, leaving only surveillance satellites to capture this momentous meeting of the two divine beasts. Once satellite systems, such as Tianyin and Xinglian, recorded this scene, the powerful members of the Pokémon Alliance swiftly made their way to the western province of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. However, while the forces of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance arrived with relative ease, foreign entities were halted at the borders by the four heavenly kings. In the land of Yanhuang, foreigners were forbidden to enter. The first to receive the news, the Western King Lu Zhu, promptly arrived at the western province, prompting the Pokémon Alliance to summon various king-level trainers to the borders in anticipation. Meanwhile, the northern King Zhang Yi stood firm against the powerful members of the Great Mao Pokémon Alliance, ultimately compelling them to retreat from the boundaries of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. The southern King Li Hua, engaged with smaller nations, managed to defeat numerous adversaries with her moon Pokémon. Only in the east, where Zhang Fan's master, Kina, presided over Yulongdu, did the presence of dual champions escalate the eastern theater to a state of heightened alert, with all king-level trainers rushing to the front lines. Ultimately, it was after Kina defeated the Dragonite of Yulongdu that the individuals from the Cherry Blossom Pokémon Alliance withdrew from this so-called contest for the divine beasts. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the emergence of Reshiram and Zekrom was orchestrated by the same individual. At this moment, Zhang Fan remained oblivious to the external happenings. As twilight descended, he discovered a cave to serve as his shelter for the night. However, just as he prepared to rest, a dazzling light emanated from within the cave. Intrigued, Zhang Fan, accompanied by his Torchic, ventured deeper into the cave. There, he beheld the two Pokémon eggs, isolated yet radiating light, as if on the verge of hatching. How could there be two Pokémon eggs here? Where were their parents? When the eggs finally hatched, the two little beings revealed their true forms. Pokémon, Charcoal Servant. Level 1, Qualification, King. Type, Fire. Trait, Firestarter. Skills, Shared Life, Immobilization Technique, Grudge, Cleanse, Smoke Spray, Flame Vortex. Affection, 120. Chapter 71, Capturing 12 Pokémon. Gazing at the nearly identical attributes of the two Charcoal Servants, Zhang Fan felt a stirring desire to capture them. Firstly, their qualifications were both of the king level, and they had hatched only upon his arrival. This meant that the first beings they encountered upon their emergence were none other than himself, a serendipitous encounter, a fateful meeting indeed. Thus, the intimacy reached an impressive level of 120 from the very beginning. Furthermore, the Charcoal Servant has two evolutionary forms. One is the Ghost and Fire type. The Tsunyan Blade Ghost, which requires the Curse Armor for evolution. Upon evolving, it possesses the formidable skill of the Remorse Sword, capable of both dealing damage and restoring health. The other form is the Psychic and Fire type, the Red Lotus Armor Knight, which evolves through the Celebration Armor. Both are exceptionally powerful Pokémon, sharing the Fire attribute, making them prime candidates to join Zhang Fan's Fire Elite team. What reason could Zhang Fan possibly have to resist capturing them? Consequently, he promptly produced 2 luxury balls and successfully captured both Charcoal Servants. With this, Zhang Fan's collection of Pokémon swelled to 12, comprising Blaziken, Banette, Houndoom, Charizard, Electabuzz, Scyther, Crustle, Sharpedo, Glacian, Meowstic, and the 2 Charcoal Servants. Once they all evolve, Zhang Fan's 12 Pokémon will encompass a remarkable array of 14 types: Fire, Fighting, Flying, Dark, Rock, Grass, Electric, Bug, Steel, Psychic, Ghost, Dragon, Ground, and Ice. He would only be missing Water, Fairy, Normal, and Poison types to attain the full spectrum of 18. As they journeyed, a peculiar lineup emerged, causing wild Pokémon with significant weaknesses to shy away from confronting them. Charizard unleashed a flamethrower. On this, the 7th day of Zhang Fan's arrival in the Western Province, he sought formidable opponents to expedite Charizard's ascension to the elite level. In response to Charizard's flamethrower, the Desert Dragonfly retaliated with a Dragon Pulse, resulting in a clash that neutralized both attacks. Charizard executed Steel Wing. Without hesitation, upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Charizard's wings gleamed with a white luster as it charged toward the Desert Dragonfly. In the face of such an assault, the Desert Dragonfly let out a fierce cry, launching a wave of dragon energy, but Charizard deftly evaded it, landing a direct hit with Steel Wing. Struck squarely by Charizard's attack, the Desert Dragonfly plummeted from the sky. Charizard ascended, grasped the Desert Dragonfly, and unleashed a powerful earthquake. As these words left his mouth, Charizard's claws radiated with white light, seizing the Desert Dragonfly and soaring into the heavens, delivering a crushing blow. Charizard emerged victorious, yet despite vanquishing numerous foes, it still struggled to break through to the elite level, illustrating that becoming a champion is not merely a matter of levels. Well done, Charizard, but as for the breakthrough, let it happen naturally. Perhaps your time has not yet come. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Charizard exhaled a plume of fire, for as a Fire-type Pokémon, it held great pride in its strength. He arrived earlier than the others, and although it was understandable that Banjira surpassed him, after all, it was a monstrous creature. Even outmatching a wind-speed dog, being overtaken by the Electrike would be rather humiliating. Thus, Charizard felt a surge of determination. Come what may, he would be the next to break through to the elite level. From that point onward, whenever they encountered Pokémon of varying levels, Zhang Fan would deploy appropriate Pokémon for battle. The elite-tier Pokémon were entrusted to his sturdy Baku, while ordinary-level confrontations were left to Tilly Meow. As for gym-level challenges, he relied on Electrike and Scyther. The 2 newly captured Charcoal Servants had yet to undergo training or combat. The western region was indeed vast. At Zhang Fan's pace, traversing the entire area would take him a year at least. However, he could not afford to linger there for so long. Thus, having set his sights on Lake Salim, he headed resolutely in that direction. Along the way, he encountered numerous Pokémon previously unseen in the Zhejiang province. Upon reaching a cliff, he spotted a ranch teeming with Mareep and Miltank. The ranch owner's son challenged Zhang Fan, inquiring if he was a traveling trainer, and suggested a battle, intrigued by the potential strength of his opponent. Zhang Fan, captivated by the rarity of such spontaneous challenges in the wild, felt a nostalgic thrill akin to gaming. Upon agreeing to the contest, a 3-on-3 battle commenced, with his opponent's first Pokémon being Electrike. Pokémon, Electrike level, 50 qualification, Gym level type, Electric ability, Static skills, Fire Punch, Thunder Wave, Power Gem, Magical Shine, Odd Light, Thunder. Electrike, the final evolution of Mareep, proved to be a worthy adversary. Zhang Fan confidently sent forth his own Electric-type champion, Electrike, a rare specimen. Electrike, unleash Fire Punch. We shall respond with Fire Punch as well. Although Electrike had evolved with an exceptional electric amplifier, its qualifications remained at gym level. Nonetheless, its strength closely matched that of Scyther. Furthermore, under the tutelage of the formidable Fire Chicken, a master of fighting-type moves, Electrike had honed its skills in hand-to-hand combat, making it a formidable contender despite not being a fighting type itself. In the next moment, as Electrike clashed against Electrike, it became evident that Zhang Fan's Electrike was overpowering its opponent, landing a powerful blow to Electrike's face. The impact elicited a cry of pain from Electrike, forcing it to retreat. Electrike, use Brick Break. Electrike, employ Odd Light. Upon witnessing the direct confrontation, the ranch owner's son quickly altered his strategy. Realizing that his Electrike was no match for Zhang Fan's powerful Pokémon and deciding to induce a state of confusion instead. A commendable command. Electivire, unleash Thunderbolt for defense. The television lessons of yesteryears were not in vain. During his journey in Sinnoh, Ash, inspired by Dawn, mastered the art of utilizing various skills for rotational attacks, effectively countering Soundwave assaults. Thus, Zhang Fan also adopted this strategy. As Electivire executed Thunderbolt, it transformed into a sprawling electric web, effectively isolating the peculiar light outside. Ah, such an attack effect exists? Truly, you are an exceptional trainer. Thank you for the praise. Electivire, proceed with Brick Break. After successfully blocking the attack from the strange light, Electivire pounded its chest fiercely and charged towards Dragapult. Dragapult, magical shine. In an instant, as Electivire advanced, Dragapult swung its arms, releasing a bloom of fairy-type energy that directly impacted the ground. Enduring such a frontal assault, Electivire was incensed. Brick Break, attack failed. In that case, unleash Thunder. Unlike Electivire's electric engine trait, Dragapult, though an electric-type Pokémon, is not entirely immune to electric attacks. Thus, when Thunder struck, Dragapult was hit head-on, sustaining significant injuries. Now is the moment for the final Brick Break. With Electivire's arm enveloped in intense fighting-type energy, it delivered a powerful strike to Dragapult, concluding this fierce battle. Pokémon, Houndoom. Level, 53. Aptitude, Gym level. Type, Dark. Ability, Intimidate. Moves, Howl, Fire Fong, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong, Ambush, Roar. Houndoom, I entrust this to you. Your opponent is formidable. Now, execute Ambush. Following its trainer's command, Houndoom bolted forward, showcasing remarkable speed, a testament to its experience in herding and guarding sheep. Electivire, unleash Thunder upon yourself. Realizing Houndoom's speed was beyond Electivire's capacity to counter, Zhang Fan commanded Electivire to strike itself with Thunder. This would not only enhance Electivire's speed, but also ensure a direct hit on the vanishing Houndoom executing Ambush. The next moment, a terrifying bolt of electricity illuminated the sky, striking directly towards Electivire. With a thunderous roar, Electivire let out a cry, while Houndoom's ambush reached its target, only to be thwarted, immobilized by the thunder's might, emitting a mournful wail. Now is the time. Electivire, unleash Volt Tackle with all your might. As Electivire became enveloped in electric currents, already weakened by thunder and unable to move due to brief paralysis, Houndoom was struck directly, sent flying. Take advantage of his plight. Electivire, now Thunder Punch. At last, the great wolfhound could no longer endure and succumb to its inability to fight, while the electric beast, having suffered numerous attacks and self-inflicted wounds, also bore significant injuries. Thus, after the rancher's son dispatched the final Thunder Zebra, Zhang Fan decided to switch his Pokémon. Pokémon, Tauros, Fiery Breed. Level, 58. Qualification, King. Attributes, Fighting, Fire. Abilities, Intimidate. Skills, Charging Flame Attack, Thought Hammer, Rest, Rampaging Bull, Flare Blitz, Close Combat. Tauros of this kind was plentiful in the ranch, with various breeds available, including the common yellow Tauros, which is of the normal type. The remaining three, however, were Black Bulls, classified as the Fighting-type Combat breed, the Fire and Fighting-type Fiery breed, and the Fighting and Water-type Aqua breed. In the face of this creature, a smile crept across Zhang Fan's lips as he sent forth his Scyther. After all, it was a matter of type advantage. Or did his opponent not realize that his Tauros was also a Fire-type Pokémon? Tauros, unleashed Charging Flame Attack. As the luminous Scyther made its entrance, the opposing trainer seemed perplexed, questioning why Zhang Fan's Scyther was green. Scyther, use Iron Defense. Instantly, under the shimmering metallic sheen, Scyther's defensive capabilities were augmented. Thus, when Tauros charged forth with its Charging Flame Attack, Scyther remained utterly unfazed. With a resounding clang, both Tauros and its trainers stared in bewilderment at the Scyther before them, seemingly unable to comprehend why. Despite the 4 times effectiveness of the attack, Scyther appeared virtually unscathed. Have you had enough? Now it's my turn. Scyther, Vacuum Wave. As Zhang Fan's voice resonated, Scyther transformed into a streak of green lightning, unleashing 2 vacuum waves from its pincers, striking Tauros squarely on the head. Tauros, do not succumb to him. Flare Blitz. In the next moment, Tauros rallied, channeling even greater fire-type energy, charging directly at Scyther, yet to no avail. Destructive Beam. As two columns of orange-yellow energy detonated along Toro's path, the outcome of this battle became inevitable. Even though Scyther was momentarily stunned by the backlash, Tauros would require a considerable amount of time to regain its composure after enduring the two destructive beams. High-speed star. As an assured strike, the moment Scyther raised its pincers, countless stars began their assault on Tauros. Ultimately, with a metal claw, Tauros was decisively defeated. With the victor established, the rancher's son finally sighed with relief and introduced himself. His name was Zhang Fan, and his family earned their living through herding, a common way of life for many in the western region. He is currently taking over his father's ranch, where he raises thousands of cattle and sheep, including remarkable Pokémon such as Tauros and Miltank. Following their recent battle, Zhang Fan found himself impressed by Zhang Fan, leading him to offer a tour of his ranch and insist that Zhang Fan stay for a few days. After some contemplation, Zhang Fan graciously accepted Zhang Fan's kind invitation. Chapter 73, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. The Rocket Team strikes. Travel is inherently filled with unpredictability and wonder. What kind of individuals will you encounter? What Pokémon will cross your path? What dangers and surprises await you? All of this remains unknown. As a resident of the Western region, Zhang Fan possesses considerable skill, as evidenced by the gym-level Pokémon he commands. Zhang Fan soon discovered that Zhang Fan was also a graduate of the Western Region Pokémon University. When Zhang Fan learned that Zhang Fan was a freshman at the Magic City Pokémon University and had achieved top scores in the provincial entrance examination, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. For any student who has passed the Pokémon entrance exam and graduated from a Pokémon University, the Imperial City Pokémon University and the Magic City Pokémon University are renowned institutions, often regarded as sanctuaries in the hearts of these students. Yet, the name Zhang Fan seemed vaguely familiar. He recalled having seen it on trending searches. After touring Zhang Fan's ranch, Zhang Fan spotted one or two Tauros with elite-level potential, as well as a Miltank. Unfortunately, the Miltank was not of elite caliber. Nevertheless, being at Zhang Fan's ranch, Zhang Fan released two of his charcoal sprites and requested some high-quality Miltank milk from Zhang Fan to serve as their sustenance. He also added some fire-type berry juice to provide a solid foundation for the two little ones. After spending 2 days at Zhang Fan's ranch, on the evening of the third day, Zhang Fan was peacefully sleeping in his tent when he was abruptly awakened by the commotion of Tauros. An hour prior, a Meowth hot air balloon floated in from the distance. If Zhang Fan or Ash were present, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the signature vehicle of the recurring antagonist from the Pokémon anime, the trio of Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. At that moment, the Rocket Team lounged in their hot air balloon, appearing as if they hadn't eaten in ages. "Oh, I'm so hungry, Meowth. It's been so long since I've had anything to eat." As Meowth voiced this sentiment, the stomachs of both Kojiro and Musashi grumbled in unison. After a prolonged silence, Kojiro remarked, "That brat has already become a champion, yet we still haven't captured Pikachu. It's truly disheartening." Upon hearing this, Musashi erupted in anger, delivering a punch to both Kojiro and Meowth's heads. What a defeatist attitude. "We are Team Rocket. We must rise to the occasion. We cannot sulk. We must capture rare Pokémon to present to Boss Giovanni." As Musashi uttered the name of their boss, Meowth immediately regained his fighting spirit. As the resolute spirits of his companions emerged, Kojiro gradually regained his composure. Through Meowth's hot air balloon, they stumbled upon a nearby farm. Curiously, they encountered a multitude of unfamiliar Pokémon. "Is that a Tauros?" Kojiro pondered, noticing the unusual black coloration of these creatures. Upon hearing Musashi's remark, both Kojiro and Meowth became intrigued. "Ah, what a splendid opportunity bestowed upon us by fate. Just imagine, if we were to capture all those Pokémon from the farm and present them to the boss, what would ensue?" Meowth speculated, igniting the enthusiasm of Musashi and Kojiro. "Picture this, Meowth. One day, after a long day's toil, Sakaki, our boss, yearns for a change of pace. Suddenly, several Tauros, spirited and free, dash before him. Courtesy of our efforts, he would be elated. In that joy, he might exclaim, 'Bring me those Tauros, my loyal Meowths. Truly, you are exemplary members of Team Rocket.' Promotions would surely follow, and the feeling would be exhilarating." Thus, with the trio's ambitions aligned, a colossal robot materialized, heading towards Zhang Fan's farm to commence the extraction of all Pokémon present. This led to the chaos and cries of the Tauros that Zhang Fan had overheard. However, it was Zhang Fan and his father who first noticed the mysterious robot capturing their Pokémon, inciting their wrath. "Who are you? Why are you seizing our Pokémon?" they demanded. Just then, Zhang Fan emerged from his tent, catching a familiar echo of their words. "Since you have inquired so earnestly, allow us to graciously enlighten you. To thwart the destruction of the world and safeguard its peace, we are Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth of Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us." At that moment, a blue Farfetch'd appeared, adding, "Surrender." Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the distinctively flamboyant trio of Team Rocket. "What the Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth?" he exclaimed. "Zhang Fan, taken aback, asked what? Zhang Fan, do you know these miscreants? Indeed, little brat. Who are you to act so familiar with us? Retorted Kojiro. Zhang Fan quickly shook his head. No, I do not know them, but I am aware that Team Rocket is an evil organization notorious for stealing Pokémon. A target of the Pokémon League's stringent measures. In response, Yang Fan released his own Pokémon, while Zhang Fan summoned his Electabuzz. Electabuzz, unleash Thunderbolt. Electrode, we shall also employ Thunderbolt. As both electric-type Pokémon unleashed their combined assault, the gigantic robot belonging to Team Rocket erupted in a spectacular explosion, revealing the absence of Ash's intervention in this unfolding drama. Thus, this trio has forgotten to implement electrical precautions. Oh, those pesky little brats. How come you have electric-type Pokémon as well? What an annoying sensation. As the colossal robot exploded, the previously captured Tauros and others were successfully rescued, although many were injured. However, overall, Yang Fan's group suffered no losses. After assisting Yang Fan and the others in treating Tauros' injuries, Zhang Fan departed, continuing his journey toward his destination. Chapter 74, The Malevolent Organization, Team Rocket's Base. Although it was unclear why Jesse James and Meowth had appeared within the Yanhuang Pokémon League, seeing this iconic trio from the Pokémon anime, who had genuinely accompanied Ash on his travels, evoked a sense of nostalgia in Zhang Fan. Nevertheless, due to their opposing affiliations, he felt no remorse in sending them flying. After all, given their physical prowess, they would not be rendered incapable of battle merely by his actions. Moreover, since they were not true villains in the conventional sense, Zhang Fan harbored no intentions of eliminating them or capturing them for the Pokémon League. Upon departing from Yang Fan's ranch, Zhang Fan continued to progress northwestward. After 3 days of travel, he encountered several individuals clad in black uniforms, actively capturing wild Pokémon. The uniforms unmistakably identified them as members of Team Rocket. No wonder Jesse and James had appeared here. It seemed Team Rocket was indeed active in this region. Could there possibly be a hidden Team Rocket base in this area? A group of inept individuals, unaware they were being followed. Desert Dragonfly, unleash Dragon Breath. In the sky, a figure resembling a commanding officer, seated upon a Desert Dragonfly, ordered it to unleash a Dragon Breath attack toward Zhang Fan. Had it not been for his Blaziken, who promptly shielded him, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. They actually evaded the attack. Witnessing Zhang Fan and his Blaziken dodge the lethal strike from his Desert Dragonfly, the Team Rocket commander wore a cold expression but couldn't suppress a smirk of amusement. As if he had found his prey. Pokémon, Desert Dragonfly. Level, 58. Qualification, Gym Leader. Type, Ground Dragon. Ability, Levitate. Skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Earth Power, Earthquake, Sandstorm, Quicksand Hell. However, upon assessing the Desert Dragonfly's strength, which had not even reached the champion level, Zhang Fan felt not anger, but delight. Such meager power. And they consider themselves hunters? Truly absurd. Are Team Rocket members this brazen? Blaziken, take him down. Following Zhang Fan's command, Blaziken leaped into action, swiftly closing the distance to the Desert Dragonfly and the Team Rocket commander. With a powerful kick, Blaziken executed the flame kick technique, sending both the Desert Dragonfly and its trainer crashing to the ground, engulfed in flames. Previously, the captain of Team Rocket commanded his Desert Dragonfly to launch an assault, clearly targeting Zhang Fan. Since the adversary chose to disregard the principles of fair play and directly attack the trainer, Zhang Fan was not one to exhibit foolish idealism. He resolved to retaliate in kind, intending to eliminate both the assailant and their Pokémon. Their previous actions suggested that such behavior was not unprecedented, perhaps indicating a history of casualties among Pokémon League trainers at their hands. Thus, Zhang Fan felt no remorse for avenging them. Before dispatching his foe, Zhang Fan utilized his telepathic abilities to glean the entirety of Team Rocket's operations. To his astonishment, he discovered a concealed base in this location, manned by Dr. Nanbois, with the likes of Yamada and the third member also serving as officers. Upon learning the coordinates of the Team Rocket base, Zhang Fan promptly retrieved his phone to contact his master, but alas, there was no response. With no other recourse, he sent a message containing the base's coordinates and set off alone towards the Team Rocket stronghold. Meanwhile, at the hidden base of Team Rocket in the western region, the organization had expended countless resources to establish this facility, dedicated to the collection of data on the Yanhuang Pokémon League's creatures, and to conduct experiments on Pokémon. Their ambition was to create even more formidable artificial Pokémon for the glory of Team Rocket. Thus, it was no surprise that the renowned Dr. Nanbois was stationed here. Inside the base, Dr. Nanbois cast an irritated glance at Yamada and the third member, clearly dissatisfied with the efficacy of his subordinates. My experiment No. 007 has reached a critical juncture. If we can successfully harness its capabilities, Team Rocket's strength will be exponentially enhanced. Therefore, we must not allow any mistakes at this pivotal moment, understand? Faced with Dr. Nanbois's frustration, both Yamada and the third member nodded in unison. Yamada, noticing the absence of the squad's captain, immediately inquired about his whereabouts. No matter, the experiment currently takes precedence. Deliver what the doctor requires without delay. At this juncture, it seemed advantageous to summon a psychic-type Pokémon. It appeared that cultivating the Red Lotus Armored Rider would need to be prioritized. Reflecting on this, Zhang Fan donned the uniform of the Team Rocket captain. After dispatching 2 guards, he boldly entered the Team Rocket base. Given that Yamada and the third member were not even at the level of champions, and Dr. Nanbua was merely a researcher lacking combat prowess, Zhang Fan felt no trepidation. Possessing 3 champion-level Pokémon and the ability to initiate Mega Evolution, he confidently charged in alone. This was the very reason Zhang Fan dared to act independently. Even in the absence of news from his master, strength was his assurance. A report has come in. The base is under siege. The 2 guards at the entrance have been eliminated, and the intruders are now advancing directly into the heart of the facility. Upon receiving this alarming news, both Yamato and S.H. Tar's expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be the search officers from the Elf Alliance? How infuriating. S.H. Tar, you must notify Dr. Nanbua to retreat while I confront this intruder. How many times must I tell you? My name is S.H. Tar, not S.H. Tar. Is this truly the time for name differentiation? Chapter 75. Breaching Team Rocket's base, Shiny EV. Seeing S.H. Tar still unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, a furious Yamato struck him with a punch and rushed towards the entrance of the base, accompanied by her Houndoom. Before long, she crossed paths with Zhang Fan. Kid, do you truly believe you can storm Team Rocket's base alone? That is rather presumptuous, Yamato remarked, a smirk gracing Zhang Fan's lips in response. Team Rocket dares to act so brazenly within the territory of the Yanhuang Elf Alliance? I wonder who has bestowed upon you such audacity. You think that since I am here, I lack any capability? Let me be candid. I have already alerted the Alliance, and a significant force will arrive shortly. For your sake, it would be wise to relinquish your Pokeballs and refrain from resistance. Otherwise, I fear things may become excessively violent, and the scene will not be pretty. Upon hearing this, Yamato's fury ignited. Dr. Nanbua's experiment was at a critical juncture. Should the Alliance arrive, their lives would be in grave peril. Damn it, Houndoom, take him down with Flamethrower. Yamato's reasoning was simple. Zhang Fan was but one person, and the Alliance would require time to arrive. Since this little brat was the root of their troubles, eliminating him was the solution. Pokémon, Houndoom. Level, 59. Qualification, Gym Leader. Type, Fire Dark. Ability, Early Bird. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Bite, Flower Gift. Houndoom, I entrust this to you. Rapidash. Confronted with the villainous Houndoom, the justice-driven Rapidash immediately charged forth, unleashing a flamethrower of its own. The 2 attacks collided, but Rapidash, with superior skill, galloped swiftly towards Houndoom. As Yamato witnessed Zhang Fan's Rapidash overpowering her Houndoom, panic washed over her face. You little brat, how do you possess a Pokémon of champion caliber? This is impossible. Meanwhile, on another front, S.H. Tar had reached Dr. Nanbua's experimental chamber. As the last test tube was injected into the specimen labeled 007, a maniacal grin spread across Dr. Nanbua's face. At long last, my magnificent creation is complete. However, S.H. Tar, in a state of urgent distress, tugged at Dr. Nanbua, desperate to flee. Doctor, we are in grave danger. The search officers of the Yanhuang Elf Alliance have breached our defenses, and a large force is close behind. Yamato is buying us time. We must evacuate immediately. Upon hearing S.H. Tar's words, Dr. Nanbua erupted in fury. What? My work has just reached completion, and you expect me to depart? That is simply impossible. Furthermore, my research data is here. I cannot relinquish this place. Observing Dr. Nanbua's inability to communicate, S.H. Tar grew increasingly anxious. The safety of Dr. Nanbua was the linchpin of both his and Yamato's mission. Should Dr. Nanbua perish or fall into the clutches of the Pokémon League, the scientific strength of Team Rocket would suffer a devastating blow. The mere thought of his future being confined to a prison ignited S.H. Tar's fury. Doctor, this is not the time for contemplation. You must heed my words. With that, S.H. Tar unleashed a Fiero, intending to whisk both himself and Dr. Nanbua away. However, in that critical moment, the laboratory door was forcefully smashed open, and a formidable Blaziken charged in, delivering a lightning-fast punch that felled S.H. Tar's Fiero in an instant. What? So swift? Realizing the peril, Dr. Nanbua no longer hesitated and swiftly positioned himself behind S.H. Tar, whose expression darkened as he sensed impending doom. Indeed, following Blaziken's entrance, a majestic Arcanine strode in regally, atop which sat a man binding Yamato, a grin evident on his face as he regarded S.H. Tar and Dr. Nanbua. Yamato. The sight of Yamato's capture indicated the formidable strength of their adversary, plunging them into a grave crisis. In a moment of desperation, S.H. Tar quickly devised a plan. Sir, although I am unaware of your intentions, if you release us, we are willing to accommodate any of your requests. Upon hearing this, Dr. Nanbua seemed to seize upon a lifeline, immediately interjecting. Yes, indeed. I am Dr. Nanbua of Team Rocket, holding a prominent position within the organization. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. Moreover, should you choose to join Team Rocket, I would personally recommend you to Boss Sakaki. With your prowess, you could undoubtedly ascend to a senior position within our ranks. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan erupted into laughter. What a genius you all are. Even at this juncture, contemplating a betrayal. Do you believe I am mad? As a disciple of the Elite Four, heir to the Fire Gym, the strongest freshman at Magic City Pokémon University, and the top scorer of the provincial entrance exams, why would I forsake my standing in the league to join Team Rocket? How absurd. By capturing you, I can still reap rewards from the league. Without further ado, as Blaziken apprehended SH Tar and Dr. Nambwa, Zhang Fan successfully secured this vital target of Team Rocket. After locking away their Pokeballs, he instructed Blaziken to guard the trio while he and Arcanine surveyed the base. Inside the laboratory, various Pokémon were imprisoned, listless and despondent, with several having long since ceased to exhibit any signs of life, unceremoniously relegated to a corner, exuding a foul stench. Arcanine, grant them a merciful end. Incinerate them. Following Zhang Fan's command, Arcanine unleashed a fire spin, flames soaring high, yet the malevolence of this base remained unextinguished. Then, at the very center, within an alloy glass cabinet, lay a slumbering white shiny EV, capturing Zhang Fan's attention. What is this? Pokémon, Shiny EV Special. Level, 35. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Normal. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Wish. Quick Attack, Swift, Baton Pass, Baby Doll Eyes, Wish. Affection, 0. This EV, not only is it shiny, but its champion-level aptitude is also remarkably outstanding. However, why does the attribute panel include a special designation? Filled with curiosity, Zhang Fan released all the Pokémon captured by Team Rocket, which had been subjected to cruel experiments. At that moment, Dr. Nambwa was in despair. What are you doing? These are all my magnificent creations. Are you intent on destroying them? Hearing Dr. Nambwa's words, Zhang Fan cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly replied, a Pokémon genetic scientist like you uses various Pokémon as mere test subjects, discarding them like refuse once they serve their purpose, leading them to their ruin? Seeing Zhang Fan's displeasure, the captured Dr. Nambwa grew furious. What right do you, a foolish wretch, have to question me? I am a great scientist, and my creations are unparalleled. This EV is my pride and joy, my 7th masterpiece. Meaning, possessing this EV equates to owning all of its evolutionary forms. Once this technology and genetic engineering become widespread, do you have any idea how powerful Team Rocket will become? At this proclamation, even Zhang Fan, a time traveler, was momentarily taken aback. Is this guy for real? Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion and realizing her confinement had vanished, the white EV awakened. Upon seeing Dr. Nambwa, the gentle EV's demeanor transformed instantly. In that moment, she seemed to have encountered her father's murderer, charging at Dr. Nambwa with a fierce attack, bite. With a flash of crimson light, a piece of flesh was torn from Dr. Nambwa's body by the EV. Instantly, agony coursed through Dr. Nambwa, provoking a frenzied scream from him. Ah, you bastard! How dare you, a wretched experiment, treat your creator in such a manner? Observing this, Zhang Fan made no effort to intervene, for he could sense the profound hatred the EV harbored towards Dr. Nambwa. As the telepathic connection activated, the EV's harrowing experiences flooded Zhang Fan's mind. She was a Pokémon artificially created, akin to what Team Rocket considered their supreme masterpiece, Mutuo. Through extensive genetic sequence reconfiguration, she had come into existence. Even when she was merely an egg, this EV was subjected to relentless genetic treatments, forced to absorb the bloodlines of her so-called kin, all under the guise of establishing a foundation. Her true parents had long been discarded into the refuse after Dr. Nambwa acquired their genetic information, having met their demise long ago. Upon her birth, each day witnessed the demise of various EVs and their evolutions before her, all to indulge the selfish desires of Dr. Nambwa, who sought to create an EV capable of evolving at any moment. Each mastery of a new evolution plunged EV into an abyss of ceaseless torment. Even in failure, she would be cloned anew, perpetuating her cycle of suffering. This was the reason why, upon seeing Dr. Nambwa, EV could scarcely contain her emotions. In a moment of desperation, realizing her current form inflicted minimal harm, EV transformed into Espion and unleashed a bite, severing Dr. Nambwa's thigh. With his anguished cries echoing, Espion vanished, only to re-emerge as Umbreon, employing Psychic to assault Dr. Nambwa's mind directly, rendering him a fool. Thus, the renowned scientist of Team Rocket was thoroughly incapacitated. Yet, the transformation from Umbreon was not the end. Swiftly, EV morphed into Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon, executing an array of devastating abilities. After enduring flames, floods, and electric shocks, Dr. Nambwa was rendered unrecognizable. Ultimately, with a radiant spell, Sylveon purified Dr. Nambwa entirely. This relentless onslaught left Zhang Fan in stunned silence. while Yamato and Shiro also wept profusely, terrified that Eevee might unleash a similar barrage upon them. With Dr. Nanboa vanishing from sight, Eevee, having avenged her suffering, descended to the ground and wept. Murder was never her intention. It was merely the consequence of a vengeful genetic legacy. Witnessing Eevee's reaction, the previously apathetic Pokémon seemed to ignite with the flames of retribution, launching attacks against the bound members of Team Rocket. Realizing the implications, Zhang Fan understood that this base would no longer exist. With such a multitude of Pokémon assaulting it, there was no justification for its continued existence. He cast a deep glance at the creatures before departing with his loyal partners, Arcanine and Blaziken. As they emerged from the base, a tremendous explosion reverberated, and the entire facility was engulfed in flames, disappearing entirely. This was the essence of poetic justice. Team Rocket, you have received your due reckoning. However, Zhang Fan felt a pang of sympathy for Eevee's plight. As a time traveler, he had heard the whispers of Mewtwo's origins. Tales of Team Rocket's cruel experiments involving human subjects and the genes of Mew and countless Pokémon, culminating in Mewtwo's birth. It was evident why Team Rocket was labeled as a nefarious organization. Equally perplexing was the notion that such a sinister group would still attract admirers eager to join their ranks. It was truly unfathomable. Just as Zhang Fan prepared to leave, a soft call from Eevee halted his steps. Boy, turning his head, he discovered that a water sprite had emerged from the explosion, utilizing a jet of water to escape the inferno, then transforming back into an Eevee before Zhang Fan. Eevee, hearing the familiar call, Zhang Fan expressed his bewilderment. Are you here to thank me for granting you your freedom and avenging your grievances? Upon hearing this, Eevee nodded and displayed an innocuous smile. However, despite being somewhat enamored by this Eevee, Zhang Fan felt a tinge of apprehension upon witnessing its fierce demeanor in the past. Otherwise, in earlier times, he would have long since captured this Eevee. Yet, upon realizing that Eevee had come specifically to express gratitude, Zhang Fan's perspective shifted. Pokémon, by nature, are often benevolent beings. The truly malevolent are but a minority, driven to darkness by the wickedness of humanity that taints their companions. Thus, could it be that the Eevee, who had endured suffering for so long, still harbored a glimmer of hope within? Chapter 77. Capturing Eevee and challenging the Western Region Gym. Eevee, now you are free. Have you considered where you wish to go? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's inquiry, the smile on Eevee's face vanished, replaced by silence. Since her birth, she had been treated as a mere experiment. How could she possess thoughts of her own? Observing the little creature's somber expression, Zhang Fan sighed. If you have no destination in mind, why not accompany me for now? When you find a place you wish to go, you can leave at any time. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, a spark of hope illuminated Eevee's previously dark world. Regardless of the circumstances, it was this man who had avenged her and restored her freedom. Eevee. When Zhang Fan produced a luxury ball, Eevee leaped up, her head brushing against the button, and she transformed into a radiant red light, captured within the ball. After the luxury ball shook 3 times and emitted a crisp sound, it indicated that Eevee had been successfully captured. However, no sooner had Zhang Fan captured Eevee than she exhibited a restless spirit, forcibly breaking free from the Pokeball and leaping onto Zhang Fan's shoulder. Eevee, are you saying you prefer being outside rather than confined within the Pokeball? In response to Zhang Fan's question, Eevee nodded and nestled onto his shoulder, remaining still. Seeing Eevee's mischievous demeanor, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. It felt reminiscent of Ash and his Pikachu. While his companion was Pikachu, mine was Eevee, a unique bond indeed. Well then, I look forward to our journey together, Eevee. The response to Zhang Fan's words was a lively chirp. This place was a nature reserve in the Western region. Yet due to its vast expanse, patrolling personnel were limited. As a student from the magical city Pokémon University, Zhang Fan found it quite simple to apply for entry, with Luha assisting him in the process. Gazing upon the mesmerizing sight of Salemu Lake, Zhang Fan was filled with profound reflections, as he began to grasp why the ancestors had once endeavored to conquer this land of the Western regions. Everyone come forth. As a multitude of Pokeballs flickered with crimson light, his companions emerged: Blaziken, Banette, Arcanine, Charizard, Electivire, Scyther, Mismagius, Kabutops, Sharpedo, Frostless, and Charcoal. Alongside the Espion perched on his shoulder, all leapt down to join him in spirited camaraderie. Witnessing his Pokémon gathered in joyous assembly, a smile inevitably graced Zhang Fan's face. Everyone, this place shall serve as our training ground. Let us strive together. Upon hearing his words, the Pokémon erupted in cheers. Notably, Trixie had completed her final evolution, transforming into Mismagius. Although her aptitude may have been somewhat lacking, her strength was commendable. As the Pokémon embarked on their respective training regimens, Zhang Fan took up a fishing rod, eager to try his hand at angling. Regrettably, the first day yielded nothing but empty hooks. His intention was to capture a superior water-type Pokémon, ideally one akin to the semi-legendary Dratini. Yet, ever since capturing Espion, He realized that with its various evolutionary forms, he could assemble a complete roster of 6 Fire-type Pokémon, aligning with his future goal of reaching the rank of Fire-type champion. Furthermore, the Water-type Espeon complemented his collection, along with the Psychic-type Solar Pokémon and the Fairy-type Sylveon, thereby fulfilling his current elemental needs. In essence, accounting for all attributes and including the various evolutions of his Pokémon, Zhang Fan found himself only lacking a Poison-type Pokémon. He had successfully gathered the other 17 types. Among the Poison types, his preferences leaned towards Gengar, Venusaur, Nidoking, and Drapion. Yet, fate had not yet presented him with any that piqued his interest. After spending a fortnight at Salemo Lake, Zhang Fan decided to depart. Perhaps his recent luck had waned, as he had encountered no remarkable Water-type Pokémon, let alone the elusive Dratini. Before leaving, however, he made a trip to Western Region City, intending to challenge the local gym. After all, as a future contender in the Pokémon League, it was prudent to seize the opportunity to test his mettle against a formidable gym, thus assessing his recent growth. A trainer's validation of their strength, of course, necessitated a battle to substantiate it. The Western Region Gym, located in the provincial capital, contrasted sharply with the Fire-type gym near his home. This was a Ground-type gym, presided over by the Ground-type Master, Su Song. Upon arriving at the Western Region Gym, Zhang Fan submitted a challenge application, and naturally, staff members promptly arrived to verify his credentials. Consequently, he was granted the right to challenge the gym directly, along with the prospect of a cascade of honors. Little did he anticipate that an extraordinary figure would manifest in the vicinity of the Western regions. Dear Zhang Fan, your application for the dojo has been submitted. Our esteemed dojo master, Su Song, will engage you in a battle tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please arrive punctually. Upon receiving the reservation notice, Zhang Fan smiled and eagerly anticipated the forthcoming dojo battle. Chapter 78, The Clash, Internal War of the Banjira. The following day, upon his arrival at the Western Region Dojo, Zhang Fan encountered the illustrious Master Su Song, a formidable figure renowned throughout the province. Hearing Su Song's words, Zhang Fan remained unfazed. Unlike others of his generation who sought independence while relying on their parents' resources, he recognized the practicality of his situation. Economic independence was essential for true autonomy. Thus, being perceived as dependent on his parents or mentors seemed entirely reasonable to him. After all, it was a factual reality that required no further debate. Perhaps when he ascended to the rank of a king-level trainer, he would be able to forge his own network of connections. Master Su Song, I am here to challenge the dojo. Please send forth your Pokémon, Zhang Fan declared. Su Song chuckled, understanding that Zhang Fan preferred to bypass unnecessary discussions, and promptly dispatched his first Pokémon. The challenge between challenger Zhang Fan and dojo master Su Song commenced, with each side permitted to utilize 3 Pokémon, though only the challenger held the right to substitute. As the referee announced the start of the match, Su Song's first Pokémon, Nidoqueen, appeared on the rocky battlefield. Pokémon, Nidoqueen. Level, 45. Qualification, Dojo level. Type, Ground. Poison. Ability, Poison Point. Skills, Double Kick, Earth Power, Hyper Beam, Poison Sting, Flamethrower. Since your first Pokémon is Nidoqueen, I entrust this to you, Kingdra. Pokémon, Kingdra. Level, 45. Qualification, Champion. Type, Dragon. Ability, Swift Swim. Skills, Draco Meteor, Dragon Breath, Head Smash, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Outrage. Affection, 179. Kingdra. Unleash your Dragon Breath to shatter the incoming Poison Sting. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Kingdra exhaled a column of azure flames, effortlessly consuming Nidoqueen's Poison Sting. Continue your assault on Nidoqueen. Responding to this order, Kingdra's Dragon Breath intensified and struck Nidoqueen with tremendous force, eliciting a cry of pain from the latter. Nidoqueen. Use Earth Power. Kingdra. Counter with Earthquake. In a fierce clash, the 2 Pokémon collided. Although Nidoqueen was a Ground-type Pokémon, it could not match Kingdra's prowess. In this contest of Ground-type moves, Nidoqueen fell short, ultimately succumbing to a powerful Draco Meteor from Kingdra. Nidoqueen has lost the ability to battle. Kingdra emerges victorious. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Master Su Song. In response, Su Song summoned his next Pokémon, a Tyranitar of level 56. Scyther, the stage is yours. The Colossal Mantis, with its metallic pincers. The Armored Tyrannosaurus, unleashing rock-shattering power. In an instant, as the commands from both trainers resonated, the Armored Tyrannosaurus stomped the ground. Channeling energy of the rock type, and a multitude of boulders surged towards the Colossal Mantis. Yet, facing the oncoming stones, the Colossal Mantis merely swung its arms, shattering the barrage effortlessly, and charged at the Armored Tyrannosaurus, its metallic pincers crashing down upon its head. Stung by this strike, the Armored Tyrannosaurus roared in fury and initiated its horn drill attack. Block it! As Zhang Fan's calm voice echoed, the Colossal Mantis assumed its stance, raising its pincers to meet the charging Armored Tyrannosaurus head-on, exerting all its might. Then, a truly astonishing scene unfolded. as the armored Tyrannosaurus utilized its massive form to charge. The colossal mantis astonishingly withstood the force, preventing the armored Tyrannosaurus from advancing an inch. Raster Cannon, finish him. At this moment, the armored Tyrannosaurus, trapped by the pincers of the colossal mantis, was unable to evade and was struck directly by the Raster Cannon at close range, rendering it completely incapacitated. With the armored Tyrannosaurus out of commission, the colossal mantis emerged victorious. Having lost 2 Pokémon in succession, Su Song's earlier disdain for Zhang Fan dissipated. As Su Song's words lingered in the air, a Bankura soon made its appearance. Fan. With the fierce roar of the Bankura, Zhang Fan beheld its attributes. A champion-grade Bankura, level 68, with exceptional aptitude, undoubtedly the ace Pokémon of Su Song, his strongest ally. As for Bankura, then my third Pokémon shall also be Bankura, step forth. With the luxurious ball glowing red, a sandy-colored Bankura emerged. The 2 Bankuras locked eyes, their gazes filled with intense combat fervor. A duel between Bankuras of the same caliber is indeed a rare sight. Your Bankura has been cultivated exceptionally well. Bankura, use Stone Edge. Bankura, unleash Dark Pulse. As both Bankuras received their trainer's commands, the battle erupted. At this moment, when Su Song's Bankura executed Stone Edge, a barrage of rocks materialized, hurtling towards Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura. However, Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura did not flinch, absorbing the attack head-on, then retaliating with a Dark Pulse that struck Su Song's Bankura directly. After exchanging blows, the ensuing assault commenced. Bankura, Rock Smash. Bankura, charge forth and use Brick Break. In an instant, the 2 imposing Bankuras propelled their massive bodies towards each other, with Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura being 1.5 times the size of Su Song's, standing at a towering height of nearly 7 meters, resembling a colossal beast, while Su Song's Bankura measured only 4 meters. Following their fierce clash, Su Song's Bankura began to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan understood that the outcome of this battle was all but sealed. Bankura, take advantage of this moment. Unleash destruction with continuous death ray. Bankura, unleash your defense. Chapter 79. The Badge of the Western Region Dojo and News of the University League. As Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura commenced a relentless barrage of annihilating beams, Su Song's Bankura enveloped itself in a verdant shield. The defensive skill was successfully activated, successfully mitigating the initial blast from Zhang Fan's Bankura. Regrettably, Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura possessed capabilities beyond the ordinary, and he had vowed to become the strongest Bankura, without exception. Under Su Song's astonished gaze, Zhang Fan's Bankura exhibited no signs of hesitation and continued to gather energy. In the instant Su Song's defensive shield dissipated, the annihilating beam was unleashed once more, striking the abdomen of Bankura and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Although the damage might not have been substantial, given the skill's general classification, the humiliation was profound. Here was a Pokémon of the same lineage, overpowering the leader of the Western Region Dojo. Was this not a challenge? How could it be that Su Song's Bankura remained unaffected by the side effects of the annihilating beam? Even someone as seasoned as Su Song, the ground-type champion, found it difficult to compose himself. However, in Zhang Fan's perspective, this individual should be dubbed the Sandstorm King, for Bankura, upon its final evolution, bore no ground-type attributes. Bankura, unleash the million-ton impact. Su Song realized that if he did not interrupt the actions of Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura, the annihilating beam would continue unabated, compelling him to command his Bankura into action. Dragon Tail. As Su Song's Bankura's annihilating beam collided with the opponent's million-ton impact, it was evident that the potency of Su Song's skill had diminished considerably, suffering significant damage in the process. The moment Su Song's Bankura closed in on Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura, Zhang Fan's command resounded forth. Dragon Tail, the decisive ace move of Bankura. For activating this skill would plunge the shimmering Bankura into a true frenzy, doubling its combat prowess. Once the opponent was vanquished, it would swiftly regain its senses. This was the unique ability of Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura, impervious to the side effects of its skills. In the next instant, an infinite torrent of draconic flames erupted from Bankura as it unleashed its fury upon the battlefield, igniting the arena in a blaze. Even as Su Song's Bankura's million-ton impact had struck Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura, it seemed impervious to pain, violently restraining its opponent. Thus commenced a merciless onslaught. Consequently, the rocky battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of Su Song's Bankura alongside the furious roars of Zhang Fan's Bankura. After an extended period, as the battle concluded and the smoke settled over the arena, tranquility reigned once more. The victor was clear. Su Song's Bankura lay charred and devoid of the will to fight. As Zhang Fan's Bankura regained consciousness, it wore a silly grin and shyly glanced at Su Song before approaching Zhang Fan's side, resembling a wayward child who had erred. Witnessing this scene, Su Song felt an overwhelming frustration, yearning to vent his anger, yet at a loss for words. After all, when it came to actions. It seemed that he, as the gym leader, had instigated the situation first. Furthermore, there was a reason behind Bangilla and Zhang Fan's conduct. Who could blame them when this fellow had initiated the mockery aimed at him? Did he truly believe that Zhang Fan lacked a temper? Otherwise, Zhang Fan would not have allowed Bangilla to unleash its trump card, resulting in Su Song's Bangilla suffering such grave injuries. It was futile. His strongest Pokémon had succumbed to Zhang Fan's creature, rendering him powerless. Even if he were to unleash all his might with 3 elite-level Pokémon, it was uncertain whether he could stand a chance against the Bangilla before him. Thus, after this battle, Su Song had come to terms with reality. He acknowledged that he had initially underestimated Zhang Fan, and now he merely wished for Zhang Fan to vacate his gym post-haste, preferring to avoid further confrontation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the magical capital Pokémon University, those who had sought to trouble Zhang Fan had finally quieted down after 2 months of fruitless searching. In Class 1, Zhao Yutong and Yi Xinhong finally relaxed, no longer tormented by relentless harassment or the fear of being forced into fights. In the presence of their homeroom teacher, Lu He, who had facilitated their entrance into the magical capital Pokémon University, Zhang Fan held a certain respect for him. "Teacher Lu, what brings you here? Is there something important you require of me?" Upon seeing Zhang Fan again, Lu He beamed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Hearing Lu He's words, Zhang Fan paused, shaking his head in response. With less than 3 months remaining until the National College Pokémon League, each institution would dispatch its finest students to compete, but the slots were limited. Zhang Fan quickly grasped the implications. The competition in over 2 months would be fierce among all students within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. Although Zhang Fan's current prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to the senior students in their 4th year. At least within the magical capital Pokémon University, there were 5 formidable elite-level trainers. With even more boasting teams of 4 or 5 elite Pokémon, the Imperial Capital Pokémon University undoubtedly housed a similar number of such powerful trainers. Thus, with only 3 elite-level Pokémon at his disposal, what circumstances would allow him to triumph in the upcoming National College Pokémon League? Though both Blaziken and Bangilla were not considered weak among the elite, in a full 6-on-6 battle against an entirely elite-level team, Zhang Fan would be at a significant disadvantage. Time to buckle down. After patting Zhang Fan on the shoulder, Lu He sent him on his way. Chapter 80. Kona's Council, Training. Upon returning to the magical capital Pokémon University, Zhang Fan resolved to participate in the imminent battles between the prestigious Pokémon universities of the Yanhuang Alliance. Scheduled for just over 2 months from now, compared to the Spirit League of Zhejiang Province, it is undoubtedly the national event that is more grandiose, with more substantial rewards. Standing upon the national stage, it is undeniably superior to a provincial competition. In the world of Pokémon, where trainers and their Pokémon engage in countless battles, there exist numerous competitions beyond provincial leagues and national university tournaments. Among these is the competition among the Elite Four, set to take place early next year, with only 3 to 4 months remaining. At that time, the championship may witness a change in rankings, yet at present, Zhang Fan does not possess the qualifications. The King S tournament has already commenced, and only those of the Elite Four caliber are eligible to participate, from which the ultimate champion will emerge to challenge the Elite Four. The victor shall be the new Elite Master. Just as Ash rose to prominence, according to the narrative, he is expected to defeat the esteemed Dan D, thereby realizing his dream of becoming a true Pokémon Master. Life at the magical capital Pokémon University is rather mundane, filled with daily classes and training. It is, after all, more tedious than traveling through the wilderness. His Scyther and Electabuzz have now reached the pinnacle of gym leader level, akin to Charizard, and are currently striving to accumulate strength for a breakthrough to the elite level. Meanwhile, his Kingler, Sharpedo, and Glacian have successfully entered the initial stage of gym leader level. His Shiny Meowth and Charcoal Servants have attained the advanced tier of elite level. Zhang Fan mused that once his Charcoal Servants reached the pinnacle of elite level, he would utilize his accrued points to exchange for the highest grade of Cursed Armor and Celebration Armor, initiating their evolution. Previously, he had already confirmed the evolutionary paths with the 2 Charcoal Servants. Fortuitously, the brothers chose different routes, which spared Zhang Fan from a difficult decision. As for Eevee, it has been resting on Zhang Fan's shoulder throughout their journey, naturally enhancing its strength the fastest, now also possessing the initial stage of gym leader level. Over the past 2 months, Zhang Fan and his Pokémon have not been idle. Upon reuniting with his esteemed mentor, he entered the room to find Kina coolly addressing him. "I have resolved the matter regarding your solitary infiltration of the Rocket Team's base. Remember, should you encounter any issues, you must report them to the Alliance immediately and seek their guidance before proceeding. Furthermore, that Eevee on your shoulder is a test subject from the Rocket Team, is it not?" Noticing his mentor's tone of accountability, Zhang Fan nodded silently. If the Alliance discovers that this is a test subject from the Rocket Team, do you think they would allow this Eevee to accompany you without consequence? Moreover, Dr. Nambwa, Yamato, and Shiro are all senior members of the Rocket Team, especially Dr. Nambwa. who holds a cadre-level position. You should have informed me before taking any drastic actions against them. Do you realize that the Rocket team is currently frantically searching for you? It has cost me a considerable price to handle the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was drenched in cold sweat. Although he was not the one responsible for the death, it was undeniably due to his own actions. Yet, as Kona spoke, there seemed to be an added layer of admiration in his tone. However, considering this is your first encounter with the nefarious Rocket organization, you performed commendably. In the future, remember to exercise caution and refrain from acting recklessly. I have taken the liberty of erasing all data related to the Rocket base in the Western region, so your EV, capable of evolving freely, will no longer have any residual data. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not reproach, but rather care. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall certainly remember your words. However, Master, I would like to inquire how I can ensure my Pokémon successfully break through to the elite level. My Charizard has been stuck at the gym leader peak for nearly half a year. Seeing Zhang Fan mention a serious matter, Kona smiled. What? Are you so eager to become an elite already? In response to Kona's teasing, Zhang Fan scratched his head and said, Teacher Liu informed me that a national Pokémon University competition is approaching, and I wish to participate. However, I only have 3 elite-level Pokémon, which pales in comparison to those seasoned students. At this, Kona raised an eyebrow slightly. Speaking of which, since taking you as my apprentice, I haven't had the chance to teach you properly. How about this? For the next week, you can move in with me. I happen to have a week off, so you can train alongside me. Zhang Fan exclaimed, Live with you? Upon hearing Kona's words, he immediately became flustered. Noticing Zhang Fan's astonishment, Kona's expression turned stern. What? You don't want to live with your master? Thus, the following week was akin to a hellish ordeal for Zhang Fan. Not in a thrilling sense, but rather in a torturous one. Who would have thought that during this brief week, he would have to battle against Pokémon commanded by Kona using any one of his own? And mind you, it was an endless series of battles. During this week, his Pokémon were pushed to their limits, as they faced Kona's 6 main Pokémon, highlighting the stark difference in their strengths. Zhang Fan nearly reached a breaking point from the relentless training. However, this week proved fruitful, confronting an insurmountable divide. The unwavering determination of his Pokémon gradually transformed into strength. The bottleneck for Charizard began to show signs of loosening, and it seemed that before the National Pokémon University tournament commenced, Charizard would finally break through to the elite level. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Fan's Arcanine had also achieved elite status during battles with Kona in the past. Of course, this time, Zhang Fan gained a comprehensive understanding of his master's prowess. All 6 of his Pokémon were champion level, and even the Gyarados and Lapras had reached master level. No wonder the Dodrio was no match for his master. It seems this time, his master might very well be on the path to becoming one of the 8 masters. Chapter 81. Enhancing Aptitude, Charizard's Breakthrough. After enduring rigorous training under Kina for 7 days, Zhang Fan and his extraordinary Pokémon underwent a magnificent transformation. Engaging in battles with champion and master-level Pokémon daily, Zhang Fan's creatures have gained the courage to confront opponents far surpassing their own strength. Embodying the spirit of a warrior, it can be asserted that with the emergence of such valor in facing formidable foes, Zhang Fan's Pokémon have begun to reveal their potential for greatness. Otherwise, despite their innate abilities, qualifications, and potential, without the courage to strike against overwhelmingly powerful adversaries, they would merely fade into obscurity. Pokémon such as Eevee, Sharpedo, Metagross, and Glaceon, all possessing champion-level qualifications, have now reached the pinnacle of gym-level prowess. The 3 semi-divine Pokémon are on the verge of completing their ultimate evolution with a bit more power accumulation. Similarly, Zhang Fan's 2 charcoal sprites have achieved their peak at the elite level, and once they step into the gym ranks, their evolution will be imminent. Zhang Fan has also utilized his league points to acquire the Celebration Armor and the Cursed Armor, both premium evolutionary items. It is worth noting that this expenditure has completely depleted his previously accumulated points, compelling him to continue working for the league to earn more. Moreover, the current prowess of Banette, Blaziken, and Manectric has pleasantly surprised Zhang Fan. In just a week, Zhang Fan's strength has undergone a complete rejuvenation. However, the most remarkable surprise comes from the illusionist Meow, which, after prolonged utilization of the Energy Cube crafting method provided by his master Kina, has astonishingly enhanced its qualifications. Now reaching the level of a champion. Perhaps due to its initially lower qualifications, it was the first to evolve. Pokémon, Illusionist Meow. Level, 48. Qualification, Champion. Type, Grass. Dark. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Petal Dance, Leech Seed, Energy Ball, Play Rough, Leaf Storm, Quick Attack. Affection, 252. Observing the revitalized Illusionist Meow, Zhang Fan embraced her warmly and exclaimed, Congratulations, Illusionist Meow. Your strength will undergo a monumental transformation from this point onward. Let us strive together. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, the Illusionist Meow emitted a contented sound in his embrace. Zhang Fan had initially thought that his illusionist Meow would only reach the pinnacle of gym level. But he did not anticipate the effectiveness of the energy cube crafting method provided by his master, which not only accelerated the enhancement of his Pokémon strength, but also resulted in a rise in the qualifications of illusionist Meow. Does this suggest that after years of dedicated use, the champion-level Charizard, Charcoal Sprites, illusionist Meow, and Electabuzz will also experience an elevation in their qualifications? Certainly. This remains an uncertainty, and Zhang Fan can only harbor a glimmer of hope as he continues his pursuit of excellence. Nevertheless, even if one's qualifications do not ultimately improve, it is understandable. After all, the transition from the elite level to the champion level is not as simple as the ascent from a gym leader to the elite. Ultimately, it all comes down to luck. Thus, Zhang Mujun readily entrusted his Charizard to Zhang Fan, who, in the days that followed, devoted himself to necessary training while Charizard remained closely engaged in training alongside its father's Charizard. It was not until half a month later, during a fierce battle with its father's Charizard, that it achieved a complete breakthrough. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 60. Qualification, Elite. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Dragon Dive. Belly Drum, Dragon Rage, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Earthquake. Affinity, 255. Charizard had broken through, becoming Zhang Fan's fourth Pokémon to reach the elite level. Meanwhile, he himself had been stuck at the peak of the gym leader level for over 5 months, nearing half a year, before finally attaining the current champion level. It is worth noting that since acquiring the Charmander, a full 10 months had elapsed. Even the Pokémon entrance examination had passed over 3 months ago. With the upcoming goal of the National University League, it seems that Wu Yang would also participate. Contemplating this, Zhang Fan decided to call Wu Yang. Upon connection, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Oh, Zhang, a busy man indeed. Thinking of calling a little lady like me? How surprising. Upon hearing his childhood friend teasing him once more, Zhang Fan could only respond with a wry smile. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to seek you out? Previously, I was preoccupied with training Pokémon and being drilled by my master. Now that I have some free time, why not come to find you? Upon hearing this, Wu Yang let out a slight scoff. Then, as if struck by a thought, she promptly remarked, by the way, I heard you became a disciple of Champion Kona. Is that true? It is indeed true, but speaking of which, your idol happens to be my master, right? Next time, I'll take you to meet her. Aren't you a bit envious of me now, girl? Noticing Zhang Fan's boastful tone, Wu Yang rolled her eyes, though regrettably, Zhang Fan was oblivious to it. On a more serious note, I heard that in less than 2 months, the National University League will commence, and each school has limited slots. Are you preparing to participate? After Zhang Fan's inquiry, Wu Yang sighed despondently. I was just fretting over that. The Pokémon University in the capital only has 30 slots total, and currently, I only have a Blastoise at the elite level. It seems I might not stand a chance. Hearing Wu Yang's words, Zhang Fan fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, not everyone possesses the privilege of selecting rare, high-quality Pokémon, nor do they have a master like Kona, capable of defeating the Elite Four. Thus, the gap between Zhang Fan and Wu Yang had become starkly apparent. It's all right, I'm not yet qualified either, but I will strive to do my best. When the time comes, you must come cheer for me. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fan sat on the ground, gazing up at the starlit night sky, lying alongside his Pokémon, and gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. In his dreams, he triumphed over Cynthia, Diantha, and Ash at the World Championships, achieving the pinnacle of glory as the world's #1. After a considerable time, he awoke, and once again, the young man embarked on his journey of diligent effort and relentless striving. Chapter 82. 2 months of evolution for all. For someone like Zhang Fan, once he sets his sights on a goal, he will tirelessly pursue the path he has chosen. Thus, having resolved to participate in the National College League, he was determined to give it his all. In the final 2 months, Zhang Fan remained indoors, either training his Pokémon or challenging various experts from the Magic City Pokémon University. Suddenly, the situation took a turn. In less than 3 months, Zhang Fan, accompanied by his Pokémon, began engaging in friendly battles with the senior students of Magic City Pokémon University, gradually advancing from his sophomore year into his junior year. Throughout these encounters, Zhang Fan's reputation solidified within the university. After numerous victories, it became evident to all that Zhang Fan was no mere weakling. How could someone who earned the favor of the peak champion Liu Ha at the freshman level, and was taken as the sole disciple by the foremost of the Elite Four, the champion-level powerhouse Kona, possibly be weak? At this moment, Zhang Fan was engaged in a one-on-one battle with a standout from the junior class. Eevee, use Shadow Ball. Upon receiving their commands, Eevee let out a soft cry, and ghostly energy surged forth, hurtling towards the Fire Lord. As the Fire Lord unleashed its hammer arm, a violent explosion erupted upon contact with the Shadow Ball. In the wake of the explosion, Eevee dashed forward and delivered a decisive blow, defeating the Fire Lord. Such thrilling scenes frequently unfolded within the campus of Magic City Pokémon University. Naturally, Lu Ha was well aware of the events transpiring at the university, and he chuckled as he relayed the news to Kona. At that moment, Kona was engaged in the Elite Championship, having just defeated an opponent to advance to the finals. Upon hearing about Zhang Fan, a faint smile graced her lips. With her disciple working so diligently, she, as the mentor, could not afford to be outdone. The title of Master of the Eight was within her grasp. 2 months flew by in an instant, during which Zhang Fan's strength underwent a remarkable transformation. Perhaps now, even Kona, Lu Ha, and his father Zhang Mujun would be taken aback, feeling a genuine sense of astonishment at his newfound prowess. Notably, with the conclusion of the Elite Championship, Kona claimed first place, securing the opportunity to contend against the Masters of the Eight. Should Kona manage to defeat any of the Masters, she would ascend as the new Master, entering the ultimate battle among the 8 strongest individuals in the world. In response, Zhang Fan remarked, "Dodo Bird, you must strive harder. If you lose again, the esteemed reputation of the Dragon-type champion will truly vanish, and you shall merely be referred to as the Flying-type champion." Over the past 2 months, Zhang Fan has commenced battles against senior students in their 4th year, achieving resounding victories. Consequently, under the watchful eye of Lu Ha, he secured one of the 30 slots offered by the Magic City Pokémon University for the National University League. This signifies that Zhang Fan's prowess has earned him a place among the top 30 at the Magic City Pokémon University. It implies that he now possesses another champion-level Pokémon. Moreover, during these 2 months, his little fire spirits underwent evolution, resulting in the emergence of the brand-new Pokémon Blaziken and Chandelure in Zhang Fan's collection. With this, his fire-type main team is complete, consisting of 6 Pokémon, the champion-level Blaziken, Houndoom, and Charizard, along with the gym-level Chandelure and Blaziken, and the ever-evolving Eevee. With 6 Pokémon gathered, Zhang Fan eagerly awaits the breakthroughs of Blaziken and Chandelure to champion level, enabling him to officially apply to become the fire-type champion. Remarkably, Zhang Fan's 5th champion-level Pokémon is Eevee, not the Shiny Scyther or the 3 demigods, but rather Eevee. It remains uncertain whether Zhang Fan's fortune played a role, or if the potential of his little fire spirits was indeed sufficient. The exceptional cursed armor and celebratory armor undoubtedly assisted in their evolution. Both of these little spirits have reached champion-level qualifications. If Zhang Fan were to discover that these 2 companions initially encountered him due to the arrangement of the true dragon Reshiram and had even received Reshiram's flames, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Pokémon Chandelure. Level 55. Qualification Champion. Type Fire Ghost. Ability Flash Fire. Skills Destiny Bond, Mean Look, Purify, Shadow Ball, Shadow Sneak, Psycho Cut. Affection 255. Pokémon Blaziken. Level 55. Qualification Champion. Type Fire Psychic. Ability Flash Fire. Skills Destiny Bond, Mean Look, Purify, Wide Guard, Light Screen, Psychic Terrain. Affection 255. With the complete evolution of these 2 Pokémon, the lowest level in Zhang Fan's possession is now the illusory Masked Meow, currently at level 52, ranking at the bottom. Meanwhile, the Scyther, Electivire, Bloodwing Dragon, Garchomp, and Spinosaurus are all stuck at the pinnacle of gym level. Indeed, within these 2 months, the Beedrill, Sharpedo, and Frost Dragon have all completed their evolutions, becoming fully realized demigods. This means that Zhang Fan currently possesses 13 Pokémon, 5 at champion level, 3 at advanced gym level, and the remaining 5 all at the peak of gym level. It remains to be seen which of the 5 gym level Pokémon will first break through to champion level. With this, Zhang Fan can officially step into the threshold of champion level, achieving the status of a champion trainer. In the span of just a year, Zhang Fan has demonstrated remarkable prowess, his talent being among the rarest even within the esteemed Yanhuang Spirit Alliance. Of course, the prior development of his Fire Chicken and Wind Speed Dog must be taken into account. Thus, it would be more accurate to state that within this year, Zhang Fan has nurtured 3 elite-level Pokémon, 5 pinnacle gym-level Pokémon, and 3 advanced gym-level Pokémon. With the imminent National University League just 3 days away, Zhang Fan, now fully aware of his capabilities, has resolved to challenge the Magic City Gym to test his strength. Chapter 83. The Challenge of the Magic City Gym. It is noteworthy that the strength of the gym leaders varies according to the significance of the city they oversee. For instance, in a city like Jiannan, which is a standard prefecture-level city, the gym leader is typically at the threshold of elite level, implying that they possess 3 elite-level Pokémon trainers, such as Zhang Fan's father, Zhang Mujun. However, Zhang Mujun currently commands 5 elite-level Pokémon, likely spurred on by his son's achievements, thus enhancing his own power. In contrast, Hang City, the capital of Zhejiang Province, is a stronghold within the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance, making its gym leader, Feng Jiang, at least an advanced elite. The Magic City, being a direct-controlled municipality, stands as a hallmark of the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance. Hence, the gym leader of the Magic City, Yixiu, is a formidable figure of semi-champion caliber, possessing at least 1 champion-level Pokémon, alongside several at the elite pinnacle. Excluding the Magic City, the Imperial City Gym boasts the strongest prowess, as it is overseen by a genuine champion-level expert. With Yixiu's capabilities, he is undoubtedly among the top-tier trainers within the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance. It is worth noting that, on record, there are not more than 10 trainers who can claim to possess 6 champion-level Pokémon, even when including champions and the 4 kings. Thus, facing such a formidable opponent, even if the gym leader does not deploy their full strength due to the nature of the gym challenge, it still promises to be an exhilarating battle. Upon arriving at the Magic City Gym at the appointed time, Zhang Fan encountered the gym leader, Yixiu. Now, let us commence the gym challenge between the challenger Zhang Fan and the gym leader Yixiu. Each trainer may utilize up to 3 Pokémon, with the challenger holding the privilege of switching Pokémon. And so, the match begins. As the referee declares the commencement of the battle, Yixiu sends forth his first Pokémon, Double Axe Dragon level, 55 quality, elite type, dragon ability, inner focus skills, dragon breath, dragon pulse, dragon claw, dragon tail, dragon dance, crunch. As anticipated from a dragon-type gym, Yixiu's first choice is an advanced gym-level Pokémon. In response, Zhang Fan selects his own first Pokémon, the illusory Mask Meow. With a flash of light from the luxury ball, the illusory Mask Meow makes its grand entrance. In this captivating encounter, the challenger presented a grass and dark-type Pokémon, yet it was a dragon-type creature that possessed formidable resistances to water, fire, grass, and electric attacks. Yixiu was well aware of this strategic advantage. Upon hearing Yixiu's words, Zhang Fan chuckled and replied, "That is merely the fundamental aspect, Master Yixiu. However, my illusory Mask Meow is not limited to grass-type moves." With that declaration, the illusory Mask Meow unleashed the move Play Rough. As a fairy-type move, it benefited from Zhang Fan's illusory Mask Meow's hidden ability, adaptability, which allowed the Pokémon to alter its move's type during execution, thereby amplifying its power. Thus, when employing Play Rough, the illusory Mask Meow transformed into a fairy type, significantly enhancing the move's potency. It is widely acknowledged that dragon-type Pokémon are exceptionally strong. Yet with the emergence of fairy types, dragons have gradually seen a decline in their dominance, as fairy types are immune to dragon-type moves. The Axedragon then launched its Dragon Pulse. As it initiated its attack, the illusory Mask Meow boldly charged towards the Dragon Pulse, emerging unscathed as Play Rough struck the Axedragon, eliciting a pained cry from the opponent. At this moment, Master Yixiu grasped the situation. It was indeed the hidden ability at play. The Axedragon, regaining its composure, prepared to unleash Guillotine. This move, a transformation skill, would result in an instant knockout if it hit, provided the user's level exceeded that of the opponent. However, the Axedragon had a higher level than the illusory Mask Meow, making a successful hit potentially catastrophic. Defend, illusory Mask Meow. Zhang Fan commanded calmly as the Axedragon advanced with unwavering confidence, its dual horns aimed menacingly at the illusory Mask Meow. In a critical moment, the illusory Mask Meow successfully blocked the guillotine with its defensive move, preventing any advance. Now, counter with Play Rough. Responding to Zhang Fan's command, the illusory Mask Meow let out a fierce cry and unleashed Play Rough once more. After 2 successful applications of the move, the Axedragon was left teetering on the brink of defeat. Excellent. Seed Bomb, eliminate the opponent. As the Axedragon prepared to retaliate with Seed Flare, a multitude of green seeds erupted into a powerful explosion. The final strike from the Axedragon sent the illusory Mask Meow soaring through the air. The exchanges were fierce, and while the Axedragon succumbed to the onslaught, the illusory Mask Meow, having sustained considerable damage, was left with only a fraction of its strength. With the Axedragon rendered incapable of battle, the illusory Mask Meow emerged victorious. Having bested Yixiu's first Pokémon, Zhang Fan shared a triumphant glance with his illusory Mask Meow, brimming with joy. Soon after, Yixiu summoned his second Pokémon, Dragonite, entering the fray. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 59. Qualification, Elite. Attributes, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Moves, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Hurricane, Fire Punch, Thunderbolt, Outrage. As the Pokémon switch occurred, Zhang Fan called forth his second Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon, ready to face the challenge ahead. Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon. Level, 59. Qualification, Champion. Attributes, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Overconfidence. Skills, Dragon God Dive, Dragon Breath, Reverse Scale, Psychic Headbutt, Bite Smash, Dragon Starfall. Affinity, 255. When 2 dragon-type quasi-deities emerged, their gazes were locked onto each other, and the battle was about to erupt. Bloodwing Dragon unleashed the Dragon God Dive. Rapid Dragon, we shall also execute the Dragon God Dive. In that moment, both dragons soared into the air, a spectral image of a deep blue dragon god descending, and then they charged fiercely towards one another, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Chapter 84. Internal Conflict of the Dragon Type, Charizard and Blaziken. As the explosion gradually dissipated, the forms of Bloodwing Dragon and Rapid Dragon reappeared, clearly indicating that the recent clash had not inflicted significant damage on either side. However, this only intensified the rivalry between Bloodwing Dragon and Rapid Dragon. The pride of Dragon-type quasi-deities forbade them from conceding defeat to one another. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Pulse. Rapid Dragon, rush in and evade, then unleash your Dragon Tail. In the next moment, as Bloodwing Dragon opened its cavernous maw to expel a column of Dragon-type energy, Rapid Dragon, with remarkable agility, vibrated its wings to evade. Then manifested Dragon-type energy on its tail, launching a fierce strike towards Bloodwing Dragon. Faced with this assault from Rapid Dragon, Zhang Fan immediately commanded Bloodwing Dragon. Bloodwing Dragon. Psychic Headbutt. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's order, Bloodwing Dragon let out a thunderous roar that momentarily slowed Rapid Dragon's speed. And then the Psychic Headbutt collided directly with the Dragon Tail. With a resounding boom, the clash of the two quasi-deities ignited another massive explosion. Now is the moment. Dragon Pulse. At close range, as Zhang Fan issued his command again, Bloodwing Dragon's enormous wings began to flap, swiftly approaching Rapid Dragon, unleashing a searing breath. Caught off guard by Bloodwing Dragon's attack, Rapid Dragon was unable to evade in time and was struck head-on. Dragon types hold an advantage over other dragon types, and upon being hit directly by Bloodwing Dragon, Rapid Dragon let out a wail and plummeted from the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Bloodwing Dragon pursued. Its massive tail enveloped in Dragon-type energy. This maneuver was none other than Wide Area Destruction. Although similar to the Dragon Tail, Wide Area Destruction differed in that it lowered the opponent's attack level upon impact. Thus, when Bloodwing Dragon's follow-up strike connected with Rapid Dragon's head, the outcome of this battle was nearly assured. Rapid Dragon, hold on, unleash Destructive Death Ray. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Starfall. As Yishio realized that his Rapid Dragon was on the brink of exhaustion, he prepared to make a final stand. Zhang Fan, naturally, was equally unwilling to yield. Consequently, the two Dragon-type quasi-deities fixed their gazes upon one another, and then the orange-yellow energy column and the colossal Dragon-type meteor swarm collided with tremendous force. Of course, Dragon Starfall, being a premier Dragon-type move, erupted in splendid fireworks, causing countless meteors to rain down. Even though Rapid Dragon's destructive death ray could persist for a considerable duration, after shattering several meteors, it ultimately fell short and was struck directly by the Dragon Starfall. As the smoke dissipated, Dragonite collapsed in the center of the battlefield, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Witnessing this, Bloodwing Dragon let out a triumphant roar, its overconfidence ability activating and enhancing its attack power. With Dragonite unable to battle, Bloodwing Dragon emerged victorious. To Zhang Fan's surprise, the final Pokémon of the Dragon-type gym leader, Yishio, was none other than Charizard. A subtle smile crept upon Yishio's lips as Charizard materialized on the field. Charizard evolve. At this moment, Zhang Fan's expression darkened significantly. Who conducts a gym battle and decides to evolve mid-fight? Furthermore, the fact that Charizard could Mega Evolve indicated that it was likely one of Yishio's strongest Pokémon. Thus, Zhang Fan began to scrutinize Charizard's attribute panel. Pokémon, Mega Charizard, Mega Evolution. Level, 71-76. Qualification, Champion. Type, Fire, Dragon. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw. Cut, Inferno, Dragon Breath, Metal Claw, Dragon Tail. Upon examining Charizard's attributes, Zhang Fan's face paled. Excellent. Mega Evolution grants it direct champion status. How do I even contend with that? However, sensing Zhang Fan's apprehension, Yishio chuckled and remarked, "This Charizard is my latest trained powerhouse. Classmate Zhang Fan, I trust your strength isn't limited to what I see before me. Come, show me your true capabilities." Very well, Blaziken, let us also Mega Evolve. With a cascade of colorful light, Blaziken made its entrance. Pokémon, Shiny Blaziken, Mega Evolution. Level, 71-76. Qualification, Champion. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Skills, Blaze Kick. Overheat, Flare Blitz, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Friendship, 255. Although Yishio's third Pokémon had indeed surpassed the typical level of a gym battle, Zhang Fan was well prepared. Blaziken and Tyranitar, his two ace Pokémon, both possessed the ability to Mega Evolve, and at this moment, they too had reached champion level. Ha ha ha, good lad. I knew that the disciples of Kinna possess extraordinary talent. Let us have a good battle. Charizard, unleash Flare Blitz. Following Yishio's command, Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of blue flames that surged toward Blaziken. Yishio, you are the first to dare to engage my Blaziken in a direct flame clash. Blaziken, go ahead and use Flare Blitz. In an instant, a golden flame erupted, clashing fiercely with Charizard's blue flames, resulting in a heated stalemate. However, the standoff did not endure for long as the golden flames swiftly consumed the blue inferno, engulfing Mega Charizard within its fiery embrace. The scorching blaze proved overwhelming. even for a fire type like Charizard, which emitted a pained cry. What? Golden flames. Upon witnessing his Charizard rendered powerless against the golden flames of the Blaziken, Master Yishio promptly altered his combat strategy. Charizard, Dragon Claw, engage in close combat. Blaziken, Fire Kick. As Charizard shifted its approach from ranged strikes to melee, its ability, Hard Claws, significantly enhanced the power of its contact attacks. Consequently, as Charizard unleashed its Dragon Claw, its momentum surged dramatically. Yet even so, the golden flames enveloping Blaziken exuded an aura of invincibility, clashing fiercely with Charizard's Dragon Claw. A standoff ensued until the flames of Blaziken gradually eroded the energy of Charizard's claw, and with a sudden burst of force, Blaziken sent Charizard flying. At that moment, the outcome was clear. Chapter 85, The Magic City Gym Badge and the National University League. Roar. Having been propelled away by a single kick from the Super Blaziken, Charizard wore an expression of fury. This was the first time it had encountered such a formidable opponent since following Master Yishio. However, while Charizard was a pivotal yet unproven member of Yishio's team, Blaziken was Zhang Fan's trump card. Indeed, if one were to consider their debut timelines, Zhang Fan could undoubtedly be deemed a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, perhaps even surpassing Cynthia herself. Blaziken, Oath of Fire. Charizard, Abyss of Raging Flames. As Zhang Fan and Yishio simultaneously issued their commands, blue and gold flames engulfed the entire battlefield, and both sides were successfully struck by each other's fire. Nevertheless, in the end, Blaziken sustained far less damage than Charizard. Charizard, Dragon God Dive. Blaziken, Flare Blitz. As the adage goes, red and blue have always clashed upon the trainer's commands. Charizard ignited with blue flames and charged at Blaziken with an indomitable presence. In contrast, Blaziken was ablaze with golden flames, intermingling with its fiery red form, enveloped in flames that consumed all, as it collided with Charizard. Boom! Accompanied by a ferocious explosion, the blue and gold flames devoured one another, encasing the entire battlefield and triggering a violent eruption, rendering both sides unable to discern the chaos unfolding within. After a prolonged wait, as the flames gradually subsided, the battlefield revealed itself to be shrouded in darkness, with Charizard and Blaziken locked in a fierce struggle. In the next moment, as Blaziken summoned its strength once more, Charizard's short claws could hardly bear the weight of its power. Blaziken executed a powerful overhead throw, causing Charizard to meet the ground with a resounding thud. Enduring such a heavy blow, Charizard could not help but let out a pained cry. Dragon Tail. However, upon receiving its trainer's command, Charizard regrouped, its sturdy tail swinging fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, Blaziken grasped Charizard's tail. As Zhang Fan spoke, the Fire Chicken's eyes suddenly brightened, its arms extending swiftly as if commanded, directly bracing for the Dragonite's tail attack. In that moment, under the astonished gazes of Dragonite and Yishio, the Fire Chicken firmly grasped the tail of the Dragonite. Thus began a series of shoulder throws. Responding to Zhang Fan's command, the Fire Chicken let out a fierce cry, golden flames erupting from its claws. And with a sudden surge of strength, it swung the Dragonite around with immense force. The Dragonite was then sent crashing down to the ground once more. However, this was not a mere shoulder throw, but a sustained assault. Consequently, an absurd scene unfolded within the Magic City Gym. A robust Fire Chicken was now swinging the Dragonite, as if it were a mere toy, wildly tossing it about. After an extended duration, when the Fire Chicken hurled the Dragonite away with a powerful throw, the Dragonite could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The final blow, burning fiercely. The next moment, as a golden pillar of flame erupted, the intense heat struck the Dragonite directly, rendering it utterly incapable of combat and forcing it out of its mega evolution, leaving it battered and bruised. With Dragonite incapacitated, the Fire Chicken emerged victorious. As Yishio, the gym leader, found all three of his Pokémon unable to continue, Zhang Fan claimed victory in this gym battle. This was the proof of his conquest over the Magic City Gym. Well done, young man. Do not tarnish the name of a Kinna disciple. Continue to strive forward. Listening to Yishio's somewhat peculiar words, Zhang Fan sensed a faint trace of sorrow emanating from him. Thank you, gym leader Yishio. However, Zhang Fan's primary goal was not the national competition, but rather the National University Pokémon League. Soon, 3 days swiftly passed. When Zhang Fan was summoned by Lu He to meet with a group of top students from the 4th and 3rd years, preparing to head towards the imperial capital, he realized that the National University League was finally about to commence. The National University League, formerly known as the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance National Pokémon University League, is a competition among all Pokémon universities within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. The purpose of this competition is to select outstanding talents among university students nationwide, serving as a reserve force for the entire Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance and becoming the core of its future. Naturally, the most renowned institutions within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance are the Imperial Capital and the Magic City Pokémon Universities. Generally speaking, the champions of such university leagues predominantly emerge from these two schools, with few exceptions. Consequently, the Magic City Pokémon University and the Imperial Capital Pokémon University have the largest number of participants, with 30 representatives from each school, while institutions like Zhejiang University, Nanjing University, and Wuhan University each have only 10 spots. As for the lesser-known universities, their quotas dwindle even further. In fact, some Pokémon universities have not produced a single elite-level student in over a decade, highlighting the disparity in institutional heritage and the quality of students. Once all the students participating in the National University League arrived, the total number reached 1,280. The competition, lasting for an entire month, will commence with the first 3 rounds featuring one-on-one matches, ultimately selecting 128 participants, who will then engage in 3-on-3 battles. Finally, the top 16 will compete in a 6-on-6 format, adhering closely to the traditional rules of the tournament. Upon hearing Lu He's words, Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. Realizing that the rules had changed this year, the first 3 rounds would consist of doubles, followed by the customary 3-on-3 for the top 128, and culminating in a 6-on-6 for the final 16. Observing the understanding among the crowd, Lu He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the 2-on-2 format offers the competing trainers a greater margin for error, so you must all strive to uphold the honor of our Magic City Pokémon University. Should you encounter the Imperial Capital Pokémon University, do not hold back. Upon hearing Lu He's admonition, the students of Magic City Pokémon University exchanged sly smiles, casting knowing glances at each other before erupting into light laughter. Such warnings were echoed among students of every institution. Likewise, within the Imperial Capital Pokémon University, the leading teachers advised their students to hold nothing back when facing off against those from Magic City Pokémon University. For the rivalry between these two schools is indeed fierce. As the draw began, Zhang Fan was assigned to the 59th match, taking place at Battlefield Number 3 in the Imperial Capital Combat Center. After receiving his match information, Zhang Fan made his way to the designated arena. It is indeed remarkable how the Imperial Capital, in its prime real estate, can encompass such a vast area, a truly astonishing feat. Only the top 16 teams in the National University League will be allowed to compete in the 6-on-6 battles at the main venue of the Imperial Capital Combat Center, which will also be broadcast worldwide. It is worth noting that the main battlefield of the Imperial Capital Combat Center is reserved for the top 16 matches of the national tournament, the King's Battle, where champions clash. Upon arriving at his competition arena, Zhang Fan was escorted by a referee for identity verification. Once his information was confirmed, he laid eyes on his opponent, Yihao, a senior from Southwest Pokémon University. The match between Yihao from Southwest Pokémon University and Zhang Fan from Magic City Pokémon University commenced, with each side deploying 2 Pokémon for a doubles battle. The match concludes when all Pokémon from either side lose their fighting capability. As the referee announced this, Zhang Fan and Yihao exchanged a glance, both summoning 2 Pokeballs that shimmered with red light, revealing their respective Pokémon. Zhang Fan unleashed Charizard and Scyther, while Yihao sent forth Victory Bell and Pidgeot, all of which were at the pinnacle of gym-level strength. It became apparent that the disparity between the schools was significant. Yihao did not even possess a single elite-level Pokémon. It is no wonder that the ultimate victors are typically students from either the Imperial Capital or Magic City universities. Reflecting on this, Zhang Fan issued commands to his 2 Pokémon. Charizard unleashed a powerful flamethrower against Victory Bell, while Scyther executed a precise Fury Cutter on the same target. Following Zhang Fan's command, both Charizard and Scyther sprang into action, their aerial capabilities allowing them to soar swiftly toward Victory Bell. Zhang Fan's strategy was clear: to consolidate their strength and eliminate an opponent's Pokémon, thereby securing a definitive victory. Observing the battle from Zhang Fan's shoulder, Eevee began to cheer for its allies. Pidgeot, launch a Blade of Air at Charizard. Victory Bell, use Root and Spore. With Yihao's commands, it was evident that his intentions mirrored Zhang Fan's, yet the disparity in their Pokémon strengths rendered the outcome rather straightforward. As the Spore was deployed, Charizard's flamethrower obliterated most of it, successfully striking Victory Bell, who was nearly incapacitated by the assault. Had it not been for its root ability, a single blow from Charizard would have been sufficient to defeat Victory Bell. With Scyther's subsequent attack, Victory Bell lost all combat capability, while Pidgeot's Blade of Air inflicted damage upon Charizard. Following the assault from Pidgeot, Charizard exhaled twin jets of flame from its nostrils, clearly infuriated by the attack. Charizard, Steel Wing. Scyther, Swift. Pidgeot, unleash a brave bird. In the next moment, as Pidgeot ignited with dual-colored flames of red and blue, Scyther's Swift struck first, landing a hit on Pidgeot. Ultimately, Charizard, employing Steel Wing, clashed with Pidgeot in midair. Pidgeot then plummeted from the sky, providing Scyther the opportunity to swiftly advance and deliver a decisive Metal Claw, thus vanquishing the opponent. With Victory Bell and Pidgeot both rendered unable to battle, Charizard and Scyther emerged victorious, declaring Zhang Fan as the champion of this round. After clinching victory in the first round, Zhang Fan gently clenched his fist. The double battle not only showcased the synergy between Pokémon and trainers, but also underscored the paramount importance of their strength. Zhang Fan intended to maintain a lineup featuring one elite-level Pokémon alongside one gym leader-level Pokémon, adequately preparing him for the subsequent rounds of competition. Following his initial triumph, Zhang Fan began to observe the matches of other competitors, lamenting the absence of Wu Yang, who had not participated. It was apparent that among all the contestants in the National University League, very few first- or second-year students were present, leaving Zhang Fan as the sole freshman competing among the elite of top universities. The second round would not commence for Zhang Fan until 5 days later. With a 50 elimination rate, the remaining students exhibited even greater prowess. However, this time, his opponent lacked any elite Pokémon. Thus, with the combined efforts of his Arcanine and Electabuzz, Zhang Fan advanced effortlessly to the third round. As the third round began, Zhang Fan faced an opponent from Zhejiang University of Pokémon, named Wu Tianxiu. His two Pokémon are both of the elite level, truly befitting a graduate from Zhejiang University. The caliber of the Pokémon in his possession is on an entirely different echelon compared to his previous adversaries. Pokémon, Greninja. Level, 63. Quality, Elite. Type, Water, Dark. Ability, Torrent. Skills, Night Slash, Hydro Pump, Water Shuriken, Waterfall, Psychic. Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, 62. Quality, Elite. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Skills, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Discharge, Iron Tail, Volt Tackle, Electro-Web. Observing the two elite Pokémon before him, Zhang Fan's companions are none other than Eevee and the Peak Gym leader-level Bloodwing Dragon. The students of Magic City Pokémon University appear to be lacking, as they do not even possess two elite-level Pokémon. Upon hearing the disdainful remarks from his opponent, a smile crept onto Zhang Fan's lips. Bloodwing Dragon. How will you respond to their contempt? At Zhang Fan's words, Bloodwing Dragon fixed its gaze intensely on the opposing trainer, Wu Tianxiu, a tempest of rage brewing within. Chapter 87. The Sixth Elite, Bloodwing Dragon. For Pokémon, especially the proud dragon-type quasi-divine creatures, being underestimated by others can unleash a level of strength far beyond their usual state. Moreover, after witnessing several Pokémon ascend to the elite level, Zhang Fan has discerned that to elevate his Pokémon to new heights, a crucial factor is the intense fluctuation of the Pokémon's mindset and will. Complemented by a touch of fortune, Blaziken reached the elite level by defeating Zhang Fan's father, Zhang Mujuan's Pokémon, which had relentlessly trained him, thus cultivating an unstoppable momentum leading to its ascension. Since then, Blaziken has never tasted defeat. Tyranitar, with its inherent high quality, attained the elite level by vanquishing numerous formidable foes, single-handedly taking on 3 adversaries, thereby fostering an indomitable belief in itself, culminating in its successful advancement. Charizard, too, achieved its elite status after enduring various trials and tribulations at the hands of Kinna, alongside guidance from its predecessors like Charizard and Blaziken. The deep-seated unwillingness to accept defeat propelling it to the elite level. As for Eevee, this creature is rather extraordinary. It is the first Pokémon of Zhang Fan's to ascend to the elite level without encountering any hurdles, possibly due to its previous treatment as an experimental subject. Indeed, Eevee reached this pinnacle directly upon leveling up. So, given the scorn directed at him, coupled with the inherent pride of a quasi-divine being and the formidable nature of the elite-level opponent, could Bloodwing Dragon also achieve its elite status in this remarkable battle today? Pokémon, Shiny Eevee Special. Level, 63. Quality, Champion. Type, Normal. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Wish, Hold Back, Quick Attack, Baton Pass, Baby Doll Eyes, Wish, Shadow Ball. Affection, 254. This is Eevee's current attribute panel, and Zhang Fan firmly believes that after this battle, Bloodwing Dragon will successfully break through, with a tremendous probability of doing so. Eevee, upon evolving into Leafeon, unleashed Magical Leaf, while Bloodwing Dragon initiated Dragon's Roar. As Zhang Fan commanded, Eevee let out a delicate cry and immediately transformed amidst a radiant glow, evolving into Leafeon. In the next moment, a multitude of magical leaves materialized from thin air, soaring towards Wu Tianxiu's Greninja and Pikachu, enveloping the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the rear, Bloodwing Dragon's eyes glowed a fierce red as it commenced Dragon's Roar, a move that enhances the accuracy of both itself and its allies, particularly potent for Dragon-type Pokémon. The referee and Wu Tianxiu's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Was it truly possible for such a virtuous Eevee to evolve freely in the heat of battle? Have trainers today forsaken the code of honor? With a sense of profound uncertainty, Wu Tianxiu commanded his Greninja and Pikachu to act. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Greninja, Water Shuriken. As the words fell, Pikachu let out a thunderous cry, summoning a surge of electricity that surged toward Bloodwing Dragon, while Greninja swiftly conjured Water Shuriken to hurl at the same target. It appeared that the opponent's strategy was to concentrate their firepower on Zhang Fan's Bloodwing Dragon before turning their attention to Leafeon in a 2-on-1 scenario. However, once Leafeon's magical leaf was unleashed, both Pikachu and Greninja were struck, slightly diminishing their attack speed. Thanks to Bloodwing Dragon's roar, the power of Leafeon's attack was significantly amplified, successfully targeting Greninja's weak point and interrupting its move. Thus, only Pikachu's Thunderbolt found its mark on Bloodwing Dragon. Yet, as a dragon type, it inherently resisted electric type moves. Even though Bloodwing Dragon possessed a flying type aspect, it did not incur double damage. Excellent. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Thunder Fong on Greninja. Leafeon, follow with Solar Flare. Pikachu, cover Greninja with a wide area thunder. Suddenly, a blazing sun illuminated the battlefield, and with the weather cleared, Leafeon's Solar Flare became an instantaneous attack. Coupled with Bloodwing Dragon charging directly at Greninja, the latter found itself in dire peril. Pikachu's support, alas, arrived a moment too late. Thunder, a formidable electric-type move, required time to gather its energy. Thus, when Bloodwing Dragon first sank its Thunder Fong into Greninja, the outcome of Greninja's defeat was sealed. Bloodwing Dragon maintained its fierce grip, turning Greninja around to face the direction of Leafeon's impending attack. Consequently, Solar Flare struck Greninja directly, and amid the crackling of electricity, Greninja was the first to succumb, rendered incapable of battle. As Thunder was finally unleashed, Leafeon swiftly moved before Bloodwing Dragon, employing its defensive maneuver to nullify the Thunder attack. With Greninja down, Bloodwing Dragon's rage was finally unleashed. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Bloodwing Dragon's aura suddenly transformed, its resounding dragon cry echoing throughout the arena, inciting the displeasure of Dragon-type Pokémon in other zones. In an instant, the entire battle center was filled with the roars of various Dragon-type creatures. Pokémon, Bloodwing Dragon. Level, 60. Qualification, Champion. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Overconfidence. Skills, Dragon God Dive, Dragon Breath, Reverse Scale, Mind Headbutt, Dragon's Voice, Dragon Star Cluster. Affection, 255. After vanquishing the Greninja, the Bloodwing Dragon's Overconfidence ability activated, boosting its attack power. Consequently, the remaining Pikachu became an easy target for both the Bloodwing Dragon and Eevee. The Leaf Fairy unleashed a Solar Flare, while the Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a Dragon Pulse. Pikachu retaliated with a Thunderbolt attack. In that moment, a fierce current surged across the battlefield. However, the Grass-type Leaf Fairy remained largely unscathed, and despite sustaining heavy damage, the Bloodwing Dragon remained exuberant. With a deafening roar, accompanied by Eevee's sweet cry, Pikachu was rendered unable to fight. Both Greninja and Pikachu were incapacitated, leaving the Leaf Fairy and Bloodwing Dragon victorious. Thus, the one advancing to the next round was contestant Zhang Fan. Only a dazed Wu Tianxiu and a stunned referee remained, wondering if the Pokémon Zhang had just battled with was indeed a Ditto. Chapter 88, A Year to Ascend to the Elite. With the breakthrough of the Bloodwing Dragon, Zhang Fan's 6th elite-level Pokémon was born, signifying his official entry into the ranks of elite trainers. It had been exactly 1 year since he had assumed the identity of a trainer, achieving elite status. Such a rapid progression would surely astonish countless individuals if spoken of. I was somewhat taken aback, initially believing that the first to break through to elite would be the Shiny Scyther. At that moment, Kona, who was preparing for the challenge of the 8 Masters, received news from his apprentice Zhang Fan, initially dismissing it as inconsequential. Kona was left stunned upon learning that Zhang Fan had officially become an elite trainer. It seemed that even the renowned Cynthia, along with the current world's top 8 trainers, had not reached elite status merely a year after debuting. Moreover, Zhang Fan was only 18 years old, while Ash, one of the 8 Masters, was just in his early 20s due to the earlier start of trainer journeys in the region of Johto. Kona wondered if his disciple could ever rival such a figure. Hence, he sent Zhang Fan a message, serving as encouragement from a mentor to his student. Concurrently, Zhang Fan's ascent as the top disciple of the esteemed Kona stirred envy and admiration within the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. Many strong individuals who had previously favored Kona harbored resentment towards Zhang Fan's emergence. They could not fathom why Kona would take on a male disciple, particularly one rumored to specialize in fire-type Pokémon. Thus, there lingered a subtle discontent among many regarding Zhang Fan, reminiscent of the earlier sentiments towards the master of the Western Region Gym. Yet, this very situation allowed Zhang Fan to catch the attention of the upper echelons of the entire Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. Being a disciple of Kona also meant that numerous veterans, who had ties with her, would discreetly assist Zhang Fan by warding off unnecessary troubles in her name. It is well known that in any sphere of power, interests, factions, and intrigue invariably intertwine. Previously, Zhang Fan was merely a gym-level trainer. Even with the title of Kona's disciple, he could not penetrate the so-called centers of power, oblivious to the crises he had faced in the past. However, now that Zhang Fan had truly demonstrated his prodigious talent, Kona thought it was time for her disciple to gain some recognition. After all, as her apprentice, he was destined to inherit her political resources. Consequently, Kona sent messages to prominent figures such as Li Hua, Sharona, Lu Ha, and Yishio, informing them of Zhang Fan's advancement to the champion level. Upon learning this news, Sharona, though taken aback, felt a sense of joy as the champion of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance at the emergence of such a talented trainer and extended her congratulations to Kona. Simultaneously, she found herself pondering whether to take on a disciple, but after some contemplation, deemed it too troublesome and fell into a state of indecision. As for Sharona's predicament, let us set it aside for now. When Master Li Hua learned of this development, she felt a pang of regret, wishing she had claimed Zhang Fan as her disciple when she had the chance. Meanwhile, upon receiving Kona's message, Lu Ha promptly reached out to Zhang Fan to inquire about his whereabouts. Upon reuniting with his former teacher, Zhang Fan noticed the gleam in Lu Ha's eyes, as if he were gazing upon an extraordinary treasure. "Ah, my dear Fong, you've advanced through the first 3 rounds, have you not? Are you weary? Perhaps you should take a well-deserved rest?" Hearing this, Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Lu Ha's concern for him. However, the fervor in his demeanor today suggested ulterior motives. "Teacher Lu, I was just resting before you summoned me. Is there something you need?" In response to Zhang Fan's inquiry, Lu Ha maintained his cheerful visage, stroking his beard as he replied, "Isn't it natural for an old man to care for his students? After all, this is your first time participating in a national competition. Remember, you must give your utmost in the upcoming matches to showcase the prowess of our Magical City Pokémon University. The future enrollment of our institution depends on your performance next year." As the director of the admissions office at Magical City Pokémon University, Lu Ha harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Imperial City Pokémon University. Thus, despite the fact that Magical City Pokémon University surpassed the latter in both the number and quality of its strong trainers, the Imperial City was, after all, the seat of the Emperor, making it challenging to draw definitive comparisons between the two esteemed institutions. Moreover, the power of the 4 Heavenly Kings is equal. And with the addition of the 2 Heavenly Kings from Magic City Spirit University, one being the first and the other the last, together with the second and third from Imperial City Spirit University, they can completely balance each other out. Among the top-tier experts of the schools, there is hardly any discernible gap in strength. However, now Zhang Fan has ascended to the level of a Heavenly King within just a year. Given his aptitude, it is not impossible for him to achieve the status of a Heavenly King in the future. Should Magic City Spirit University produce another Heavenly King, or even a champion, it raises the question, would the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance be able to produce another powerhouse? If so, Magic City Spirit University would have utterly surpassed Imperial City Spirit University. The mere thought of surpassing Imperial City Spirit University filled old Lu with joy. Not long after exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Fan, the battles among the top 128 contenders were about to commence. Of course, the number of trainers who are truly of the Heavenly King level may not exceed 20, yet Zhang Fan has undeniably reached the pinnacle of his student era. Chapter 89. The second team emerges, veteran displays might. Now, it has been over half a month since the commencement of the National College League, and only 128 participants remain. The competition will now transition into a new phase, featuring 3-on-3 battles, with a mere 10% advancement rate. Each of the students present is a paragon within the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance, and even when pitted against national competitors, they possess formidable combat prowess. After all, among these students, possessing a Heavenly King-level Pokémon is merely the baseline expectation. However, despite owning such illustrious Pokémon, whether one can genuinely attain the status of a Heavenly King trainer still hinges on fortune. Many individuals, even after a lifetime of effort, may only achieve the rank of gym leader, regardless of possessing 5 Heavenly King-level Pokémon. As the new battle commenced, Zhang Fan faced his new opponent, Lu Yeme, a senior from Imperial City Spirit University. Interestingly, this match marked the first encounter between students from Imperial City Spirit University and Magic City Spirit University in this year's National College League. Consequently, regardless of the outcome, students from both universities gathered to witness the clash. Additionally, students who heard the news arrived to witness the spectacle, ensuring that what began as an unremarkable battle became tinged with rivalry. Thus, the battle between Zhang Fan of Magic City Spirit University and Lu Yeme of Imperial City Spirit University commenced, with the rules set for 3-on-3 combat. Taking place in the grass battle arena, Zhang Fan would attack first, and both sides could exchange their Pokémon at any time. Given that Zhang Fan was the first to strike and the battle occurred in a grass arena, his initial Pokémon was destined to be the illusory Mask Meow. Although the current strength of illusory Mask Meow had yet to reach the pinnacle of gym leader level, as Zhang Fan's first Pokémon, there would be ample opportunities for it to shine in future matches. After all, in such a grand competition, every Pokémon deserves its moment in the spotlight. As Zhang Fan summoned his enchanting masked cat, Lu Yeme's first Pokémon made its appearance, the Cunning Dog of the peak gym level. The battle of the Grass-type and Dark-type Pokémon commenced. Cunning Dog, Energy Ball. Enchanted Masked Cat, Quick Return. Thanks to the unique ability of Enchanted Masked Cat to change forms effortlessly, her type transformed into Bug type at the moment she executed her Quick Return, enhancing the potency of her attack. Furthermore, the Quick Return move inherently prioritized attacks, allowing Enchanted Masked Cat's offensive to arrive first, and with a quadruple advantage. The cunning dog yelped in agony as its energy ball was interrupted. With Zhang Fan issuing another command, the Enchanted Masked Cat swiftly collided with the cunning dog, delivering a double effective blow. In just 2 moves, the cunning dog was rendered unable to continue the battle. Such remarkable performance from Zhang Fan's Enchanted Masked Cat, which defeated Lu Yimei's cunning dog in merely 2 strikes. One can only wonder how the students and teachers from both schools would react to this spectacle. As the commentary echoed, the students from the imperial capital Pokémon University changed expressions dramatically, while those from the magical metropolis Pokémon University erupted in joyous laughter. Pokémon, Bellossom. Level, 60. Qualification, King. Type, Grass. Ability, Chlorophyll. Skills, Petal Dance, Giga Drain, Poison Powder, Moonblast, Moonlight, Grassy Terrain. Bellossom, continue the fight. Enchanted Masked Cat. Execute another Quick Return. Bellossom, unleash Toxic. In an instant, as both trainers issued their commands simultaneously, the Enchanted Masked Cat dashed toward Bellossom with astonishing speed, launching her attack. Bug-type moves also held a double advantage against Grass types, yet this time, Bellossom, being a King-level opponent, quickly regained composure after enduring the Quick Return. Then, a stream of purple poison struck the Enchanted Masked Cat directly. The Enchanted Masked Cat was poisoned. Sanyan Blade Ghost, a rare Pokémon, and with Bellossom on the grassy terrain, the Sanyan Blade Ghost executed Swords Dance. Since the opponent was enhancing their abilities, Zhang Fan's Sanyan Blade Ghost, though merely at peak gym level and not yet at king level, had to bolster its strength as well. Bellossom, once more, used Toxic. Although the effects of Toxic were promising, it was unfortunate that Ghost types resist Poison-type moves. Lu Yimei's hopes of incapacitating Sanyan Blade Ghost and Enchanted Masked Cat with Poison were misguided. Sanyan Blade Ghost, unleash Requiem Blade. Following Zhang Fan's command, Sanyan Blade Ghost wielded its arms like twin swords, releasing a cross-shaped azure flame in an instant. The Toxic was consumed by the flames, and the cross-shaped fire struck fiercely against Bellossom. Bolstered by Swords Dance, Requiem Blade not only inflicted damage upon the opponent, but also restored Sanyan Blade Ghost's health, making it difficult for even a king-level Pokémon to withstand such attrition. Ultimately, the beautiful Huaxiao fell to the blade of the Sanyan Demon Sword, rendering her incapable of further combat. Upon witnessing the defeat of her 2 Pokémon, Lu Yimei raised an eyebrow and summoned her final ace, the Torterra. Level, 65. Qualification, King. Type, Grass Ground. Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Wood Hammer, Leaf Blade, Synthesis, Leaf Storm, Rock Climb, Crunch. Then, the speedy Houndoom made its entrance. Houndoom unleashed a powerful flamethrower. Torterra, having rooted itself, countered with Seed Bomb. As a large Pokémon, Torterra could not boast speed, typically relegated to a defensive role, absorbing damage before retaliating. However, this meant that Torterra often found itself on the receiving end of attacks. When Houndoom's flamethrower detonated against Torterra, the combination of its rooting and the healing effects of grassy terrain revitalized it. Then, a Seed Bomb was launched toward Houndoom. Burn it away, Flare Blitz. Chapter 90. The 16-Strong Battle, confronting a fearsome foe. Torterra executed Rock Climb. As Houndoom's Flare Blitz collided with Torterra's Rock Climb, a violent explosion ensued. Nevertheless, Houndoom maintained the upper hand, unleashing a fire fang that sank into Torterra's head. With a final, searing strike, enveloped in fierce flames, Torterra succumbed, losing its ability to battle. With Torterra incapacitated and Lu Yimei's 3 Pokémon all defeated, Zhang Fan emerged victorious, advancing to the next round. As the match concluded, many at the Imperial City Pokémon University turned their attention to Zhang Fan, anticipating that anyone who faced him next would be in for a formidable challenge. This fellow is a disciple of the King of Kana. If one could best him, wouldn't that be quite the feat? Meanwhile, Lu Ho wore a beaming smile, glancing at the professors of the Imperial City Pokémon University, particularly at Wang Yang, as if to say, see? Not taking Zhang Fan back, then has led to this retribution. The Garchomp unleashed Blizzard. The Dragonite charged with Dragon Rush. The Blaziken executed Flamethrower. The Electivire delivered a Thunder Punch. The Eevee, evolving into a Sylveon, unleashed Moonblast. The Charizard roared with Dragon Rage. Thus, even without the presence of Blaziken and Garchomp, Zhang Fan successfully advanced to the top 32 with his 2 King-class Pokémon and 1 Gym Leader Peak Pokémon strategy. The 3-headed dragon unleashed Tri-Attack. As the 3-headed dragon struck, Garchomp was hit, unable to rise again. Garchomp lost its ability to battle, granting victory to the 3-headed dragon. In the earlier match, Garchomp had already fallen, but not before taking down the opponent's Desert Dragonfly, resulting in a trade. Charizard spewed flames. The three-headed dragon unleashed Dragon Breath. As fire clashed with Dragon Breath, Charizard and the three-headed dragon locked eyes, reigniting their fierce battle. Charizard surged forward, executing a powerful earthquake. The three-headed dragon, resolute in its defense, left no opportunity for retaliation, launching a triple assault. As Charizard and the three-headed dragon clashed in an epic confrontation, both combatants plummeted from the sky, simultaneously incapacitated. With both Charizard and the three-headed dragon rendered unable to fight, the referee announced, competitors Zhang Fan and Li Ming, please send out your next Pokémon. Responding swiftly, Li Ming dispatched her creature, summoning a formidable blue steel behemoth. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, 66. Qualification, Elite. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Skills, Hammer Arm. Metal Claw, Explosion, Hyper Beam, Psychic, Protect. Upon witnessing the impressive attributes of Metagross, Zhang Fan's Pokémon emerged in tandem, a Fire-type Houndoom stepping into the fray. With neither of their champions participating, this match between Zhang Fan and Li Ming teetered on the brink of peril. A single misstep could spell the end for Zhang Fan. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his confidence in his Pokémon. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Metagross, utilize Psychic. In an instant, Metagross radiated an eerie azure aura, enveloping Houndoom in a wave of psychic energy, rendering the Flamethrower ineffective. Houndoom, break through. Having faced Psychic-type Pokémon before, Houndoom was no stranger to such encounters and swiftly adapted its strategy. As the Flamethrower ceased, Houndoom unleashed a potent Dark-type energy, shattering the Psychic barrier, and with remarkable speed, struck Metagross, eliciting a cry of pain from the Steel Titan. Now ignited completely. At this moment, close-range attacks proved most effective, and the initial surge of flames held the greatest power. As the ferocious flames erupted, Metagross writhed in agony. Metagross, perhaps due to the bond with her initial Pokémon. Li Ming gasped in shock as she witnessed her Metagross sustain considerable damage. Yet, despite the onslaught, Metagross remained gravely injured. Houndoom, quick attack. This time, the quick attack was not an offensive maneuver but a tactical evasion, allowing Houndoom to dart nimbly, poised for both offense and defense. The sole disadvantage lay in the continuous drain on Houndoom's stamina, preventing a prolonged engagement. Thus, a swift conclusion was imperative. The moment had arrived to decide the outcome, while Metagross's energy waned. Houndoom, go for Blast Burn. Metagross, endure and employ Psychic. As both trainers commanded their Pokémon simultaneously, Houndoom surged towards Metagross with an almost imperceptible speed, while Metagross, enduring the searing flames, invoked its psychic power. When the explosion occurred, Metagross was violently thrust backward, crashing against the arena's edge with a resounding impact. The Wind Speed Dog, too, fell victim to the mental force of its opponent, and was swiftly compelled to interrupt its attack. However, the assault it endured was far less severe than that faced by the Metagross. Although the latter was a near deity, brimming with vitality, it was still insufficient. The Metagross initiated rest. Seeing that the Metagross was about to recover its strength, Zhang Fan could no longer remain calm. If the opponent were to successfully utilize rest, all of Wind Speed Dog's prior efforts would be rendered futile. Wind Speed Dog, do not let him succeed. Execute Extreme Speed followed by a full-force Flare Blitz. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Wind Speed Dog unleashed its full potential, charging at the slumbering Metagross with unbridled fervor. In the next moment, an unparalleled velocity culminated in a searing attack, the Extreme Speed Flare Blitz. Chapter 91. The Battle Royale commences, the Garchomp breaks through. At this juncture, Wind Speed Dog's speed had reached its zenith, and its flames blazed with unrestrained fervor. Channeling all its might, it struck fiercely against the Metagross, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The Metagross was once again sent sprawling by Wind Speed Dog, landing at the edge of the battlefield, evidently stripped of its combat capability. Thus, the victor was declared. With the Metagross incapacitated, Wind Speed Dog emerged triumphant. Since all three Pokémon of Li Ming from the Imperial City Pokémon University had succumbed, Zhang Fan from the Magical City Pokémon University claimed victory. As the battle concluded, Li Ming tightly clenched her fists, her gaze toward Zhang Fan imbued with a hint of unwillingness. Zhang Fan, not one to shy away from words, remarked, "Your strength is commendable, but today, fortune appears to favor me. Let us have another match when the opportunity arises." Hearing Zhang Fan's words only fueled Li Ming's frustration. It wasn't until later that she realized Zhang Fan had not deployed his true ace during their encounter, which finally brought her some solace. Having defeated Li Ming, Zhang Fan successfully advanced to the top 16, signifying that the next phase would entail a 6-on-6 battle. Moreover, nearly all 16 competitors eligible for the final round boasted king-level prowess. Sensing the impending clash, Zhang Fan could not help but feel exhilarated. Greetings to all spectators. We are currently witnessing the live event of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance National University Pokémon League. The 16 trainers stepping onto the stage are true prodigies. The CR Me de la CR Me among students. They have vanquished countless formidable foes to reach this esteemed top 16, so let us eagerly anticipate their forthcoming performances. As the commentary commenced and the global broadcast unfolded, the battles of Zhang Fan and the other 15 participants were finally set in motion. These 16 contenders hailed from 5 prestigious institutions: the Imperial City Pokémon University, the Magical City Pokémon University, Zhe Province Pokémon University, Su Province Pokémon University, and E Province Pokémon University. Notably, aside from Su Province and E Province, which each had only one participant, Zhe Province boasted 2. While the remaining 12 competitors were evenly split between the Imperial City and Magical City, with 6 representatives each. Zhang Fan's opponent in this round was yet another formidable contender from the Imperial City Pokémon University, Zhang Yun. There is an undeniable sentiment that the organizers intentionally paired the students from Beijing Spirit University with those from Shanghai Spirit University, transforming the long-standing rivalry between the institutions into a fierce competition among the students themselves, thus igniting their fighting spirits. After pondering this thought, Zhang Fan decided to observe the battles of others. As a member of the 8th group, Zhang Fan was to participate in the final round of the 16-8 knockout stage, allowing him ample time to meticulously examine the lineups of other contestants. Moreover, the battleground had shifted to the main arena of the Battle Center, the most prestigious venue for top-tier competitions within the Yanhuang Spirit Alliance, prompting Zhang Fan to take in the surroundings with keen interest. Through the course of several battles, Zhang Fan discovered a prodigy from Beijing Spirit University named Su Yu, whose prowess was evidently superior to that of his peers. Even Zhou Wenwu, ranked 5th on the Shanghai Spirit University's list of rising stars, was effortlessly defeated by his opponent, while Su Yu still retained 3 Pokémon in his arsenal. Such strength undoubtedly positioned him as a formidable contender for the championship title. As for others, Wen Hang, the top-ranked student from Shanghai Spirit University, showcased commendable skills but seemed to fall slightly short compared to Su Yu. Conversely, Wang Yangming from Zhejiang Spirit University pleasantly surprised Zhang Fan, as these 3 individuals represented a tier of strength that significantly surpassed their competitors, truly a class of their own. After a day of intense competition, the following afternoon finally arrived, marking the moment for the battle between Zhang Fan and Zhang Yun. The match between Zhang Fan from Shanghai Spirit University and Zhang Yun from Beijing Spirit University was set to commence, adhering to the rules of a 6 vs 6 format. The contest would pause for a break if either side's 3 Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle, necessitating a change of venue. Zhang Fan was designated as the first attacker, and the battleground was determined to be the Ice Combat Arena. As the machinery selected the icy arena, a battlefield adorned with ice surfaces and towering ice pillars emerged from below. Zhang Fan then released his first Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Ice Ridge Dragon. With a flourish, a colossal Ice Ridge Dragon, towering over 4 meters, made its grand entrance. Given the icy environment, it was only fitting to deploy an Ice-type Pokémon, albeit at the pinnacle of gym-level strength. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun's remark hinted at an impending end for the Ice Ridge Dragon in this contest. Following Zhang Fan's deployment of the Ice Ridge Dragon, Zhang Yun sent forth his first Pokémon, Quick Swim Frog. Level, 61. Quality, King level. Type, Water, Fighting. Ability, Rain Dish. Moves, Heavy Slam, Hypnosis, Abyssal Roll, Belly Drum, Exploding Punch, Rain Dance. Quick Swim Frog, use Belly Drum. Commanded Zhang Yun. Ice Ridge Dragon, execute Ice Pillar Drop. The Belly Drum move, which sacrifices half of the user's health to maximize their attack power, carries its own risks, should the user fall to their opponent immediately after. The consequences could be dire. Thus, after Zhang Yun's Frogadier executed the Belly Drum technique, Zhang Fan commanded his Dragapult to unleash its full power, swiftly vanquishing the opponent. In the next moment, as Frogadier began to perform a peculiar dance, Belly Drum was successfully activated, consuming half of its stamina while maximizing its attack potential. At that instant, Dragapult's ultimate move collided fiercely with Frogadier, sending it hurtling away. Well done, Dragapult. This is how to create distance, and then unleash Ice Shard. Now, although Frogadier's strength had surged, its stamina was lacking, necessitating a kite-flying strategy to bring it down. Otherwise, should Frogadier close the gap, a couple of fighting-type moves would likely see Dragapult falling first. Indeed, Zhang Fan's kite-flying strategy proved successful under the relentless assault of Ice Shard and Dragon Breath. The exhausted Frogadier could no longer endure. With Frogadier incapacitated, Dragapult emerged victorious. At the moment of Dragapult's triumphant ascent to the champion level, it let out a triumphant roar and successfully broke through its seal, ascending to the ranks of the elite. Pokémon, Dragapult. Level, 60. Qualification, Champion. Type, Ice Dragon. Ability, Heat Exchange. Moves, Ice Shard, Dragon Dive, Freeze Dry, Dragon Breath, Icy Wind, Ice Shard. Friendship, 254. Chapter 92, The Gigantamax Macamp, a one-sided battle. How infuriating. To break through the elite level under such pressure, what sheer luck. Upon assessing the levels, finding both at the threshold of elite, Zhang Fan urged Dragapult to continue the battle. This is akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. Dragapult. Since the opponent has dared to taunt you, let them witness your true prowess. Ice Pillar Crash. The desert dragonfly ascended into the sky and unleashed dragon breath. Following Zhang Yun's command, the desert dragonfly soared upwards, evading Dragapult's attack, and retaliated with a blast of dragon breath. Dragapult retaliated with Blizzard. Since this time, the desert dragonfly had distanced itself from Dragapult. It was time to utilize Blizzard, a move that blankets the entire battlefield, rendering the desert dragonfly unable to evade. Moreover, with the icy terrain, Dragapult enjoyed a significant advantage. Under such conditions, the damage inflicted upon the desert dragonfly would be exponentially increased. Indeed, as the blizzard began to envelop the area, the desert dragonfly, being a dragon-type Pokémon, felt the oppressive force of the ice-type move, and its wings gradually began to freeze. The desert dragonfly unleashed earth power. Consequently, a surge of potent ground-type energy erupted, shattering the icy battlefield and directly striking the somewhat sluggish Dragapult. However, the damage from the blizzard also caused the desert dragonfly's speed to plummet. Ice Beam. After taking the desert dragonfly's attack, the ice swords on Dragapult's back emitted a faint blue glow, and in an instant, an ice beam shot forth, striking the desert dragonfly squarely. Under this devastating blow, the desert dragonfly plummeted from the sky, its wings completely frozen, rendering it unable to take flight. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan recognized the opportunity and promptly commanded the Gyarados to deliver the final blow. Ice Pillar Drop. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the Gyarados swiftly gathered ice energy, causing numerous ice pillars to plummet from the sky, crashing down upon the desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly succumbed to its incapacitation, and victory was claimed by the Gyarados. With the desert dragonfly collapsing, Zhang Yun had already seen two of his Pokémon rendered unable to battle. Without delay, he dispatched his third Pokémon, Machamp. As Machamp materialized, the Gigantamax band on Zhang Yun's wrist illuminated, radiating a purple glow, heralding the arrival of the Gigantamax Machamp. Pokémon, Gigantamax Machamp. Level, 645. Qualification, Champion. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Skills, G-Max High Horsepower, Rock Smash, Body Slam, Bullet Punch, Sonic Punch, Drain Punch. When the golden flames descended, its master appeared on the battlefield, signifying the arrival of the king. In stark contrast, on the icy battlefield, the colossal Gigantamax Machamp stood in sharp relief against the diminutive Torchic. It had been previously noted that Gigantamax transformations are categorized into Standard Gigantamax and the Special Gigantamax. The Machamp before us possessed the unique ability to utilize Gigantamax skills. Gigantamax Machamp unleashed G-Max High Horsepower. Following Zhang Yun's command, Gigantamax Machamp swung its massive fists, striking fiercely toward Torchic. Torchic, undeterred, countered with a fire kick. At that moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, including the live audience, when Zhang Fan issued his command, Torchic let out a resounding cry, its legs crackling with energy, and collided with Gigantamax Machamp. Contrary to expectations, there was no equilibrium. Instead, Gigantamax Machamp was driven back repeatedly by Torchic's strike. Its enormous form became an easy target. Torchic executed its signature move, Big Fire Blast. In the next instant, a massive golden flame erupted, crashing down upon Gigantamax Machamp, resulting in anguished cries and explosions. Machamp retaliated with Exploding Fist. Torchic responded with Fire Punch. The searing golden flames thoroughly melted the entire icy battlefield. Machamp was rendered unable to battle, and Torchic emerged victorious. As Zhang Yun had already lost 3 Pokémon, a 10-minute halftime ensued. Upon hearing this, the referee noted that Zhang Fan had yet to lose a single Pokémon, causing Zhang Yun's expression to shift dramatically, nearly breaking his composure. Meanwhile, the other competitors advancing to the top 8 displayed solemn expressions, particularly Su Yu, Wenhang, and Wang Yangming. In the lounge, Zhang Yun gazed at Zhang Fan, initially intending to voice something, but ultimately chose silence. Strength is paramount, and empty boasts bear no weight. Soon, the second half of the match commenced once again, and this time, the prowess of Zhang Yun's Pokémon was decidedly inferior to that of the Gigantamax Machamp. As the Bloodwing Dragon entered the fray and vanquished Zhang Yun's Gyarados, his 5th Pokémon, Pidgeot, took to the battlefield. Pidgeot, indeed, faced the Bloodwing Dragon, which was eager to continue the fight. With the ability of overconfidence, Bloodwing Dragon's attack power surged after defeating Gyarados, offering a promising chance to persist in battle. Bloodwing Dragon, Dragon Dive, Pidgeot, Brave Bird. Following a fierce collision, Pidgeot let out a cry as it plummeted from the sky, succumbing to its inability to continue fighting. Thus, Bloodwing Dragon's attack power increased once more, and combined with a previous use of Dragon Dance, its strength had reached a terrifying pinnacle. Chapter 93. Annihilating the Contrarian Superior. Gaining renown. This is the final battle. I entrust you with this, superior. Pokémon, superior. Level, 66. Qualification, champion. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Skills, leaf storm, magical leaf. Giga drain, gastro acid, leaf blade, growth, sunny day. Upon witnessing that Zhang Yun's final Pokémon was indeed the hidden ability contrary superior and of champion caliber, Zhang Fan comprehended that this was his true trump card. The contrary ability is quite unique. It allows the Pokémon to invert the effects of stat changes. Enhancements become reductions. And vice versa. For instance, the use of Leaf Storm typically lowers attack power, yet for the contrary superior, it would instead boost its attack. Bloodwing Dragon, Flamethrower. Superior. Leaf Storm. As the scorching flames clashed with the swirling leaves, the wind intensified the fire, causing the flames to engulf the leaves, creating a magnificent fiery vortex that struck them both. In response to the pain, Bloodwing Dragon unleashed its final move at Zhang Fan's command. The Dragon Tail. Superior. After using Sunny Day, unleash Solar Blaze. In the next moment, with the sun shining brilliantly, the Solar Blaze skill was executed instantaneously. Despite Bloodwing Dragon's augmented attack power, having already felled Gyarados and Pidgeot, it was now nearing its limits. Thus, once the Dragon Tail concluded, Bloodwing Dragon succumbed to exhaustion and fell to the ground. With Bloodwing Dragon out of commission, Superior emerged victorious. Finally, I have defeated your first Pokémon. At that moment, Zhang Fan appeared to Zhang Yun like a demon. After all, since his debut, even the top student Su Yu had never exerted such pressure upon him. Now, I beseech you, Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. In contrast to Bloodwing Dragon, Zhang Fan's ace, Blaziken, possessed substantial power. Thus, when Blaziken entered the battlefield, even facing the contrary superior, it had signaled the latter's impending defeat. Superior, Solar Blaze, instantaneously. Blaziken, burn everything to ashes. In the next moment, under the auspices of clear skies, the majestic superior unleashed a blazing sunlight, sending forth a surging pillar of energy that hurtled towards the fiery Talonflame. However, it is unfortunate that Talonflame, being a fire-type Pokémon, also benefited from the sunny boost. Thus, when the conflagration was fully expended and launched, everything would be consumed by the golden flames. Silence enveloped the battlefield, with only the crackling sound of golden fire dancing in the air. Then, as the burning inferno sliced through the sky, Superior's sunlight was unable to withstand the onslaught for even a fleeting moment, and the fiery Talonflame struck fiercely against Superior. Following this devastating blow, Superior was completely engulfed by the flames, losing its ability to battle. With Superior incapacitated, Talonflame emerged victorious. As all of Zhang Yun's Pokémon succumbed in battle, Zhang Fan advanced into the top 8. The crowd erupted with chants of Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan. In response to the audience's fervor, the commentator passionately exclaimed, "Good heavens, what have we witnessed? Zhang Fan has defeated all 6 Pokémon of Zhang Yun with just one of his own. It seems that a dark horse from the magical capital Pokémon University has truly emerged, and according to the latest news, Zhang Fan is merely a freshman, yet has already ascended to the level of a champion. Clearly, a new star is rising within the Yanhuang Pokémon League." Upon hearing that Zhang Fan is just a freshman, the audience was thrown into a frenzy. No way is that true? Zhang Fan, a freshman, has made it to the top 8 in the National College League? This is astonishing. Zhang Fan, I remember now. Is he not the much talked about disciple of the champion Kona? How fortunate he is. No wonder he is so extraordinary for a freshman. Reflecting on their own freshman year, they lamented, "I didn't even reach gym leader level, while he is already a champion." Truly, the reality surpasses the imagination. But wait, if Zhang Fan possesses such strength as a freshman, could he not potentially break into the ranks of the 8 Masters in a few years? Ha ha ha, if that were the case, our Yanhuang Pokémon League would see yet another Master-level powerhouse, securing 2 positions among the 8 Masters in no time. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Jinan Gym, Zhang Mujun, Li Fun, Su Wanqing, and others watched with pride as Zhang Fan triumphed. After a while, Li Fun teasingly remarked to her husband, "Oh dear, our little Fan is now a champion-level trainer, surpassing you." At this moment, Zhang Mujun, who was just 1 Pokémon away from achieving the champion rank himself, felt a flush of embarrassment before exclaiming, "No worries, the student surpasses the master. I shall call Wu Tian to boast. After all, this is my son, Zhang Mujun." Just then, within the Ningyong Gym, Wu Tian was also watching the National College League, and, upon witnessing Zhang Fan's victory, couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You little rascal, have you truly reached this level now?" Then, his phone rang with a familiar tone. Zhang Fan's father was calling to boast. At this moment, within the esteemed halls of the imperial capital's Elven University, Wu Yang gazed at the spirited Zhang Fan, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. This fellow has truly grown stronger. Simultaneously, at the magical city Elven University, a group of individuals, including Yi Xinhans and Zhao Yutong, who had previously fallen to Zhang Fan's prowess, fell silent and made their way directly to the training grounds. They could not afford to lag behind this extraordinary talent. In Jia Province, the principal of Jianan No. 1 High School was boasting to his counterpart from Hangqingno one high school about how one of his former students had ascended to the top 8 in the National College League, showcasing remarkable strength. Likewise, within a luxurious mansion in the magical city, Kana languidly soaked in the swimming pool, watching Zhang Fan's beaming smile illuminate the large screen. Stretching leisurely, he revealed his well-defined physique. Little one, strive diligently. The title of champion is merely your starting point. Now, relish in the accolades that are rightfully yours. Chapter 94, The Battle of the Top 8, The Breakthrough of the Fierce Bite Land Shark. Having secured a place in the top 8, a new round of matchups emerged once more. Zhang Fan, being the last to advance, found himself scheduled for the 4th match, positioned at the end of the lineup. In the first match, Wenhang sacrificed 4 of his Pokémon to send forth his 5th, Scorpion King, successfully defeating his opponent and advancing to the semifinals. Observing Wenhang's battles, Zhang Fan noted that most of his Pokémon were of the flying type, indicating his specialization in aerial combat, akin to the dodo bird. In the second match, Suyu emerged victorious, setting the stage for a semi-final clash against Wenhang. Zhang Fan surmised that Suyu possessed a slight edge in strength. Despite losing 3 Pokémon, he triumphed, and his yet-to-be-revealed ace, rumored to be a Metagross, hinted at a formidable idol, perhaps the illustrious Dewu. The third match was won by Wang Yangming, the only participant not affiliated with the Magical City or Imperial Capital Elven Universities. He hailed from Jia Province's Elven University and specialized in water-type Pokémon. Should Zhang Fan emerge victorious in the 4th match, Wang Yangming would become his semi-final opponent. However, that was a concern for later. Currently, Zhang Fan was set to face his fellow alumnus from the Magical City Elven University, the 4th year, Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo ranked 2nd on the Genius Leaderboard at the Magical City Elven University and reportedly hailed from an exceptionally prestigious family, an elite among the noble clans of the Magical City. As the match between Zhang Fan and Qian Duoduo commenced, the first attacker was Qian Duoduo, with the battleground set on the rocky arena. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the final match of the top 8 in the National College League. The contenders are the recently popular dark horse Zhang Fan and his fellow student Qian Duoduo. It appears to be an internal battle among brothers from the same institution. Who will advance to the semifinals? Let us wait and see. As the rocky terrain was prepared, Qian Duoduo called forth his Pokémon, Banjila. Upon its arrival, a sandstorm began to swirl, rendering visibility on the battlefield somewhat obscured. Upon witnessing Qian Duoduo dispatching a Bankura, Zhang Fan encountered this extraordinary Pokémon for the first time. It was indeed a rare sight, befitting one who bears the name Qian Duoduo, as it commenced the battle with a quasi-divine spirit. After examining its attributes, Zhang Fan noted that this Bankura had only just surpassed the elite level, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief and send forth his own Garchomp. Typically, Zhang Fan's first Pokémon in battle was a pinnacle gym-level creature, hoping this would enable them to break through during such encounters. After all, when the opponent is not overwhelmingly powerful, merely exceeding and suppressing oneself slightly, a gym-level Pokémon has a greater chance of breaking through. However, thus far, only his Bloodwing Dragon and Garchomp had successfully achieved this, while others seemed to be lacking a touch of luck. The choice of Garchomp for this battle was deliberate, as both of its companions had recently broken through, placing the most pressure on Garchomp, thereby enhancing its likelihood of ascending to the elite level. Moreover, Garchomp had been training alongside its Bankura daily, amassing sufficient experience to counter it. Additionally, with Garchomp possessing the Sand Veil ability, it was destined to thrive amidst a sandstorm, executing its lethal maneuvers and advancing its prowess. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Bankura, unleash Rock Wrecker. In an instant, the two quasi-divine beings of the sandstorm commenced their fierce confrontation. As the rocks hurtled towards him, Garchomp sensed the disparity between itself and Zhang Fan's shimmering Bankura. Within the tempest, it grew increasingly adept at maneuvering. Coupled with the Sand Veil ability, which enhanced its evasion, Garchomp deftly avoided Bankura's assault, retaliating with a powerful Dragon Claw that struck Bankura's massive form. With a resounding cry of pain from Bankura, Garchomp seized the opportunity to conceal itself once more. You wretched creature, Bankura, summon the power of the earth. Garchomp, again. Use Brick Break. Armed with the lessons learned from earlier exchanges, Garchomp, akin to a desert assassin, channeled its potent fighting-type energy and struck forcefully at Bankura. This Brick Break, with its quadruple effectiveness, inflicted significant damage, even against an elite-level Pokémon. Surprisingly, throughout this battle, Garchomp seemed to toy with Bankura, as the latter struggled to land a hit. After absorbing 3 Brick Breaks, Bankura succumbed to defeat. With Bankura incapacitated, Garchomp emerged victorious. And a surge of formidable energy erupted forth, bestowing Zhang Fan with another elite-level combatant. Pokémon, Garchomp level, 60 qualification, champion type, dragon, ground ability, Sand Veil skills, Hurricane, Brick Break, Dragon Breath, Draco Meteor, Dig, Earthquake, Dragon Starfall Friendship. 254 Upon witnessing Garchomp's breakthrough, Qianduoduo's expression shifted. Wait, are you treating the National University League as your training ground? How many breakthroughs have you achieved? Similarly, the remaining 3 contestants in the semifinals regarded Zhang Fan with a grave countenance. This fellow is truly remarkable. The breakthroughs of these Pokémon cannot simply be attributed to his luck, can they? Dragonite, Garchomp, continue the battle with Dragon Dive. Dragonite, do not succumb to him. We shall unleash our own Dragon Dive. Having just successfully broken through, Garchomp's mindset is exceptionally positive. At this moment, he possesses the confidence to overcome any adversary before him. Therefore, even if the opponent's level surpasses his own, he vows to vanquish them. With a thunderous roar, the clash between the two yields no definitive victor. Dragonite, unleash Hydro Pump. Garchomp, Draco Meteor. In an instant, brilliant fireworks erupted in the main arena of the Imperial Capital's battle center. As a multitude of meteors rained down from the sky, despite Hydro Pump striking Garchomp, the assault that Dragonite endured was far more ferocious. With a resounding crash, amidst the continuous descent of meteors, Dragonite found itself unable to evade, plummeting from the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Garchomp executed Dig, sending Dragonite flying, followed by another Dragon Dive. Ultimately securing the victory, Dragonite lost its fighting capability. Garchomp triumphed. Chapter 95, Consecutive Breakthroughs, The Benevolent Qianduoduo. Fossil Aerodactyl, indeed. Excellent work, Garchomp. Upon the emergence of the shiny Scyther, Qianduoduo could not help but exclaim, "You little rascal, do you truly regard me as your sharpening stone?" Once again, with a gym leader level Pokémon, do you think I can always be the one to help you break through? Anyone subjected to such treatment, training their Pokémon against a relentless opponent as if they were mere tools, would inevitably feel a surge of indignation. In a fit of rage, Qianduoduo immediately commanded Fossil Aerodactyl to launch an attack. Fossil Aerodactyl, unleash Air Slash. Scyther, Steel Wing, close in on the opponent. In both the game and reality, Scyther exhibits a significant disparity in speed. In-game data reveals that as a Steel-type Pokémon, Scyther lacks swiftness. However, in reality, it is hailed as the Red Lightning, possessing remarkable speed akin to that of an assassin. Zhang Fan's shiny Scyther possesses a distinct advantage in this regard, having evaded the Air Slash with its swift movements. Scyther's gleaming wings struck fiercely against Fossil Aerodactyl. Do not be outdone, Fossil Aerodactyl. Seize the moment and unleash Dragon Pulse. Execute Swords Dance for defense. Do not allow him to capitalize on your vulnerabilities. Scyther's Swords Dance is executed in a swirling motion, enhancing its offensive capabilities while simultaneously providing a means for defense against the opponent's strikes. A perfect blend of offense and defense. Amidst the fervent clash between the two Pokémon, Fossil Aerodactyl and Scyther exchanged damage. Despite Scyther's advantageous typing, the level of Fossil Aerodactyl cannot be overlooked. Thus, should they rely solely on damage exchange, Scyther could find itself in peril. Scyther, unleash Bug Buzz. Fossil Aerodactyl, defend yourself. In an instant, as the formidable Scyther launched its assault, the Aerodactyl unfurled its protective shield, and a defensive move emerged. Subsequently, the Scyther's beam cannon struck fiercely against the shield. Alas, it was merely a defensive maneuver, impervious to defeat. Thus, when Qianduoduo commanded Aerodactyl to counterattack, another beam cannon sliced through the air, crashing into Aerodactyl and sending it hurtling away. But wait, how could there still be an attack? As the crowd gazed upon the battlefield, they noticed wisps of smoke emerging from the Scyther's other claw. Clearly, this was the distinct advantage of Scyther, capable of unleashing 2 attacks simultaneously. Caught off guard, Qianduoduo fell victim to Zhang Fan's cunning strategy. Now was the moment. Scyther, unleash a flurry of metallic strikes. After being severely injured by Scyther, Aerodactyl's defeat became merely a matter of time, especially when facing an opponent of such caliber, who could be vanquished by sheer skill. Consequently, Scyther underwent a transformation. Pokémon, Scyther Shiny. Level, 60. Qualification, Champion. Type, Bug Steel. Ability, Technician. Moves, Fury Cutter Quick Attack. X-Scissor, Swords Dance, Bug Buzz, Night Slash. Affection level, 255. Achieving victory against stronger foes has increasingly become Zhang Fan's forte, and once such results manifest, Pokémon that are on the brink of breaking through their limits have a substantial chance of successfully doing so. Indeed, in a National College League, Zhang Fan's Bloodwing Dragon, Spiky Lizard, Mega Garchomp, and Scyther all ascended to the champion level, bringing the total number of champion-class Pokémon in Zhang Fan's possession to 9. Currently, only Electivire lags behind due to qualification issues, alongside Chandelure and Emboar, as they have only recently joined Zhang Fan and are still at the gym leader peak. Moreover, the illusionary masked Meowth is just at the gym leader pinnacle. Presently, Zhang Fan possesses only these 4 Pokémon that have yet to transcend the champion level. However, despite Scyther's triumph over Aerodactyl, its stamina has also dwindled to a critical level, for Scyther is not a demigod, and lacks the boundless energy of one. Upon entering the resting room, Duo, as a fellow student, was filled with frustration upon seeing Zhang Fan. Although he admired Zhang Fan, a freshman who had reached the top 8, Duo harbored his own pride. I say, if your remaining 3 Pokémon are merely at the novice champion level, or just recently ascended, then perhaps in the second half, I might still have a Pokémon that can break through to the champion level. This remark incited Duo's fury. Zhang Fan, you brat. As the halftime break concluded, the battle resumed. This time, the rocky battlefield transformed into a grassy arena, prompting Duo to deploy his Pokémon, Lucario. Pokémon, Lucario. Level, 65. Qualification, Champion. Type, Steel, Fighting. Ability, Justified. Skills, Wave Missile, Energy Burst, Vacuum Wave, Last Ditch Effort. Blade Dance, Close Combat. Upon witnessing the emergence of Lucario, Zhang Fan discerned that Duo's remaining Pokémon could hardly pose a challenge to his pinnacle gym Pokémon. Alas, otherwise, Zhang Fan had hoped to facilitate a breakthrough for Electrike through this encounter, yet the 6-level disparity had surpassed Electrike's limits. This scenario exemplified the variance in qualifications among Pokémon. Those possessing champion-level potential found it considerably easier to ascend to elite status, while elite-qualified Charizard and Electrike required extensive training, experience, and a dash of fortune. Therefore, I entrust this battle to you, Charizard. Roar. As Charizard materialized, a searing flame attack surged directly toward Lucario. Lucario unleashed its wave, followed by Wave Missile. Upon Duo's command, Lucario's gaze sharpened, emanating a blue glow as it locked onto Charizard, and an ethereal blue energy sphere erupted instantaneously. Chapter 96, Victory, Eevee's Brilliance. With a thunderous explosion, both Charizard and Lucario were propelled away, collapsing to the ground in unison. Charizard and Lucario simultaneously lost their combat capabilities. Both competitors must now summon their next Pokémon. Seemingly spurred by Zhang Fan's words from the waiting room, Duo, in the latter half of the battle, disregarded the well-being of his Pokémon, intent solely on defeating Zhang Fan's Pokémon. Consequently, both Charizard and Lucario succumbed. Now, I leave it to you, Volcarona. Pokémon, Volcarona. Level, 65. Qualification, Elite. Type, Fire. Bug. Ability, Flame Body. Skills, Fiery Dance, Bug Resistance, Fiery Charge, Tailwind, Hurricane, Bug Buzz. Volcarona is another exceedingly rare Pokémon, its rarity surpassing even that of semi-divine beings. Zhang Fan, being an aficionado of Fire-type Pokémon, held a particular fondness for Volcarona, a rare and formidable creature. However, neither the breeding facility in Zhejiang Province nor the Pokémon University in Magic City had ever housed such a Pokémon, leaving him yet to possess one. Just as Zhang Fan prepared to summon his next Pokémon, Eevee, perched upon his shoulder, emanated a fighting spirit, uttering a few words to Zhang Fan before leaping down. If you wish to enter the fray, then I entrust you with this, Eevee. Upon Zhang Fan's consent for Eevee to join the battle, it trotted onto the battlefield, locking eyes with Volcarona. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, Zhang Fan issued his command. Eevee, evolve into Vaporeon. Duo. Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, Zhang Fan's shiny Eevee began to emit a dazzling light, and subsequently, a shiny Vaporeon materialized before them. Wait, what is happening? Can one utilize an evolution stone during a battle to evolve their Pokémon? Upon closer inspection, it is clear that Zhang Fan did not employ an evolution stone. That particular Eevee evolved naturally, and moreover, it is a shiny Pokémon. Is this not a unique ability of shiny Pokémon? In an instant, a multitude of spectators became captivated by Zhang Fan's Eevee. Perhaps after this match, the demand for Eevee will soar, as novice trainers will undoubtedly desire such extraordinary Pokémon. Water Sprite, unleash Hydro Pump. Fire Moth, perform Dance of Flames. The Dance of Flames skill, once executed, has a chance to enhance its special attack, marking it as one of Fire Moth's distinctive techniques. Yet, in the face of the ferocious Hydro Pump, Fire Moth surged forward, engulfed in flames. As puddles began to form on the grassy battlefield, Zhang Fan's objective was achieved. In the previous exchange, Fire Moth had been slightly outmatched, and now it soared high into the sky, initiating a ranged assault on Water Sprite. Water Sprite, dissolve. In the next moment, as Fire Moth unleashed a storm, Zhang Fan promptly commanded Water Sprite to dissolve. Instantly, Water Sprite's form vanished, merging into the puddles upon the grassy field. Witnessing this, Duo continued, evaporate all puddles. Fire Moth, execute Big Bang. As torrents of flames ignited the grassy terrain, the moisture began to evaporate. However, despite this, Fire Moth's stamina was rapidly depleting. Just as the puddles were on the brink of disappearing, Water Sprite suddenly emerged from the water, unleashing a wave of water that struck the exhausted Fire Moth directly. Caught off guard and unable to evade due to its drained energy, Fire Moth suffered a devastating blow, granting Water Sprite an opening. With a series of relentless assaults, Fire Moth ultimately succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Thus, Qianduoduo was left with but one Pokémon. This is the final battle. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall give it my all. I entrust you with this, Ditto B. Pokémon, Ditto B. Level, 68. Qualification, Champion. Type, Normal. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Trick Room, Self-Restore. Quick Attack, Triple Attack, and Destruction Ray. A champion-grade Ditto B is indeed a rarity, and Qianduoduo, true to his name, possesses only the most extraordinary Pokémon. Yet, Eevee remained eager to battle, and Zhang Fan was naturally inclined to fulfill his Pokémon's desires. Eevee, evolve into Lunar Eevee. As Zhang Fan proclaimed this, Water Sprite immediately devolved back into Eevee before evolving once again, revealing a striking black and blue Lunar Eevee. This spectacle utterly astonished the audience. None could have anticipated the existence of such an Eevee, capable of evolving and devolving at will. With the emergence of Water Sprite and Lunar Eevee, one might wonder if this Eevee could also transform into other evolutionary forms at any moment. The reason for evolving Eevee into Lunar Eevee for battle was clear. The Dark type is immune to Psychic-type moves, and Ditto B's strength lies in its Psychic-type attacks. The emergence of the Moonlight Elf has effectively sealed the majority of the skills possessed by the multiform Beast B. It is evident that, in the absence of knowledge about the opponent's capabilities, Eevee could easily become a pivotal asset in Zhang Fan's hands, ready to achieve victory at any moment. Moonlight Elf. Dark Pulse. The multiform Beast B retaliated with triple attack, realizing that his ace had been rendered powerless by the Moonlight Elf. Qianduoduo understood that he was highly likely to lose this match, and quite decisively, being overwhelmed by a junior who had only been in school for a mere 6 months. With a sigh of resignation, Qianduoduo directed the battle once more. Unfortunately, as the Moonlight Elf danced gracefully, the stamina of the multiform Beast B dwindled further. Ultimately, with the final strike, the Moonlight Elf executed the move Flower Shifting, leading to the complete incapacitation of the multiform Beast B. With this defeat, the Moonlight Eevee emerged victorious. As Qianduoduo's 6 Pokémon were all rendered incapable of battle, Zhang Fan triumphed, advancing to the semifinals. Chapter 97. The intensity of the semifinals commences. As Zhang Fan made his way into the top 4, the final quartet of contenders for the National Collegiate Semifinals was unveiled. In the first semifinal, Wenhang from the Magic City Elf University faced off against Su Yu from the Imperial City Elf University. In the second semifinal, Wang Yangming from Zhejiang Province Elf University clashed with Zhang Fan from Magic City Elf University. For the first time in the National Collegiate League, students from non-Imperial and Magic City Elf Universities had reached the top 4, a notable shift from the usual face-off between the two powerhouses. During the finals, both sides exchanged victories. However, with 2 students from Magic City Elf University in the semifinals, they held an advantage over the Imperial City Elf University. Should Wenhang defeat Su Yu and Zhang Fan conquer Wang Yangming, it would ensure that the students of Magic City Elf University all advanced to the finals, effectively crowning them champions by default. Thus, the team leader Lu He was naturally elated, frequently flaunting their accomplishments before the team leader from Imperial City Elf University. While ordinary individuals envision pinnacle-level champions as enigmatic figures exuding wisdom, the reality is that these champions often behave childishly, parading their prowess in front of their opponents. As the semifinals commenced, Zhang Fan and Wang Yangming took their places on the observation platform to witness the battle between Wenhang and Su Yu. Wenhang, a flying-type king, faced Su Yu, a steel-type king. In terms of attributes, Wenhang was at a disadvantage, as Su Yu's steel-type Pokémon effectively resisted flying-type moves. However, against Zhang Fan, who excels in fire-type Pokémon, Wenhang's situation would be reversed. In the first battle, Wenhang dispatched his Gyarados and immediately initiated Mega Evolution, swiftly overcoming Su Yu's Dratini and Steelix, only to be defeated by Su Yu's Mega Metagross. Subsequently, Mega Metagross continued to topple Wenhang's Charizard and Pidgeot with ease. As the second half commenced, Wenhang's Fossil Pterosaur swiftly overthrew Su Yu's Servant Knife General. Subsequently, Su Yu's Boscador triumphed over both Wenhang's Fossil Pterosaur and Scorpion King. When Wenhang's ace, Dragonite, made its grand entrance, it swiftly defeated Su Yu's Boscador. Indeed, Dragonite proved to be extraordinarily powerful. However, after vanquishing Su Yu's Boscador, alongside the Super Metagross, succumbed to exhaustion. With this, Su Yu emerged victorious, advancing to the finals. Moreover, in the wake of his triumph, he still possessed an ace that had yet to make an appearance. As Zhang Fan scrutinized the Pokémon attribute panels of both contenders, he gained a deeper understanding of their strengths. Most of Wenhang's Pokémon were at the intermediate level of the champion rank, with only Dragonite and Gyarados classified as high-level champions. Conversely, Su Yu's Boscador and Metagross were at the intermediate level, while the remaining 3 were merely at the basic level. As for the elusive final Pokémon, could it possibly be at the pinnacle of the champion rank? Contemplating this, Zhang Fan felt a surge of pressure. However, Soon after the conclusion of Wanheng and Su Yu's match, it was time for the final battle of the semifinals, where Wang Yangming would face Zhang Fan. The next match in the semifinals featured Zhang Fan from the Magic City Pokémon University against Wang Yangming from the Zhejiang Province Pokémon University. Zhang Fan was to attack first, and the battle would unfold in the aquatic arena. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhang Fan's expression shifted slightly. While Wang Yangming's face lit up with a hint of delight, Zhang Fan, attacking first, predominantly favored fire-type Pokémon, while Wang Yangming was a water-type champion. Under such circumstances, Wang Yangming's advantage would be thoroughly exploited. Thus, with a focused thought, Zhang Fan's first Pokémon made its appearance, materializing on the floating platform of the water arena. I entrust you with this, Electabuzz. As Electabuzz emerged, Wang Yangming paused in surprise before his expression darkened, and he exclaimed, Zhang Fan, are you overestimating yourself? In the semifinals, you still intend to attempt a dramatic comeback against a champion? In response to Wang Yangming's furious rebuke, Zhang Fan merely shook his head. Not at all. The electric type simply counters water types, nothing more. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's denial, Wang Yangming felt a surge of frustration, and then he released his first Pokémon, Swellow. Pokémon, Swellow. Level, 62. Qualification, Champion. Type, Water, Flying. Ability, Rain Dish. Skills, Tailwind, Protect, Soak, Water Pulse, Roost, Mist, Hurricane. With the emergence of Swellow, the previously sunny weather transformed into a gloomy downpour, a consequence of Swellow's ability, Rain Dish, altering the climatic conditions. Electabuzz, use Thunderwave. Upon Zhang Fan's command, Electabuzz summoned a swift bolt of electricity, launching it towards Swellow. Damn it, Swellow, use Protect. As a layer of green film enveloped Swellow, Zhang Fan's preemptive strike was thwarted. However, this was inconsequential. The rainy weather would enhance the power of Electabuzz Thunder. Now, unleash Thunder with all your might. Though the large-mouthed seagull managed to block the electromagnetic waves of the electric beast, it ultimately lost its ability to move, granting the electric beast precious time to gather its ultimate attack. As soon as the Guardian's presence faded, the clouds above darkened even further, and a colossal bolt of lightning struck the large-mouthed seagull, plunging it into the watery arena. Now was the moment to unleash a full-force thunderbolt upon the pool. With 2 consecutive electric-type attacks bolstered by the rain, their power surged dramatically. The damage inflicted upon the large-mouthed seagull rendered it nearly incapable of flight. Diving into the pool, the electric beast seized the large-mouthed seagull, exerting all its might in a frenzied thunderbolt attack. At this juncture, witnessing the large-mouthed seagull's incapacitation, the electric beast, driven by a wild fervor, plunged into the water, its arms straining to maintain a firm grip on the seagull. Subsequently, crackling currents erupted once more, completely submerging the large-mouthed seagull. Thus, the battle concluded. The large-mouthed seagull succumbed to its inability to continue fighting, and the electric beast emerged victorious. Accompanied by the electric beast's triumphant roar, the incapacitated large-mouthed seagull floated to the surface, solidifying Zhang Fan's earlier actions. He had intended for the electric beast to surpass its limits, which led to its participation in the battle. Consequently, the electric beast did not disappoint Zhang Fan, achieving a level increase and ascending to the rank of champion. Pokémon, Electric Beast. Level, 60. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Electric. Ability, Electric Engine. Skills, Thunder Punch, Thunderbolt, Thunder. Aura Sphere, Cross Chop, Light Screen. Affection, 255. Chapter 98, 10 Champions, First Stage Success. Currently, Zhang Fan's Pokémon are ranked by strength as follows: Blaziken, Tyranitar, Arcanine, EV, Charizard, Bloodwing Dragon, Garchomp, Salamence, Scizor, Electric Beast. The latter 5 Pokémon, having recently attained the champion rank during the National University League, are merely at the initial stage of their champion levels, thus rendering any distinctions among them negligible, relative to the others. The Bloodwing Dragon stands at the highest level due to its earliest breakthrough. However, Eevee's swift progress, possibly aided by its shiny form, has allowed it to surpass Charizard, claiming the 4th position in the team. At present, Zhang Fan possesses only Blaziken and Tyranitar at the senior champion level, while Arcanine and Eevee are at the intermediate champion level, and Charizard is at the beginner champion level. The rest are newly initiated into the champion tier. In this context, should he face an opponent like Su Yu, Zhang Fan believes himself to be significantly outmatched, as Su Yu boasts 3 Pokémon exceeding level 70, while Zhang Fan has only Tyranitar and Blaziken. Furthermore, in any given battle, only one enhancement method can be employed, meaning that Tyranitar and Blaziken can only undergo Mega Evolution one at a time. After all, even against Wanheng, Su Yu could retain a single Pokémon, illustrating the opponent's superior strength compared to Wanheng. However, regardless of the outcome of the finals, Zhang Fan is determined to defeat Wang Yangming first. Regrettably, Wang Yangming's rainy day team faltered right from the outset, as the defeat of the Great Mouth Gull led to the swift dissolution of the rain's effects. Witnessing Zhang Fan's electric monster ascend to the pinnacle of the Heavenly King tier, Wang Yangming's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and purple, his heart heavy with a sense of awe at Zhang Fan's remarkable fortune. When Wang Yangming's second fierce croc emerged, the electric monster, after a fierce battle, collapsed alongside it, both having lost their combat capabilities. The sight of the electric monster achieving a 1-for-2 exchange only intensified Wang Yangming's fury. Sting Dragon King, prepare for battle. Pokémon, Sting Dragon King. Level, 66. Aptitude, Heavenly King. Attributes, Water, Dragon. Ability, Serene Grace. Skills, Wave of Water, Wave of Dragon, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Rain Dance. Tidal Wave. With only 2 primary Heavenly King Pokémon, it was likely that the subsequent ones would be intermediate or advanced Heavenly Kings. Thus, he proclaimed, "This battle is yours." As the luxury ball flashed with crimson light, Zhang Fan's Charizard made its grand entrance. Charizard, unleash Dragon Rage. Sting Dragon King, use Rain Dance. Due to its serene grace ability, battling in rainy conditions was paramount. Thus, even while enduring Charizard's Dragon Rage, Wang Yangming commanded Sting Dragon King to execute Rain Dance. As the water pool erupted, Sting Dragon King's Rain Dance was successfully invoked, and the heavens opened once more, drenching the battlefield and causing Charizard considerable discomfort. Charizard, use Belly Drum. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, Charizard's gaze sharpened, clearly grasping its trainer's intention to exchange health for power. In an instant, Charizard began to beat its belly, sacrificing half of its vitality to maximize its attack potential. Sting Dragon King, use Wave of Water. Charizard, unleash Dragon Breath, sweeping across the watery battlefield. Given the aquatic terrain, Sting Dragon King held a geographical advantage, allowing it to dive beneath the surface post-attack, thereby rendering Charizard increasingly uncomfortable. After evading the Wave of Water, Charizard's Dragon Breath was deftly sidestepped by Sting Dragon King. Charizard, give it your all. Unleash a cataclysmic inferno to strike the watery arena. Seeing the water pool remain impenetrable, Zhang Fan had no choice but to order Charizard to assault the aqueous battlefield. In the next moment, as Charizard erupted with full force, its eyes ablaze with fury, an extraordinarily fearsome flame surged forth, crashing violently into the waterlogged arena. The clash of water and fire resulted in a significant reduction of the water within the arena, allowing Sting Dragon King to no longer conceal itself entirely beneath the surface, thus revealing its movements. Oh, what do we witness? Zhang Fan's Charizard has evaporated a substantial portion of the water pool, rendering Sting Dragon King's figure distinctly visible. Will the tides of battle turn? Excellent. Thunder Punch. Sting Dragon King, deny him any chances. Unleash a flurry of Wave of Water. As Sting Dragon King launched its assault, Charizard swiftly flapped its wings to evade the attack. However, when Thunder Punch struck the water's surface with force, Sting Dragon King was successfully hit. Now's the moment. Use Dragon Tail. After delivering a fierce strike with its tail against the spiked Dragon King, the creature was momentarily incapacitated by the electrical surge, unable to evade the onslaught, and subsequently crashed into the wall of the pool. The final blow, the Wrath of the Dragon. As the Charizard unleashed a fireball, a tremendous explosion erupted, marking the end of the battle. The spiked Dragon King succumbed to defeat, while Charizard emerged victorious. Given that all 3 Pokémon belonging to Wang Yangming had been rendered incapable of battle, a halftime break ensued. Although Charizard triumphed in this confrontation, its stamina had been depleted to its limits, rendering it incapable of further combat. As the second half commenced, the icy battlefield awaited. Zhang Fan, regrettably, found himself at a disadvantage in this match, as the last 2 battlefields had favored his opponent. As the second half began, the swift Houndoom took to the field, defeating Wang Yangming's Greninja, leading to the emergence of Wang Yangming's Swampert. Pokémon, Mega Swampert, Mega Evolution. Level, 70-75. Qualification, Champion. Type, Water, Ground. Ability, Torrent. Skills, Mudshot, Hammer Arm, Rock Smash, Headbutt, Hydro Pump, Yawn Blizzard. With the advent of Mega Evolution, Swampert's strength reached the pinnacle of the Elite Four, a power level far beyond what Houndoom could contend with. It was evident that as strength increased, so did the disparity in levels, prompting Zhang Fan to reconsider his approach. He had merely aimed for a breakthrough for his Pokémon in the earlier rounds. Now it was time for his ace, Blaziken. In a flash of crimson light, the majestic Blaziken appeared. Blaziken evolved. Faced with the formidable Mega Swampert, Blaziken dared not underestimate its opponent and opted for Mega Evolution to counter the challenge. This scene echoed a confrontation from 6 months prior between Zhang Fan and Wu Yang. Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames. Mega Swampert called for rain. Chapter 99, The Battle of Mega Evolution, an Invincible Stance. Yet again, it was a struggle of elements. Blaziken, do not grant him an opportunity, summon the sunlight. At this moment, the newly evolved Mega Blaziken had attained an unprecedented level of power, rivaling that of a newly crowned champion, far surpassing Mega Swampert's capabilities. Thus, As Blaziken unleashed its full power to clear the skies, the ominous clouds gathered by Mega Swampert dissipated instantaneously, allowing brilliant sunlight to shine through. Consequently, the potency of fire-type moves began to escalate. Witnessing this transformation, Wang Yangming's expression shifted, yet he found himself powerless against the hard reality. His Swampert simply could not match Zhang Fan's Blaziken in raw strength. Flare Blitz. Even facing a foe with 4 times the resistance to fire-type moves, Zhang Fan commanded Blaziken to unleash its fiery assault. As the fierce, golden flames began to dance, it became clear that the outcome of this battle was already firmly within Blaziken's control. In the next moment, as Flare Blitz engulfed Mega Swampert in flames, Wang Yangming issued his command. Swampert, use Surf. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth from the giant swamp creature, colliding violently with the fiery attack of the fiery chicken, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Water and fire, eternally incompatible, gave rise to a cloud of smoke. However, when the tumult subsided, the golden flames remained unextinguished. These flames began to engulf the giant swamp creature. What? How could there be a flame attack that is impervious to water? As the onlookers witnessed Zhang Fan's fiery chicken unleashing its powerful attack, they could not help but murmur in astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Yu, observing from the viewing platform, wore a grave expression. In his eyes, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly his final opponent. Even at this juncture, Zhang Fan had only deployed 4 Pokémon, perhaps even slightly stronger than himself. Little did they know, Zhang Fan shared a similar sentiment, having elevated his estimation of Su Yu's prowess. Yet, Wang Yangming's strength paled in comparison to Wenhang's, and while the outcome remained uncertain, Zhang Fan's fiery chicken undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Su Yu. It is worth noting that Su Yu's Pokémon were all Steel-type. Fiery Chicken unleashed the million-ton flying kick. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, the fiery chicken sprang into action, capitalizing on the obscured battlefield visibility caused by the smoke. Its accelerated ability granted it remarkable speed. Like a crimson bolt of lightning, the fiery chicken swiftly reached the giant swamp creature, delivering a powerful kick that sent the super giant swamp creature flying. Feeling the pain coursing through its body, the giant swamp creature grew furious, unleashing a barrage of mud shots aimed directly at the fiery chicken. The fiery chicken leaped to evade, then, utilizing the momentum of its descent, executed a full-powered fiery kick. In the next moment, the fiery chicken propelled itself to the highest point of the Imperial Capital Battle Center, aided by the blazing sun, rendering its form nearly invisible to the onlookers below. Then, harnessing the immense inertia, a golden flame ignited around its right leg. It resembled a sun deity plummeting from the heavens. The fierce flames were only truly perceived by the spectators upon impact. Immediately after, the giant swamp creature, enveloped in water, unleashed a torrent that shot upward, clashing violently with the fiery chicken above. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted once more. The fiery chicken executed a graceful backflip, landing effortlessly beside Zhang Fan, poised for its next strike. In stark contrast, the supergiant swamp creature, having endured significant damage, was now panting heavily. Continue, eliminate the opponent. Unleash the Will-O-the-Wisp. To be fair, Wang Yangming's giant swamp creature exhibited commendable strength. After enduring numerous fire-based attacks from Zhang Fan's fiery chicken, it had yet to succumb to a burn status. It is noteworthy that previous adversaries had typically fallen victim to burns after sustaining just 1 or 2 of the fiery chicken's golden flame attacks. The moment a flicker of even hotter golden flames appeared, Wang Yangming's composure began to waver. Giant Marsh, execute protect, quickly. Upon hearing the command from its trainer, Giant Marsh swiftly raised its hand, and a vibrant green membrane materialized abruptly. However, just as the shield was about to close, a golden flame erupted, fiercely igniting and causing a delay in the formation of the protective barrier. Subsequently, the Will-O-the-Wisp attack struck Giant Marsh, unleashing an intense heat that forced it to roll in agony across the battlefield. Burned. At that moment, Giant Marsh's abdomen was charred black. One can only imagine the fate of other Pokémon facing such devastating damage, even if they belong to the water and ground types. The final blow, a complete incineration. At this moment, the blazing presence of the fire chicken, combined with a series of fire-type skill attacks, caused the temperature in the battle center to soar dramatically. Even the spectators in the stands began to perspire profusely. Not to mention, both Zhang Fan and Wang Yangming were already drenched in sweat. Yet, the battle continued. When another golden pillar of fire enveloped the supergiant marsh, it signaled the conclusion of this mega evolution battle. The audience watched with bated breath, anxious not to utter a sound that might disrupt the tense atmosphere of the match. As the flames subsided, a charred giant marsh collapsed onto the ground, having lost all fighting capability. With Giant Marsh's defeat, Super Fire Chicken emerged victorious. Following Giant Marsh's downfall, Wang Yangming was left with only 1 Pokémon. While Zhang Fan had deployed just 4 Pokémon thus far, the question remained, would Wang Yangming turn the tide, or would Zhang Fan seize momentum to vanquish his opponent? We shall continue to observe. Listening to the commentary, Wang Yangming clenched his jaw. Though he had mentally prepared for the possibility of defeat, the reality of nearly losing stirred a sense of unwillingness within him. However, the pressure exerted by Zhang Fan's Fire Chicken was immense. For the final showdown, I entrust you. Marilioli. Pokémon Marilioli. Level, 68. Potential, Champion. Type, Water, Fairy. Ability, Huge Power. Moves, Water Pulse, Belly Drum, Bounce, Play Rough, Waterfall, Brutal Swing, Hydro Pump. The last Pokémon, the Dragon Slayer Marilioli, possessed the Huge Power ability, making for a formidable opponent. Fire Chicken, continue the battle. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Fire Chicken became invigorated. Although the opponent's potential and strength were commendable, at this moment, Fire Chicken was in its mega evolution state. Chapter 100, Advancing to the Finals. The final opponent. Post-mega evolution, Fire Chicken's level had surpassed that of a champion. A month ago, during the battle against Yi Xiao, the gym leader of Magic City, Fire Chicken had already reached level 71, entering the advanced champion tier. With the enhancements from mega evolution, its level had ascended to 76, barely crossing into the champion realm. Yet now, after a month of battles, Fire Chicken's strength had risen by another half tier. Elf, Shiny Blaziken, Mega Evolution. Level, 73, 78. Aptitude, Champion. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Skills, Flamethrower, Overheat, Blaze Kick, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Affection, 255. Despite a 10-level disparity, even if the opposing Marill were to unleash its most potent combination, it would still stand no chance against Blaziken. Marill, executing Belly Drum, then unleashing a powerful waterfall. Mega Blaziken, Thunder Punch, as Marill rhythmically pounded its belly, sacrificing half of its vitality for maximum attack power. Combined with the ability of Huge Power that doubles its physical attack, Marill's offensive capabilities reached a terrifying peak. If not for the time constraints, Wang Yangming would have urged Marill to utilize a power-enhancing skill. At the moment Marill unleashed Waterfall, Zhang Fan's Blaziken charged forward, crackling with electricity. When Thunder Punch collided with Waterfall, Marill, exhibiting the strength of an intermediate champion, matched the attack power of the champion-level Blaziken, resulting in a stalemate. This showcased just how formidable Marill's current attack had become. However, alas, water conducts electricity. After a brief standoff, the electric current from Thunder Punch surged violently into Marill. The Water-type Pokémon, having absorbed such a powerful move, found its stamina dwindling perilously. Marill, in a desperate bid, launched a Last Resort. Last Resort, a normal-type move, boasts a staggering power of 120 points. When factoring in the Huge Power ability, this escalates to 240 points. Coupled with Belly Drum, its attack power soared beyond 400 points. Faced with Marill's peak momentum, poised to deliver a final blow, Zhang Fan initially contemplated having Blaziken defend. Yet, upon reflection, such a breakthrough in exceeding 1's limits was precisely what Blaziken needed to learn. Although Wang Yangming's prowess paled in comparison to Zhang Fan's, he transcended his own capabilities at that moment. Blaziken, unleashing its full power with Flare Blitz, charged in recklessly. In the next instant, both Pokémon unleashed their entirety against one another, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The spectators, including those watching the global live broadcast, held their breath in anticipation. This year's National Collegiate League showcased a level of skill that far surpassed previous years. In past tournaments, the top 16 often included trainers who had yet to reach champion level, but this time, the number of champion-level trainers alone exceeded 20. By the semifinals, with mega evolutions in play, even the champion tier had been breached, highlighting the exceptional talent of this year's cohort. Undoubtedly, the most astonishing was Zhang Fan, as no one had ever witnessed a freshman contend against the strongest fourth-year students. As the battle raged on, Blaziken and Marill stood resolutely against one another, neither yielding an inch. However, after a tense standoff lasting 15 seconds, it was ultimately Marill who exhausted all her strength and collapsed. With Marill unable to continue, the Super Blaziken emerged victorious. As all of Wang Yangming's Pokémon lost their capacity to battle, Zhang Fan triumphed, earning his place in the finals. Congratulations to Zhang Fan. Thus, the final lineup was revealed. The championship match between Zhang Fan from Magic City Pokémon University and Suyu from Imperial Capital Pokémon University. Upon seeing his name displayed on the big screen, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile with relief. He had finally made it this far. Sensing the gaze of someone, he turned to look at Suyu seated in the front row of the battle arena. As their eyes met, an invisible spark ignited between them. A moment perfectly captured by the camera, generating immense excitement for the upcoming live stream. The ultimate battle. A showdown between the strongest students of Imperial Capital Pokémon University and Magic City Pokémon University, who would emerge victorious. That evening, Zhang Fan meticulously selected his lineup for the next day's confrontation with Suyu. Given the significance of the final battle, he decided against deploying his peak gym-level Pokémon. Blaziken and Gardevoir, realizing that in terms of overall strength, he was slightly inferior to Suyu. To force them into battle would be an act of folly. In Zhang Fan's estimation, aside from Suyu's high-tier Pokémon, Bashikadora and Metagross, the others that remained unutilized must also be high-tier. This indicated that Suyu possessed 3 high-tier Pokémon, while Zhang Fan only had 2, Tyranitar and Blaziken, at that level. Moreover, in terms of mid-tier Pokémon, Zhang Fan had only Houndoom and EV, whereas Suyu's remaining Pokémon, Steelix, Galade, and Dugtrio, were all mid-tier as well. Thus, Zhang Fan found himself at a disadvantage in both high-tier and mid-tier Pokémon. Although Charizard had reached the threshold of mid-tier, it still fell short. Consequently, apart from these 5 strongest Pokémon in his possession, who would he choose as the 6th? For a moment, Zhang Fan was engulfed in contemplation. It was the first time he had so meticulously analyzed the lineup of an opponent he was about to face. Simultaneously, Suyu was also scrutinizing Zhang Fan's team. This Blaziken was formidable, and he had heard whispers of a shiny legendary Pokémon whose strength remained uncertain, perhaps already at the peak of high tier, necessitating caution. The EV, capable of evolving at any moment, could also prove troublesome. It seemed tomorrow would be a fierce battle indeed. As the two continued their analysis of each other's teams, the battle finally arrived. The next morning, the contest between Wenhang and Wang Yangming commenced first, as they needed to determine the 3rd and 4th places. Ultimately, Wenhang's Dragonite defeated Wang Yangming's Swampert, securing 3rd place, while Wang Yangming settled for 4th. With the rankings established, the highly anticipated championship battle was set to begin. As the big screen illuminated the figures of Suyu and Zhang Fan, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the two emerged from their respective battle corridors. At that moment, the influence of a high-tier trainer was unmistakably palpable. Chapter 101. The finals begin. Super Lucario. Today marks the climactic finale of the National College League, and in this momentous occasion, the esteemed champion of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, Cynthia, graces the venue as a special guest. Let us extend a warm welcome to Champion Cynthia. As Cynthia made her entrance, the audience erupted into a frenzy, their cheers echoing her name as if she were an unattainable idol in their hearts. Overwhelmed by her popularity, Zhang Fan and Suyu exchanged determined glances. Their fists clenched in resolve. Champion level, master level, they too shall ascend to such heights. This is merely the beginning of their journey to becoming champions. Zhang Fan, Suyu, your strengths and potentials are commendable. A championship may well be within your grasp in the future. Keep striving. And I hope to see your vibrant presence in the upcoming national tournament. Upon hearing such lofty praise from Champion Cynthia, the gazes of those around Zhang Fan and Suyu were imbued with envy and admiration. The prospect of becoming future champions, especially with an endorsement from the current champion of the Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance, was indeed enviable. It is noteworthy that there are only about 10 champion-level trainers in the entire Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. In addition to Cynthia, the esteemed champion Long Outyin, a dragon-type specialist from the Imperial Capital Gym, was also present, mirroring his counterpart, Yi Xiu from the Magic City Gym. Furthermore, the mayor of the Imperial City attended as one of the 3 distinguished guests, keen to witness the ultimate battle between Zhang Fan and Suyu. In the front row of the spectator seats, a beautiful girl, unmistakably a student from the Imperial Capital Pokémon University, waved a sign emblazoned with Zhang Fan's name, cheering him on. Nearby, several students who recognized her identity felt a surge of indignation. Weiyang, which side are you on? The opponent is from Magic City Pokémon University. We must support Senior Suyu. Exactly. We're all alumni. How can you cheer for the rival? Weiyang, you need to be clear-headed. In response to their remarks, Weiyang simply smiled. Compared to anyone else, I will only support him. Go, Zhang Fan. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Fan turned to find a long-lost familiar face. So she came after all. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot afford to lose. After exchanging a knowing glance with Weiyang, Zhang Fan took a deep breath, readying a luxury ball in his hand, poised for action. Now, let the finals of the National College League commence. Zhang Fan, please initiate the attack. The battle arena is the Rock Arena. As the referee's words resonated, Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurled the luxury ball with fervor. It has been far too long since you last appeared. This battle shall be your moment of glory, Banjira. With a flash of red light, a radiant Banjira emerged onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Banjira, Shiny, Level, 74 Qualification, Master Type, Rock, Dark Ability, Sandstream. Skills, Dragon Dance, Reverse Scale, Earthquake, Oblivion Wing, Stone Edge, Sandstorm, Rock Slide. Affection Level, 255. At level 74, Banjira stands just one step away from the pinnacle of the champion tier, its power surpassing that of Blaziken by a slight margin. After all, Banjira embodies the essence of a master-level Pokémon. The reason for sending Banjira into battle first was Zhang Fan's intention to swiftly defeat a few of Suyu's Pokémon, thereby gaining an advantageous position. Upon witnessing the emergence of Banjira and feeling the overwhelming aura it exudes, Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it was a shiny semi-divine creature. Thus, he called upon Lucario. The moment Lucario materialized, Zhang Fan's suspicions were confirmed. The opponent possessed yet another high-tier champion Pokémon, the Lucario before him. Remarkably, this Lucario, akin to Zhang Fan's Banjira, was also on the cusp of achieving the peak champion status. Both Zhang Fan and Su Yu had chosen their strongest, yet untested, ace Pokémon as their first fighters. However, this Lucario possessed a hidden ability, Justified, which would enhance its attack power when struck by Dark-type moves. This effectively rendered Banjira's Dark-type moves nullified. Furthermore, Lucario, being a fighting-type Pokémon, had a fourfold advantage over Banjira. The situation was becoming rather precarious. Nevertheless, as Banjira entered the fray, the weather transformed into a sandstorm, raising clouds of dust that inflicted some minor damage upon Lucario. Lucario, evolve. As Su Yu's keystone resonated with Lucario's Megastone, a Mega Lucario emerged triumphantly. At that moment, the attributes of the Mega Lucario materialized before Zhang Fan's eyes. Pokémon, Mega Lucario, Mega Evolution. Level, 74-79. Qualification, Champion. Types, Steel, Fighting. Ability, Justified, Adaptability. Skills, Aura Sphere, Force Palm, Vacuum Wave, Last Resort, Swords Dance, Close Combat. Blaziken, it's your turn to Mega Evolve. Aware that Banjira's type was disadvantageous, Zhang Fan refrained from a direct confrontation, even if it meant both would lose their battle capabilities. According to his strategy, Blaziken and Banjira must defeat the opponent's 3 high-tier Pokémon to secure a chance of victory, necessitating a switch in Pokémon. Otherwise, in a direct clash between Banjira and Lucario, without Mega Evolution, defeat was inevitable. Conversely, Mega Blaziken's type completely countered Lucario. Should Blaziken manage to vanquish Lucario, Banjira would hold a definitive advantage against Metagross thereafter. As long as Banjira could withstand Metagross and Boscodora, victory would be within Zhang Fan's grasp. With the arrival of Mega Blaziken, an internal battle between fighting types commenced. There was no turning back now. Mega Lucario, Aura Sphere. Mega Blaziken, Blaze Kick. In the following moment, as a cerulean energy sphere began to form, the Aura Sphere surged toward the blazing chicken, igniting a violent explosion. Chapter 102. The Dual Nature of Fiery Flames. An intensifying battle? Lucario, go unleash your aura. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. As fighting-type Pokémon, both Lucario and Blaziken exhibit remarkable agility and swiftness in their movements. However, in terms of sheer speed, Lucario is not Blaziken's equal. Yet, empowered by the aura, Lucario can sense Blaziken's actions, thus nullifying the latter's speed advantage. Therefore, the only recourse is to unleash their full potential. In that instant, Zhang Fan, through sheer will, ceased verbal commands and activated his telepathic abilities, transmitting instructions directly from his mind to Blaziken. In this scenario, without prior knowledge of Blaziken's movements, there might still be ample opportunity for Blaziken to triumph over Lucario. Blaziken, continue with successive Blaze Kicks. Upon receiving Zhang Fan's command telepathically, Blaziken's demeanor shifted dramatically. Until now, apart from Kona, this Lucario stands as Blaziken's most formidable adversary. Despite possessing a type advantage, Blaziken remains uncertain of its ability to overcome its opponent. With a fierce cry, Blaziken summoned forth a golden pillar of flame, which erupted at the moment of the Blaze Kick, enveloping Super Lucario entirely within its fiery embrace. With a resounding boom, the golden flames engulfed Lucario, a Steel-type Pokémon, which naturally suffers double damage from Fire-type attacks, let alone from Blaziken's golden flames. Hearing Lucario's anguished cries, Su Yu's expression turned grave. He understood Zhang Fan well, knowing that he possessed an ability akin to aura, allowing him to communicate directly with his Pokémon. Now, in the absence of commands, the disadvantage fell squarely upon him. Lucario, do not succumb to him. Use Bone Rush. As Super Lucario conjured a blue bone staff from thin air, it began to wield it with agility, using the weapon to deflect Blaziken's Blaze Kick. Though it still endured splashes of fire damage, at least it was spared from direct confrontation with the golden flames. In this manner, Lucario gradually discovered a strategy to counter Blaziken. Continue, use Bone Rush. Blaziken retaliated with a series of Blaze Kicks, Fire Punches, and Flamethrowers in a relentless onslaught. At this moment, the two fighting-type Pokémon engaged in a fierce contest of martial prowess, akin to boxers battling in a ring, employing every technique at their disposal to best one another. The scene quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Observing their clash, Long Outyan, the leader of the Imperial City Gym, could not help but express his admiration. Su Yu and Zhang Fan's Pokémon, Lucario and Blaziken, have nearly reached the pinnacle of the elite level. To achieve such heights during their student years is nothing short of genius, especially regarding Zhang Fan. Although he may be inferior to Su Yu in overall strength, he is merely a freshman while Su Yu is already a senior, on the brink of graduation. Given equal time, Suyu would undoubtedly falter against Zhang Fan. Upon hearing Long Outyin's words, Zyrona held a somewhat differing opinion. At present, after the mega evolutions of Blaziken and Lucario, both sides appear evenly matched. Yet the outcome largely depends on the trainer's command. Zhang Fan seems to possess a telepathic ability. If Suyu cannot accurately anticipate Zhang Fan's commands, he might suffer considerable losses. After an extended battle, even the battle-hardened Blaziken and Lucario are now panting heavily. Their fierce confrontation has surpassed 1 hour since the onset of the battle. Thus far, neither side has lost their first Pokémon, showcasing the true prowess of both finalists. Meanwhile, Wen Heng and Wang Yang, witnessing the scene, are filled with deep reflections. They realize they still have a significant gap compared to these two. Similarly, the faculty and students of Magic City Pokémon University and Imperial City Pokémon University cannot help but feel a surge of anxiety for the two contenders. Luha is particularly contemplative, relieved that he had recruited Zhang Fan to Magic City Pokémon University, for if both finalists had been from Imperial City Pokémon University, it would have been a significant embarrassment for Magic City. Conversely, the faculty and students of Imperial City Pokémon University are left feeling disgruntled, regretting not having done whatever it took to bring Zhang Fan to their institution. Otherwise, they would not have to witness the students from Magic City flaunting their prowess before them. Blaziken Blaze Kick. Lucario Double Team. Enduring the blow, Blaziken grimaces in pain. Both Pokémon are nearing their physical limits. At this moment, Super Lucario and Super Blaziken each kneel on one knee, their gazes fixed intently on one another, before they muster the strength to rise again. Suddenly, Blaziken erupts in a blaze of red light, roaring as it stands up first. Chamo. Sensing Blaziken's sudden surge, Zhang Fan's mind races. Could it be Blaze? No, isn't Blaziken's ability speed boost? How could it trigger Blaze? It can't possibly have two abilities, can it? He had never noticed this before. With a sense of disbelief, he observes Blaziken's fire attacks intensifying, and without further hesitation, he commands, Super Blaziken, Fire Oath. Everything about Blaziken is irrevocably bound to Zhang Fan. Since its evolution, it has vowed to defeat any opponent for its trainer. This Lucario before him is no exception. The oath, the Fire Oath, erupts in full force. Accompanied by a violent tremor beneath the battlefield, flames surge forth, engulfing the entire arena. And Super Lucario finds itself caught in the relentless barrage of the Fire Oath. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Suyu felt a surge of urgency and immediately called out the name of Lucario. As the rocky terrain transformed into molten lava, one Lucario emerged from its mega evolution state, collapsing into the magma and completely losing its combat capabilities. Chapter 103. The Indomitable Flame. The battle continues. With Lucario incapacitated, the Super Blaziken emerged victorious. A smile graced the face of Blaziken upon witnessing Lucario's defeat, after which it turned to Zhang Fan and suddenly knelt on one knee, clearly having reached its limits. At that moment, the Blaze ability activated within Blaziken, signifying that it had given its all. Zhang Fan's eyes reddened as he observed this. No matter what, he vowed not to yield, inspired by the relentless spirit of Blaziken. Blaziken, hold on a little longer. If you can take down another of our opponent's Pokémon, we shall no longer face any disadvantage. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, though still on one knee, the Super Blaziken's gaze remained fiercely determined. Zhang Fan, you are an exceptional opponent. Since my debut as a trainer, I have never encountered someone as skilled as you. To battle against you is the fulfillment of a lifelong aspiration. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Drillbur made its entrance. A steel and ground-type Pokémon. Drillbur was a core member of the Sandstorm team, currently at level 69. If Blaziken could defeat it, Zhang Fan felt confident in completely overcoming Suyu. I, too, have felt immense pressure since I began my journey as a trainer. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger I become. Suyu, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I acknowledge you as a trainer. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Suyu's lips as he immediately commanded Drillbur, Drillbur, use Swords Dance. As Suyu ordered Drillbur to bolster its attack power, Zhang Fan swiftly instructed the Super Blaziken to initiate its move. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. With the skill Blaze Kick, which increases attack power as health decreases, the current level and vitality of Blaziken suggested that if Drillbur were struck, it would be utterly defeated. In the next moment, as the Super Blaziken charged towards Drillbur, Suyu rapidly altered his strategy. Drillbur used Dig. Instantly, Drillbur's massive steel claws tore through the earth. But the ground was still covered with the molten lava that Blaziken had previously melted, and some areas were still flowing. Upon contact, Drillbur was harmed. This momentary pause allowed the Super Blaziken to close the distance and collided with Drillbur, sending it crashing against the boundary of the battlefield. With that single blow, Drillbur became deeply embedded in the iron railing, swiftly falling to defeat. Drillbur lost its combat capabilities, while Super Blaziken just as the referee was about to announce the results. Blaziken could no longer endure and collapsed, reverting from Mega Evolution and losing its combat capabilities. Drillbur was unable to continue, and so was Blaziken. Rest assured, from here on out, I will leave everything to my partners. Your efforts will not be in vain. As Suyu observed the Super Blaziken unleash its fury, he felt a profound sense of reflection after it had taken down yet another one of his Pokémon. With the battle ongoing, Blaziken's impressive performance established a significant advantage for Zhang Fan. Subsequently, both trainers summoned their next Pokémon into the arena. Suyu's third Pokémon was Steelix, while Zhang Fan's third, previously introduced, was Charizard. Pokémon, Steelix level, 68 qualification, champion type, Steel, ground ability, sturdy moves, Rock Slide, Bind, Rock Polish, Dragon Breath, Dig, Sandstorm. Iron Tail. Steelix's imposing form emerged, yet it suffered considerable damage upon entering the molten battlefield. Although Blaziken had fallen, it had inflicted substantial harm before its defeat. Charizard, determined not to squander Blaziken's efforts, readied a powerful Fire Blast. Witnessing the unfolding events from its Pokeball, Charizard was filled with rage and unleashed a scorching flame attack directly at Steelix. In response, Steelix conjured a sandstorm that enveloped the entire magma field. Aware that the continuous lava would be detrimental to its Pokemon's performance, Suyu promptly issued commands. Consequently, a vast sandstorm erupted, gradually solidifying the molten terrain. Despite Charizard's formidable flame attack, it paled in comparison to Blaziken's prowess, failing to breach Steelix's defenses as the lava's effects began to wane. Dragon Breath. A resounding roar echoed as a torrent of dragon breath emerged from the sandstorm, targeting Charizard high above, which struggled to locate its opponent and could only retaliate with Flamethrower. Charizard, charge in and locate Steelix. Burn with all your might. Following Zhang Fan's command, Charizard flapped its wings vigorously and plunged into the depths of the sandstorm, searching for Steelix's whereabouts. Steelix Dig. To evade Charizard's detection, Steelix burrowed into the ground, then erupted from beneath the surface, striking Charizard with a powerful Iron Tail that sent it hurtling away. Cursed Charizard, unleash an inferno. Regardless of Steelix's hiding place, as long as the flames were sufficiently intense, they would engulf the underground. Thus, when Charizard opened its mouth, a blazing fire attack emerged, igniting the entire subterranean battlefield in flames. Moments later, Steelix roared as it burst forth from the ground, enveloped in flames. Now's the time. Fire Blast. In a final effort, Steelix launched a powerful Stone Edge attack. When both Fire Blast and Stone Edge struck simultaneously, Charizard let out a pained cry as it plummeted from the sky, while Steelix, enduring its own agony, collapsed to the ground. In an instant, both Pokémon found themselves equally matched, incapacitated and unable to continue the fight, with Charizard and Steelix both rendered unable to battle. And Suyu having lost 3 Pokémon, the first half of the match concluded, leading to a much-needed break. As the referee signaled the start, the arena erupted in a fervent cheer, celebrating the two combatants and expressing gratitude for their remarkable display of skill. The battle between the Super Blaziken and the Super Metagross was nothing short of a championship showdown. Chapter 104. The second half begins. Banji's dominance. In the waiting area, Zhang Fan and Suyu encountered one another, both wearing broad smiles. You truly are formidable, my friend. Unfortunately, I underestimated your Blaziken in the first half. Otherwise, my Dugtrio would not have fallen so swiftly. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Zhang Fan chuckled in response. Blaziken indeed fought valiantly, but I have always held you in high regard. Had Blaziken not been so tenacious, perhaps your chances of victory today would have been greater. However, Blaziken's performance assures me that I will undoubtedly secure the championship. Suyu, emboldened by Zhang Fan's confidence, asserted, No, the championship shall be mine. I will definitely defeat you. The brief intermission of 10 minutes soon came to an end, and the second half commenced on the grassy battlefield. Given that Suyu had lost more Pokémon, he was compelled to send out his creature first. In the next moment, a formidable Bastiodon emerged. Pokémon, Bastiodon. Level, 72. Qualification, Champion. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Sturdy. Skills, Metal Claw, Explosion, Hyper Beam, Protect, Take Down, Iron Tail. Since it's Bastiodon, I entrust you with this, Arcanine. Zhang Fan thought of Suyu's remaining Metagross and realized that only Banji could confront it. As long as Banji could successfully take down Metagross, the ensuing battle would proceed in Zhang Fan's favor. After all, Metagross was both Steel and Psychic type, while Banji was Dark and Rock type, granting it immunity to psychic attacks. With ample stamina remaining, Banji was fully capable of continuing the fight. Just like Blaziken, it could take on multiple opponents. Hence, Zhang Fan's victory was all but assured. Conversely, if Banji and Bastiodon engaged in a fierce clash that drained their energy significantly, the subsequent bout against Metagross would present a daunting challenge. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Bastiodon, Rock Slide. While Zhang Fan's Pokémon primarily possessed Fire-type moves, Suyu's creatures leaned toward Steel types. Nevertheless, their Pokémon mutually countered one another. Ground and Rock types were also effective against Fire types. Thus the battle was evenly matched, with neither side holding a definitive advantage. As Arcanine unleashed its flamethrower, Bastiodon promptly summoned a plethora of rocks to shield itself, successfully executing Rock Slide against Arcanine. The added force caused Arcanine's speed to diminish, placing it in a precarious situation. Bastiodon, Rock Slide. Arcanine, Overheat. Another exchange of moves ensued. Although Overheat struck Bastiodon, Rock Slide similarly impacted Arcanine. Should this trade of damage continue, Arcanine would undoubtedly struggle against Bastiodon. The swift Wind Speed Dog, upon receiving Zhang Fan's command, immediately took off. Although its speed had diminished, in the eyes of Boss Ghidorah, Wind Speed Dog remained unparalleled in swiftness. However, a moment of carelessness allowed the ghostly flames to strike Boss Ghidorah, inflicting a burn status upon it. A commendable performance, indeed. Boss Ghidorah, undeterred, charged forward with reckless abandon. In the next instant, after sustaining damage from the flames, Boss Ghidorah lunged directly at Wind Speed Dog, ignoring the explosive attack and sending Wind Speed Dog flying. Fire Fong. Iron Tail. Another fierce clash ensued, and Wind Speed Dog could no longer withstand the onslaught, ultimately being knocked out of the arena, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. With Wind Speed Dog down, Boss Ghidorah emerged victorious. At this juncture, both Zhang Fan and Suyu had lost 3 Pokémon. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fan grasped the Pokeball containing Banjira and hurled it forward with determination. Banjira emerged in a brilliant flash. The sandstorm swirled anew. I entrust everything to you, Banjira. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Banjira pounded its abdomen and let out a thunderous roar. Seeing Banjira's fighting spirit ignited, Zhang Fan immediately issued his command. Banjira, use Earthquake. As a rock and steel-type Pokémon, Boss Ghidorah was quadruply susceptible to ground-type attacks. Despite Banjira being a rock-type at present, it was originally a ground-type prior to its evolution. Thus, Banjira's mastery over ground-type moves surpassed that of other rock-types. When the tremors of the earthquake erupted, Boss Ghidorah was severely injured, letting out a roar of anguish. Boss Ghidorah, don't give in. Let us counter with Earthquake. In a flurry of back-and-forth attacks, it was fortunate that Boss Ghidorah also retaliated with its own Earthquake. Otherwise, it would have succumbed to Banjira's relentless offensive. However, due to the continuous barrage and the prior flames from Wind Speed Dog, the battlefield had been utterly ravaged. Just then, flames erupted from Boss Ghidorah, a consequence of the earlier ghostly flames burn, causing its earthquake to abruptly cease. This was the handiwork of Wind Speed Dog. Following this, Boss Ghidorah was struck down by a powerful earth power from Banjira. With Boss Ghidorah out of commission, Banjira claimed victory. After toppling another opponent's Pokémon, Zhang Fan clenched his fist. No matter how one looked at it, the score was now 3-2, and the advantage lay with him. As anticipated, when faced with Zhang Fan's Banjira, Suyu sent out his final high-tier Pokémon, Metagross. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, 74. Aptitude, Champion. Types, Steel, Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Moves, Hammer Arm, Metal Claw, Explosion, Cannon Beam, Psychic, Iron Defense. Indeed, it was Metagross. To Zhang Fan's astonishment, Suyu's Metagross, much like his own Lucario, possessed dual ace capabilities, mirroring his own Tyranitar and Blaziken. It was quite intriguing. Tyranitar unleashed Dark Pulse while Metagross erected a Reflect Wall. Although Dark-type Pokémon are immune to Psychic-type attacks, Psychic-type moves serve purposes beyond mere offense. In the next moment, as Tyranitar initiated its assault, Dark Pulse surged toward Metagross, which swiftly employed its psychic abilities. Before Dark Pulse could reach it, a translucent wall of pale blue materialized before Metagross. Then, at the moment Dark Pulse collided with the Reflect Wall, Metagross seized the opportunity to evade Tyranitar's strike. Chapter 105, Metagross and Tyranitar, an inevitable demise. Now Metagross, unleash Meteor Mash. Upon hearing Suyu's command, Metagross's right hand began to gather a radiant white light before launching itself toward Tyranitar. Tyranitar retaliated with Crunch. In the ensuing moments, as the two Pokémon drew near, Tyranitar opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of dark energy before delivering a fierce bite to Metagross, prompting a pained cry and a grimace of agony on Metagross's face. Simultaneously, Metagross's Meteor Mash struck Tyranitar, mitigating the impact of the Crunch attack. In this initial clash, both sides sustained considerable damage, yet the skirmish had brought Tyranitar and Metagross fully into view of one another. Dark Pulse. A close-range Dark Pulse would undoubtedly inflict substantial harm upon Metagross if it succeeded. However, in response to Tyranitar's impending strike, Suyu issued his command. Now, Metagross, use Giga Impact. While Psychic-type moves were ineffective against Tyranitar, Metagross was not limited to psychic attributes. It also wielded Steel-type techniques. In an instant, when Dark Pulse and Giga Impact collided in close proximity, even the colossal forms of Tyranitar and Metagross were jolted backward by the force of the explosion. The damage was significant. Observers were naturally drawn into a state of exhilaration. Oh, now, Suyu has only 2 Pokémon remaining, while Zhang Fan still commands 3. Though Zhang Fan appears to hold the advantage, his Shiny Tyranitar had previously defeated Su Yu's Bisharp. Can it achieve further glory against a fully energized Metagross? Meanwhile, in the spectator area, champions like Cynthia and Lance regarded the battle with admiration. It is undeniable that witnessing such a contest at the National Collegiate League is a remarkable experience. One can only imagine the formidable prowess of these two trainers who have reached the finals. Even seasoned champions like Cynthia and Lance, having witnessed countless rising stars, have never shown such respect for two trainers still in their academic pursuits. Thus, words of praise once again flowed from the mouths of the two individuals. The dazzling Bankura and Blaziken of contestant Zhang Fan, alongside Su Yu's Metagross, Lucario, and Bisharp, are all Pokémon of the pinnacle tier, akin to the Elite Four. To reach such extraordinary strength during their student years is a testament to the remarkable talent emerging from our Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance. Quite frankly, I cannot predict the future of these two. Nonetheless, it is evident that they will become the backbone of our Yanhuang Pokémon Alliance in due time. Upon hearing Long Outyan's words, Cynthia smiled and remarked, I have heard that Zhang Fan is a disciple of Kina. Had I known such a prodigy existed at the Magic City Pokémon University, perhaps I would have entertained similar aspirations. As the crowd absorbed the words of Cynthia and Long Outyan, feelings of envy, jealousy, and admiration surged forth for the combatants at that moment. Zhang Fan is indeed fortunate. Not only has he been taken under the wing of Champion Kina, but now even Champion Cynthia has taken notice of him. How infuriating it is that I lack such fortune. His prowess is undeniable. He is a mere freshman, yet a veritable beast among men. Miss Cynthia, I wish to serve you. To be candid, the outcome of this match seems all but certain, as it is likely to reveal who will ultimately prevail. If Metagross emerges victorious, Zhang Fan's remaining two Pokémon, both of elite level, will undoubtedly falter against the almost peak level Metagross. And even if by chance he manages to win, his opponent still has a Bisharp in reserve. Conversely, should Bankura triumph, Zhang Fan will still have a chance. As both Eevee and Bisharp are of mid-elite level, meaning even if they were to be incapacitated, Zhang Fan would retain one Pokémon. Metagross, Iron Defense. Bankura, Stone Edge. In an instant, as Metagross's defensive capabilities were augmented, a barrage of sharp stones unleashed by Bankura rained down upon it. Metagross, Photon Geyser. Bankura, Dark Pulse. Another clash of skills erupted, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves through the arena. Seizing the opportunity, a sandstorm once again drained Metagross's stamina. After an extended battle, Metagross inevitably approached its limits first. Well done, Bankura. Final move, Dark Pulse. Finish your opponent. Just as Zhang Fan believed victory was within his grasp, Su Yu's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded, Metagross, deploy Light Screen, charge forward. In that moment, Metagross heeded Su Yu's order, activating the Light Screen skill and barreling towards Bankura to meet the Dark Pulse head-on. Now, unleash the explosion. Upon hearing Su Yu's command, Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically, urging Bankura to take cover. However, the moment the green shield began to materialize, a blinding white light erupted in the center of the battlefield. In an instant, it was as if the apocalypse had descended. The blinding white light engulfed the vision of all present, temporarily rendering those who witnessed the explosion momentarily blinded. After a prolonged period, when vision finally returned, the battleground was revealed to be in ruins. The stage was collapsing, metal was melting, and the grassy terrain lay in tatters. The Metagross had long since succumbed to its inability to fight, lying helplessly in the center of a vast pit. As for the Bankisha, battered and bruised, it cast a final glance at Zhang Fan before its massive form collapsed in defeat. With both Metagross and Bankisha rendered incapable of continuing, the announcer called for both competitors to select their next Pokémon. Zhang Fan had not anticipated that his Bankisha would fall alongside the Metagross. Now, with Bankisha down, Su Yu had but a solitary Bisharp remaining, while Zhang Fan was left with an Eevee and a newly evolved Pokémon at the champion level. Yet, Bankisha had valiantly fought against two of Su Yu's advanced champion Pokémon, and Zhang Fan felt no regret for its performance. After all, Su Yu's prowess was far beyond that of the opponents Zhang Fan had previously encountered. In fact, given the current circumstances of the battle, with Zhang Fan still possessing an additional Pokémon, he found himself in a position of considerable advantage.